swimming pool is flat or curved?
It's level.
So flat, not curving. It's not curving.
Okay, can we please? There's a difference between the word level and flat.
Level doesn't mean curved.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, great. So it's not curved. Well, if you don't like the word flat, that's fine. That's fine. Look, we won't say that since the word flat triggers you. We won't say the word flat. We'll say level. That's fine. It's not curved in the bathtub or the swimming pool. Then we go to a pond. Is the pond curved? Yes or no?
No.
Cool. Then we go a bit larger. How about like a lake? Is the lake curved or no?
It depends how big the lake is.
Okay, so at what's the minimum amount like for size of a lake where it will curve? What's the minimum?
I don't know the measurements right now.
So how do you know it depends on the size if you don't know?
Well, if you take Lake Michigan, it's a very big
Yeah.
lake.
Yeah.
I would say, let me just get up a picture of Lake Michigan so I can get a reference. I'm not from America.
You're walking into a trap. Just so you know, you're walking right into a trap. But let's keep going.
I probably am. You guys like your gods.
You definitely are. This is great.
Can I say my main point before I walk into it? It doesn't curve. It conforms to the shape of the Earth's surface because of gravity. You're not going to see a bulge of water that just curves. It just conforms and it stays level.
Okay. Let's end it here.
Let's end it there because that's not my argument, bro. That's the other guy's argument. Can I make my claim?
Yes. Well, we still need to you're go ahead, bro, because you're basically saying that only certain bodies of water are curving. We haven't really got to that point yet, but whatever.
Okay. So my claim is, I talked about this before, but I got shut down because all you guys want to talk about is fucking measurements.
Yeah, well,
There's no societal or economical benefit to.
Oh, here we go, bro. No, fuck all that. Fuck all that. It doesn't matter, but the society, why would they lie? If the water is flat, the earth is flat, bro. It's over. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I would say that all bodies of water behave the same. All of them. They're all flat. Like every, even the swimming pool, the bathtub, the pond, the lake, the ocean, flat. Level, whatever you want to call it. If you have preferred pronouns, we'll use them.
Is
but
being
level
behavior?
That's just the science,
level
man.
doesn't mean curved. Level does not mean curved. Hold on, Yapper. Hold on. Level does not mean curved. Never.
On a curved Earth, it does.
Well, we're not on a curved Earth. All the water's flat and level.
Level means
what's your argument for that?
The direction of gravity.
No, it doesn't.
And do you know what the direction of gravity? Yes, it is. Yes, it does. So
no, it doesn't.
And do you know where the direction of gravity is? The center of the Earth. Hence,
you just agreed. Hold on. There's no center of the Earth, by the way. That hasn't been established.
Oh, of course, there's not. There's not.
And that's never been established. Not by you. Not by anyone. Just saying there's a center of the Earth doesn't mean there is. That's lore. If the Earth is a globe, which it's not. All the water is flat, so it can't be a globe.
It's a Blake spheroid. Well, then
no, that hasn't been established.
It's been established for 25.
It's not been established. Not you can establish it in this call. You just walked us through how all the water's flat.
I'm sorry, not even 24.
Hey, B-Man, at what distance do things start to go over the curve? What distance?
At what distance?
Yeah, what's the distance to that horizon that's causing things to be obscured?
What is the distance to the horizon, Google? Please tell me.
You're walking into another trap.
Are you talking about over water?
Sure. The distance where ships are supposed to disappear.
Miles or kilometers? What's your preferred?
Miles.
Okay, well, roughly 3 miles, but it just depends on where you're standing. It depends. Like if you go up higher, you can see beyond the horizon.
Right. So that what observer height is that you get 3 miles? 6 feet.
Sea level.
6 feet. It's actually 6 feet.
Okay.
Okay, so 6 feet. Let's just say, at 1 foot observer's height, that's 1.22 miles. After that, things need to be disappearing behind curve. Okay?
Understood.
All right. So when you see a ship disappear bottom up, and you take a camera and use some analog zoom, and it comes right back up, and you see a horizon behind it that's as far as 10 miles, that completely destroys the radius of being 3959.
I'm sorry, you said use a camera.
Yeah,
So if
or
you were to zoom
telescope,
in on
whatever.
the ship, yeah.
Yeah, you see the horizon's actually further away, and the ship is in complete view.
Yeah, that's because cameras use light, and that's because of refraction that you can see that ship.
What's refraction?
Atmospheric refraction, that's whenever the light bends and
I didn't ask you to add on to refraction. I said, what is the definition of refraction?
atmospheric refraction.
No. Refraction. Stop adding atmosphere to it.
The
What's
bend
refraction?
of light as it passes from one medium to another one.
Between two mediums causes the light to bend. So when you're looking at that ship 1.22 miles away, where's the boundary between the change of that light angle? That's
don't
not.
understand
That's
your question. What's the
atmospheric
boundary
refraction.
between what?
Atmospheric refraction is pseudo refraction. There's no
It's pseudo
change from
refraction.
one
What do you
medium
mean
to
by pseudo
another.
refraction?
It's not refraction.
And how is it not
You're just
refraction?
because you're not going from one medium to another. There's no boundary where light is bending when it goes through.
You are going from
That's the
one medium
definition.
to another.
No, you're going through air. There's some changes in temperature here and there, and that's what you can get some of that, and you can get mirages. But you're not getting a standard
Water,
refraction at
that's two
7 over
mediums.
6.
Then the
At
light
7 over
bends.
6 R, just a perfect curved refraction. It doesn't happen that way.
You're just saying
At a
words.
standard rate of the Earth's curvature.
Continue.
Yeah, you're not seeing too far because of refraction. Light is not bending at a standard rate of 7 over 6 times the radius of the Earth. It requires two mediums and a boundary between them. So the reason you see too far, the reason the horizon's 10 miles away, it's an apparent place where we can no longer resolve the difference between two objects. And the angle between the surface of the water in your eye versus the top of that object to your eye, that lower angle is smaller, and that's why you start to be unable to resolve things from bottom up, because it's a smaller angle. It's more difficult for our eyes to be able to resolve those two objects.
Okay.
So now what's your proof that the Earth is round?
I'm just gonna say the same things I've said before, but you just have a complete misunderstanding of everything. So there's no point.
You're saying ships disappearing bottom up are because the Earth is round. That's already disproven. You just zoom in and you see it, and it's not refraction.
And you can't just zoom in with a camera that uses light that completely destroys everything. You can't just.
But
That's not how it works. That's not how
I
it
can't
works.
use a camera and look at light, but you can
You
invent
definitely
refraction
can.
at a
You
standard
definitely
rate.
can, but that doesn't prove anything that the Earth is flat.
No, it doesn't prove that it's flat. It disproves that the Earth is round with a radius of
It
3959.
doesn't disprove that the Earth is round. By using a camera
Because
that uses light, you can zoom in and you can see things, yes, but that is because of atmospheric refraction.
what is atmospheric refraction's formula? 7 over 6 R, right? That's a standard rate of light bending, right?
Yeah.
You don't know. You just use words you don't know. 7 over 6 R.
7
So
over
where
6
did they get that R? Yeah? Okay, cool. Where did they get that R from?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, there was a guy called Al-Biruni who was using angles to the horizon from a different elevation. All of a sudden, the horizon has no refraction. When you measure and get the R, But then when you want to look at a boat, all of a sudden it's refraction bending the light. You understand? It's assuming that the R is there to begin with. But when you're measuring the R, you're looking at a horizon that has no refraction. So you just pick and choose when there's refraction and when there isn't. No atmosphere day. So atmospheric refraction, 7/6 R, is based off of an R that was measured, assuming no refraction.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't work. It doesn't. You don't understand how that's incongruent?
Sure, buddy. I don't even want to talk about this. This is not my claim.
Then what are you doing here?
I made a claim, but it got shut down immediately because you guys refused to talk about it.
What did I just do with you this whole time talking about your claim? Both
That
disappearing
was not
bottom
my
up.
claim. That was an argument that was continued, and you guys just kept talking to me about it. I
Oh, so what's your claim then?
talked to XBZ about it.
I wasn't here. I wasn't here.
Okay.
Tell me.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. My claim is there's no societal or economic benefit to the government
Oh God.
creating a
That's
conspiracy.
called
You
an
see,
appeal to
creating a
motivation.
conspiracy.
Well, don't be fallacious and we won't cut you off. We don't waste our time here. That's an appeal to motivation fallacy. We don't care about
What's that?
why.
What's
If your
that
wife
fallacy?
cheats on you, you're going to care why she cheated? No, she cheated on you. That's the fact. If someone is
No.
dead on the ground, it doesn't matter why. They're dead. You know
No,
they're dead.
I
So
think
if
it's
the
a
Earth
lot
is
bigger than
round,
that.
it doesn't matter why they're lying to us to show that it's round. That's called appeal to motivation. It's a fallacy. So we cut you off. Don't waste our time.
Oh, I'm the one wasting time.
Yeah,
Okay.
over here using fallacies.
I'm not using
Instead of
fallacies, I'm
actually
making a
acknowledging
claim.
the points that are being made, you start talking about fallacious appeal
I'm
to
making
motive.
a point. That's not my argument. I'm not talking about fucking.
Oh, you're the guy that said, oh, all you guys want to talk about are measurements and definitions.
Yeah, because I tried to make a claim, and all you guys want to fucking talk about is, oh, but you can walk outside and you can see the fucking observe. You can fucking observe it.
What claim are you making?
I just made the claim, and you just immediately denied it. Do you want me to continue?
The claim that there's no benefit? Okay, whatever, but the claim should be about whether it's round or not. You're talking about a claim of if it's beneficial to lie. That has nothing to do whether it's round or flat. You're off topic. Go to a different room.
It completely. Again, it's bigger than that because you're talking about multiple industries where if the Earth is flat, well, sorry,
To do with how
if the
it's
Earth is,
measured.
huh?
It has nothing to do with how it's measured.
Yeah, you're right. But that's what I'm talking about. Do you think the government would
Let's not talk about
waste trillions of dollars, or whatever currency they're using, on paying people for doing nothing all day, like, you know, geologists, astrophysicists, engineers, even.
Yes.
You know, I'll entertain this for you just a moment. Yeah, we're paying NASA $70 million a day to do nothing, actually.
Yeah.
But someone else, if they want to entertain the appeal to motivation and NASA,
Government
we're just talking
agency.
about measurements
It's not
here.
like we're paying them to do nothing. It's not like they send ships into the fucking atmosphere and like you can observe the ISS space station
Yeah,
from
space
the
is
ground
fake
if you
too.
want.
Space is fake too.
Of course it is, because it
Yep.
destroys
You know
everything
what
that
gas-
you guys believe. So of course you call it fake.
No, you
because
believe
everything-
in
know what
you believe
gas
in imaginary pictures that has been produced either through CGI or some other
I'm
means
sorry,
of.
how are they imaginary? Are they imaginary?
know what gas
Because you
pressure is?
believe in it. That's why they're imaginary. You believe in a construct that
don't
doesn't
believe in it.
exist.
I don't believe in it. I know it exists. I live in this
So
planet.
why are you then confirming what NASA puts out?
Why am I confirming it? Because
Yes.
you can watch live streams. You can actually go to the space center. You can see the spaceships take off, and there's where are they going in space?
Sure, I agree with that statement. But regardless, the other rest of the 5 minutes they put on, it's all fake.
It's all
as
fake,
soon-
yeah, because it destroys
yeah.
everything you believe.
No, it doesn't. Because what
Thousands of
what
images.
lenses, for example, do they use? Do they use normal camera lenses like we do in order to confirm what we see with our own eyes? No, they don't. They use fisheye lenses.
Oh
And
god.
as soon as a specific as soon as a specific height is reached, they switch the camera in order to negligate the angle of the curve that
Whether
they
they
are
use
supposedly
fisheye or not
see
is completely
on.
irrelevant.
No, it's not.
If they were using, it doesn't matter what
This is
lens they're-
no. This is makeshift belief.
It's makeshift belief. Okay. Well, whatever lens they are using is completely irrelevant because it doesn't fucking matter if they're using a fisheye. If they're using a fisheye, you can still see that the Earth is clearly a globe. If they're using a fish, if the Earth was flat and they're using a fisheye, you would still be able to tell it's a flat disc or whatever fucking model you guys believe in because you can't agree on one.
Okay, I mean this is pretty easy to disprove because if you have two people, you say this one you use a fisheye lens and I use a normal lens, and we start both, let's say, a drone, for example, just a few kilometers into the air, just straight up, and you watch the footage and you tell me then that it is not the same that NASA puts out.
Why does it matter?
It does matter because your perception of what you're seeing is distorted by what you're seeing.
What the fuck are you talking about? It's a fucking lens. Jesus Christ. Have you not seen, again, thousands of images? There's not just fisheye lenses. But you're going to say they're
They
all
are
fake.
all fisheye lenses. Yes, they are.
We could talk about the blue marble image that you guys hate so much because it's photographed, it's doctored. Yes, it's doctored. It's made of composite images, okay?
Okay,
Do
yeah.
you understand what that is?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
It's because the ISS space station would go around, orbit the globe, and take multiple different pictures. The ISS space station is not very far away, so it has to take multiple pictures, and then they are stitched together. That's how it's made.
it's not about the stitching, bro. Everyone can do this in a time frame.
I'd like to see you fly up into space and do that.
I mean, I don't have to go through the mathematics in order to make the distorted image then comprehend the next image and such. I mean, you got me there, but
Okay. Again, thousands of images, thousands of videos. You can watch live streams of them, or you can watch a SpaceX live stream of them taking off and leaving the Earth's atmosphere. There's no fisheye.
I mean,
There's a live stream from the space station probably right now, this instant, if you search it up.
listen.
I don't know what you guys deem as proof, but you guys send like little videos all the time of your beliefs. Like, why are these videos?
Yeah. First of all, when we see these images, we want to know the source and what equipment they are using, and usually they are not providing any of these informations. This is number one, why we shouldn't trust what they put out. Number one.
So they don't provide the information.
No, they don't.
Okay,
They don't tell us what camera they use, what lens they use, if they even at all use a lens. They usually don't talk about it because if you talk about fisheye lens, oh yeah, you have the conspiracy theorists and apostrophe right on the board. You know?
Are you the flat earther in here, Ripcord? You don't need to
I am.
interrupt.
Okay, well, I literally one Google search and you can find out what equipment they're using if you care so much. Do you want me to tell you what they're using? Is that a big deal to you?
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's go through it.
They use a variety of cameras and lenses, digital and film-based. Nikon cameras and lenses, including the D4, Z9, and various Nikkor lenses, frequently used on the International Space Station. Hasselblad cameras.
Okay, there you have it. Various. So they have different variations.
Various, yes,
You-
the word
yeah.
various, because there's multiple. Hasselblad cameras were
Yeah, not only
historically
multiple
significant in
cameras
early
they use,
space
but
missions.
also multiple lenses they switch out between, or switch
Okay.
between cameras that they have between those lenses. This is
So you wanna
exactly what I'm
talk
talking
about
about.
lenses.
You usually just need one type of lens and nothing else.
That's actually false. That's false.
Fisheye wide angle and telephoto lenses. And
I don't
why do
need
they use
that.
fisheye?
Just like
No,
you
why
said
do they use
before,
fisheye?
they are taping the pictures after that together. You can do that with either or any lens type of form. You just need one
Okay.
type of lens. That's all.
Okay, well, they use multiple lenses because they have a lot of money to use, and they can buy as many
I don't
lenses as
care.
they want.
Listen, even if they make it complicated, or this is what I'm talking about, but make believe, you know.
How do
The
you
more
explain
complicated, the more complicated it is,
sunrises?
the more serious it sounds, but it isn't.
Okay,
So,
well, you talk
B-Man, are
about
you
it.
new here? Is this your first time here?
No, I'm definitely not new.
You've come here a bunch of times?
Yeah, I'm in here most nights.
Interesting.
Okay, so you talked a lot
I'm
about
new.
fisheye.
Well, there's a few rules you have to understand.
Yeah, what's the rules?
Okay.
You can never interrupt a fighter or you will get muted. Number one. Number two,
You're cutting out.
Wait, say that again.
there is
you
no
were cutting out.
evidence that will change their mind. Number two, there is no evidence that will change their mind.
Carry on.
Oh, I know.
hell?
All right, okay. Oh, he was a
I was
glower.
talking to the Harris guy yesterday. I think his name is.
Close enough.
Yeah.
There is evidence that
I
will
made him
change our
change his
mind.
mind.
Evidence that will change our mind will be
Well,
drop over curve, measuring the drop over curvature of the Earth.
Yep, I'm sure if we measured the drop
Would
over
be
curvature, you
measuring
guys would
what?
still find a way to disprove that.
I was asking the guy yesterday, how would you explain the stars in the solar system? You know, if you're driving to the southern hemisphere, you won't see the North Star Polaris anymore.
The stars in the solar system. Holy shit! Where do you even start with this? What a hot mess. Well, your solar
I don't want you.
system's only
I don't
supposed
want
to
you
have
to answer this. I
one
want
star.
somebody else to
The
answer
solar
because I already heard
system's
your
only
rebuttal.
supposed to have one star. Also, it doesn't exist unless you can prove a solar system.
Bro, what?
What solar system, bro?
The stars don't exist and other galaxies don't
Is that
exist.
No,
is
that's
really
not
what
what
you
he's
heard?
saying.
Is that really what you heard? Is your listening
You said,
comprehension
yeah. I
that
mean,
bad?
you said it doesn't exist. That's what you said.
What did I say?
You said that solar systems don't exist. You said that.
There you go.
Yeah. And solar systems are in galaxies. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay, you don't need to go into your fantasy. You see the stuff in the sky, you don't have to start inserting your fantasy ideas about what it is. You just take it at face value.
So you don't think stars and other stuff like that are real? You think that's just like fake or something?
No. Nobody said that. If that's what I wanted to say, I would have said, bro,
Well,
stars aren't real.
what are you assuming? Like, what are you getting at?
Holy crap, dude. If I wanted to say stars aren't real, I would have just said that.
Well, bro, like stars are in solar systems, and you said that doesn't exist.
It's
So, like,
solar system. So you're on a planet revolving a star. Show me one thing that revolves a star.
like Mars and the planet we're currently on right now.
You saw Mars go around the sun, dude.
Yeah, planets revolve around the sun. Yes,
Okay,
correct.
show us the observation of that.
I mean, literally, like like multiple like scientists back in the day have proved that multiple times. Even the Aztecs have even proven it
Yeah,
out,
name
and the
one.
Egyptians.
Yeah, okay, all right. Cite the Aztecs proving it then.
I mean, I can't prove it to you. I'm not a fucking scientist and shit.
This is what you do every single time. You just spew some fucking gospel that you can't
This is
defend
what you do every
adequately.
time, bro.
And then you just
You
go,
tell me to
geez,
prove
I'm
everything, bro.
just a
Like you
wise.
want me to write
Yeah,
down an exact equation
I'm just your
for
average
you, like at
Joe.
the moment.
I'm
Like
not a scientist. I can't defend any of this shit that I just believe in and don't know why. Well, then
what?
don't say it. That's the whole point of this
What,
room is to get you to
what
validate these
specific
claims.
evidence would you need in order for me to prove you wrong? Like, what actual evidence would you need?
Okay, so now you got to
'Cause
ask me what I would need. So
you
you're
just seem
bargaining. So
delusional
you're
about every
bargaining.
single thing anybody tells you.
You're bargaining with me now?
Well, I mean, yeah, you're delusional about everything anybody tells you. So I'm just trying to figure out what
Oh,
would
dude,
you.
it's every single time it goes like this. You make a claim you can't verify. I ask you what the verification or
I
evidence
do that.
for it is.
I tell
Then you
you. I
go,
literally told
geez,
you. The
tons of
Aztecs and
scientists. Shut
multiple
up, dude.
people have
Stop
proved to you.
talking over me. Fuck. Shut the fuck up until I'm done. Yeah, I ask you, what's the evidence for that? You go, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. How should I know? Okay, then why say it?
I told you. The Aztecs, and even like literally almost every person in time has proved that we revolve around the sun.
Oh, every
Multiple.
person in time, except for you, though.
Do you even think that Mars and Venus and other planets even exist? Like,
Okay, show us the proof then that anything in the sky revolves around the sun.
well, let me ask you this: do you think Mars and other planets exist besides
So that
Earth?
was a pretty obvious dodge. So you don't have that proof,
I'm
do
not
you?
dodging it. I'm not dodging it. I'm asking. I'm
You're
asking
asking a
questions
question
that
instead of answering mine, so you're dodging it.
You
Obviously,
haven't answered my. You haven't answered any of my questions
your
yet.
question is a deflection from what I just asked you. You made the claim
So
that you
I
have
asked you
planets.
before
Yeah, now
if
you're
you
gonna
think the
start
solar
talking over
system
top
exists,
of
and you
me
said
again,
no.
dude. You made the claim stuff in the sky is going around the sun. Just
Bro,
prove it.
you don't actually listen to what I tell you. You just think of something to rebuttal with me with. You don't listen.
Okay, how would I be able to do that if I didn't listen? Anyway, prove that something in the sky went around the sun. Take Mars. Show us that it's going around the sun. Prove it.
But what about prove that Mars revolves around the sun? Like
Yeah.
I said, I'm not an astrologer, so I can't really prove
Okay,
that to
then
you.
stop claiming it, dude.
Yeah, man, this is
But
stupid.
stupid. Okay.
It's stupid. Yeah, you keep making this
Okay.
claim you can't defend, and then you
Let
move
me
back
ask
to
you
this
this:
part where you go, I
Do
can't
you
defend
think
it, and then you
Mars
just
even
claim it again.
exists?
Yeah, Mars obviously exists.
Oh, okay, prove it.
Okay, go outside and look at it. The light in the sky
So
named
you're
Mars.
okay. So you're proving yourself wrong. You said
No.
you're proving yourself wrong with your own saying. You said the
Okay,
solar system doesn't exist, and then you said, "Oh," and then I told you a way to prove it, and you just said, "Go look at it." So, well, there you go.
what are you
Go look
talking
at the
about, dude?
stars and at the
Okay,
solar
so
system
solar
right now.
system. So Mars
You
exists.
just proved yourself
Mars
wrong. Thank you.
exists. So Mars exists. Therefore, Mars goes around the sun.
Yeah, you can go look at it.
Yeah.
Go stand outside for a
Okay.
full like years,
I
and
can
you can
look at
prove yourself
Mars.
wrong. There you go.
I don't
I
see
just proved
Mars
you wrong.
going around the sun. I can see Mars. I don't see Mars going around the sun. Now what?
If you stand there long enough, you will.
Okay, you go do that
Yeah,
then, because I've never
there you
seen
go.
that. I've stood there
There you
as
go.
long as I could. I stood there all night, looked at Mars, never
No,
saw
you
the
haven't.
sun at the same
You haven't
time
done
as
it
I
yet.
saw Mars. Never
You
saw
haven't
the
done it
sun
yet.
at the same time as I saw Mars. So how would I see it going around the sun?
Because you haven't done it yet. You haven't experiment. You haven't done the experiment
Have you
yet.
seen Mars at the same time as you've seen the sun?
I don't know. I don't have a telescope, so
Okay, so you haven't done this. So again, you're making baseless claims.
again, you haven't
One
either.
stop.
So boom,
Okay.
mic drop.
Mike, do you think that's a mic drop for you?
It is.
Well, you didn't show that Mars went around the sun, so I don't know why.
Okay, and you didn't prove to me that Mars is real. So
You just go outside and look at it.
yeah, but how do I know that's Mars? How do I know that's just not like a light in the sky or whatever else? How do you know? How do I know that? How do I know that's planet Mars?
It's the light in the sky that they named Mars. A planet, as in a wandering star.
How do I know that's an
light in the
actual
sky.
planet, or instead of just like a robot that's out there? How do I know?
What's a planet?
How do I know that's not a robot just sitting in the sky? How do I know that's
I don't know. I don't know what it is besides a light that doesn't move the constellations that they call planets, and that one in particular they call Mars. Now what?
Bro, you are so lost. It's crazy.
On what?
On what? I said you're
On what?
lost.
Yeah, on what?
Just reality.
Okay, where? What part of it did I get wrong?
Everything, dude.
Okay,
You don't
can't be
even
more
you probably don't even think the grass is green, dude. Like
Okay, yeah, that's nonsense. That's a nice hallucination.
it is
Could you
nonsense.
keep
That's
your
how you think.
schizoid? Yeah, could you keep your schizoid ramblings contained to a minimum at least for now, and just try to focus on the matters at hand? So you can't show that anything in the
You're the
sky
one who's
goes around the sun.
schizophrenic, bro.
So you can't
You
validate any
think the
claim of
solar
a solar
system
system.
doesn't exist, but then again, you just say that Mars is real because you can just go look at it. Like
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, it's right there. It's
what about
same way it's self,
wait, what
same
okay,
way it's self-evident that grass is green.
you can prove yourself wrong and see that the Mars revolves around the sun by simply looking through a telescope. There you go.
Really? Okay, now you're back
Yep.
to this shit again. Except we asked you about that, and you haven't seen Mars go around the sun. So why are you just respawning on this claim?
All this what about all the scientists that use telescopes to
All the
prove all
scientists.
these
I gotta
theories?
be a scientist to point a telescope in the sky and look at something now.
You don't. You can do it yourself, but you haven't yet. That's why you haven't because
How
you
do you
don't
know?
research.
Okay, you don't know
do
what I.
anything yourself.
Shut up, dude. You don't know what I have and haven't done. Why don't you cite one of these
You
so-called
haven't.
scientists who demonstrated
You
that
haven't,
Mars
bro.
went around the sun? Show us
They
their
have.
methodology.
There's bro. Like, what are you talking about? Just use the internet. Use your phone. You're currently on right now. Like, what are you
So this
talking
is
about?
your claim. So I'm gonna let you use the internet to back it up. Yeah, that's how that goes.
Dude, you,
Yeah,
you
no,
just gotta
I don't
get
do your
out.
legwork for you.
You just gotta
Okay,
get
so
out from
you
the
make a
rock you
claim,
live in,
that's
bro,
not
and just
incumbent
like
on
live
me.
in the current
It's
day
not
and age.
incumbent on me to go to Google and start backing up your claim.
How old are you, bro? Are you a grown man who
Irrelevant.
thinks like this, bro?
Yeah, you're spiraling.
Are you a
Yeah,
grown
that's
man,
off
bro, who
topic.
thinks like this?
That's off topic. You're spiraling. You don't need to ask me that. You made another goofball claim earlier. You said that Earth was a planet going around the sun. Can you show that Earth is in motion?
The Earth is in motion.
Yeah, can you show that with measurement? Because I don't experience any motion of the Earth. So it can't be going around the sun if it ain't moving. So show it's
I
moving.
mean, you got gravity. There you go.
Okay, you got gravity. Okay, where
Yep.
do I even begin with that? That doesn't
You
tell
said what?
that statement alone, you think tells me that the Earth is in motion?
I mean, technically, like in space, there's not really any emotion because we're on like a plane.
You need to get now. There's no motion. Okay, you need to get your head checked, dude.
You're the one, you're the one who brought up motion. Like, what are you talking about?
No, you brought it up. You said the Earth is in motion around the sun.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Got that?
I said the Earth revolves around the sun. I didn't mention
Yeah,
motion.
so it would. So revolution. It's revolving. That's not motion.
It's revolving around the sun. Correct.
So that's not motion.
That's why we have days and years and stuff like that, bro.
Is that
1
not
year
motion?
a year
that's
is
a nice. Okay, you're getting carried away with your
around the
fucking
sun.
gospel again, dude. Pump the brakes. Is that not motion? Something revolving.
1 year is
Oh my
one
God,
rotation around the sun.
The guy's
That's how we
chanting
track
his
days,
fucking
bro.
gospel. He's chanting
That's
his
how we track
religion now.
days, dude.
All I asked you is if revolution is motion, yes or no.
Bro, it doesn't got a clock.
Why are you chanting your gospel, your religion at me? Just tell me if revolution is motion.
I'm not religious. I'm an atheist.
Okay, I don't care. Tell me if
You're the one who's religious, bro. Flat people who think there's a flat Earth, bro.
Why are you having so much trouble
You're the
answering this?
religious, bro.
Revolution is not motion. Something revolving around something. That doesn't mean it's moving.
It's moving. I mean, yeah, it's moving.
Okay, so that's motion then. So show that the Earth is in motion, at least for absolute starters.
Okay, I'll show you.
Because if it's not, then it ain't revolving the sun, is it?
Okay, so proof of Earth's rotation is called Foucault pendulum, right? How it works, it's a swinging pendulum appears to change direction over time. In reality, it's the Earth's rotating beneath it. So you can go in museums and science centers have one, etc. There you go.
Yeah. Okay.
You also have a day and night cycle. So
Show
only
us
a
the data.
rotating Earth.
No, I don't need to gish gallop. Okay, the pendulum now. Show us the data. Show us what was observed of the pendulum.
Bro, you're so delusional that any proof anybody gives you, you just keep. You're like a little kid. He's
I
like,
haven't shot it down yet. I'm not.
Why?
You made a claim.
You're a little kid, bro.
Dude.
your brain hasn't developed yet, bro. You're still like an immature little boy.
Okay,
Like
so maybe your brain hasn't developed because you just shit and run. You shit that
Bro-
pendulum
bro,
claim, and now you're running
I've
away
said
from it.
multiple statements, and you're just like, why,
So you're not able to
why?
defend the pendulum claim. that
You're a
you just made.
delusional little boy, dude. Grow up,
So you're
Be
not
mature,
able to.
grow up, bro. Like you get no bitches, grow up, right? Please.
Okay, you're spiraling. So you couldn't defend the pendulum claim. All right, well, we'll bin that. What was next? Oh, you ran
I
away.
guess he left. Yeah, I was just about to ask about the pendulum, how it was, or it is created. Well,
I wanted to ask him what was observed, actually, but he went nuts. So, I mean, when somebody just chat GPTs their proof of the thing they already believe in for the first time, and then they just onboard whatever it says completely with no question at all, and then they come in here and they have all this scrutiny against what, like, they already experience, water being flat, no motion, etc. It's pretty crazy.
it is.
He just runs away. It's like the first time he's ever hearing about it. The Foucault pendulum, the Earth rotates underneath it. All right, what was observed? Dude, you get no bitches.
I don't know, Heretic. That guy. So I'm almost back on the globe. Sorry,
Pretty
Chad.
compelling. I failed. Okay, fair enough. Well, at least we know the globe is reality now.
It was another example of somebody trying to argue something he has no idea what he's talking about. But anyway. Who's the next globe champion? Let's prove that globe. Come on, guys.
They all use ChatGPT now. They auto believe already that it's a globe, and then whatever ChatGPT spits out as evidence, which they haven't even looked at till we have this conversation with them, that's just immediately onboarded as the truth. With no scrutiny at all. They come in here with all this scrutiny against water being level and stuff like that everybody already knows. But absolutely none to all this stuff that they already believe in without even having looked into it. Weird.
So we can just bypass their useless brains and just argue with ChatGPT, right?
Yeah,
What's the
why don't you just get ChatGPT in here? Might as well. What do we need them for?
Well, that was good, Heretic. I was on YouTube listening to it. Looks like it's all flat earthers here now, though.
What's that? Sorry?
Oh, I was on YouTube listening to it. I came into the room and he's gone already. So,
Yeah, it's too bad.
yeah.
I tried to keep him on the line as long as possible, but he rage quit.
They're just so arrogant sometimes. They think they know everything, and you challenge them on the simplest piece of evidence, and they can't provide it. They can't even understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I actually dumbed it down further than I usually do. I didn't even ask him about reference frames or any of that. I just said, what was even observed? And he just lost his mind at that.
Hmm.
Like that. That's it. That's all it took to knock him over the. Okay.
Well, that's good. I'm glad he rage quit anyway. You wouldn't get anywhere with that guy.
I know. Yeah, he's a blockhead. You see
Yeah.
Mars, therefore there's a solar system. I just proved myself wrong. I went on Mars, therefore it's in a solar system. Like that consciousness this guy is running on. At least maybe fight could help us set the story straight.
For flat Earth, what's the story? What? I wasn't here for the fullity of the context.
Story is we're on a spinning, tilted, wobbling water ball flying through nothingness.
What is nothingness? That wouldn't even make any sense. Nothingness entails the absence of everything, right? So if we are flying through matter,
Yeah.
then necessarily that would be not nothingness. It's just born out.
Okay.
Triply true.
So a near perfect vacuum then. Do you think that there's any verification of this story or any part of it?
Well, I believe in biblical cosmology, which entails that the Earth is flat.
Amen.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
How come?
because
What verses?
What verses? It's born out within Genesis. In
Yeah.
Genesis, right?
Which verse?
Which verse specifically? Pull it out.
Yeah. What'd the Bible say? Wow. That LARP ended
Essentially,
quick. So why do you think it's a globe?
I don't think it's a globe. I believe in biblical cosmology. Either way, the Catholic Church
Oh, what
doesn't
verse?
teach one position or the other. It's in Genesis, and I'll
What
pull it
verse
up.
said?
It says that the earth. It says that the earth is built upon 4 pillars. Right.
Yeah, what verse says it? What does it actually say? You ready to stop clowning around and just tell us why you think it's a globe?
Yeah, man, just be honest and have a real conversation with him. That's all he's asking you to do. Go ahead.
Brother, I'm taking your position. Why do you even have a point of contention with me whatsoever at all? So it's Genesis 1:9.
Genesis 1:9?
Yes. 1:9 to 13. I'll just post in the side chat. And then we can read it together.
So you don't need any empirical verification for what the Earth is?
Not sure what your question entails.
Really?
Yeah. What do you mean by empiricism?
Experience.
That's not what empiricism is. What do you mean by
Well, then if you know what it is, then why did you have to tell me you don't know what I just said because I used the word
Because I have to
empirical?
I have to clarify the semantics. Do you mean an empirical study that is borne out? No, you don't actually need that in the first place. I would disagree with that position. But you're saying your experience? Again, I would also disagree with that position.
Really? So you don't need to have any experience of the natural world to know what it is.
Correct. What are you, a postmodernist?
Okay, so whatever clown car dropped you off, they can just pick you up now.
Cool. So are you a
Since you don't want to take the
postmodernist?
topic seriously.
Yeah, again, first of all, I am taking the topic seriously. And second of all, you don't understand anything about philosophy because you don't even understand the distinction between modernists and postmodernists.
Why would we even need to talk about that, dude? Is there anything empirical that you can use to verify any claim of the Earth being anything? A globe or a flat Earth or whatever you want to say it is?
Again, it would be a semantical claim, so I'd lean on what is your definition of
Semantical. Be a semantical
empiricism.
point. No, it wouldn't. It would just be something like
Yeah,
a
okay.
measurement or something that you could use to demonstrate your claim.
That's a heuristic. No, it's not empirical.
I don't care what the fuck it is, dude. Can you go ahead and get us a measurement or some sort of demonstration of anything you claim the Earth to be?
Yeah, great. Again,
Well,
but if
I think
you're
it's flat,
leaning on
whatever.
measurements, if you're leaning on measurements, that would be a heuristic. If you're looking at empiricism, it would be based on postmodern philosophy.
So I'll just take it as a no, because you want to just, get lost in the weeds and the meta, and you don't actually want to provide anything that amounts to anything of substance
Not the meta.
or any claim. Yeah, it is
No,
meta, and that's
actually,
all you're going to do.
important.
That's all you're going to do.
Okay.
You're not going to provide any sort of empirical verification, anything at all, any sort of measurement, any sort of real-world demonstration for anything. You're just going to split hairs about philosophy, mumbo-jumbo, and other junk that doesn't matter and is completely inconsequential to the actual facts at hand.
And what are the actual facts?
Well, water seeks its level.
So what does that even entail? You can have that both
Seeking
in
its
the
level?
globe or
Yeah, now he's going to split hairs.
Yeah.
What does that entail? What does it all mean? What is level? What is water? What does this
No,
entail?
I'm
I don't
simply
know.
asking you.
No, you just simply...
The entailment of that doesn't give
You're
you
so
even
lost,
a position
so
on
lost in
flat
the
Earth.
sauce, dude,
Okay.
that now you're baffled by a simple statement like, what does that entail, water seeking its level? So if somebody asked you to level a foundation or do anything of any practical, everyday, real-world use, you'd be absolutely fucking useless. So you should just be in a padded room, dude. You're of no use to anybody.
Yeah, that's an equivocation. You know what an equivocation is?
Yeah, now you're going to ask questions like that. I don't know, what's the law? What does it entail? Water. What is water? What does water entail? What does the level entail?
Well,
Really,
that's
dude?
not what I stated.
This is the level we're operating on.
Stated.
You don't know what that entails, though, because you were confused last time I said level.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah. How's the meta working out for you?
That's not what meta is, retard.
Yeah. Why don't you latch on to that instead of anything that's on point, on topic, with the conversation that's supposed to be happening in this room? Whether the Earth is a globe, whether it's a flat plane. You notice how you look for every exit possible from that conversation? Why are you trying to derail and deflect so hard all the time?
You are the one that's interrogating me. I'm responding
Yeah.
in a logical
So why do you think it's a globe?
I don't think it's a globe. I believe in biblical cosmology.
No,
as
you
I
don't.
later-
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
No, you
do.
don't. You had to go Google what verse it was. You didn't really know.
No, I didn't. I just posted in the side chat. I said it was in Genesis.
Yeah, you didn't know any of this stuff off your dome. You're being a goofball. So what sentence in there tells you that the Earth is a flat plane?
Yeah, so very simply put, it says that the Earth is built on 4 pillars. If you understand anything about how engineering is operant, if you understand
You
anything
don't.
about how that would
You don't. You were
okay.
baffled by the term level, so you don't. So I don't know what this is supposed to do
Oh,
for you.
okay.
Yeah, so you don't. If somebody asked you to level
You're
a
arguing with
foundation,
a
you would be
ghost.
like, what does it all mean? And then you would start getting philosophical and splitting hairs about the
You're
meaning of water,
arguing
the
with a
meaning of
ghost.
level. Yeah,
You're
so you don't know
arguing
what
with a
level is. If somebody asked you to level something, you wouldn't even know where to begin. You got confused last time I said that. You said, what does that mean? So I don't think you know anything about engineering or building. I don't know why the hard pivot, unless this is just some sort of goofball LARP, which of course it obviously is.
dude, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah, you.
Because what happens is when you have a cooler pocket of air, right, the gas molecules are more condensed, right? Just like if you have a balloon and you cool the balloon down, it shrinks. Okay, so that you still have the same amount of gas particles in the balloon, but they're all closer together, right? So that makes the refractive index higher. So the light can't travel through it the same as when it's more spread apart. Now you heat that balloon up, and then the balloon expands, right? And the gas particles, it's still the same amount of gas particles, but now you've got a big giant balloon. The gas particles are moving faster, and they're more spread out. So it has a lower refractive index, right? So temperature is the main cause of the difference in the refractive index, which causes the different mirages. Anyway, it's probably a ton of information to try to like sink in. So look into it.
Yeah,
Yeah, look into it. The video's in the side chat there.
yeah, just download it.
Cool. So yeah, we can show you observations that like, really, really well done observations where we got like a 20, the one you showed before, it was just 6 miles. And then there was waves and he was holding the camera down like close to the water, right? I can show you ones that are over like 33 kilometers, like 21 miles over a perfectly still flat lake from 5-foot observation height where you would have to have a horizon at closer than 3 miles, like 2.7 miles. But there's no horizon over the entire 21-mile lake. And we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden behind 221 foot of Earth curvature. Right? And that might not sound like a lot when I just say it, but basically you would have to have a 22-story skyscraper on the other side of the lake, and you would only just be able to see the top of the skyscraper popping over the horizon. But we don't see any curvature over that distance. So I'll just pop a quick GIF out of that observation into the side chat as well. Right, so this is a full high definition start to finish observation, but I just took like a little clip out of it, right, just so I can show people the zoom. I'll post the full video as well. Right, so these are like certain characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Right, from 5-foot observation height, you have to have a geometric horizon at 2.73 miles. Right, over 21 miles, you have to have 293 foot of curvature over that distance. And when we go out and do these tests, it's not like we're finding a little bit less curvature. We're finding zero curvature. So yeah, have a look at that one that I just put in the side chat, the Great Salt Lake in Utah. And it's extremely clear conditions, right? Because it's like a dry environment at that location. It's not a lot of humidity.
So where do you find curvature?
There is none. Yeah, so there's the full video for you as well, Zanik. If you want to check that out later on, it's a good one to save. They also, yeah, because they make the observation and then they stay there right into the night, and they make the observation again because there's like a town on the other side of the lake, so you can see all the lights and everything. And then they do a laser test as well, where they shoot lasers across the surface of the water, and they can see each other's lasers pointing towards each other, 21 miles apart. It's another part of the observation. So this is where we're coming from, right? This is a huge accumulation of these kind of tests, right? Where we can't find any curvature, where there has to be curvature. And that's what we mean when we say flat Earth. Right? Like the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature, any drop over distance. not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Testing the globe claim, right? That does claim to know the shape of the Earth. Yeah, so if you have any other questions, man, like feel free to ask. I do have to go in a minute,
Sure.
but
No, I will look into the materials that you sent, and I'll familiarize myself with them, and we can
yeah,
talk when.
awesome. Awesome, and you can always look at stuff, you know, on the home server as well. There's tons, like go to the long distance observation section. There's a laser test section where there's like dozens and dozens of laser tests. You know, we've had people go out to try to disprove us and become flat earthers in the process. We've had one guy called Dr. John D. He's got a PhD in I forget exactly what it's in, but I hear it's like to do with optics and that kind of thing. And he went out to disprove flat earthers, and he was shooting super high-powered lasers across huge distances over water, and you know, it just wasn't lining up with the globe. And he became a flat earther in the process. He's got a YouTube channel called Dr. John D, and he does highly technical laser tests and things like that. And he goes through all of the technical details and that kind of thing. So anyway, man, I appreciate you listening and coming in and hanging out with us.
Sure, just wanted to learn about the other side of the argument.
Yeah, you know, our goal's not to like try to convince people or anything like that. It's basically, here's some information that you probably weren't aware of, right? Check it out if you want to, and don't believe what we're telling you. You know, analyze it yourself. You can go and repeat these kinds of tests yourself if you really want to, and you know, put your critical thinking cap on and you know, try to debunk it, you know, and then try to weigh up evidence from both sides and use the same standard of skepticism for both sides of the argument and see which one fits better with you know, with you. See which one sort of which one works, which one has the empirical evidence, and which one has just trust-based evidence. And what you're going to find is most of the evidence from the globe side is trust-based, right? Space claims and things like too high for you to ever get to test.
Guys, unmute my friend Sash. He ain't do nothing. Unmute him. He's free.
Who? Oh yeah. Well, he was messing up earlier, I think. So
He ain't do nothing, bro. He's
I think he was muted when he came in, but yeah, I can unmute him. That's fine.
He's innocent.
There we go. All done.
Hey Sash, you owe me a favor, eh? Goodbye.
DJ, getting ready to go to sleep?
Yeah, it's like 3:15 a.m. here. So definitely got to head off.
I got to get the children to bed before I could really hop on the mic too much. I just want to say goodnight, man.
Oh, cheers, John. Yeah, good to hear from you, man. How long until you think you'll be on?
I don't know, probably like a half hour. I'm try and get them in bed. Try and get them to go to sleep quickly. Sometimes more of a challenge than others. But yeah, just wanted to give you a heads up. I'm going to definitely be coming back on in a little while. So just need someone to carry the torch until I get back.
Yeah, awesome.
We got Crit here, right? We got Elbow, we got Elijah. All right. Like I said, we got Flatman McCann here too. All right, we got Lats. All right, yeah, we got Casey.
Oh, we got Lats in here. Awesome.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, we got.
I don't know if Cyclone's still listening or not, but Lats still needs that role that we spoke about. Oh yeah, looks like Cyclone's still in the chat there.
Yeah, that guy Sash, he's the one who said that all of us flat earthers can go to hell this morning.
Yeah.
That's why he was on. I mean, it's not a big deal. But yeah, he'll just get muted again if he misbehaves, I'm sure.
Yeah, looks like someone's put him on mute again already.
Yeah, I don't think Cyclone let that one slide.
Yeah.
All right, well, you have a great night, DJ. Great work as usual, man.
Cheers, John. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'll probably stay on for 10 more minutes and then head off. So all right, I'll catch you tomorrow. Cheers.
Yep. Cheers.
What's the update, guys?
Hey, what's up, man?
I fell asleep and apparently missed a lot.
Ah, yeah, you did. Well, luckily it's live, it's recorded, so you can listen back if you want to, because there's been some very good conversations earlier. Cyclone was on.
Nice.
You just woke up, I'm just going to bed.
Yeah, it's the same time, but I just go to sleep when I feel sleepy, so just went for it. Probably sleep again anyway. I haven't had enough hours. So what's the recording?
Oh, there's 2 YouTube bots at the top of the channel list. And if you click on them, you can find the link to the YouTube channel. And you'll see the live streams there.
So any of the bots supposed to... Hmm.
Yeah, welcome everybody that just joined in, by the way. If you guys have any questions regarding the Earth, feel free to ask. We just say that the Earth is flat because it is measured flat and utilized flat. Anybody have any questions, statements about that? You're more than welcome to speak up.
Man, did it go quiet?
Yeah, it's super quiet in here right now. Nobody wants to talk about the Earth, man. GG, I guess. Yo, why was Sash muted, by the way? He's like begging in the side chat to be unmuted. If anybody knows, I wasn't here for that. No, who was the one that heard him?
Let's give him a try. See what happens. You're muted, Saj. What's up? What you got? You found some glow evidence. Let's see it. Let's see this measurement of drop over a distance for the Earth. I mean, you want to get unmuted, man. Pipe up. Otherwise, be muted again. Yeah, at least I gotta say something. Say thank you for unmuting me, or
That was so funny. He's begging to be unmuted and he doesn't be unmuted. He's probably in the bathroom now or something.
it definitely has standards. If he starts, being chaotic again, then just hop on mute. So, just trying to see what does he do. Let's see. Hey, Sash, you got 5 seconds to pipe up. Because I don't want to unmute you and then I go do something else and all of a sudden you start bursting out. I don't hear you speaking. Nope, still nothing. Since I can't hear you, and they over the fence were saying that DJ and Cyclone want to get muted. I'm gonna be muted, so I can't hear you.
Yeah, why don't you just post your globe evidence in the side chat and we can go over it? You could send me the image and I'll post it for you. Or if you want to send it to Elbow TV, you can post it up as well.
I mean, he can type. He is typing, so.
I don't know. He said he can't post images. Wait, I don't even know. Do I have image perms in here? I don't even actually tried before, I don't think. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, cool. Yeah, Sash, hopefully your picture looks something like this. Utilization of the Earth as flat, curved in your instance. Hey Sash, why don't you just post up your globe evidence in the side chat? You can see if it's worthy of discussion or not. Because if you're just going to say something like, all the planets are round, therefore Earth is round, then it's not worth unmuting you, you see.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás usted?
Bien. Why everyone is quiet here?
We're making space for you.
Oh.
You got so uncomfortable with the face and dipped out. Well, welcome everybody that just joined in. You guys have any questions about the Earth? We can see that the Earth is flat because it measures to be so, and it's utilized flat. If you guys have any questions, feel free to speak up.
That's 250 years. Which would it be next year? 1776? I got that fucked up. Yeah, why is that? Why are they talking about the 250 years of America? July 4th, 1776, plus 50, 250.
Yeah, but it's from the Declaration of Independence, right? Which is that a year prior.
Yeah, well, it was adopted. Yeah, so, and then it was passed August 2nd. So what day are they talking about for 7?
Maybe they don't understand how leap years work.
Yeah. They're using a flat Earth like calendar. So there's like they got to take off all the leap years. Yeah, the Declaration was adopted July 4th, 1776, and then passed. It was passed July 2nd,
right?
And then adopted July 4th, and then finally endorsed by all the delegates August 2nd. And then I guess war started the next year, 1777. And then we fought for like 8 years or something. And then there was a Treaty of Paris was signed in September 3rd, 1783. And then we fought them again in 1812. And they got their shit pushed in again. Or maybe he's talking about next year. Maybe he's planning, hey, next 4th of July, we're going to be doing all these things.
Maybe they think it works like the completion, you know, like the 19th century. You know what I mean? That was actually the 1800s, but a lot of people think it was 1980.
Oh, yeah.
Even though 1980 in the 20th century.
Kind of like with Irish twins.
So 1776 is actually in the 250th year, right?
Yeah, instead of being like 0. That's like the first, that would be the first year instead of the 0, like counting from 0. It's counting from 1. Like right now, you'd say if the declaration happened today, this would be year 1, not year 0. Like you'd start today is 1, and the next year would be 2.
One moment, please. All right. Either that or they did Common Core in their school. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, the weird math they do in Common Core, you're like, what the fuck is this?
Vanilla strawberry swirl. Yeah, first I'd like one of them new Frosty Fusions, vanilla strawberry swirl. And I'd like a Northern Hemisphere version where the swirls go counterclockwise. Is there a vanilla strawberry swirl?
That's the vanilla strawberry, yeah.
I'll take it.
What size?
The biggest one.
Anything else?
All right, so now that we've got a Northern Hemisphere Frosty, let's get a double stack biggie bag.
Just one moment, please.
Sure. Can't believe that guy didn't know how to whirl the twirl in the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, it must be new to the job.
You literally just said that to somebody? Wait, what did you tell them to twirl it like a Northern Hemisphere?
The double stack?
Yes, please.
You doing just a sandwich?
Oh, no, the biggie bag.
Double stack the drink?
Dr. Pepper.
And the sauce?
Honey mustard.
Anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, can you make sure that when you package it, you account for the curvature of the earth? That way it doesn't get messed up.
Sorry?
No worries. That's all.
Second window.
Oh man. What up? I gotta get rid of my empty cans here. That guy was all business.
Yeah, I don't think he laughed at all when you said that. He wasn't having it. Might be an anti-flat earther.
133.
Sure thing. Nah.
All right, Sash, I replied to you, buddy. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks again.
Have a good night.
Cool. Take it easy. Yeah, that guy was not fooling around. He got the memo. Do not talk about flat Earth at work.
Damn, Musk told Trump, or Trump told Musk, close up shop. It's time to bend the knee.
On what though?
EVs, I think.
Oh, big waste of time. Big waste of everybody's time. You ever watch those things about the environmental footprint that it takes to produce an EV car versus a gas car?
Oh yeah, it's literally crazy. Like the amount of, I mean, just part of it, just making the battery itself, not even the rest of the car. Like if you just say, well, the rest of the car is like comparable, so just leave that. Just say, but just the battery pack is like, I mean, I'm trying to think of what the person explained, like 30 something cars, like the lifetime of burning gas, making that battery is like the same carbon footprint of like 30
Yeah,
cars.
exactly. And then they don't have a zero emission vehicle because guess what? It's emitting all the time brake dust, which is actually a general pollutant.
Yeah, and then you're also charging it with fossil fuels.
Yep. With fossil fuels, yep.
It's being charged with electricity that comes from fossil fuels, but it's an EV instead.
Dude, my favorite is when they say, oh, we're using solar panels and wind farms to power this charging. Okay, that's great, but the local grid is still connected to a fossil fuel burning machine, regardless. So it's still burning 24 hours a day. You haven't changed anything.
Yeah, a temporary tax break for $6,000 for individuals. That phases slowly out once you hit 75,000 earnings a year. I mean, that sounds pretty good. I mean, sounds like something the Democrats would do. Like, we're all for the little guy.
Yeah.
So if you make $74,999, you just got a $6,000 tax break.
That's cool.
Like federal tax break. I mean, I guess that's like some people like don't pay enough money anyway for federal taxes, so it won't really affect them. But that's like an area that's sort of like upper middle class that gets fucking raked.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like when you're trying to breach that gap, a lot of people that never have tried don't realize how much it sucks because you end up making like 15 or 20 grand extra that year, but your tax bracket shifts to where the majority of that money goes right to the government. So you worked all those extra hours, you got a better job, but it turns out that you got like the 80 to 90% of that went in taxes. Especially if you work for yourself and you have like the personally owned business tax and all that nonsense.
Yeah, like some states tax Social Security. Now they have in here that the federal government will reimburse that if your state is taxing your Social Security. That sounds pretty good too. It's like all the Democrats, but 2, voted against it.
Oh, did you hear they're going to recalculate districting based on the illegal immigrant numbers and then remove representatives? Did you hear about that one?
No, I remember them talking about it, but there wasn't like what way to quantify it.
Yeah, there is. Make everyone prove they're a citizen. Say, hey, we're redistricting. Everybody has to show up and prove they're a citizen do the census numbers on the redistricting. Problem solved. But guess who's going to show up and prove it, dude? All the conservatives. And the liberals, if they want to show up, that's fine. But guess who's not going to show up and prove they're a citizen? The illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
So those numbers will be the numbers that count from that point forward. It's actually really easy to accomplish all this stuff. You just have to have the will.
I mean, but that's
tell a bunch of whiners. Go ahead.
That's still like 5 years away, right? Don't they do that on right at the
Yeah, but you could.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's just when it's supposed to be done. But you could still do it ahead of time if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like the administrations could declare a national emergency that we're being robbed by a bunch of foreign agents who are, threatening our country's quality of life. And so we need to do the census. So, hey, conservatives, all show up and prove you're a citizen, and then we'll count you as part of the redistricting. Liberals, you show up too, because you certainly don't want the conservatives to win. And then all you illegals, you show up too, and you prove you're a citizen. And then we'll count you as well.
Yeah, I'll just look and see what's going on with ICE. They're deployed to Florida now. They're doing like is the California stuff still going on too?
Literally, all you got to do is remove universal suffrage, and then the liberals and the Democrats will never win another election. And I don't mean remove voting from every demographic. I just mean remove the universal idea that once you turn a certain age, that you automatically can vote. No, you got to do something to earn it. If you're not willing to earn it, too bad.
Yeah, I would go even farther to say citizenship it must be earned too. Kind of like in that movie with the bugs. I'm trying to blank all of a sudden. With the like in the future, and they kill a bunch of bugs.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. I was right on the tip of my tongue. I was about to say it. Like in Starship Troopers, the birthright citizenship wasn't. I mean, you were like a person, like you counted as an individual, but to get citizen rights, you had to do like it was like a thing you had to do, like a process you had to get, like. But everyone had rights, but they didn't have all the same civil rights unless they qualified as a citizen. And
yeah, but there's a difference between rights and privileges, right?
Yeah.
So everyone should have the basic rights, but no one should have privileges that they haven't earned.
Yeah, and the vote is the big one. You know that
Yeah, most
you
people are
have a
not
right
aware,
to your
not
life,
aware
liberty, and
that
happiness. You know, that's about it. Everything else is, you know, so what like a privilege that government grants or takes away. They just need due process of law to take your life, liberty, or happiness.
yeah, most people are not aware that British men didn't have the right to vote until after World War One. There was a segment of that population never had the right to vote.
Yeah, there's women suffrage happened before that. Like if you were in England at the same time and you were like a noble lady with property, they had the right to vote. Not all men did. There were like a lot of, you could say, like, how many men died on the battlefield never having the right to vote? AI is quiet now. Must be eating. Got his grub going.
I'm chewing on those facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the big tragedies of the modern era when it comes to people when they talk about the right to vote is they have absolutely no idea how many people used to have the right to vote and when they got the right to vote whatsoever. They think that men just had the right to vote throughout all of human history because they had a wiener. It's like, no, that's not the way it was.
Yeah, I've heard like in the early days of YouTube, there'd be like feminist speakers. Like there's a lot of feminism there. And that's kind of what they implied. They straight up said that men have always had all the rights, all men, through all of time. It's only like in the 20th century that women started to get rights. And you're like, holy shit, Toots, you are so uninformed. Like, that's fucking amazing. That is absolutely amazing.
You want to know something even more about those suffragettes? They wanted to stop black men from voting. They didn't want to share their vote with the black people.
Dude, the more interesting people are the anti-suffragettes who made the arguments that if we accept this voting thing, we're going to have more responsibilities and we're going to be removed from the home and our families and our lives are going to suck. And then guess what happened? Oh, exactly what they were worried about.
They became a whole bunch of taxpayers now. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You're now a slave to the state.
Yeah, but it's all the Globe Earth's fault, by the way. Let's see. Anybody join? Let's see. Jose, how you doing? If you want to talk, we do take questions. We don't just talk about American politics. The United States of America is, just a nation made up of people that live on a flat earth, kind of like you. Wherever you live, it's also flat.
Welcome everybody that just joined. If you guys have any questions about Flat Earth, feel free to speak up.
Lats, why don't you make them feel comfortable by doing a very short how you became a flat earther?
Oh yeah, for sure. So I became a Flat Earther because I was watching an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Ben Shapiro, and this is at a time when the whole gender ideology was at its peak, I would say. And Ben Shapiro asked him if men can become women and women can become men. And in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, I mean, this is a basic science question. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a scientist. Yeah, bro, just go answer this question and move on. But yeah, he wouldn't answer the question. So, yeah, I just started questioning a bunch of stuff after that. And it's like one of the guys I looked up to most. I used to listen to his podcast like almost every day. Bought his books, so I was like a huge Globie. It was pretty bad. Almost embarrassing telling that story, but oh well.
Yeah, that's fair. So basically, to me, it sounds like you had a life of believing that scientists were just passionate and they just followed the evidence and they followed facts and experiments and biology and physics. But it turns out that they actually are full of biases and making up stories and a whole bunch of nonsense, right?
Yeah, that's right. That's what led me down this path. That's how I ended up here. And just fast forward like a year and a half. Well, it's almost 2 years now. I've been almost a flat earther for 2 years now. But yeah, just by doing a bunch of research. How the Earth is actually measured, utilized. Here I am. Obviously, I'm one of the newer guys in here. Everybody that I've ever talked to that was a flat earther is like, yeah, I've been here since 2015, 2016, 2017. I think was like the last one that I heard, or the earliest.
Yeah, bro, you missed the days of Matt Powerland. You ever heard of that guy?
No, I have not.
So he was a NASA employee, an artist. He used to paint the worlds, you know, like the fantastical planets where diamonds rain sideways and all that nonsense. Then one day he realized, wait a minute, these are just paintings. But how it happened was he was invited to a party with the other employees from NASA and stuff. And a guy, like, the way he tells the story, it seems like this guy singled him out, started talking to him. I can't remember the question he asked, but it was kind of like the guy drew something on a piece of paper or on the ground. It was a napkin. I can't remember exactly, but it was basically like an image of the Earth from the top down. Kind of like the classical flat Earth, you know, azimuthal equidistant concept that people used to think was correct, whatever. But the moral of the story is, he's like, well, what are you drawing here? And he was like, dude, that's the Earth, flat. And he said, like, the way the conversation was going, he immediately had an epiphany, like, I just draw the Earth. I've never seen the Earth. How do I know that these paintings I make are accurate? Doesn't make it, you know, it's not. It's a painting. I know it's a painting. I painted it.
Yeah.
But why do I believe it's real? I've never seen it. And so from then on, he started investigating it more. And he ended up being a very promoter of flat Earth, and especially promoting challenging these things that you're told that are supposedly facts, but it's really all a story and graphics. Like, there's no actual facts in any of it.
I feel like I missed the golden age of flat Earth. I think the first flat earther I came across was Flat Earth Dave. Yeah, anyway, hopefully that enticed Glober to speak up. Do you guys have any contention with us saying that the Earth is flat because it measures to be so? Feel free to speak up. Dang, what the heck happened to me? Anyway. Yeah, we could demonstrate outer space to be fake with the scientific method, if you guys want to talk about that as well. Yeah, it's quiet. It's good. Oh, damn, I just see Rob showing in the PNR right now. Is he talking to... Oh, man, poor Morvis. He's in there with Rob all by himself. Damn. Oh, wait, what? Morvis is in here, too. Oh, he has 2 accounts. Never mind. Ignore me. Yeah, I was going to say AI. I don't think Storytime enticed anybody to speak up.
Well, got to keep in mind this is a non-native English-speaking server as well, so a lot of the audience guests are they might not be able to fully keep track of all of our stories. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I forgot I was in here the other day trying to talk about gas pressure to somebody. I didn't know what gas or pressure was. That was hard.
Was it a language barrier there?
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame them, though, just because, like, when you're first learning English, like, you're not learning about science. You're learning, like, hey, how much does this cost? Where's the bathroom? Can I get 1 cheeseburger? You know, like, super.
Yeah, scientific
Yeah, I'm trying to, like,
language
laugh on the
is
list.
usually the most difficult to learn.
Yeah. I don't blame them. I guess it'd be, like, more on me to try to figure out a way to convey that message out to them.
Yeah, the first thing I learn when I learn a new language is where are the bathrooms?
Exactly. Bathrooms and how to get food.
Yeah.
That's it.
Those are important.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so yesterday I was on Reddit there in the Flat Earth forum, and some guy made the statement that lighthouses prove the globe. So I had to disabuse him of that notion and send him the link to the Britannica article about how lighthouses work and how they can be seen at a certain distance. And then he comes back with, well, how come when I'm on the Isle of Man, I can't see the lighthouses that are on in Wales? And so I open up Google Earth and find out it's 39 nautical miles. So, and then I write back, it says, clearly you never read that article in the Britannica. Because lighthouses typically are seen from 18 to 28 nautical miles. You're not going to see them at 39.
You know, I was under the impression that Reddit forum for the flat Earth didn't have any genuine flat earthers in there. I thought it was like a
Yeah,
You're like
it's typically 99.9% Globers.
yeah, because like there was an AMA hosted over there. I don't remember when. It was probably like late last year. And man, the answers that guy was given were just like total non. It was like flat Earth Society answers, and I'm like, man, this guy's not a real flat earther. Talking about edges, domes, ice walls.
Yes,
I'm like,
I
oh
love
my
it.
goodness.
I love that question. How come we don't have any photographs of the edge?
Yeah.
I got a good reason for you. Because people don't want to die.
Exactly.
The temperatures down there are lethal. You don't even have to get anywhere even close to an edge, and you still die.
Exactly.
I like this one from Cyclone the other day. I heard, I think it was Cyclone that said, in video games, maybe AI is listening to this. In video games, when you leave the area of the game that you're supposed to be playing at, and you leave the area and then you die, you lose all your health. Similar to that, if you leave your area and you go to that place, you just die, just like in the video game. Just kind of funny, but just saying.
There used to be this concept of the Earth has like an energy field that we need to survive, and if we left the Earth, we'd die. But like something to do with like the resonant frequency or whatever. Like we're in tune with it, and it helps regulate our body systems, and even our electrical systems. And if we left our home, which is designed for us, we wouldn't be in the environment that keeps us alive. So there's no necessary reason to think, oh, if I leave the Earth, I'm always going to be able to be alive as long as I have, an oxygen suit or a pressure suit. It's like, yeah, well, what about all the other things that are keeping you alive here?
Those who choose to understand.
I have a super nonsensical question. I started asking this to some of my coworkers. When I get into discussions about gravity, I'll ask them, because some of them believe in ghosts. I'll say, are ghosts affected by gravity? And of course, their answer is going to be no. They could float around, fly around, do whatever. And I was like, okay, cool. So how are they tethered to the Earth if they're not affected by gravity? Because you have to remember that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, also chasing the sun in orbit 66,000 miles an hour, and also following the sun through the Milky Way, and following the Milky Way as it expands as well. So what's keeping the ghost on Earth then?
Ghost gravity. Ghost gravity,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, of course. I think it's funny just because these people, they've never had like a critical thought before, so just having them question something, I think it's a good little eye opener for them.
Welcome, Fauci.
Hey, what's up?
Just hanging out. Talking about flat Earth. What do you think? Is the Earth flat?
Just here to hear from you guys, your opinion about. I'm just curious about your opinion.
Well, my opinion is that if the water of the Earth covers the majority of the surface, and water is the standard for a level surface and a flat surface, basically a level flat surface, throughout the history of the world, all cultures recognize that water is level, lays flat and level on the surface when undisturbed. So if that's true, and the Earth is covered in 70% of that stuff we call water, then that means the Earth is flat. What do you think of that?
I don't know. I don't have a informed opinion about it. But that's a nice argument.
It's really the main argument, my friend. So, for example, they tell us the Earth is a giant ball. They tell us it's wrapped in water. But if water isn't curving, then it can't possibly be wrapped around a ball, could it?
Just a second. Just gonna open the door for my cat.
What?
Yeah, you may be surprised to learn that I agree with you. That if water isn't curving, there'd be no way it would wrap around a ball.
Well, I mean, who couldn't agree with that?
That's true. It's kind of true by definition.
It's kind of like when they say, if the Earth was a ball, such and so would happen. Well, yeah, it would happen if the Earth was a ball.
It's like water is not an opinion-based thing, is it? You don't. Whatever my opinion is about water, or your opinion, it's not gonna affect water and the reality of it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So if water is not curving and it doesn't attach on the outside of spinning balls in vacuums, how can it be a water ball in the vacuum of space? That will be impossible.
You're right about that.
Just having water in the liquid state, that debunks the globe right there.
You know what I like about Matthew is he doesn't think the Earth is a globe because of boats disappearing bottom up. He's much more advanced than that.
Well, thanks. I do think that the boats thing is interesting because historically that's how people started thinking the Earth was a globe, I think.
Well, thankfully we had physics tell us that it wasn't caused by curvature.
Matthew, wouldn't someone have to skip a bunch of other variables to just say that phenomena of boats going away from my view is because the curvature of the Earth? Aren't they skipping a bunch of steps before deciding that is the cause of the effect?
Yeah, maybe. I think we don't have a lot of access to their thought process from those ancient days, but we do think that they saw boats disappearing from bottom up, and we do think that that was one of the reasons they started thinking the Earth was a sphere. The other reason is that they thought that the sphere was like the perfect shape, so they're like, oh, it must be this case because it's the perfect shape, like the Platonic ideal thing.
So if the sphere was the perfect shape, then the boat will have to disappear of a specific perfect distance. So if you see the boat disappearing beyond that distance,
the ball disappearing is not the curvature, obviously, right?
Yeah, I mean, back in those days, I don't think they thought that far ahead. By the way, happy Aphelion Day today. About 6 hours ago, 7 hours ago.
Is that when the sunlight covered most of the Earth?
No, it's the when the sun is farthest away from Earth. The elliptical orbit of the Earth means that the Earth goes close and far. And July 3rd,
Hold on, bro.
12:54 p.m.
Hold on. What you meant to say is the imagination of an elliptical orbit of the Earth would be if I grab it out on a piece of paper with a drawing pencil and a crayon, would be the furthest away.
I could say that. I could reword it and say this. It's the day when the sun appears, its angular size is smallest, and the energy coming from the sun is smallest, but not by much. I think it's 0.3%.
All right, perfect. All right, finally some facts.
Yeah, because he started with the sun being the furthest from the Earth, and then he jumped into the Earth doing an up orbit around the sun, which is that was a huge jump in logic.
And if the sun is the furthest away right now, why is it that most high temperature records have been recorded in the northern hemisphere?
Because the heat from the sun is determined both by the distance to the sun and the angle to the sun, but way more by the angle than the distance. The distance only changes by 3.4% throughout the year.
So a couple million miles makes no difference, huh?
It makes a difference. Like I said, 3.4% distance, which is what, a 6.9% change, because the inverse square law, 6.9% change in the energy we get from the sun.
Wait, the angle of the sun, wouldn't that entail that, okay, if it's a sphere 360 degrees, a ball of fire, all of the angles of that sphere will be angles of the sun. But if you're saying that there is a specific angle where the sun is giving you more heat, you're talking about some type of lamp that will have to be at a specific angle to give you the heat from that angle. Not, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm saying from a specific spot on Earth, if you look at the sun, standing in one spot, the amount of sun that is heating the ground is dependent on two things: how close the sun is, but way more how high the sun is in the sky. If it's directly above you, that's when you get the most heat. As it gets lower and lower in the sky, it's a lot less heat.
More stuff that makes the globe claims nonsensical.
Dude, I heard that the sun is 23,000 times dimmer when it's at horizontal versus vertical. 23,000, that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
you're
time.
right. The other thing that makes the difference is how much of the atmosphere the sunlight is going through. So when it gets really close to the horizon, it's going through a lot more air.
Yeah, like thousands of kilometers of atmosphere.
Exact number. I mean, if the sun is directly overhead, if you're at the subsolar point and the sun's at the zenith, then I think there's 100 kilometers of air at most, and much of that is very thin air. So that's why it's so oppressively hot on the equator. But in the northern latitudes, the sun is always at an angle. Oh, and also how long the sun is up. So in the summer, obviously, the sun is up for more than 12 hours compared to the winter.
The sun is up, the ground is down. That debunks the globe too. There's no up and down. There's no up and down on a sphere or a globe dart.
Right, in and out.
Yeah, so when you say sun is up, that bye globe. So thanks, Matthew, again. Matthew has debunked the globe today many times. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Matthew's like old reliable. He's always here to make sure everyone knows that the globe is a firmly held belief that he cherishes and wishes to talk about.
Sure, and I try to give like reasonable explanations about why I believe it, but I don't know if anybody understands my reasons, I guess.
Dude, it's understanding and accepting are two different things, right?
Right, that's true.
I mean, dude, it makes look. It's not unreasonable to say, I believe the Earth is a globe because I look out, I see the sunset. The sun appears to be cut off from the bottom. The way I'm thinking dimensionally, you know, of these objects, it seems to me like it's much like my cat jumping over a log. I can't see him anymore. Like that's not an unreasonable conclusion to come to, right?
Right. I love the cat jumping over a log. That's cool.
Yeah, even if you believe that the globe nonsense makes sense, and that what makes you believe on the nonsensical globe. I mean, that's a belief. It's okay if you want to hold the belief. The nonsensical globe nonsense makes sense, right, Mati?
I would say it makes sense, but obviously because I think it makes sense, I wouldn't call it nonsensical.
Exactly what I said, but with a caveat at the end. The globe is nonsense, but for you it makes sense. Thank you, Mati.
Dude, the globe makes dollars too, hand over fist. The number one scientific hypothesis in all of globe science is if globe science, therefore funding.
If globe nonsense, therefore nonsensical funding. There you go. And that's why NASA's budget is being cut, right? And SpaceX because of all the nonsense. There you go. More evidence.
So they should take all that NASA money and just turn it into buying buildings for homeless shelters. Especially for veterans.
I do wish we could build more housing in America. There's so many laws and regulations that make it hard to build high density housing in most cities.
Yeah.
I like
well, unless you're a mayor that wants to build high density housing for people that have no money and vote for you, then all of a sudden it magically happens.
Yeah, in California, you can't build a house less than 700 square feet.
Yeah, it seems like in California, building houses is illegal now.
Pretty much.
Hey, Matthew, let's sell space-time manifolders that quantify the square footage. So if you have a 200 square foot house, it's really an 800 square foot. Kind of like, the Dr. Hughes box. And we just do a bunch of math, right, on a piece of paper. We say that it's true based on some cosmic principle. And then they can't deny us because it's science, bro.
Yeah, you can do calculations that debunk the measurements. So if they say it can only be, it has to be 750 feet, you can build it as 600 or whatever, but you say the calculation says 800.
You know, with that kind of mathematics, it sounds like you should both get a job as a government bureaucrat. Sounds like you're highly qualified.
Exactly. I call it non-Euclidean geometry.
All right, I gotta go.
We
I'm
can
gonna go
say
watch the fireworks. Time for fireworks in a little bit.
later, Matthew.
Hey, that's tomorrow though, Matthew.
I know my city, and then also Long Beach in California. They both do their fireworks on July 3rd every year, so as to not compete with the surrounding cities. A little bit weird,
Interesting.
but that's how they do it.
All right.
All right, later.
They do that in the Boston area as well. Different cities, they do it different days.
Thank God. What's going on, chat? How we doing?
We're doing right. Now that you're here, you take over. Since Matthew left.
Well. Look who's in charge now. Have you guys talked to Torque or Muzak, Zigmoid? There's also Tristan.
Hey Torque, how does Torque works on a globe?
Yeah, Torque doesn't mic up. He's just passively observing.
This is a no listening panel, sir, so go ahead and chime in.
Somebody should have told him that like a week and a half ago.
Yeah, Matthew joined. He waited for everybody to drop out, and then he left.
Classic move. That's a Glober move right there. Quick shout out to Adam Unsalted as well. Always keeping an eye on the YouTube and in the home base. Holding it down in the lobby and all that good stuff. Also want to quickly just advertise Flat Earth Off-Road. What?
Your OnlyFans?
I mean, we are on the hub right now, aren't we?
Only flats, right?
Only flats, yeah. If you like the wingies. No, but I want to advertise the show. Flat Earth Off-Road. Flat Earthers who get together and discuss different topics like off-topic stuff, politics, current events. The big beautiful bill just passed. We can talk about that, diet, trends, fashion, all kinds of stuff. Would love to get together and find out what the Flat Earthers are thinking. So I'm just advertising a show in the chill room or maybe on stage in 24/7. Flat Earth Off-Road. Be there or be square.
If they label, based on the past bills that I've heard of, if they labeled it a beautiful bill, does that mean it's ugly?
Sounds like it's like no tax on tip. I was just listening. I literally just paused Myron's stream to jump in here and say hello. But they were just covering that just now. But if you make like under 150,000, it's supposed to help you out quite a bit. If you make, if you're in the service industry, you make tips and stuff like that, it's supposed to help you out pretty good. If you're on food stamps and stuff like that, it's going to hurt you pretty bad. But yeah, I mean, we don't have to go into that now. Stuff we could discuss off road. Let me drop the. I did create a picture for the event, so I'll drop that just to advertise.
Full-time job, and then start focusing on that, and then start to scale up that that business.
That CIA agent that you just put in there.
Who? Where?
I said, didn't he said that he was like an agent or something before?
Oh, he used to work for HSI, capturing bad guys on the border and fugitives and stuff like that.
Oh, so he's Mexican. I mean, he's anti-Mexican.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like a government agent. That's what I
Holy
meant.
shit, you're Mexican?
Used to be, yeah. He used to be working for Homeland Security.
Maybe he's now for the CIA. That's why he's doing whatever he's doing. Intelligence. You know? Hey, you never know.
Never know. You never know.
Catching the minds of men.
Yeah. I'm usually pretty good at snuffing people out. Been hanging around you flat earthers for long enough. I would have ditched you all if I thought something was weird about you guys. So my gut's usually pretty good at detecting BS. Welcome,
Yeah, he's
Sa.
really good selling his product. I get it.
We got a hater in the panel, Jenzy.
Hey, whoever joined, come on, don't be a hater. Just open your mic.
Sash, welcome.
Oh, Sash, he's been wanting to speak. So if anybody, there's not much conversation. So you have my vote to unmute him. If anybody protests, so let them cry.
He's unmuted. Go ahead, just chime in. We hear you breathing.
He's already unmuted. He got
Go
muted
ahead,
by
Sash.
Wolfgang.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
I was on Instagram yesterday and I noticed the White House posted and they said something about flat this, flat that. Let me see if I can pull it up. They actually mentioned the big beautiful bill, but it was just really funny. It said like, are you flat this? Are you flat that? Let me pull this up here,
We
chat.
flat out saving a lot of money with this, by cutting the outer space budget. We flat out saving money now.
I want everybody to go comment in the comment section and say, yeah, flat earth or something, right? Here, let me post it.
You see, not every time someone says flat means flat earth. Come on, bro. That's what type of fallacy will that be?
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Your flat table is not the flat earth, bruh. I mean, it's orientated to it. It's a parallel to it, but it's not it.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh god, I had to push to talk. That's why earlier it didn't work.
You also have to fix your mic or maybe buy a new one. Go ahead.
That's probably me.
That's pretty good.
Why'd you say? You're all good, Sash. Go ahead. I was me.
Is this better?
Yeah,
That's better. That's better. That new mic is better than the other one. Go ahead.
No, I thought my inbuilt was being Okay. Anyway. Well, I presented some evidence of some proof, some evidence. I could go back and.
You got some evidence for.
Yeah, I wrote it here. Atmospheric refraction, distant objects, so seeing them doesn't mean the Earth is flat. Then great circle flight paths and satellite orbits only work in a sphere, but okay, you say there's no space, nobody. But I don't know what's your argument on satellites, but okay, we'll go into that later. Then we have time zones. Which
Wait, 1 second. We have time. Are you in a rush? Are you gonna go see the fireworks or something? Just go Space 1, and then we discuss Space 1. the content. And we after that, when we
Sure.
finalize page 1, we write down a conclusion, and then
Okay.
we go page 2.
Okay. Let's do that. Okay. First one is atmospheric refraction can lift distant objects, so seeing them doesn't mean a flat Earth. It's just light bending. That's the
So
first one.
atmospheric refraction is a phenomena that causes balls to look flat. Is that what it is?
No, that's not the argument. No, it's not like it's a counter argument to the
The long distance observations.
Yeah.
So first you're starting with a contradiction of terms, atmos, air, then you add a sphere, you're adding shape to gases, and gases have no shape, no inherent shape. So that's your premise starting with a contradiction. Atmosphere, contradiction of terms. But anyways, you're talking about the atmos and saying that we are looking across it and we are observing objects that go beyond the geometry of the globe, and the cause of the observation that we're doing, you're saying, is what? Refraction?
Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Isn't atmospheric refraction like a really small percentage, like 0.0001 or something like that?
No, it can be much more than that. It's the density of the air, and when the image, so the light of the distant object is traveling towards you, the moment.
Anybody want to touch that with him? Any refraction guys in here want to touch that with him? That might be not the best topic for me with the specifics, the numbers. I'll just use laser tests, I guess. You know, there's laser tests that have been shot across the atmos, long distances, and they use different color lasers, and they hit their targets at different positions, and no refraction there. So you cannot argue refraction there with the lasers.
Here someone in the chat says it's temperature gradient. Let me see the details.
Because you're saying that this effect,
so it's
refraction that you're calling, is causing the sphere to look horizontal from point A to point B to point C to point D. You can see multiple things beyond the geometrical limitations of the sphere. But this effect that you're saying is happening, it's causing the ball to look horizontal. Is that what refraction is? Causing the ball to look horizontal, not curving?
Because it's an optical illusion of it's like the light is bending downward as it, so the light of something that is gone past the curvature, these rays of light that bounce off this object, they are bent a little bit, so you get to see past the curvature because the light, as it like the cause here is the temperature gradient and the pressure changes. So hot air near the ground is less dense, lower refractive index, and the cooler air above refracts the light. So when it's like when the when you see someone on a pool and you see that he looks weird, because of refraction, or you put a pencil instead of a glass of water, and it
Whoa,
looks like
whoa, whoa, bro. That's not the same thing.
it's refraction of light.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool that you say it's refraction of light, as if that just covers all optical phenomenon. But if you say a pencil and water, you have air and water. That's a discrete boundary between two different media, right? Which you can apply Snell's law, which is the law of refraction. So if you're having two distinct media, how is that analogous to the atmosphere?
Well, it's analogous because the atmosphere, because what causes refraction is not just that it's changing medium. It is the fact that one medium is denser, for example. That's one of the reasons. And
No, not really.
so why do you say?
Well, yeah.
light
What
is
if one's physically denser but has the same optical density as the previous media? It's physically denser but has the same optical density. Then what?
I don't. What are your? What do you mean?
Well, light being changing its speed, right, between two different things requires a difference in optical density, not necessarily physical density.
Well, I think that this is related to the density of the medium.
I mean, it can be. It's not necessarily though.
So you say that it is not strictly related to the density, and
right.
What could it be? The temperature, for example, the temperature. But the temperature, what temperature does is it compacts things or dilates them. So hot air is less dense than cold air.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting and all, but see, the problem is right now we've got a concept. So where do you have any field validation that what you're claiming is occurring and causing you to see further over a curvature rather than just there's no curvature there at all?
Well, because you can conduct or you can do observations yourself. I mean, of how refraction.
No, that doesn't matter. No. I didn't say about how refraction happens. I said whether it's happening over a curved surface or not.
Well, when you look at ships on the horizon, you can, on certain circumstances, get to see.
Hold on a second. Unless you're going to say you can see the curve of the water, because if you're about to say I can see that I can't see the bottom of the boat, that's not the same as seeing curvature. That's not the same as measuring curvature. If you don't see the curvature, then all you're doing is inferring there's curvature based on not seeing the bottom of the boat. But you already told us that light path can be redirected. So how do you know that this phenomena isn't simply light's path being redirected and has nothing to do with curvature at all?
Well, I was not going to say that. I was not going to say that the bottom of the boat cannot be seen. That's not what I was going to say.
Okay. So what were you going to say then?
That when you see ships on the horizon on certain particular days, depending on the weather conditions, for example, in days of extreme heat, you can get to see them floating, or you can see an inverted.
Sure, I'd agree that there's miraging effects. What does that have to do with curvature?
That has to do with the argument that when an object is further away than the supposed distance at which it should be, it should disappear under the curvature of the round Earth. The refraction.
Right. So it's an argument. Right. It's an argument that has nothing to do with proving the curvature exists at all. It's just an excuse for maybe I can see things because it's being lifted up over the curvature. That's great and all. Where's the proof in any of that there is curvature?
If you go to any old household, you'll see a round globe, and you're gonna want to spin it, and you can.
Yeah. Cool story, brother. Don't interrupt a intelligent conversation with nonsense next time. Thanks.
Incidents.
Okay, so
That's called
you
bro.
you like the because one of the arguments that I've seen most here, or proofs of evidence, is this images of far away distant ships being observed, or islands at a distance that shouldn't be happening. That these objects should be around the curvature of the Earth, right?
Yeah, but keep in mind, hold on, friend. Keep in mind that your guys' claim is that you can't see objects because the curve is in the way. So what you're basically telling me, okay, let me wrap it up in a logic. If the Earth is a ball, you can't see things far away. If the Earth is a ball, you can see things far away. So which is it? Because that sounds like no matter what, you have an unfalsifiable proposition. When you can't see something, it's because the Earth is a ball. You're telling me when you can't see something, it's because the Earth is a ball. And when you can see something, it's because the Earth is a ball. That makes no sense, brother.
I mean, I'm trying, for this past 5 minutes, I've been trying to basically wrap up my idea and say it, but every time I get interrupted.
Yeah, we know your idea. Your idea is that there's evidence of things that shouldn't be seen according to the geometry of the globe, and your claim is they're being seen because of optical effects. That's your claim in a nutshell, right?
Just like when I was trying to talk about refraction illusions of ships in a distance, and you assumed that I was about to say that you cannot see the bottom of the ship.
It's called
again,
bro.
No, I actually never assumed that. I never assumed that at all. I said, if you say this, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say you were going to.
Okay.
So you're actually incorrect.
Just as you said, if you're going to say this, now you're doing the same thing, and I
No, dude, I know it for a fact. I know it for a fact. Look, you're gonna explain.
I have lost track of the conversation. I don't know what the point is anymore. We should do a recap.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
the recap is that the geometry of the Earth isn't present, and you want to say it's optical effects. Go ahead, Eli.
So I was listening, right? And when AI summarized that you would say that things disappear bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth, you said you're not going to say that. And then you went on to say that when things are distant, pretty much has to do with the curvature of the Earth. So that's what happened. So I guess AI's point is, well, how's you going to prove that other than saying so?
It's called angular incidence, bro. Come on now. Let's get it right. It's called angular incidence when you see something in a distance and it compresses to our fucking perspective. You're going to see something disappear in the distance. That's called angle of incidence, bro. He might not know that though. He might not understand the way perspective works, bro. So he maybe gotta teach him. I don't know. Let's learn.
Angle of incidence is the angle at which the ray hits the object. For example, in an optic fiber cable of internet, the internet.
We don't care, dude.
Fiber optic cable that allows.
We could care less, dude. Listen, APOC got you on a little bit of red herring. No harm, no foul. You were supposed to be wrapping up your point, not talking about fiber optics.
I'm just replying on the angle of instance, what it is.
Yeah. Dude, angle of incidence applies in many different categories. So it's not true what you just said that that's all it applies to. So it's kind of a red herring to this point.
Incidence is like entrance point, the entrance point, and angle is angle. So the angle at which the ray is entering a medium.
We get it.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back to your argument was saying that we are observing long distances objects that are supposed to be behind the geometry of the sphere, and you're arguing because that is we're observing these things beyond that point because of what is the cause of the effect? Exactly. What is the mechanism that you're trying to bring forward? That this is the exact mechanism that is causing this ball to look flat. What is that mechanism? Go ahead.
You can't say that this mathematical construct that you have in your paradigm is not according.
Did his audio go off? Something?
No, I cut him off because Jamsey was trying to bring it back to you, the guest, to speak, and he decided to interject when it was your turn to speak. So go ahead, friend.
Thank you. Okay, so the mechanism is just refraction over the distance. It is not infinite, so it's not that answering to AI that if an object is curved, then you shouldn't be able to see over a certain distance because of the curvature. But then now, as if I, like, for example, it seems like I'm arguing that you can see at a distance, and I'm still defending the round Earth, which does sound a bit paradoxical. But, and I want to clarify that I think I hold on to the idea that this happens to a certain degree over a certain distance that is beyond the distance at which it should drop and you shouldn't see, but it is shorter than a distance at which the refraction stops working. Like there's a boundary which is past the supposed distance at which the curvature shouldn't allow you to see, and you're still seeing it.
Yeah,
but then if you go
what is that
way
boundary?
further,
what's the boundary?
Well, the boundary. I mean, this is I understand that you because
It's a number, not an explanation. Look, what distance?
Yeah, it's like I mean, I don't have it fresh in my mind, but it's dropping a number of feet along a certain number of
just a maximum
miles.
That's what we need.
I think it's like I know it in meters. I know it in meters, and I think it's around 32 meters every 30 kilometers.
But who cares about that?
So maximum
we're talking about
maximum
we're talking about we're talking about how far away.
Maximum distance is dependent on the.
Dude, I'm not asking you for an explanation. You just said that there's a distance at which you wouldn't apply refraction. What's that distance?
I'm answering. The answer is.
So answer with a number, bro. If you don't mind.
You're asking me. Let me rephrase your question so I see if.
For the sake of brevity, what is the distance? That's a number, sir.
Yes, I understand. You're asking me at which distance you cannot see objects anymore. Is that your question?
I'm asking you based on what you said, right?
Yeah.
You remember what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the max distance?
Okay, the max distance at which you can see an object.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
What is the question?
You said we would accept to an extent what refraction can do. So at what distance would refraction not play a role?
It wouldn't play any role at all. At I don't have this completely fresh. I don't know exactly.
Oh, all right. So then why'd you make the claim? Because we can't go forward if you can't. I mean, because that's your point. We can't go forward then. Why would you make?
because the height of the object at the distance would alter, like taller objects would be observed at a
Cool story.
further-
Listen, pick the tallest object known to man.
Yeah.
And then pick a ground level a ground level observer, and then tell us the distance, dude.
Like infinitely tall object, it would
No,
be 90 degrees.
No, dude. No. The tallest object known to man on the Earth. Let's say the peak of Mount Everest.
Yeah, Mount Everest.
There you go.
Well, I could do the numbers. I mean, I have to do those numbers because I can. I'm not a calculator, so. And the typical refraction of the atmosphere, Mount Everest would be seen at what distance? And it is. 1 second.
Oh, dude, what are you doing? Asking an AI algorithm?
Well, I don't know this by heart. You know, it's we do our research and proofs on. We don't think of them. We find them, right? We do them.
Yeah, just let him do that to see what he comes up with, just for the sake of conversation and the progress of it. He said he has other evidences for the globe, so hopefully this one can be brought to some type of
I don't have
logical conclusion.
all the evidences because I don't know if I have all the evidences. I mean, I have a
But
bunch.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying that you're working on this one still, and we haven't made it to the logical conclusion or concession about does it prove or it doesn't prove or whatever. So hopefully we can finish this one and maybe go to the next one eventually. I'm not pushing anything, I'm just letting you know.
Thank you. So it's with standard atmospheric refraction, which effectively extends the geometric horizon by about 8%. Mount Everest's peak, which is 8,800 whatever meters, it would be without refraction 336 kilometers. With refraction 8% more distance, 363. So what happens is that the distance increases by 8%. That's basically it. In standard, right? Most extreme case of refraction.
No. They said the horizon increases by 8%, not the distance to the visible object by 8%.
So,
do you know the difference between those things?
One moment. How?
You know, extending the horizon increases the radius of the Earth you're standing on, and that lowers the hill in between point A and point B. That's what the math is doing, friend. It has nothing to do with light whatsoever.
Sorry, what was that? Repeat that.
Okay. The fraction 7/6R is applied to the radius of the Earth. That increases the distance to the horizon by lowering the arc of the circle, by making a bigger circle, because the radius is bigger. And if you increase the radius of a circle, you increase its circumference. So it's actually inputting the Earth as if it was a bigger Earth. It has nothing to do with light, dude. It's not about optical refraction at all. It's about breaking the geometry of the Earth to make an excuse for the fact that you could see an object.
Yeah, I mean the refraction creates the illusion. It lifts up the image, so it seems.
No, that's a claim. Yeah, that's a claim, dude. But that is not what their math is being applied here. They're increasing the radius of the Earth, dude. So if you're going to say, oh, it lifts up the object, kind of like if the Earth's radius is increasing, that's pretty silly.
No, apparently, it's like going in front of a mirror and it's a concave mirror and a convex mirror. I mean, concave, and your image is flattened, and it appears to be thinner, taller, but it doesn't necessarily mean you are thinner and taller.
Right. So basically, every object that's within the visual range can be seen. That's all it's saying, dude. Because the ambient atmosphere, right, just the air that we breathe,
Yeah.
at approximately the same amount of kilometers becomes opaque, where you can't see through it. So you couldn't see an object beyond that anyway, just because of the air, regardless if the Earth was curved or not. So it's basically saying that if you can see an object, the Earth is a globe. If you can't see an object, the Earth is a globe. How does that make sense?
Oh, but did you just say that, for example, you can't see, I don't know, Japan from the U.S. Pacific coast
That's
because
impossible. That's impossible.
of air density?
Yeah, it's well known. It's well known that the density occlusion rate, or the amount of light that's dithered away in the air, it causes the air to essentially become the same as a solid brick wall. You can't see through it after about. It's somewhere between 250 and 300 miles, which is about what you said is the range that you should be able to see Everest. So what it's basically saying is you can see everything within the range you can see it. Like, wow, no duh, everybody knows that.
And the object has to be about 2,000.
So you say
like 2,000 miles up.
You say that if we because the ultimate proof of this would be perhaps to go to the beach with a telescope on a clear day, dry atmospheric conditions, and observe a ship moving away from us towards the horizon. And when this ship is moving away from us in the flat Earth in the flat Earth world, you should see this object from around almost the bottom of the ship.
Why?
Up, and it would never go over like this arc of the Earth because it's flat.
No, dude, no, just hold on, brother. Rewind yourself.
Excuse me?
Like, what do you mean by it would never go over the arc of the Earth? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
The band of the supposed round Earth theory that says, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we agree. We agree that nobody ever sees the bend of the Earth of the round Earth theory. They see boats go out and they see a phenomenon occur, and then they say, "Oh, that must be me seeing Earth curve," but they never actually saw any Earth curve. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, you say that the object would just move, and then the opaque air would.
I never said that. I never said that's all that would happen. What I said was, at a certain distance, the air is going to become.
Are you a bit irritated with me? Angry?
What?
Are you?
No, I'm just pointing out. I never said, dude. We're not talking about who's angry.
Your tone of voice sounds a bit pissed off at me. I feel.
It is now. Dude,
why?
I'm just speaking. Oh my god, dude. This isn't therapy class, bro.
Hello, good
evening.
I'm just pointing out. Hey, Sash.
Can you give me?
I'm pointing out that I never said what you said, and then you're saying that I'm getting angry. Why are we talking about that?
Okay, man. I just feel like you're, speaking to me with a tone of voice that it's a bit annoying.
I'll solve the problem for you, brother. Brother, I'll solve the problem for you. It's too painful for you to entertain my tone of voice, which is not angry at all. I'm just speaking loudly because I'm in an environment where I have to, in order for me to hear my own voice and to feel like I'm coming through clear. So you have a predisposition to think that my tone is angry, probably because you have emotional sensitivities. So I don't think you're capable to be here. If you go and get a doctor's note that you're actually emotionally capable to be in this conversation and can handle it, and we're not harming you, please come back and let us know, and then we'll continue the convo. How about that? Is that fair? Or do you want to grab your britches and man up and let's continue? Which one? Do you need a doctor's note, or can you handle it? Can you survive?
I mean, I was just asking. You can speak with whatever tone. I was just asking. Just want to know.
Anyway, the moral of the story is I never said what you said I said. I didn't say that the boat would only do this as it goes in the distance. What I said is that once something reaches a certain distance away from you, the light coming from it is not going to reach your eye because it's going through too much atmosphere. And so it's going to be equivalent to being behind a brick wall. That's all I said.
That was exactly what I was saying.
No, it wasn't what you were saying.
Well, I was asking you. I was saying, like, you say that the object would move away and then we eventually wouldn't see it and it would gradually disappear because of the density.
No, I never said it would gradually disappear just because of density. It will disappear because of density.
It disappears out of the blue. It's like you're seeing it and suddenly, boom, you don't see it anymore, or is it gradual?
That depends on the conditions, because the visibility conditions could be much less than that range.
Okay.
And that's not
weather.
And keep in mind, friend, that's only one factor of what causes you to not see something at a distance. There's other factors involved as well.
Okay, but you certainly say that what won't happen is that you will see that ship suddenly from halfway through, like the mast going down like this, and it will disappear.
No, whoa, bro.
Yeah, what?
Why are you phrasing it as in I'm saying that it won't happen, that the boat will appear to get lower in your field of view, and then the bottom will disappear, and eventually the whole boat will disappear?
It's a question. I'm asking you.
Well, listen, dude, why are those exclusive?
Yeah.
How come what if it's both? What if that does happen?
Because wouldn't that mean the Earth is round?
No, not at all. See, that's the problem, is most people who believe the Earth is a globe think that the only reason things recede into the distance and get lower in their field of view and you can't resolve the bottom of it and the bottom disappears is because the Earth is a globe, but that's not true. That would happen purely because of the physics of light. So, for example, you have an angular field of view. You don't have an infinite amount of resolving ability. And you have the benefit of the thing going away and the laws of perspective, and it's going to get in a smaller and smaller compressed angles. So, of course, it's going to be the case that it's going to get lower in your field of view. And, of course, it's going to be the case that the bottom of the thing is going to share the same angle as the ground. And if they both share that same angle, and that angle is smaller than your resolving ability, then the ground and the bottom of the object are going to appear as one thing. You won't be able to differentiate, and so essentially the bottom will disappear. That's just a fact of physics. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
Oh, okay. But it looks like just as the globe earthers describe it. It looks the same, but it's not because it's round.
No, dude. See, the idea that boats go off into the distance and they disappear from the bottom up in a uniform manner.
But I mean, that's...
Hold on. That's the idea that the boats go off in the distance and are cut off from the bottom up in a consistent and uniform manner is not a universal observation. That doesn't exist.
But but that's the evidence the supposed globe earthers use.
I mean, that's great that they think they can use it, but it actually hurts their case.
I'm asking you. It's a question. I'm asking you.
Yeah, globe earthers love to say that. Yeah, globe earthers love to say I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore the Earth could only possibly be a globe, and that's bad reasoning.
Okay. So so the argument that's the globe earthers argument, but you're saying that.
Hold on. Are you saying that? Because I know that AI said that you were saying that, and you said don't put words in your mouth. So let's get clear now. Are you saying that?
Am I saying what?
What Globers say, because that is what Globers say. That's the answer to your question. Yes, simple answer. Now, are you saying that?
Am I saying? I mean, I don't know.
Do you believe
we're in the middle
of a conversation? Are you saying that? Do you believe that? Yes or no? Currently,
if I believe that objects disappearing on the distance in this way that we're talking means that it is a proof of globe Earth. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, that things disappear bottom up due to the curve of the Earth. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. Yeah, it is what I think.
Okay, so now we can deal. with the fact that you believe that.
Yeah. I mean,
we didn't have
I don't
to
know.
Take an hour
to deal with that?
Saying that AI was putting words in your mouth. But go ahead, AI.
Yeah, so if the boat is being cut off by the curve of the Earth, so you can't see the boat beyond the curve of the Earth, but yet refraction is lifting things up, right? Then why is it a universal excuse that when we show things further than the alleged refraction should be lifting them up, a glober will then appeal, well, why can't I see the bottom? I think it's because they have no idea why you can't see the bottom of things, except for their conception that it can only be caused by a curved Earth. They have no idea that there could be other causes, and there's actually demonstrable other causes.
But let me. Okay, I understand. I think that you have given me very resolute, complete answers to this, and well, I think that. I mean, I believe, yeah, that this happens because the Earth is round. You believe it's because, or you have proof, and you say that we live in a world that is flat. I mean, I don't know where to take it from here because.
Well, let's be come to terms a little bit. So it is true that if the Earth was a globe, then certainly when the hump of Earth water curve or whatever you call it was in between point A and point B, that it would block things. Like that would be true if it was true, correct?
Yeah, but we spoke about like refraction, and then you
That's
told
fine.
me
That's
about.
fine. That's neither here nor there.
Wait. Let me explain. We talked about that. Then you said that. Then you have the density of air. That's why you wouldn't be able to see something very, very far away, like Japan. So I don't have any more arguments, brother. I will have to go back, prepare myself better.
I'm not making any more arguments. I'm just agreeing with you.
My counter arguments. I feel like as a round earther, I mean, it's just good because you're making me think and helping me make my position more robust. I thank you for that. I admit that you're a very tough. Please let me.
We can bring it to a conclusion.
Can you allow me to wrap up, please?
I mean, why are we wrapping it up before the talk? We can bring it to.
I'm wrapping up this point. This part of the conversation. I would like to wrap myself up in this part of the conversation. Can you allow me to do that?
Yeah, and then to the rest is what you're saying.
Yeah, we can, Elijah. But I mean, we can then talk about this thing that you.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna quit the conversation. I just want to say something, and then I'm gonna listen to you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, and I come with my arguments on this, at least this section of the conversation. You provide AI very robust evidence. Okay, I appreciate that you can come and talk to me like this, and not with some cheap, whatever. And I'm gonna tell you, okay, I will have to go back and I will have to read and really delve more into this, and I will come back and we can talk about this point. Now, Elijah, please tell me. Tell me if you want me to continue with the next points. Is that what you say?
Well, yeah. I mean, you had said 8 to 10% or 8% maximum refraction, right?
Yeah.
So we have an observation that we call the black swan.
Let me correct that. It's 8% in standard conditions, not the most extreme. Standard.
Okay, so what's the most extreme?
The most extreme is 20%. Wait, in very humid, clear air conditions measured, K can reach, since AI was talking about K being the radius factor, effective Earth's radius factor in the globe Earth theory of this evidence. It says, in very humid, clear air conditions, measured K can reach 1.73, stretching the horizon by approximately 32%. So that would be 32%, so a third.
Okay, good. So the observation that we have is the horizon beyond 10 miles with an observer height of 1 foot. So, due to that elevation above sea level, they would have to be 1 mile away from the horizon, things that blocks boats and buildings. So, with it being beyond 10 versus 1.2 miles, what percentage is that?
980%. %, brother. So if it can only displace at 30%, but we got an observation at 980%, I mean that would be a problem, wouldn't it?
Then sorry, there was another level. It says, and I quote: in extreme mirage ducting events, example Novaya Semlya effect or Fata Morgana. These are two effects, which are called.
No, it doesn't work.
And it says refraction up to 2 degrees or even 4 degrees
brother.
can occur.
Yeah, but it doesn't work because
what?
Yes, but a Fata Morgana is an inverted image, dude.
All right.
It's upside down. It's upside down. So unless the observation you're looking at is upside down, that don't apply.
I understand. Fata Morgana does that to objects, but I need to. You please clear this out to me. Does the Fata Morgana invert every image, or does this happen to images at a certain distance? For example, if the image is yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're saying at a more extreme range, all of a sudden it doesn't invert the image?
I'm asking.
I don't know. As far as I know, the hallmark of the Fata Morgana is the inverted image. Otherwise, you have no idea if Fata Morgana is occurring.
What about the
Because that's how you know it's happening. I'm not sure what that is.
All right. Well, I appreciate that we had a civil conversation here. Do you agree?
Sure, but before we go on any further, I want to point out that I posted a video for you.
I want to watch that. You posted
and
it.
it's
Okay.
yeah, yep. I've tagged you. It's in the chat. So it's 8 minutes long. It's 6 minutes of information and 2 minutes of demonstration.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
It shows. Yeah, cool. It shows the angular relationships of an observer on the ground, what he's seeing out in the distance, and how the propagation angles of light and the reception angles of the optic are going to interact with each other to cause the bottoms of things to not be able to be resolved. It's mostly infographics and text, and it's pretty straightforward. It's like in 3 or 4 different sections, very easy to follow. You can pause at any time to look at the angles. It's made by one of our senior admins.
Yeah,
pretty good.
I'm scanning through it, and I see all the nice.
Yeah, you're gonna see the angle relationships. Yep, and you're gonna notice how when you map these angles out,
oh yeah,
it's going to put objects into a area within your field of view where they're not going to be resolvable, and that's going to be the bottoms of the object at distance.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yeah, he puts a coin on the table. Yeah, excellent.
Well, that's the demonstration. Now, here I want to point this out without interruption. If
wait, because I feel like
so keep in mind, brother, if I parse out, I want to parse this out without interruption.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, keep in mind, Scott, keep in mind, I'm speaking to more people than just you, right?
Yeah.
So thank you. So this, because anyone else can watch this that's listening. So in the demonstrations, the person pauses it at a certain time and shows you the top of the table to dispel any rumor that the camera's below the table by showing you the reflection of the curtains on the surface of the table. Now we know, according to the law of reflection, that the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. That means that the camera is indeed above the surface of the table, and that this observation is showing you something disappearing from the bottom that is on a flat surface optically. It's disappearing because of optics, and that's it.
Okay, I'm gonna give a look at that. And thank you for that, man. This is, I feel like it's a cool video. I like the way it's presented. I'm just like I'm scrolling through it, and yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'm actually gonna watch it right now, and might come in after these 8 minutes.
Do it, brother. While you're watching that, we're gonna say bad things about you. No, I'm just kidding.
You're gonna what?
Nothing, I'm just kidding.
You're a free speech, brother. Yeah. Now listen. If I don't come back, it's because it's quite late here, and but I will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's fair, brother. But we also know that some people don't come back because after they watch some of our videos, they have to do some serious self-reflection.
No, sure, no, I can take it. I have a robust mind proof to decoherence or whatever you call that. Yeah. So I can accept the facts.
Yeah, cool. But we got plenty of stories of people who've heard some of this stuff, and then they realized when they thought about it, wait a minute, then this and this and that, then this, and they were up for days, bro. Couldn't sleep.
Yeah, their minds crashed, basically, right? Like the paradigm shift. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, sometimes crash, but also sometimes just become super active and thinking all different types of things that they never thought before.
Right. Yeah. They start to understand things. Things start to all right. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna watch this. Okay. I guess I'll speak to you soon. Okay?
Cool.
Okay. Be well, everyone. Peace. Thank you for unmuting me. Thank you for allowing me to give show you that I could behave like a civil human being, and I hope that you understand that we all have the capacity for an outburst like I had, and yeah. Thank you for that. Peace.
Yeah, it was definitely better than his interaction with us this morning. But yeah.
But there's a good point in there, which is most people believe the Earth is a globe because they were told. And then on top of that, they were shown, quote unquote, authoritative sources that claim the Earth is a globe or showed them the Earth is a globe. But none of that is their direct experience. But the only actual experience that they ever had in thinking that the Earth was a globe from I saw this, therefore the Earth is a globe, like the number one answer we're given is the bottom of something I can't see it. It's the number one answer. And it comes from people who aren't as educated in the ideas to people who are very steeped in the education of the ideas. So, for example, we had one famous and one infamous guys. One Zanuck and one M. Scott Beach. Now, M. Scott Beach, I can't remember his professional credentials. I think he's a filmmaker or something, but his father was an astronaut, supposedly. And we asked them both, they got interviewed and they were asked, why is it, what evidence makes you convinced that the Earth definitely is a globe? Right? And so the Zanuck is kind of like an apologist for the globe. He knows all the globe arguments. He tries to argue them, yada, yada, yada. But when he was pressed, and the other guy was pressed, M. Scott Beach, whose father's an astronaut, he didn't say, oh, because my father told me, obviously, because that's not his experience. He said, because I went to the beach and I got high and I got low and I saw more of an object in the distance. That convinced him the Earth was a globe. Or that's my experience that I can point to and say, I witnessed the Earth as a globe. So when he saw that I couldn't see the bottom, now I can see the bottom. He thought that meant I'm seeing a globe. And same for, well, not same, but similar for Zanuck, where he said, oh, I went high up, and, the horizon seemed a little different than it was when I was on the ground. And he thinks that's the same as saying, I've seen a globe. So it pretty much comes down to, I can't see the bottom, or I can't see something, now I can see something. Can't see something, now I can see something. Can't see something, now I can see something. And they think that that means I'm seeing a globe. How does that work? I'll tell you how. Because the imagination is a powerful thing. You're told that the reason why that happens is because the Earth is a globe. You go out and see the thing happening, and then you affirm the previous statement saying, oh, this must be because the Earth is a globe. Therefore, I have seen the globe with my own two eyes. But no, you haven't.
Yeah, so AI, he was in here like late last night, like around the same time, maybe a little bit later. I think it might have been like 2, 3 in the morning, and he got into it with Jedi, and so Jedi muted him or whatever. He left the chat in like flipping out, cursing. So he was spiraling when he left. First thing in the morning when he woke up, he was right back in the chat. Sash, and then he got muted by Wolfgang eventually, and then he just got unmuted by you. But yeah, this was definitely the best exchange I've heard him have out of the three. So yeah, I'd say you got through to him big time.
Wait,
did you get to use the heal?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, did you get to use the heal command?
What?
There's a heal command, like, so it removes all, server penalties. Channel penalties. Or was he just server muted?
I don't know. I didn't do anything to him at all.
Oh, okay, cool.
I forget who unmuted him. Might have been CB. I think Lats unmuted him at first. But yeah, there's a couple. I think DJ unmuted him by accident. Then Wolfgang unmuted him. And then Wolfgang muted him like 2 minutes later. He was like, dude, he was just sitting in the chat begging to be unmuted for like 3 hours or something. It was insane.
He'll be cool. He'll come back, have some more conversations. He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's addicted. He's hooked. He's got the bug. This guy posing as Professor Dave. I think he was it was like some young kid that was in here the other day. He got the flat tag and it was like talking junk in the chat. And then he like changed his face because he was like trying to post Professor Dave's videos as evidence. So I hit him with some like debunking Professor Dumb Dave by Flat Out Truth. So I'm sure he went and watched all of those last night.
Dude, Professor Dave is pretending to be Professor Dave.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. He's not even legit, Dave. Oh man, it's laughable, bro. I just call him failed musician Dave that lives in his mom's basement. She just feeds him Hot Pockets and tells him, keep getting that YouTube money, son. I don't know. I'm starting to think he might be involved in some crypto scam or something. That's a deeper insight.
I'm gonna go check something.
Yeah, but does anybody want to mic up with some globe evidence? Anybody have any evidence they're on spinning water ball hurtling through space at breakneck speeds? I'd love to hear, says who. Just give you a nice flat smacking. Welcome back, on Nugent. Yeah, we got Vinci in the chat acting a fool. He won't even join the VC and mic up. It's a shame. If it's so obvious that it's a globe, you guys should have no problem presenting the evidence that is verifiable. Not just like, look at some pictures and trust them, bro. Why would they lie? It's like, no, why did they lie? Why are they lying? Come on now. Any globe believers, I just posted a nice long distance observation for y'all in the chat. You guys can go check that out and try and wrap your heads around how that makes sense if you're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you need the curvature calculator, I can link that too. Danny Boy, welcome. Yeah, I was just looking through all the rooms. They all look pretty dead right now. Not too many people on the server, period. But yeah, we might get some stragglers hopping in. I want to practice their English. Looks like we got a. Is Troll one of our guys, or is he just Star or whatever? Or is he just one of the trolls? His profile pic says "water not flat." He's just camped out in our room in PNR.
Shut the hell
Yeah.
up.
So for example, if you're trying to lie to somebody about the shape of something, or the form of something, or the color of something, and they can just go to the thing itself and check it out for themselves, then it doesn't matter what lie you tried to tell them because they figured it out on their own.
Wait, is the sun flat too?
No, he said it's just the Earth.
It's just the
No, I didn't say that. No, it's
all,
not
all planets, all
necessary.
planets are round, but the Earth is not round. It's just flat.
Well, pay attention. Pay attention real quick. Just let's parse this out. A penny is flat and round, right? So round is not mutually exclusive to flat.
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, dude. A penny. You know what a penny is. You know what a dime is. They are indeed flat.
You're comparing the planet with a penny?
No. What I'm comparing is that something that possesses the quality of round does not mean that it's a globe. It could be round on one plane, like a penny, and flat on another. So when you're saying all the planets are round, what do you mean by that? Why would that have anything to do with the shape or form of the Earth at all?
So what is on the other side of the Earth if it's flat?
Well, let's see. So imagine this. When I am standing on the top of the Earth, it's air, and under my feet is dirt. And I have no idea how far the dirt goes. And I've never been through the dirt to see how far it goes. So how could I possibly answer such a question?
Oh, you could give us the shape.
Dude, why is it that you guys challenge me that I'm screwing with you for telling you I don't know things that I don't have access to?
Look, can you stop psyoping us? It is so fucking clear. I think we were born yesterday.
Brother, I'm the psyop master, okay?
Look, you got to understand. Whenever somebody says this is the way, but I can't prove it, that's either a Jew coalition or a psyop or both.
No, I never said, dude. I never. Listen, you're messing up because you asked me. Hold on, brother. Hold on. He asked me what's on the other side of the Earth. I said I don't know. Like, what's the problem?
Let's come back to the penny analogy.
The problem is that the Earth is not
penny
flat.
has an edge, and we've never found an edge to the Earth, so it's not penny shaped, brother.
Who cares? Never finding an edge and saying it's not penny shaped.
When you
pay attention,
flat Earth, they'll say I don't care. That's what they'll say, or who cares?
Yeah, dude.
They don't care.
Longer. We don't need you
If you
interfering.
don't even know the shape, then how can you even call it flat?
Oh, that's simple. So water has a certain physics to it. It covers the Earth. Water is what the benchmark of sea level is based against, and it's how we level things. It's how we use water levels and all these types of things.
Yabble. You still haven't told me.
Yeah, dude. It's very simple. If the surface of the Earth is covered in water, then it's flat. The end.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where's the shape at?
Dude, I don't know the overall shape.
You see how contradictory there is?
That's not, dude. It'd only be contradictory if flat was actually a shape, but flat isn't a shape.
Oh, if you can't even get me a shape,
I know you probably failed geometry in art class. I can tell you what you call it.
I can give you a shape. A shape has a format, not an idea, not a concept.
Yeah.
Now, I can give you. You ask me what a triangle is. I'll give you a triangle.
Yeah. So great. I would agree with you that you can describe a triangle as a shape.
But look. You don't understand something.
Can you describe
fundamental?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm missing the part.
If we can have a shape,
that you went to a school that forgot to teach you that flat isn't a shape.
Hear me out. If you can't give me a shape, if you can't give us a shape, then we might well call Earth the retard club because there's no shape to it.
I know, dude. I know. Listen, I know it's hard to understand that a flat isn't actually a shape. I know. It's complicated. I get it. You don't know the differences between shapes. You don't know the differences between shapes, colors, and surface properties.
No, I understand a giant lake just floats everywhere. It's fine.
Yep. Well, listen, in Superman 3, I believe, he froze a lake with his breath, and then he picked up the lake and flew it in the sky. And when he was flying that lake across the sky, because he was going to drop it on a fire and put the fire out, The lake that he froze and he was carrying was a flat surface. And the reason why is because water is flat on the surface.
You know what? Listen. Enough of this yibble yabble. I'll let you win this one. You can put the 1-0 in the chat. I'll join back later.
All right, brother. Keep it spicy. Oh man, dude, Superman with the flying frozen flat lake, bro, for the win. All right, let's open the mic up of Twonger so he can let everyone know that if you can't define the edge of something, it can't possibly be flat. Let's see if he can square that circle. Go ahead. Creation Bear.
What's up?
Tag unit.
What's going on?
I just tagged you. You're it now.
Oh, should we do our off-topic show now? No, I don't have the
What?
time.
Dude, the only thing that's off topic is that mic quality, brother.
Fucking hell, dude. My AirPods are trash. I must have dropped them in the ocean too many times.
Dang. You got that
Is it
salt
that
water up in
bad?
there?
Bro, it's
I
got
don't know,
salt water.
I think it's getting better now. I think it sounds like you're walking around and your signal's, connecting.
Yeah, I'm walking around, yeah. No, I've been advertising an off-topic discussion in Chill Chat. If there's not many Globers in here, we should go and do that. But I don't have a lot of time, though. That's the problem.
Dude, I just had a really fun combo with a Mudbone. It's hilarious. I'm gonna have to clip
Nice.
that out.
AI is one of my favorite flat earthers. I just want to say that. Thanks again for joining the misogyny meeting, AI. Oh, damn, she's cute.
Yeah, what happened? Did that get canceled? Did AI wreck you too hard?
What? No, wait, did you not come, Neil? You were there.
Yeah, I was there. Did it get canceled? Is there no episode 2?
No, that was episode 2. We'll do episode 3 in like a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was fun.
No, we just got both bots.
Though.
Dude, we just got both bots in here, so I guess that means the other server.
Yeah, it's quiet.
The other server is low, so I mean, if you leave right now, then we're gonna have nobody.
Yeah, no, we'll recharge the batteries and do episode 3. But I think we should do an off-topic flat Earth discussion. I've been trying to advertise. I went ahead and made an event over in 247 for when the time is right. But yeah, no, we should do that sometime soon. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe later.
Yeah, I got to do my show. I'm gonna do my show too. It's called Fed Up.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna be the triggering title for a bunch of people to come and be triggered.
I like that. I'm all for people getting triggered. But yeah, no. Flat Earth Off Road is the name of my show. It's going to be off-topic discussions by flat earthers for flat earthers. Different topics like, diet. What's the appropriate diet? Do you stay up to date on fashion trends? Do you, keep up to date with current events, politics? Do you agree with the big beautiful bill? All kinds of stuff, right? we've done our job. We've stayed so focused on flat Earth. We've done a good job with that. But I think we should let flat earthers let loose and talk about a bunch of different off-topic stuff. You know, blow off some steam. So the event is created. We can fire that up anytime. I literally only have like 20, 30 minutes. I gotta leave. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
Yep.
I had time earlier
I gotta
today,
wind
but
down.
yeah, do you? Yeah. I had time earlier today, but there was just too many Globetards in here to roast, so time wasn't right.
Yep.
So tomorrow, be on the lookout, guys. Go to 247, go to events, scroll down to Flat Earth Off Road, hit interested, and when we go live, it'll notify you so that you can join. And bring notes if there's just certain topic you want to discuss. Maybe that might be, you know, your favorite diet or diet you think flat earthers should adhere to, or some shit like that. We want to hear that. So go ahead and head over to 247 and get interested in the event. We'll probably do this tomorrow. Shout out to the 4th of July.
America.
Fuck yeah. Some idiot from Switzerland today was like trying to talk shit. There's not that many people in here. We probably should start up the event right now, but I don't have faith that you guys will keep it running while I'm gone.
I mean, it is your event, CB.
Exactly. So maybe tomorrow might be better. I'm gonna be leaving for like a half hour to an hour. Actually, you know what? Me and my homeboy are about to get into some 304 activities, so we're gonna be busy for tonight. Wait, not me and the homeboy, but like, you know. You get it. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, Hammer, welcome to the panel. Pause.
Hello. Thank you.
You first time or you've been here before?
Long time listener.
Long time listener. Okay. So you've talked to flat earthers before?
Oh yeah.
And what do they say?
Say all kinds of good stuff.
Like what?
I mean I've been a flatty for a long time, unfortunately.
You know, so this happens every single time. This is why I like the question, because every single time I ask, oh, you talk to flat earthers? Yeah. Okay, what do they say? I don't know. So you just don't pay attention when you listen, or like, what's the problem?
I mean, I was in here the other day. I think it was it yesterday? Jedi and I were speaking. He said I was pretty on point, so not really concerned about impressing anybody. Thank you, though. It's good seeing you again.
CB, do you not know Hammer? Awkward.
I am the one that tries to tell people that the AE map is a squashed globe. Too much dismay that nobody wants to listen. You know what I mean? And to find out DFE and like how much people took that seriously and like what is even going on? I don't even know if that they did. Well, they kind of did because they're like debating on whether it was real or not. Doesn't even really matter, does it? You guys get that? They didn't need to go to Antarctica at all. I don't know. Also, I don't know. Have you heard of my umbrella theory, by the way? I've expressed it a couple of times. I think it's pretty much fucking slam dunk. But nobody listens.
What's your umbrella theory about?
So the globe Earth is debunked with a beach umbrella.
Go on.
Well, the whole theory, like they were talking about earlier, is that the sun is so far away, right, that light is coming in all at what? The same angle. Right? Which would mean what? Kind of like the dude was saying, like night and day would be like an LED light switch on and off. Also, it would mean that your beach umbrella shadow would never move because the light's all coming in at the same angle, right? So therefore, you put a beach umbrella in the ground, and if the shadow moves, you're not on a globe. There you go. Done. I mean, I laugh because of the simplicity of it, not because I'm being sarcastic. That's really how simple it is, and we make it so complicated.
Yeah, but light doesn't come in perfectly parallel, so you're wrong about that. You're wrong about your theory. So
I mean, it's not my theory. That's what.
yeah, you're wrong about what you think it is. You just don't understand it. They don't.
I'm not wrong. That is what the mainstream assumes in their calculations when they talk about sun and how the light comes in.
The sun is the point source of light. Comes in at 0.5 degrees.
I didn't follow that, but essentially, it's not my claim that the sun comes in parallel, right? It's mainstream how they
comes in at 0.5 degrees.
It
is an angle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not parallel.
Exactly.
Is he talking about Eratosthenes, bro?
So there you go. There you go.
What the fuck?
Nobody's talking about Eratosthenes for sure. I don't even know.
So what are you
can toss
talking
those
about? Parallel sun rays?
Yeah, Hammer just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and I was trying to, but now I think he figured it out though.
Did he say parallel sun rays? That's Eratosthenes, bro.
Yeah, Hammer's on some dumb shit, bro.
No way.
Well, Hammer
Absolutely
says a umbrella debunks the Earth. So do you want to get back into that, Hammer?
What?
What? Yeah, bro. You haven't heard of it?
No, hell no.
Of course not.
This is what you call a subversive troll. He's trying to bring in crazy ideas to make y'all look bad. CB, you need to moderate him.
Get him the fuck out of here.
That's hilarious. But if that's what you want to do, be my guest, right? Certainly.
But did you say parallel sun rays? The sun rays don't come in parallel, clown.
Yep, he's a clown.
See, I didn't say again. Mr. Mushkane refuses to hear me. I didn't say parallel sun rays. The mainstream says parallel sun rays, right?
No, but the Earth doesn't say that. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's fine, right? That's fine. I don't know if you hear me, right? That's fine, right? The mainstream and the globe believers believe because the sun's so far away that the sun comes in parallel. The rays do.
No light rays come in parallel. Nothing comes in parallel.
I'm not arguing that, right? Nobody's
well, then
arguing
why you
that.
bring it up?
I've told you, Hammer is a subversive troll. It's like this new kind
I'm sorry. Is this the flat Earth debate channel where you
Yes.
debunk the globe?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that.
But what is? Who cares what anyone says? It's what the Earth says.
Okay, it's what the Earth says. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and in reality, there's no collimated light sources. Everything diverges. Flashlights, lasers, the sun, everything diverges. So parallel light rays is cat, bro.
Stop the cat.
Exactly.
Anyways,
I don't even know
Those
why
are
you bring that up. Sorry.
you're interesting cats, bro. I just told you it's an easy way to debunk the globe. I mean, you didn't even hear it. Apparently, you said you were away, right? So
Are you
saying
a
you don't
globetard?
know?
That's an easy way to debunk your credibility.
Man. Just because, like, you guys are new or whatever, and you think you got some sort of, like, whatever, I don't know.
What are
Are you a
talking about?
globetard?
He is.
Do you want me to pretend like one? Like Jeremy?
No. No.
Okay, well,
Let's get some real answers here.
would you like to not, like, behave like one, maybe?
Stop mumbling. Stand up on all 10 of your toes. Speak from
Would
your
you
chest.
like to not behave like one, bro?
Anyway, can we get any globe proof
Anyway.
off you or not?
Muy bien, gracias.
Globe proof.
Yeah, here we go. He's going to give us the runaround now, isn't he?
Yeah, where's
You
your
guys are
parallel light
fun,
ray
bro.
now?
You guys are really interesting. You often box with shadows?
It's giving globetard.
Oh, it's just a shadow. I don't think it's a globe. Nobody really thinks that. Cool gaslight, bro.
It's not a gaslight.
Yeah, keep mumbling. That's your confidence level in this stupid shit you believe.
The loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room.
Which cat?
Nice cope. That helps you spin off your incompetence as like confidence or something. Nice.
You guys are like really fun, man. You guys are fun peeps, bro.
It's a globetard.
Yeah, I can tell.
Totally globetard, yep.
Maybe not
You
for long
got
though.
me. You totally, but yeah, do you think you can convert me?
No,
I don't
I wouldn't
know.
want to. I don't want you over here. And there's no conversion.
Yeah.
The conversion happened with the globe, right? That was the conversion. That's the religion. That's the belief. We're just out here telling you about
Just-
reality.
You're just the small cult.
No.
Cult.
No.
Bro, we don't
No.
even agree on shit.
Yes, embrace the cult, bro. I
How
think
is it a
embrace
cult?
the cult.
Dude, I just told you we're out here just telling you about reality. I'm just pointing out to you the same thing that you experience.
I think
That's
you
all.
miss out an opportunity if you don't embrace the word cult.
You got the belief
Not-
implanted in
has a
you, bro.
bad
That's what I'm.
connotation, but it's like reverse psychology, like I
You got
said.
the belief implanted in you, is what I'm pointing out to you. So the conversion,
man.
the conversion isn't what
Go to
we're looking
Mars,
for.
bro. You wanna
You've
go to
already
Mars?
had the conversion. You never would have grew up. You never would have grown up thinking that it's a globe if that weren't implanted in you. That belief. You've already been
Totally.
converted. All right. So this, if anything, would be a deconversion. We're not looking to convert you to reality. That's just your default. You would have already been there. You didn't require a conversion for that. You got to be deconverted.
I totally wanted to go to Mars, bro. I wanted to be an
Fuck that
astronaut
shit.
for sure. That's for sure. Sucks we
Yeah,
can't
there's
go to
no
space.
outer space is not real. So it's like saying like it sucks we can't go to Hogwarts.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I always wanted to go Super Saiyan and go to King Kai's planet and shit like that, but that's a fictional setting. You're never going to be able to, you know, travel to freaking what is it? Namek, you know, you can't do that shit. So sorry, bro. Outer space
Do you
is as
believe
real
there's
as
flat
Star
earthers
Wars
that
and shit.
believe in gravity? Do you guys believe in gravity? Can I ask you that?
What the fact that it requires belief is a red flag.
Like I listen to other flat earthers. Like I know of one. I wish I could get him in here. He believes in gravity. Is that wild
What is
or what?
gravity? What is gravity?
I'm wondering the same thing, bro.
So
You
then,
know what I mean?
what do we need to believe in if you don't even know what it is, gang?
Can I explain what gravity is to you?
Oh Lord, here we go.
Oh, you guys might have a real glower to fight.
What's up, Astro?
Yeah.
Hello. So, what is understood about gravity is that it's not just the bending of space-time, it's the bending of time that sets things into motion. Because if you just have
Okay, real quick. The explanation is one thing, but we want the explanation of the demonstration. So if you have a demonstration from where you get the information to explain, then that's what we want. Because explanation about imaginary things that you cannot demonstrate or observe in reality, we don't. That's not what we're here for. We want the realist level, the mechanism, the thing that you can describe and explain because you can determine the cause and effect relationships of that mechanism.
Yeah, Alex. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. No one created artificial gravity yet. I cannot give you the demonstration that you want. I'm sorry.
So the explanation of the gravity that you're talking about is
Zona
based
Norte?
in imaginary land, just something that is not in the real world.
Eh?
Is that what this gravity that you gonna explain is? Just people saying stuff. And you find that in the observable natural world, the demonstrable one, natural world out there in reality? Or is it just words on a textbook like Star Wars? With the
Don't make me
Force,
play Globe
Star
or
Wars.
Astro. Not a good actor.
In case you didn't understand what I said, no one has created artificial gravity yet. So how am I supposed to explain it to you?
That is what gravity is, an artificial thing that doesn't exist. Like it's actually not. It's a fantasy. The
That's
one that
not
goes
what
with the globe,
artificial
right?
gravity means.
The fantasy of the globe. First, you don't have curvature of the Earth, so no globe. And then whatever story is attached to the globe story is gravity term that you don't know what it is. You cannot demonstrate it, show it in reality. That's just mantra of the fantasy. That's just storytelling. Like the Force in Star Wars, like Narnia, and the talking lion. That's what gravity on the globe that doesn't exist is. It's just storytelling. Storytelling. Just think
Can you
about it.
explain? Can you explain time dilation on flat Earth?
Time dilation. Where do you get that from? Where are you observing time dilation that you can ask about phenomena that you're observing?
No, Yeah, time
Where do you
dilation is
observe the
not.
phenomenon?
Time dilation is an observable fact.
Where?
It exists. Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Okay, it exists. Where
Yes.
you observe the existence of time dilation.
There have been tests done with two clocks, one on a really high tower and one at the bottom.
So a clock, a mechanical object that operates with gears and
Atomic
makes certain movements, is doing gear movement at a lower altitude,
It
and then
wasn't a
another one at a
mechanical.
higher altitude is doing something mechanical. And you're saying the difference between those two mechanisms is time dilation? The clocks pointing towards then one or the two or the three are at a different rate. You're saying that is what?
Didn't you
Anything
just
else?
explain time dilation is two clocks at different heights run at different rates?
Exactly. That's an observable phenomena. And you saying that it's something else than just the mechanisms of the clock at a different pressure or altitude, like you're saying. But could be something else, so the imaginary thing that doesn't exist.
I was just curious about the explanation. So you're saying that on a flat Earth it would be caused by the pressure difference?
Well, that might be one variable.
But it used 4 cesium beam atomic clocks.
Yeah, I've heard about atomic clocks. Some other people have spoken about it.
In 1971.
Anybody want to touch atomic clocks with the guy? Because you're coming to a conclusion about that there is something causing. There is something. That something is what causing the clocks to do something. Like
It's the decay of an element. That's why they're the most accurate clocks, because elements decay at a specific rate. So I guess he's saying the one they use with cesium.
But is the decay of that, is that affected by the amount of pressure?
Well, it'd be less pressure up high, so.
I mean, I guess if lower pressure affects the decay of radioactive particles, I guess we should put all of the uranium that's still radioactive in Chernobyl in inside of some vacuum chamber or something, and see how quickly it decomposes. I guess.
Flat earthers are retarded. Go.
Here you go. Here's another one. Steps up. Gray Goblin.
Love
What's
you
up?
guys. I've been in here so many times. I've been banned so many times. I love you. I enjoy. It's fun to think about. It's not.
so a different
I really work at
altitude.
the National Science Foundation with people who actually work with like all satellites and shit. I guess I don't know the actual mathematics behind how satellites work, but please, come on.
Don't they use helium, the satellites?
Shut up. No, they don't.
They're on
Google
balloons.
Moon Project?
The velocity and gravity, they're fast enough so they don't fall down. So technically, they're always falling. They're just
always falling.
not falling.
They're always falling.
They're going fast enough around.
They always falling, but not falling down.
We have
They're falling. They're falling sideways.
We have thousands of Elon Musk satellites around the planet. Right?
Yeah, sure we do.
Thousands of them. Why do we suddenly have a? Yeah, well, that's a good question. How do you guys? What do you think we did to get a bunch of internet traffic?
Have you ever observed
Africa?
quantum
How do you think we
levitation?
did that? Well, how do we have internet traffic in Africa when there's never been? There's no cell tower.
I don't know. The Earth must be a specific geometric figure, then, I guess, since they have internet in Africa.
I just posted something. If you guys want to look in the thing, it's just a warning for a asteroid that might be coming by Earth. It's the size of 32 George Washingtons. So.
Oh no!
Yeah,
that would pick up in the atmosphere and not be a problem at all. That's nowhere near big enough to be a problem for Earth. What?
Wait, which George Washington? The
Is he a
statue
giant?
or the actual one?
Right? Is he the Mount Rushmore one?
Yeah.
Hello?
Which one?
Bro, I just spent the last hour shitting on people about Israel Palestine. Let's go, flat Earth.
Are you pro-Palestine?
Mm-mm.
No, are you pro-Israel?
Generally pro-Israel, because they're first world. They're
Bro, who
both kind of
cares?
shitty. Well, they're both kind of shitty, but only because, as you would assume, both are pretty tired of fucking fighting and pretty angry.
Yeah, well, the Jews are doing one because they have Jew
do-
money. So,
Well, I'm sure a lot of you believe that, like, it's funny because Jews are actually really bad at propaganda, even though I assume some of you think that, like, they rule the world or whatever. Just because,
They do.
just because a bunch of them are in, like, Hollywood, and there's actually a reason for that.
what's the reason?
So a bunch of Jews came to America in the earlier days and decided that culture was. They were smart enough to, I guess, say that culture was a good thing. But the problem is, okay, so
What are you talking about, dude?
That-
I feel like you're just talking to talk. Can you put the pacifier on this guy? Like, dang, this guy's yapping.
Yeah, is he far off topic?
didn't even say that much.
Yeah, you're just yapping, dude.
I let you speak.
So this chick the other day, she says that she tells me that that I'm she said a lot of unchoice words, basically, but in other words, she called me a Holocaust denier. And I told her I'm not a Holocaust denier. I don't think holly should cost anything. Mistletoe should be free.
Based.
I agree. Like, listen, hear me out. Like, how the fuck? Like, if I were to bake a certain amount of cookies like every day for like 5 or 6 years, it literally comes out to like 297,000, not 6 million. That's fucking crazy.
My point was a bunch of Jewish families got into filming.
My goodness, dudes, what the fuck? Get off this topic immediately. We're on YouTube. This is a Flat Earth channel. Anybody who continues it from this point is getting fucking perma-banned.
Copy that.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Don't be sorry, just don't fucking do it. This is
I'll be
this
better.
is 24/7
Yes, sir. I'll be
Flat
better.
Earth.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll be better.
24/7 Flat Earth. Yes, sir. Good.
Yes.
Good to hear.
Yes,
Good.
sir. Yes,
Good to
sir.
hear. Yeah,
Yes,
as
sir.
long as you're being a mocking, condescending piece of shit and not whatever YouTube TOS violation stuff, we're good.
Sir, World Congress meeting reports is ordered. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good, good. That's better than violating YouTube TOS and getting us kicked off the platform. Anyhow, anybody got any proof of a globe Earth?
All right, so YouTube watchers, we have entire chunks of the entire global economy. Based
There's like 3 viewers. Calm down. He's like blowing out a portion.
Based
Nobody
on-
watches that shit. There's like
That's
3
okay.
viewers.
Yeah, you
And-
can
and
have
it's
your
normal
panties
people
in
that
a
are in
bunch
orbit
about me.
around the
You can have
Earth.
your panties in a
So
bunch
again,
about me. That's not a
YouTube
TOS
watchers,
threat, so that's
love you.
fine.
I
Do
talk like
that.
this. I got a lisp. This is how I talk.
Love you, YouTube watchers. There's an
No, you just have
entire
shit on
economy,
you.
Hey, dude, say it, don't
chunks
spray
of the
it. Say it, don't
economy,
spray it.
probably
Say it, don't
50%
spray
of the entire economy of every Western nation, based on things.
Hey, so let me get this straight. I take it that this Heinrich guy likes niggers, nigger, faggot, nigger, faggot, nigger.
Sorry, I'm just on my phone. Took me a sec to get to him. Yeah, he's cooked. Can somebody who's not driving ban that asshole?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, I got him.
That's
That's
globe
somebody
evidence in
who's coming
2025.
in here to make you guys look bad, just for reference.
Oh, we're looking bad because he did that?
That was globe
No,
evidence right there.
I'm just saying they're trying to make you guys look bad.
Yeah, I know. That's why we just toss them out when they do that bullshit.
Actually, that was some of the best globe evidence I've heard in a long time.
True. It does rate highly.
Right? It's like, oh, now it's a globe. I see the curvature now.
Yeah, I mean, of all the things they've said, that's probably, yeah, that's towards the, the upper echelon of proofs that they've had.
Fuck. Hmm.
My phone ain't refreshing, so whatever they ping me with, I'm not seeing. Oh well. Hammer, do you want to continue with something?
Sure. Earth's flat, level, stationary. Water finds its
Earth is flat, level, and stationary.
level.
Why do you think that?
Why do I think it?
Yeah, what do you think that for?
Yep. You don't think water is level?
Of course it is. Yeah.
But what about when you have a water droplet? That's curved. So, what makes you think it's level?
Oh man, yeah.
Oh
and
man.
microwaves too on the ocean. Think about it. It's a great way to just explain like elevation, right? Like mountains, ocean's still flat.
What about gravity?
Like when there's no waves and you can't surf. What about gravity? We can go back to that if you want. There are some flat earthers that believe in gravity. What do you think of that, Mr. Saints?
I mean, there's flat earthers that believe in Santa Claus too. I'm sure Some flat earthers believe in the TFE. You know what I mean?
There it is.
I believed my girlfriend wasn't cheating on me for the longest time. It was just a belief.
Considering that some explanation of how gravity works is the ground moving upwards. There's
like an elevator.
Yeah, there's certain flat Earth models that have like the discus just moving upwards all the time. If it's a disc, that's a misrepresentation of most beliefs, I guess. There's some, I guess.
That seems very silly, doesn't it?
I just wants to verify what you said.
Has anybody ever seen the curvature from an airplane?
Negative.
No.
I mean, they say you can't, right?
Wait, what? You can see a plane? You can see a curve from the airplane?
I just asked if anybody's ever seen it.
No, they say you can't. They say you cannot, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, what's up, Flat Day?
What you got some you guys got some like casual Hegelian dialectics in here tonight, huh?
I just got on. I don't know what's going on.
About that. I said you guys got some casual Hegelian dialectics tonight, huh?
What does that mean, Galilean dialectics? What's Galilean?
Hegelian.
You making gay jokes? Not
No.
Cool. Not cool.
You know what it is.
Call me
You were trained in it.
Hegelian.
You were trained in it.
Hegelian. It's Hegelian. It means So
said
it's create
nothing.
create the problem, create the reaction, create the
Right.
solution.
He had a bit of a twist on it, though. He had a bit of a spin on it, seemed like. Unless my ears were deceiving me.
Like our eyes deceive us every day.
You gotta add some gay stuff in there. You probably do that with everything.
I do.
Yep.
I googled it, and it says yes. The curvature of the Earth is slightly visible from the commercial airline.
Nice. Well, Google, everything Google says is pretty true. So,
Oh, 100%. I mean, especially whenever it's sourced properly.
right, Mr. Google Two Shoes.
Mm-hmm. It's me.
So you gonna go out and check out the curvature of the Earth on an airplane?
No, last time I was on an airplane was like whenever I was a kid. Well, actually, that's why. Teenager. Went to DC. To see the parks.
They say, like, does it say specifically in there how high you have to get? Like, you can do it in a...
It says altitude is key. The higher you are, the more of the
60,000
Earth's
or
curvature you see. 35,000 to 42,000.
Really that low, they say.
Says
You
the
know,
curvature is
you
subtle.
can't even see it from 120,000 feet.
So, like, does
does
every
say
camera
that,
have
doesn't
like a lens that you think is like capturing that roundness that everyone sees?
Well, curvature and roundness could be two different things because a coin can be round and flat. You know.
Sure. So, why do you think the Earth is flat? Because there's like no proof.
I don't think the Earth is a globe. Of course, it's not perfectly flat because it has hills, valleys, ups and downs. But from one end to the other,
yeah.
For all intents and purposes, it's a non-rotating stationary plane.
Non-rotating, so everything's rotating around it.
It appears that way. It appears that things in the sky rotate over us. It appears that way. I'm not making any claims.
Are we the only? Are we the only planet that's
Look at him, he's got you. He's already trying to get you to play his game.
Yeah, I know. I'm not playing him.
You gotta ask him. You gotta ask him. It's what do you have that makes you believe in a globe, Mr. Tony Oranges?
I think there's video of it on fucking YouTube. What are you talking about? People upload pictures.
YouTube videos. I don't want to clip that. Say that again for me.
YouTube videos. What's wrong
for
with
the
them?
Earth being a ball?
Yeah, but before
do you not think video evidence is credible?
2025, ladies and gentlemen.
Before YouTube, did you think the Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
So videos are credible for you? So
I mean, depending on the source.
Depending on the source. So if I bring you a video of Sasquatch, is that credible enough?
Probably not, because I think I've seen most of those videos, and those are like grainy and like just terrible.
Oh, so you have.
And I don't think he's like.
So you just got biases then. Whatever you want to accept as true, then it's true.
No. No, I mean, there's smarter people than me. Can I not trust the smarter people more than myself?
Which
on specific topics?
Yeah, who?
Science?
Ones in white coats.
Well, like, let's get a name.
White coats?
Maybe we can work our way up to a citation.
I mean, you said scientist. I accidentally cut you off, but it was essentially the same thing, right?
Yeah, he said the same thing that you said mockingly.
I didn't mock him. It was a question. I never heard white coats.
I was mocking.
No, I'm sorry. I get that mixed up a lot. Sorry.
Oh, you weren't mocking. You're just as dumb as he is. My bad. It's Dumb and Dumber. My mistake. I gave you more credit than you deserved.
I mean, I'm not like I don't want to be
who are we
confrontational or
gonna?
anything. I'm not.
I'm sorry about that, but I'm just wondering who we're gonna defer to here exactly. Who's got the proof of the globe Earth? That's all I want to know. It's just so hard to get.
I just want you to remember, Mr. Heretic, a smart man can be dumb, but a dumb man can never be smart.
Wow, that was really deep. Wow.
So basically, what you're saying is the government is lying.
No,
never
what I'm
said that.
saying is, sir, do you have any globe proof?
From the agency that looks at the globe.
Oh my god.
Bro, do you have any way of proving that the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I refer to scientists that tell it's
Why?
what do you-
Science deals with cause and effect in the natural world. Why would you ask them? This is geometry. This is measurement. Why wouldn't you bring up like a surveyor or something? Like, what are we doing here?
So a surveyor can look at something and see it's a globe better than a scientist
well, yeah. I
who
just
would
told
look
you
at
how.
something that's
I just
globe-like
to- I
and be
just
like,
told
oh,
you. I just told
that's
you
not a
it's the wrong.
globe.
It's the wrong fucking category. Scientists, they deal with cause and effect. A surveyor is somebody who's at least going to measure the Earth. So that's more along the lines of probably what you'd be talking about.
Okay.
So I mean, who did that?
What have the latest surveyors said?
Nobody has said anything that amounts to any clear, concrete, substantiated globe proof.
Oh, this is like a thing. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you for it. You're the guy who still believes. Well, I guess, look, I'm being a bit hostile. I'll dial it back a bit because I was
like
I was where you were. I was where you are now.
you're gonna change me. You're gonna turn me.
No, I'm not. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I want you to turn me. What I'm looking for is the proof that I actually live on a globe, like everybody says.
Okay. I mean, who do you trust? I don't know why, because I don't. If you don't trust the scientists, because
trust
they're
logic.
looking. Hold on a second.
Trust the Earth.
If you're
Trust the Earth.
if you're okay,
I trust
can we
logic.
can we look at the Earth from
Yes.
space? Okay. Whenever
No.
we look at the Earth from space, what do we see?
Okay.
No, not from space, but from very
No,
high
no,
altitude.
I'm asking you.
You-
No, I'm
listen,
asking you.
when
I'm
you-
asking
when
you. If we go
when-
into space and we look at the Earth, what do we see?
It's a bit
Do
of a
we see
disingenuous
a
question,
flat
though.
plane, or do
It's a bit of a
we see something
disingenuous
that's
question.
globe-like?
Because we
that we can-
don't do that. Listen, bro.
What do you mean
we don't do that.
What do you mean we don't do that? Who's
you
we?
and I don't do that. We
You
don't
and
go.
I.
We
right.
don't
So
go.
you're so there is a higher authority. That's why I kind of jumped the gun and asked you about the government, right? So you don't trust the government.
Well, there you
But
go.
then-
You and I don't do that. We defer to somebody else who claims that they went to a location that nobody else can go to.
But
to
whenever
see
they
something
bring
from
back,
a vantage
you don't
point
trust.
nobody
hold on a
else
second.
can be at.
You don't trust the government. You don't trust scientists. You don't trust video evidence. What do you trust?
Empirical verification.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no empirical verification from the globe that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, look, can you think of any?
Okay, hold on. No, I mean,
This is my point.
scientists.
Dude, look,
yeah.
I'm not your enemy here. Like, look, you see how you
I mean,
just
you
threw a
literally
blank-
came across as an enemy, so
Yeah,
you
but
came very
I know.
antagonistic.
I know. Sorry about that. It's
Like I'm high, just
we're
trying
running
to
a
fuck
show
around.
here.
I'm not okay.
We're
All right,
running
I
a show,
understand.
but look, I want you to think about something without being your enemy. Think about how you had to take a pause when I asked you, "Can you think of any?" Just think.
Wait,
about
is this
that.
on YouTube right now? Are we
Yeah,
live?
it is. But the point is, dude, just think about the fact that you had to pause on that when I asked you, "Is there any empirical verification?" You had to go, "Huh? Is there?" Just think about that and follow that rabbit hole for yourself. You don't have to listen to a goddamn word I say or anything. It's not about me preaching any sort of belief to you. Just think about what you already believe.
Well, like what? Okay, so what? Let me ask you just what, because I knew people like you exist, right? And I just never like got the chance to ask, like like, so like what makes you think it's not a globe?
Well, what happened right there, right? I was like,
My pause and like,
yeah, because you don't know, right? And so that's the same for me too. If somebody asked me that, they did a few years ago. And the
I
same
see,
thing
but
happened.
the
I went,
thing,
huh? I went, huh?
we value things differently. I value and trust the government. I value and trust scientists. I value and trust these people, and I don't put a lens on them because I entrust that. I guess my bar is lower for trust than you.
But that's just a belief, though, that you're describing. It's
Well,
just a belief.
isn't what you believe like the Earth is flat plane? Like, isn't that a belief?
No, that's something that's
It's not
demonstrated. That's empirical.
that the Earth is a flat plane.
Well, water is observably, measurably, practically used as flat, right? Level. Water is
Okay,
the
but
benchmark for
I get you haven't been to space and you haven't seen the Earth as a globe, but like I guess you're correct that for you maybe it's a plane and that's all you can see, and so therefore that's all it is because you don't trust. I mean, like,
isn't that what you see too?
Well, yes, but I understand that whenever I go into plane and I look outside the window, I see a curvature of the Earth. And I understand you're going to say, well, the planes have curvatures and stuff.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Why isn't Elon Musk a flat earther?
Well, can you show that? The curvature from a plane.
Yes.
You can show that?
I see it. Do you not? I see. Do you not trust what you see?
Well, you're looking at a double paned window for one thing, but I mean, at this point,
So you think there's something on the window that makes me that hold on. Let me just back up. You think? Hold on.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay. You think that whenever I look out a window of a plane, that there's something on the glass, that how the glass is formed or how it's made for the plane, that makes a curve, and so therefore the Earth looks curved.
Yeah.
Whenever I look out.
That would be refraction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the light is passing through a separate medium.
And let me just put on my. Let me just
distort the image of what you're looking at. But that's look, dude. Me saying that is even granting that you did apparently see a curve, right? I still don't even have that in hand at this point. I'm just granting that claim that you made.
Have you been on a plane?
Yeah, many times. I never saw any sort of curvature of the Earth. It all looked flat. The plane flight felt completely level. It never. There was never any indication that the plane was pitching down.
What windows are you looking at?
Well, hold on. There's never any indication to me on the flight that the plane was pitching down to negotiate some kind of curve or something like that. There was nothing about it that made it feel to me like I was on a globe.
This is actually pretty like. I bet you get people like me all the time in here just biting at the bait.
Hey, listen, buddy. What about people like myself that have been in airplanes and been to North America, South America, many countries, and look out of the window? I never observed the curvature of the Earth. Who's correct there? Who's right? You've seen it. I haven't seen it.
Heretics, that's what I'm saying. He hasn't seen it either.
Refraction causes a curve. No, Heretic said refraction causes a curve. Now he's saying that there's no curve. Which one is it?
Well, that's literally refraction, though, because the light is passing through separate media. You got a double paned window as well. And if the window is curved and all that, so basically, I did caveat it with I was only granting him his claim that he actually even observed a curve to begin with. So what it was building up to pretty much was, if you did actually see one, is that an optical effect or the physical geometry of the ground?
How do you argue what happens with tides? Why do you think we have tides?
Well, what I would argue is that we did a hard pivot off of the conversation that we were just on, meaning that no conclusive globe proof was found there, and now we're going to start scouring these other topics to see if any can be found there.
Well, okay, well, I apologize if I'm not engaging enough as much as
before
you
you
want me
move
to.
away
I'm
from
just trying to
airplanes,
have a
though,
conversation with you, bro. But all right.
before you move away from airplanes, though, there is more information about airplanes before you pivot to something else. The airplane is built to operate and to function practically safely on a flat, motionless Earth. That's the way it's built to actually work. The pilot never takes into account any curvature, any motion of the ground below the aircraft to operate the aircraft.
Yeah, they do. They invoke a globe model to map out where they're going. They don't fly in giant, long circles in the southern hemisphere to get from point A to point B. They take the shortest route.
You might keep some getting cutting up before you.
Oh, my bad. They definitely do that because in order to navigate, they use the globe. So they do use the globe to safely navigate.
Show it.
You want me to show you flight paths from places within the amount of time that would be impossible on a flat?
Impossible on the flat Earth. What flat Earth? Show me that.
Oh, right. You guys don't even have a model.
Oh, right. He was going to try to straw man us. Nice try.
That's a different guy from the other guy.
I know, it's
That's fine.
penguins. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's fine. If you don't
letting him
you don't have a
derail.
model,
Just shut up,
then,
penguins. We're talking to somebody
you
who
can't
might have some
explain anything.
potential. Yeah, just shut up. We're talking to somebody who might have some hope still.
Are you kidding me, bro? You are I'm literally toying in here with because it's an interesting itch. It's just interesting, and you got some actual pretty good questions. I respect that you're skeptical. I'm curious about what I kind of want to pivot to aliens a little bit. What your thoughts are on those, but we can keep it on flat Earth, I guess.
Well, they don't think space is real, so.
Well, I'll tell you about aliens. When you use aliens from the actual meaning of the word, that's more a legal term for foreigners, people from other lands. So you could be an alien on a country that you weren't born at, right? And
That's
that
a
will
legal
be
term, though. That's different than the term that I'm meaning
Yes,
about.
I'm telling you,
obviously.
look at the etymology of the word alien.
Okay.
And alien means foreigner. That's the actual meaning when you use it.
Are you telling me that, bro? Hold on a second.
Hello, let me finish.
You're getting cringy.
I'm not talking about the meaning of aliens. No, wait, hello,
Nobody cares. This is clearly going nowhere. He wasn't using it in that way. You're trying to force a definition on someone. You can't do that.
So listen, I'm not done. Because in the meaning of the word, you can actually use the word alien in the fictional sense of it for beings from another world, on another planet.
Okay,
in
beings on another world or another planet. Let me just
in a fictional sense of the usage of the word, like the one that you're asking about aliens, because you got it from movies, right? Fiction, Globe Earth, fiction. That's what you're asking about. You're asking about the fictional meaning of the word.
I'm not connecting. No.
In
bro,
aliens, like in the movies.
Look at my bio.
No.
It says I suck at debating. I'm not trying to trick you into pivoting and connecting.
That's why you should let me finish my sentence. When you ask about aliens, and I'm giving you the context and the actual meaning of the word and the way it's used in the English language correctly. So then you'll find out that it has different uses in the real is level, in the legal term, right? To talk about foreigners, people from other lands. You can actually find this out. This is the way it's used. Or you can use it in the fictional context for the context that you're asking about. Beings from other worlds or outer space. That's all fiction. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That was so much for like nothing.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
No, that's the actual usage of the word in the English language, and you're saying that's nothing?
Dude, we all know alien is a legal term and a term for a fictional being.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares what Penguins has to say? What I want to do is hopefully point out the newcomer. Yeah. Sorry, what's your name again? Tony Oranges.
Bro, you're not
Yeah.
gonna change my mind to a flat Earth.
Tony, no, that's fine.
You're
We don't need to change your mind. No, we don't care about that.
I
But
know.
just-
You want me to question everything around me? I'm already a skeptic. Like I already think.
You're not. You're not really, because what you told us is that you just place faith
Oh, I'm not
in
a skeptic
institutions.
for
Yeah, but you, dude. Every single time I talk, you just start talking over it, dude.
because
Like,
you're
have some,
talking
like,
about
discipline.
me instead of and what I think instead of
but
letting me
there's
say
a
it.
point to it, though. Let me get there.
All right.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What you've displayed, basically. All right. Take this with a grain of salt. It's you I'm talking about, so it might be hard to hear it. Whatever, your ego. But you have basically told us outright that it is just a mere belief. You're just placing blind faith in whoever it is that you think is out there that has the superior knowledge to what you do. So you don't actually know for yourself that the Earth is a globe. Just take that, chew on it. You don't have to make any big shifts overnight. Just think about the conversation you had and, the consequences of it.
I look. Okay. All right. Okay, so let me just not that I wasn't honest before. I'm actually always honest, but let me be more like I guess I actually respect well I do. No, I respect you. I don't believe in you what you think. Think it's wrong, but I respect you because we need skeptics, because you're a skeptic basically, and we need skeptics to question everything, and we should always question everything, right? We should always question our government. We should always question, whether this is that.
Dude,
we should do that. And okay,
that's all I've done is ask you questions, right? That's all I've really done is ask you questions.
Well, yeah. Yes, and I think that's good. I think it's a value. A lot of people just like dumbly, blindly do this, and
yeah. So why do you think what you think? I mean, you're entitled to think whatever you want. I'm not going to badger you because you think you want to. You're entitled to. I'm just asking you why you think it, and I think that it's been sort of expositionary. I think it's shown that, like, at the root of your belief, at what you think it is just a belief.
So you think?
And I don't know. Maybe you want to make that. That's your business, but at least we know now that's what it comes down to.
Why haven't people from like Blue Origin Shepard, that spacecraft thing that Blue Origin has that goes up in the well, they say it's space, but it's like a kind of like a measurement of space that people say, okay, this is space. If you go this high, it's space. And they like take these tourists up the Kármán line, yeah. And they take these space tourists up and stuff like that. And why isn't the tourists? They're like, oh my god, I don't see a curve. I don't see this. I don't see. Do you think it's like the windows? Do you think they purposefully did that? Like, what do you think?
I don't know. We've seen footage from Blue Origin that shows the horizon perfectly flat and level from 60 miles. Yeah, the Kármán line. We've got testimony from planetarium directors, Neil deGrasse Tyson, people like that it's nowhere near far enough away from the Earth, the globe that they believe in, to even start seeing any kind of curvature of it. We've got no measurements from the ground to support the claim that there's any curvature to begin with, so I don't have a problem with anything that they're doing or anything they've shown us. It doesn't go against anything that we're talking about.
Well, what do you? So you think they can't see the curve, or they can? What are you saying?
Well, we do get your rank and file Globe Earth believers in this chat room every day telling us, yes, you can see the curve from a plane. Yes, you can see it from Blue Origin. But when you look at like the head proponents of the Globe Earth religion, the people like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why is it upside down? First off.
Yeah, but when you're listening to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're going to tell you that you don't observe any curvature from that height. They're going to tell you that the globe is too big and that's not far away enough from it to actually start to see it as the globe they say it is.
Hold on a second. Did you mute Penguin? Why'd you mute him?
Somebody did. No, I didn't. No, somebody else did.
Wait, so I'm just curious. Who here is actually a flat earther?
I think
all of you. You. Let's start with you.
Oh my god!
I believe that the Earth is round.
Yeah, but you were on a flat Earth, so doesn't that make you a flat Earther?
Yo.
No, because I believe that the Earth is round. So doesn't that make you believe that the Earth is round?
Well, that would make you a flat Earther in denial.
Okay, so that would make you a round Earther in denial.
Well, if you can substantiate that the Earth is a globe, then sure, yeah, it would.
Yeah, after you substantiate the fact that the Earth is round.
I'm going to get higher and mute, but I'm here. I am listening. I might get popped.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man, you're welcome. It's all good. Yeah.
No, I really don't. I want to know who muted Penguin. Why is he muted? What did he do?
I don't know. Dude. Somebody else muted him. He was interrupting or something. I don't know.
Well, he was literally quiet.
Well, no, I mean he's like one of these. He's one of these
rounders. These rounders. You should. Do you call them rounders? I want to know your lingo. Do you all have lingo in here?
We call him an anti-flat earther. He's one of these guys who sits here and waits for somebody like you to have a conversation with us, and then he starts elbowing in and interjecting.
Okay, he's doing
interference. He's doing interference.
He's doing a psyop. That's what's happening. I think he's stopping the psyop from y'all, and trying to invade my mind with these false narratives of being flat.
You don't need him to white knight for your mind.
No, but I respect it.
Why do you need him to save you? Why do you need him to save you?
What do you mean?
All we've done is pretty much all we've done is just ask you questions on why you think what you think. You don't need him to save you from that,
bro.
You don't need him to save.
But do you understand
it's just the process of you getting to think about what you believe? That's all it is. Why would you need him to rescue? Why would you need him to rescue you from thinking critically about what?
Can I speak?
Yeah. So let me think about this real quick.
Could you wait?
Since you asked, let me tell him this
before talking, Tony.
Let me tell him this. So remember that time that you asked, what do you think about aliens? And I grabbed the word and I tried to give you the meaning of the word and context where it's used at. And he, in the middle of my reply to you, or your question, remember, he interrupted me in the middle of my sentence to complain about me replying to you. And I muted him. Is there any issues with that? So I wanted to finish my reply to you.
Okay, but that's not what he was muted, I don't think. I think he
I muted him because he interrupted me in the middle of my sentence when I was replying to your question.
Jimsy, I understand this is like a private channel. I actually kind of am discovering it's the first time in the server. So I understand there's different rules and stuff. I get it that you can mute people and stuff, but I think he was already muted personally, and then you muted him after that.
Buddy, I'm a mod in this channel. I know what happened. I know the chronology, the time of it. When I was replying to you, he wasn't muted. I was speaking. He interrupted me when I was replying to you. Then he spoke more, complained more, and then I muted him because he kept complaining and talking shit in the text about whatever. So whatever. Let's move on from that. Don't worry about him.
I do. I want to move on to lingo. I think is there interesting? Like, you should call them? Can you incorporate rounders as people who believe in the Earth is round? Do you do that? Heretic?
Huh? Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Do you call people who believe in the round Earth rounders? Because you should
call them globers usually.
Globers. That's the brain. You should call them rounders. But is there any other lingo like that's fun or interesting or cool?
Well, I mean, you can call yourself a rounder, and if you keep up at it, maybe it'll catch on. It'll catch on. I mean, I would just have to remember to call you that. I don't have anything against it. It's just glober is what's in my head.
Okay. All right.
I mean, rounder. I can hear somebody saying right now that round and flat are mutually exclusive. So that I don't know. I mean, if that's what you want to title yourself, whatever.
Okay. All right. Well, it was nice. I think I'm going to go to another channel. I feel like I've been not intruded. That's the word, maybe. But I hear you. I hear your voices. I appreciate the skepticism.
Yeah.
You know, so
I think it's
hilarious. voices and sound cannot work on a globe. So just to let you know, you're living
Voices
with
and
that.
sound cannot work. Okay, space doesn't exist, and voices and sound don't.
Yeah, because it's a
Yeah,
vacuum.
because yeah, and you require a contained environment for this gas pressure that we have around, and the globe doesn't have that.
The rounders. I'm being funny. I understand that y'all are serious, but the rounders, they would be it would be a good thing to diminish the flat earthers, and try to have your sound quieted and stuff like that, So keep at it, all right? Keep
Yeah, we won't stop. We've been here for it's been going for like a decade. Yeah, it's not stopping. It will stop if something
See, this is the respect. Like, y'all are so serious about it.
If somebody comes by that improves the globe, that's where it ends, okay?
Why hasn't SpaceX come out with an expose like the Earth is actually flat?
It is.
Okay.
Water's level. Covers the majority of the Earth. It's a level, flat surface.
Yeah. Okay, what about these? Do you think planets exist?
Did you say pronouns?
Well, pronouns do exist, but planets?
Oh, planets, yeah, they do. Yeah, we can see those. Yeah.
Okay, they're round though, right? Or do you
Listen, you can make a separation between the observable phenomena that we label planets, right? We look from the ground that you're standing, and we look up to the sky and the luminaries above, and some of those lights, we call them planets, right? Wandering stars. And you gotta separate that observable phenomena from the realist level from the cartoons that people draw and color with crayons and paint with different colors, and then they draw a circle and draw like a blue and green one, and they label it Earth, right? The ground that you're standing on. Those cartoons are not the planets that you look with your eyes and with telescopes. The cartoons, the Earth cartoon, that's different from the observable phenomena that we call wandering stars and planets. Do you get that?
I kind of glossed over. I'm sorry, I'm stoned as fuck. I should actually change my name back to because it used to have High Advisory Board or whatever, like next to my name. I should.
That's fine. Pretty simple. The observable phenomena up in the sky that you can look at with your eyes and with telescopes are not the same as the cartoons that you look like the cartoon of the solar system and the Earth as a circle, blue and green, or whatever. That stuff is different. The cartoon is not the Earth, and the cartoon of the planets is not the observable phenomena. The solar system that you drew, when you were a child and you colored with crayons, that's not the observable phenomena. That's not what it is.
But people have come back and they said that's what I've seen. I've seen it. I saw it and stuff.
Yeah, you never seen the Earth as part of the going around the planets, like you draw it with the crayons. Seen that.
Like
Nobody has
astronauts,
seen that.
they come back. They've been on the moon. You probably don't believe we've been on the, but
That's
anyways,
Hollywood,
we've been
dude. That's Disney. That's Hollywood, Disney.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
you know why? You know why? You know why it's Narnia, right?
I don't care. Honestly, but I
that place
that
they tell you they went to, that place cannot exist because we live in a contained environment.
Okay.
Gas pressure, loss of nature.
So it's the movie. It's that movie with where the thing falls down and it's a light, and what's his name plays the character. He's like the Truman Show. Right?
Yeah, Truman Show. What happened? That's another movie. More movies.
No, but that's it. But have you seen the Truman Show?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that, right? Maybe.
What happened?
I'm just like, is that the closest? Like, I feel like that's the closest to like y'all's ideology, maybe that you're stuck in some kind of world that's false.
I mean, I don't know about stock. It's a pretty big world, and I don't know about stock, but
well, you think we haven't left the plane? So I mean, Like not the airplane. Please don't leave the airplane.
Well, this is the existence that we live
It's
in.
pressurized.
And,
Wait, do you believe in pressurization?
it is pressurized, and the only way you can get pressure is by the gases pushing against the walls of the container. Because the gas behavior.
Okay.
If you don't have the container, the walls of the container, that you won't have pressure.
Japan landed something on the moon. You probably don't believe that. So do you think the world government is lying on you?
Have you seen the
Bro,
image
have you
of this stuff?
have you seen
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the Chinese moon landing. That's worse than Hollywood.
So you think
Worse
they're
than
all
NASA.
lying to you? Like
No. Most people believe it just like you do. Your teacher in the classroom, when she tells you, "Little Timmy, you live on a globe," she believes it as well. She's not lying. But you know that the
Japanese haven't.
Listen,
So you think
when someone shows you a curved Earth, and when you go to Earth and you measure it and it's not curving, that imagery that you saw of curved Earth is already it's not in reality to be found. It's only in cartoons.
Okay, the curvature of the Earth.
It's not
that
there
you
to be found on
see
the Earth.
from an airplane. You would measure that, and you're gonna say you would measure it, and you'd be like, oh, there's no difference, so there's no
The
curvature.
subject matter experts that claim Earth is curving, they will tell you themselves that you cannot see curvature even beyond 200 miles up. You cannot. You can't see curvature, bro. I'm telling you.
Bro, I'm telling you, or they're telling you, and you're like, no, that's not real.
At 200 miles, if you do the math, listen, at 200 miles up, you can only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. 3%.
Okay.
You get that?
I mean,
so imagine an airplane that is only 30,000 feet.
Small. I feel like
that's pretty small. So the airplane.
If you look at the window, and if you're looking at the window at 200 miles,
that's 30. That's
and you look at the
under
window,
30,000 feet. Think about it. Under 30,000 feet, you only seeing a speck of the surface of the Earth. So you wouldn't be able, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature from that altitude. That's what they claim.
Mm-hmm.
The experts of the curvature of the Earth, the ones that claim it. And you're saying that you saw it, even though you never seen it. Nobody has seen it, and nobody has measured it across the surface. A combination of your listen. A combination of what the guy told you earlier, that there is refraction happening between you in the medium, the contained environment of the airplane, the multiple windows that are between you and the outside. There might be some distortion there from the image that you're looking, right? And your confirmation bias that you, before you got on the airplane, you believe you live in this spinning water ball of impossibilities, right? Coincidence. And then when you got in the airplane and you said, I'm gonna see the curvature of the Earth, and you saw this little distortion, and you confirm your own bias, and you believed that you saw the curvature of the Earth, even though it's impossible to see the curvature of the Earth from that altitude.
Okay. Do you? I don't know. I'm not to be.
Do you got what I said? Did you get it? Do you kind of comprehend what I said?
I did comprehend what you said.
Okay,
it's confirmation bias. Whenever you look over there, you see. I get it. Okay. Bigger question is the governments all gathering together to organize and to create literature and education about a globe?
No.
Is that you think it's all a
belief, the culture? No, bro. Most people in the government, they believe it just like you. They're not lying. People that believe it, they're not lying to you. They believe it too. There might be some people lying, but not all the government like you're thinking.
Okay. Well, look, I'm going to move on to a different VC. It's been enjoyable. It actually has. I appreciate the conversation.
Likewise.
Continue on, I guess. And
you have a good one. Come back later and ask more questions.
I will. You know what? Whenever I have a feeling of how do I joyousness.
So listen, just as a recap,
I will come back here too. Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna come back. Just as a recap, no curvature of the Earth has been measured. You haven't observed that. You
No.
didn't demonstrate it. No rotation
I
of the
put a
ground you're
video of
standing. Listen, no rotation of the ground you're standing on. So no curvature, no movement of the ground you're standing on, and no gas pressure without a container. The globe fails on all of those claims. Those fundamentals of the globe are not there in the real world. Only on the cartoons, only on the writings on the book. That's the only place that you're gonna see that stuff. That's it.
Writings in the book. Got it. All right.
Yep.
It's been a pleasure. Au revoir.
Have a good one. Take care. I was all right. Sorry I interrupted. I jumped in. Heretic. Forgive me, buddy. Here he's gone. We heard Heretic walking. Or something.
Yo, what's going on?
What was that?
I don't know. I just thought I heard heretic. Maybe I'm
I
hallucinating.
was saying, forgive me for jumping in the middle of that.
Oh yeah, no, that's cool. That's good. I needed to do something else anyway, so no problem.
Yeah. Good.
I think like my conversation with him ran its course anyway, so that's all good.
He was engaging. He got some of the points.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought. I mean, I liked talking to him. I thought it was pretty good overall.
Penguin was interrupting, but that's common that he does that.
Yeah, and then the guy that you're talking to gets completely fixated on them. Oh, why were they muted? Why were they banned? They just derail the thing one way or the other.
Yeah, Astro's got some questions.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. Ask your question. Direct them to the Australian guy.
I have no questions. I'm arguing with someone in chat.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Okay, Sentinel, bring it into the VC. Let's go. T-Dub's here.
I don't think it's.
It's time.
Well, I think T-Dub is special pleading with his argument that that high and low pressure on Earth is not the same as the difference between high and low pressure of a vacuum.
That's correct, because it's a single volume of gas, right, which experiences differentials of gas pressure throughout the system, creating subsystems. To have that to begin with, you're going to need to contain some gas, right? And then, like I said, you can mess with it, like with temperature changes, variations of temperature within that system, which will create pressure differentials, creating high and low pressure systems within the single system. You're going to need to contain some gas first. That's not special pleading. Gas pressure, right, is caused by the gas particles colliding with the walls of the container, exerting a force on the walls of the container, right? You're going to need that first, right? And then you can have your pressure differentials. Because you're talking about dynamic pressure, not gas pressure.
Even with that said, even with what you just said, if you had a vacuum, you could have a high pressure right next to a vacuum inside of a single system.
Yeah, you're still going to need a container, right? To contain that gas.
Yep.
No, because it's a single system. It can exist right next to each other within that container.
So you need a container.
You see? Contradictions.
The claim is that the high pressure gas cannot exist right next to a vacuum.
Yeah, you're gonna need if you're gonna claim there is a single volume of gas, and then there's an area where it's no longer that system anymore, right? Then you're gonna need a container for gas pressure, because you need something for the gas particles to press against to cause pressure. It's a conditional statement. It's a conditional necessary condition, right? A necessary antecedent relationship, consequent relationship. You'd be the one special pleading saying that there's cases where that's not required, right? When all instances involve, right, where we can create gas pressure, require surface for the gas to press upon. You're saying that's not required, right? In this one instance. In this certain circumstance, you're saying it's not needed without demonstration. You're the one special pleading. I'm not.
I never said that it's not required for some cases. I'm saying that it's not required for all cases, and that there's no difference between the difference in high and low pressure on Earth, as I showed in the screenshot, and difference between like pressure on Earth and like a vacuum.
They're not separate volumes. They're not separate volumes. It's the one singular system experiencing pressure differentials within the one volume.
But this is what I was calling. This is what I was calling the special pleading. But then you're trying to flip it around on me by stating something that I never even said.
Well, there wouldn't be any point in you even bringing this up if you weren't defending that side.
At what point did I create some special rules in which, like, high pressure cannot exist next to a low pressure? Like, you're the one making up the special rule that something has to be part of a bigger volume in order to have a difference in pressure in it.
No, he's not creating that rule, though. He's acknowledging gas behavior within the ways that are demonstrated as, right? And you're saying that there's another way of causing the gas pressure, even though you haven't demonstrated that other way. The only way you can demonstrate the gas pressure is within a contained environment. You're saying there's another way. Can you show that other way? Can you show those other variables?
Yeah, how does a barometer work?
Tell us. How does it work without the container? Without the container. Come on.
Does the pressure need to be inside or outside of a container? Because if you're placing the gas pressure outside of the container, then you don't need a container.
Isn't a barometer doesn't it require a container? The barometer.
Yes,
well,
but the pressure that you're measuring is outside of the container, and the surface is not the outside of a container. It's not the container that's surrounding the gas pressure that you're measuring.
The barometer is an example of the contained pressure.
So
it's against your argument.
You can measure pressure.
You can't measure. You can't measure it without a surface, a physical surface to press upon, because that's what the definition of gas pressure. Right, gas pressure is caused. Yeah, right.
But look, all the examples that are given of gas pressure pushing on the walls of the container are from inside out, not from outside in.
So
what you're measuring with a barometer is from it's outside of the barometer.
What's the definition of gas pressure?
You don't need a container, though, to
What's the definition
to do a barometric pressure test.
What's the definition of gas pressure? How do we solve for it in an equation? What is PV equals nRT?
Are you trying to refer to that gas pressure is the amount of pressure being exerted on an
In the
object?
volume, V for volume, the size of the container.
Like I don't know how you cannot see your own contradiction.
Sorry, there's no contradiction here. We're just pointing out the cause of gas pressure. It appears to be the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Question is, how the hell do you have gas pressure if there's nothing physical to press against?
What does a barometer measure something outside of a barometer, and what is outside of a barometer is contained by what?
Yeah, a container. We have gas pressure. What's the cause of
container.
What's the
But do
cause
you
of gas?
actually need a container for a barometer to measure the pressure outside?
Excuse me, we're talking about you measuring gas pressure. Gas pressure is caused by something, isn't it?
Yeah.
What is the cause of gas pressure?
The cause of gas pressure
It's its
is
weight.
a
The
large
cause of
amount
gas pressure is the weight of
Dude,
that
I was
gas.
trying to tell him. The cause of gas pressure is the amount of mass within a single, within a certain area.
So I'll educate you. Gas pressure is caused by force over area, as in PV equals nRT. The gas expands to fill the limitation of volume and presses against that limitation of volume, and thus is under pressure. What happens?
That's a misquote.
Pardon? Would you like the citation?
That's a misquote.
Would you like the citation?
I have the citation.
Sorry, there are many citations, dude. Would you like mine? Let me ask you this. How do you have gas pressure without a physical boundary to press against?
You can have an object.
No, we're talking about gas pressure. Please answer the question. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Does a barometer...
No, that's measuring pressure.
A barometer measures pressure.
That's measuring pressure.
Do you need a container to measure?
Excuse me. I want you to cause pressure, not measure it. Maybe there's a language barrier. I don't want you to measure the pressure.
There's no language barrier here.
Can you stop talking
There's
through
just
me?
you contradicting yourself.
Sorry, I haven't contradicted myself when I've asked you a question. We know that the cause of gas pressure is the force a gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as in PV equals nRT, where P is solved by force over area. I'm asking you, being as gas pressure is caused by force over area, how do you have gas pressure without a container? There's not a contradiction there. There's a statement and a question.
Yes, you can have gas pressure without having it surrounded by a container.
Are you talking about you can have dense pressure pockets within already existing gas pressure?
No, you can have a high pressure right next to an object, and then that pressure having a force exerting on an object, such as an explosion having a high pressure forcing against a wall right next to it.
Yeah, we're not talking about explosions. We're talking about gas pressure. I'm asking you how you cause gas pressure without a physical... So you think explosions cause gas pressure in already existing... Yes, my friend, you're not understanding. It's getting fucking annoying. This is already existing gas pressure. You're starting to set off explosions in. I'm asking you, sorry, where's this example?
It's called the Orion Project.
This fucking example.
Is this where the British education system takes them to believe that the Earth is flat?
Shush.
It's not a
I want this man to tell me where he's doing his example.
Well, there's video footage of the Orion Project.
Oh, okay. And where was that? Was it in already existing gas pressure?
No.
Where was it?
They did tests in a vacuum chamber.
Oh, okay. So they took pressure out, and they put They put an explosion inside the vacuous space
in a chamber.
That's a container that the vacuum's in. So I'm going to ask you again. Shut up. I'm going to ask you again very politely. Excuse me, sir. Being as gas pressure is caused by the force of gas exerts upon the walls of its container, and without you setting up explosions at vacuums, can you tell me how you have gas pressure without a container, please?
You can have gas pressure without a container.
Hell no.
How? Example, please.
You can have air outside of a barometer that you can measure.
That's measuring. I'm asking you to cause. Are you stupid?
Yeah, but that is the cause, because the air pressure is pushing.
The barometer's
pushing
not causing
on
the air pressure
barometer,
outside, you stupid.
which is then measuring the pressure.
No, I'm not asking you to measure the pressure. I'm asking you what causes the pressure. Fifth time.
That causes the pressure, right?
The barometer?
No, air pushing on the surface of an object.
What caused the air pressure?
The amount of mass in a certain area.
A certain volume.
Yeah, volume.
That volume has to be closed, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, sorry. If the volume's not closed and it's an open system, according to the second law. Sorry, I'm still talking. If the system is open, according to the second law of thermodynamics, where you now have a thermodynamically open system, guess what's going to happen to the gas?
It will dissipate over time.
It'll fuck off. Yeah, it'll fuck off. So one,
over time,
I'm still educating you. One, you're going to need a container, fixed volume, to keep the gas there. Otherwise, it's going to fuck off. Two, you're going to need a container, fixed volume, to have pressure. Because that's what causes pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Do you understand now?
Good nuke.
Jed, I get this, man.
Do I have to understand a misquote?
Sorry, what did I misquote? Was it the second law of thermodynamics or was it the ideal gas formula? Which one?
The part where a pressure needs a container.
Would you like the citation?
I know the citation, dude. I know
Really?
It's a misquote.
Which university does it come from? Which citation that I haven't provided yet that you know about, which university does it come from?
I forgot.
Are you a liar?
I have to. No.
He said he knows it. Just give it to us. Just say it. Come on. Say it. I want to hear it. Go ahead.
Give it. Hello?
You would have saved it, right? Last time it was posted, you would have went, oh, I'm going to save that, and I'm going to read it all, and I'm going to disprove this.
They never know where their proof comes from.
It's
always something they vaguely remember. They read one time that they think they can maybe.
It's a misquote from the University of Colorado.
Post it.
No, it's a quote. It's a quote.
It's not
verbatim.
A quote. That's not a quote.
A misquote.
It's a misquote.
Yeah, a misquote would be not verbatim.
Yeah,
it would not be exactly what they said. Fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you're not exactly saying what it says, then isn't that just what's it called? Paraphrasing.
Sorry, is there a
you're
point
paraphrasing.
Sorry, dummy. Is there a point in there that says that gas pressure isn't caused by the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container?
Yeah, it says the exact opposite.
Okay, so the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That's from chemistry.elmhurst.edu. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and the walls of the container. Because the molecules are in motion, the gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container of which the fixed mass as gas is confined. That's from NASA, that one. Fucking hell, maybe NASA are wrong as well. Shall I continue? I got
from NASA.
Excuse me.
Seeing it here.
I don't care what you are and what you are not seeing. I'm reading them out. I will post them in a minute.
Okay.
Excuse me. They're in the side chat.
What?
So, are you being?
I'm not going to debate with someone so, like. I'm not going to debate this.
Excuse me. I don't like it when people piss down my back and tell me it's raining. You, sir, are bullshitting. You're saying it's a misquote. Excuse me.
No, I'm telling you to get an umbrella, man.
Really?
I'm just telling you to get an umbrella, and you're just saying like, "Oh yeah, I think it's raining," but someone else is pissing down your back. I'm sorry, dude. I want you.
Excuse me. Thank you. You need to tell me the cause of gas pressure, dude. That's what you need to do. Please don't bring up a fucking barometer again.
Yeah, I can't believe you said barometer, bro. Like, really?
It's like a fucking thermometer causes temperature.
Yeah, that's about as stupid. He might as well have just blown on his hand.
He doesn't want to talk now that he's been shown up.
Oh, yeah, facts.
Coward.
Yeah, facts.
Well, maybe Riley then. Maybe Mokako then.
Let's go,
I think
fellas.
Jedi is stupid for thinking the world is a globe.
What now? Who's stupid for what?
For what?
Oh. I think Jedi is stupid for thinking the world is a
Hey
globe.
man, hey, can you pick me up in your pink hoopty?
So,
You think I'm stupid because of what?
Because you'd sound like an idiot.
What do you mean?
You say because you think the Earth is a globe.
This guy debunked
think the Earth
himself
is a
on
globe?
gas pressure, and he says there's curvature in his backyard with his pink hoopty in the back. We've seen it.
Is the Earth a globe?
No.
Exactly. Get owned.
Exactly.
What?
What was the point of all of that?
Hey, remember when you debunked your gas pressure argument? Like, you said there was a container. There has to be a container. Remember when you said that?
I remember.
I don't. I think you're making it up.
Or maybe this is a different kid.
It's a different kid.
Oh, it's a different kid? All right, never mind.
He's just trolling.
Nice.
Oh, and he's gone now.
And he's gone.
Wasn't in it for the long troll.
They never are, dude. Let's be honest. Guys, you should. Hey, I want everyone into this panel to take their right hand, reach over to your left shoulder, and pat at least 3 times. You did it. You're a flat earther in 2025. Congratulations. It's got to feel good, guys. It's got to feel good. I think everyone in here deserves a Don DeMarco.
Congratulations, Mokako. You made it. You're a flat earther in 2025.
Nice job, guys. Everybody, congratulate yourself.
But especially this newcomer,
This guy
Mokako.
said "Park" in the middle of my name. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what you set yourself up for, unfortunately.
I didn't set up shit, dude. This says Mokoko. Like, bro, who doesn't know how to read Coco?
It's so easy, bro. Like it feels good to be a flat earther in 2025. We're so winning. We're crushing. Jedi. No, like, literally. I haven't. There's no Glober that we should be intimidated by. Honestly, if I was a Globetard, I'd be intimidated by folks like Jedi, or folks like Heretic, or folks like Indio, or Miggy. I don't think any of the Globetards, they don't have anyone like that. They don't have a Miggy. They don't have an Indio. They don't have a Heretic. They don't have a Jedi. There's no one to be afraid of. In fact, they have guys like Mr. Sensible who says, what did he say? No, I'm not sitting in my chair right now. While he's sitting in a chair on live stream, bro. Like,
How a lot of them come in thinking that they're going to pick on the flat earther because the flat earther's so stupid. It's going to be an easy win. It's actually kind of like that for us. So maybe I need to self-reflect.
yeah, we should. Honestly, I'm telling you, we got to celebrate more often.
Maybe I'm the one picking on the special needs kid.
Heretic, you're so rude, dude. You're so mean for that. No, honestly, we need to point and laugh at them more often. I think, honestly, we should just continue to point and laugh.
Hashtag make bullying great again.
Yes, facts.
Yo, CB, did you have your event yet? I might have missed it today.
No, I think we'll do it tomorrow. I think tomorrow.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I was AFK all afternoon. And
Okay, yeah, I definitely need you to be there. So tomorrow will be better. I was kind of busy with some 304 activities, and so maybe tomorrow will be better. I'm only going to be on for a little bit longer, then I'm going to continue the 304 activities. But yeah, tomorrow will be good. So I'll just quickly advertise one more time, guys. Tomorrow, be on the lookout in 247. We're going to do a chill discussion off topic. Flat Earth off road. We're going to get into different topics: diet, current events, politics, you name it, you discuss it. We're going to come in with different, all kinds of topics, guys. So be on the lookout. The event is created. We'll do it tomorrow, 247. Be there or be square. Thanks, guys. If you don't have a link to the home server, it's discord.gg/flat earth. Hope to see you guys there. Bring some notes as well. Bring some notes. Guys, come prepared. Be a great episode. This will be our first one, episode 1. All right, back to you guys.
Well, I don't know. I'll just pick on Hammer again. Hammer, why do you think the Earth should go up?
Cause Neil deGrasse Tyson told me so.
All right, I'll give him amnesty. Never mind.
Sunsets, bro. Sunsets don't happen on flat Earth. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Whatever you say.
Less gravity. What do you got, Flatties?
I'll tell you what gravity is. That's like a word that the parrots repeat, like gravity. Ah. But they don't know. They don't know what it means. Like a parrot.
Yeah, facts.
They don't know what it means, what it is. It's just parrot speaking.
Yeah, dude. No one knows what that means. It's embarrassing when they're like, well, so you don't believe in gravity? Like, the fact that it requires belief is a red flag in itself. Imagine if we said, so you don't believe in flat Earth? You don't have to believe. What is this? Religion? Believe? What do you mean believe in gravity? If it's a fact, then go and put the fact forward.
Okay,
Why are you asking us to
let's check the
believe in it?
theory. Hammer, what is gravity? Tell us.
Yeah, what is gravity?
Gravity is when you pick something up and then it falls.
Oh,
You
really?
forgot. You forgot to say. Oh.
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
Can we get a citation for that? Do you have a citation for that? Good luck finding a citation that says it says what you just said.
The beloved Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's not a citation, bro. And he didn't say that either. In
Just
fact,
cited it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson says, "Oh, hold on, wait. Gravity is."
I have no idea. Okay, next question. Like what it is? I don't know.
You hear that? He doesn't know what gravity is.
He even made the sound that parrots make. Like, you know, like parrots make that noise sometimes.
Like what it is? I don't know.
Like a parrot, you see?
Yeah, but you're just cherry picking because there's other
No.
quotes in which he
They've
says,
asked him. That's two different.
you know, he drops the microphone and he says, "This is gravity," right? So
Yeah,
it
but
just
when they
depends
ask him
on
what
which
gravity
one you're
is, there's
picking.
two different quotes of him saying, "We don't know what gravity is." So you're saying you do?
No, he knows it's a real thing.
What is it? What do you mean it? What is it?
Thing that Globers believe,
Which is what?
which is what you're asking me about.
Oh my God,
What
he
is
thinks
gravity?
it's a riddle. So just answer the question straight, man. What the hell?
The fact that you
And
can't even answer the question proves our point.
to be clear, Hammer, when you use the term gravity, are you referring to the phenomena that we witness, where you have a heavy thing that falls to the ground, or are you referring to the cause that makes that heavy thing go to the ground?
Say it again. The distinction of the two. I apologize.
So one is the phenomena whereby you see the heavy thing just fall to the ground, like your Neil deGrasse Tyson microphone, or the thing that's causing the microphone to fall.
Ooh.
Or is it both?
Ooh. Yeah, good luck answering that.
It's a bit of a mind fuck, right?
Got him.
Interesting.
Try process.
Very,
Unfuck your
very
mind, right?
interesting.
You know, and come back.
Yeah,
you know?
basically, gravity's your imaginary friend. You don't know, like, it's not a thing, bro. You're just imagining something.
Because that might explain or underscore why Neil deGrasse Tyson has those two clips. Because in one where he's just showing the microphone drop, that's the phenomena. Yeah, we all get it. But when he's answering what is gravity, I don't know, he's referring to the reason why the microphone would fall. Right?
Right. So you're exquisitely highlighting my point in which that he doesn't know what it is specifically, right? That causes
you
it,
don't.
but he knows he knows that it is a thing that's doing
What
that.
is it?
You know
What is
what
it?
it looks like, right? Yeah. But
What's it doing? This
What
thing.
is it?
Makes
we've
everything fall.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, wait.
Do all
Jedi,
things
drop a
fall?
balloon. Yeah,
Do all things fall?
right.
Yeah, everything falls.
Wait, drop
Okay,
a
so
balloon.
for example, a helium balloon that CB really wants to bring up will rise. If you take a container of gas down to the bottom of a pool, it will rise. If you change the medium and the object, like liquid mercury and fucking aluminium, it'll fucking balance on the top. Gas, that expands in all directions. So I'll ask you again, do all things fall?
Yes, because that's just an effect of the things
Sorry.
around it. The
Wait a minute.
medium
Hold on.
around it is falling
Hold on,
around
hold on,
it. So
hold on,
it's
One more time,
hold on.
Jedi.
displacing it.
Hold
You
on.
know what I mean? So the gravity
Hold
is
on.
pulling all the
Jesus
medium
Christ, Hammer!
around.
Hold on, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted me to finish. I apologize.
Not really. I wanted you to shut up when I interjected because you were wrong. Pay
Sorry.
better attention. So the medium, the gas. Which way does gas go?
As far as I'm aware, it expands in all directions.
Awesome. So gas expands in all directions. Gravity sets a direction downwards. Goodbye, gravity, and your phenomena. It's a trick, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Paul. Look, I've dropped something. It goes downwards because things accelerate to the floor. All things accelerate to the floor. That's how the Earth got here. But the gas that you're breathing, that's moving freely and randomly in all directions. It doesn't fall to the Earth.
Good point.
Got him.
So eager that one up there, like you said.
Well, bro, you said gas goes in all, or you said gravity pulls all things down, and then you said gas goes in all directions, so not down. You just cooked yourself.
It's wild, bro.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
wild.
Yeah, you just self-cooked yourself.
yeah, and you also kind of worded it differently a minute ago. You said it yourself, right? It's about the thing that surrounds the thing, or or some. And you worded it somehow or along that. Right? You're right. It's an object-medium relationship that dictates the phenomena. Right? If you take an anvil, you put it in a pool of mercury, it goes up, like Jedi was talking about. Or you take that same anvil, you drop it in a pool of water, it sinks. Is mercury anti-gravity with respect to iron, and water in favor of gravity with respect to iron? Or is it nothing to do with quote-unquote gravity? It's just a product of that relationship.
Yeah, I'd have to see it. I'm a very visual person. Like I can imagine somewhat of what you're saying, but I'm more of a hands-on person. I'll be honest.
All right. So
When it
for
comes
example,
to this type of experimentation.
Yeah, maybe try and replicate it someday. Right? Emulate your hero, deGrasse Tyson. Go underwater and take a iron microphone. Obviously, it's not a real microphone, but you get the point. Shape it like one if you want, and drop it. See what happens. It goes down. Now submerge yourself in liquid mercury. Do the same thing. It floats up. Try it. You should try it someday.
You're not honestly suggesting somebody submerge themselves in mercury.
Obviously, I'm being facetious, dude.
It'd be interesting though. Yeah. I mean, all valid points. Yeah, they still insist that gravity to be a real thing. In fact, like flat earthers, there are flat earthers that believe that gravity is a thing, which is wild to me.
Stop saying gravity. You don't know what that is.
Is that Noah?
You don't know what gravity is. Stop saying that.
I mean, I don't have like, it's just a thing. I mean, I thought it's a relevant topic of the room.
It's a thing.
And I just find it interesting. There are flat earthers that literally believe that
Believe what?
in gravity.
What's that?
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. You don't know what that is. Stop saying it.
But that
I
you
didn't
said it
say I
yourself again,
believe
dude.
it. You know what I mean? Like you got. I think you guys somewhat have like hard of hearing, or a little bit hard of hearing sometimes.
Hammer, it's all right. It's all right. You said it yourself, right? Some of them may believe it. They might have a hunch that, hey, maybe there is a standalone force out there doing work or doing something, but they don't know it. That's the point. That's the problem. We're investigating what is known. So supposedly it is known that mass attracts mass. How? Supposedly it's known that mass bends and warps space-time to cause these phenomena. How? Until such time as we know how, people just believe it. So you're entitled to.
Doesn't that seem backwards though? You know what I mean? Shouldn't we know how before we believe it?
You're kidding me. The phenomenon is the first thing that you observe. You know that before you know how.
Yeah, you witness a phenomena first,
So
but then you can
by observing something, you know something. You know everything
No,
about
but
it.
hang on, you might have missed it. You do have to observe the phenomena first, but then while perhaps contemplating why, you might again have a hunch that it's because of a certain thing. You might be inclined to believe that until you fully, inquire about it to its fullest extent, and then you move from believing to knowing. You figure out if you're correct in your quote belief or not.
So we know the Earth is flat, right?
Well, we know that water seeks its level, right?
We know that gravity is not a thing, right?
You didn't answer my question.
I mean, I actually kind of asked the question.
Yeah. We know the Earth is
It's,
flat. Yeah, the answer lies within the question I asked you.
Well, don't you think it's kind of hypocritical to call somebody out for answering a question with a question when you answer their question with a question?
Well, I'm trying to step you through the logic and actually get you to think about the conclusion for yourself rather than just spoon feeding you stuff. So you, as in you and I, we know
You are
that water
assuming
seeks
that
its
I
level.
want to be spoon-fed or that I need to be led through the logic, right?
Well, do you know that water seeks its level?
No, I never used a bubble level in my life, bro.
So you know that water finds its level, right?
No, I don't live in Florida and live right by the ocean and surf my whole life. And
Alright, you're just gonna be a cunt then.
Yeah, just answer the
I mean, I
questions.
think that's a bit of a projection if you listen to the
If you just
past
answer the
couple hours
questions,
of this
right,
recording,
people won't call you a fucking
you know what I
cunt.
mean?
Stop being
Jedi,
ambiguous.
we had a nice. Don't take their side. We had a nice conversation yesterday. Don't take their side just because
Couldn't
they're
give a shit,
getting all uppity.
like a
They're
cunt
young,
now.
little,
Like a
full of fucking piss and vinegar.
Dude,
But like,
you
what
just-
are you showing out just because there's a big room here?
Bye.
Can't all be civil?
Bye.
Okay. Bye, Jedi. You
See you
cunt.
later, mate. Yeah.
See you, Count. Goodbye.
You can stay on fucking mute. People are just going to get annoyed with you when you just start acting smart. I'm going to take the long way round to answer this question. Just answer the fucking question, you idiot. Don't be a prick.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody on the beautiful flat Earth. Jin CBR1 reporting in. And what's happened? No one's talking out of all these people in here. No one got.
I just shut someone up because you're being a prick. But apart from that, man, good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, well, thanks, and same to you. Yeah, I see you were on form again yesterday. Yeah, you came into the English, what I call it, the English hub. Yeah, did an excellent job as per usual. Yeah. Yeah, it's afternoon now, so I finished early, 2:00 for me today, and I'm at home now. I've done the laundry. Now the kids hanging that up out there like that. Now that stuff's been done, and that's it.
Good stuff. So the rest of the day's your own.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And because all the kids, my children are grown up, I've got one at baseball school, so he's at a school learning baseball. So he comes home on their holidays only. So it's like a boarding school, but he's learning baseball and academics as well. Yeah. So that's where he's at. So he'll be coming on some holidays August. And then we've got the eldest one who's at home with me. He works part-time. And then the other two, one's working with Honda. So he's at proving grounds, He's at the racetrack at the moment with Honda. And the other one he's gone to the gym. So, and then the wife's working because she's next door giving massages. There you go. Nice. Yeah.
Awesome, man.
We're not making money hand over fist, though, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get that idea. I'm watching every yen.
Don't need to
every
make
yen
money.
per second. Okay.
As long as you got your family and you got love, man, you're all right. You're winning this whole
Yeah. Cheers. That's it. We have the love, but we don't have the money. But I'm enjoying it here anyway.
Good stuff.
I've done for 26 years, and in the last 10 years with Flat Earth, I mean, where did that come from? You're thinking you're enjoying the life, you know everything about life. You're going, oh yeah, the fucking government's is shit, excuse the French, etc. And then you're learning about the moon landings. You get a little bit heartbroken in 2001. I thought, so they didn't really go. That friend of mine, Dave, who was trying to tell me in London back in 1995, he was right. So I tried to phone him up, and it took me about an hour to find him because I had to phone other friends to get him because he changed his number, but I got the number in the end. And then I called him up, and he had completely forgotten that day. That's what amazed me because I slagged him off. He said to me that, Jin, do you believe they went to the moon? 1995, Jin is in Muswell Hill at the Heights Wine Bar doing the doorman. And I said, yeah, Dave, yeah, I saw it on TV. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, why? He said, he then says, well, my mother thinks they didn't go. So with that, I'm waiting for the reason why, yeah? So I said, yeah, and? He goes, yeah, no, my mother just thinks that they didn't go, it's not possible. I said, look, shut the F up. I saw it on effing TV. I'm on the effing door here. You and your effing mum can just get years old, yeah? Do you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
And
So
that's what I said.
You cut out for like 5 seconds right at the end there, dude. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. So I said to him, I'm on the door. You and your effing mum can go to hell. Like they wouldn't lie on TV. They don't put things on TV that are not true. That's what I said.
Bloody old Jin, you were brainwashed.
Well, and I was 33 at that time. 33, 34. Yeah.
Was that about 20 years ago now? 30
Yeah.
years?
Well, no,
Yeah, yeah.
30 odd years ago, more than that now, nearly. Yeah, 30 years ago. Let's say 30 years ago exactly, yeah. So 30 years ago, you know, I was, well, you know, I knew certain things, but I still trusted, not the government, but the things that were coming up on TV, you know, like the moon landings, that was, they went, you know. Yeah. So I had to apologize. So I apologized to him, yeah. And he said he had forgotten about that day, you know, he'd forgotten about it. Obviously, he might have been buzzed and a little bit drunk, you know, because we were at the wine bar. And yeah, he'd forgotten the day, which surprised me. You know, he had forgotten it. But anyway, at least I got that off my chest. I said to him, I know now why they didn't go. You see, I know more than you and your mum now. Do you know what I mean? You know, and yeah. So that's it. You know, you're living your life and that. And then 2001, you came through, kids are being born, enjoying that and, you know, nappy changing and everything. You're heartbroken because the moon landings didn't happen, you know, but you're still researching how impossible it was as I watched all the material. And then, you know, 2014, flat Earth. What idiots doing that? It's not flat. Bloody fools. Here I go again, you know, bloody fools, what they doing. So I ignore it. Boxing Day 2015, run out of moon landing host material. I thought, okay, let me click on one of these bloody videos. What would it possibly teach me from these idiots? What could I possibly learn?
We've
Do you
got
know
a
what I mean?
question, Jen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got to be aware of other people who's got to ask a question for you.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Go ahead, mate. You came in low, that's why.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but I just have to wonder, like, what are your opinions on Birmingham?
What's this got to do with what you were saying? Do you want travel advice or something?
I thought you said Birmingham is like, you know, so I'm wondering, like, is it really like how you said or no?
Yeah, it's worse. It's
Or have
Birmingham.
you changed your mind?
No, it's Birmingham.
I feel you.
Sorry, Jen. Do apologise, mate. I thought it was going to be an intelligent question. Ooh, that's hilarious. Oh, I've tickled someone. That's really funny. Jedi's cunt. That's a fantastic name. That's really good. I like
Yeah, it cut off there, yeah. Did you mean Birmingham in the UK?
He's gone.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what the question was. I wonder what he meant by that. What does he mean about the racial tensions that are there now? Is that what he means, do you think?
Possibly, mate. He didn't really get that far into it.
Sorry, can you say that again, Jedi?
I don't think he didn't get that far into it, mate. I don't know. It just seemed a relevant question.
Yeah, what do you think about Birmingham? Well, you know, I'm sad that Cadbury's is no longer there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, it's nice. Yeah, what would you want?
Yeah, yeah. And they've got that exhibition centre, the Birmingham Exhibition Centre, haven't they?
Yeah, I've been there. That's a massive place.
Yeah, I've been there several times on invites and then on deliveries, delivering parts for the motor show and stuff like that. That's why I was up there. And up to Milton Keynes as well. They were affiliated with the Birmingham Exhibition Centre.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, Birmingham is a lovely place. You know, nice people. The buildings are very, how do I say, period type, and I like that. That's, you know, it's characteristics of England. So the historical content is still there, although it's had a massive influx from people from Asia. Yeah, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's had a massive influx from people of Asia, and there are some tensions there between the races, unfortunately, and that is an unfortunate situation. But people like me will always be able to join people together, because at the end of the day, we've got to live together on this earth, and there's more important things than I don't like the smell of his hair, and I don't like your sausage and bangers, or bangers and mash. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's silly, isn't it?
I mean, it is. I'd love to have a conversation with you about it, mate, but I don't think it's quite really the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
You used to live in England, mate. You know what the country should be like. It's not like the way you left it, dude. It's changed.
Yeah, I know. So I think my children are a little bit lucky in that aspect because they've been born out here. But you know.
We had over 10,000 illegal boats cross the English Channel in the last 12 months. Can you imagine that? 10,000.
Wow. That's like an armada of war. They're like invading and invading.
Yeah, if those boats turned up on the horizon one more, we'd be at war with someone, wouldn't we? Right?
You know what I mean? Yeah.
But no, they're migrants and they do it quietly at night. It's fine. It's a silent invasion, nothing to panic.
Yeah. You see, when you look at England, the geology of England and the nature and then the historic buildings, it's a beautiful place. But then it's the mentality of the people who are coming in, the new people from all around the world, the influx. They're bringing in all their problems, feeling entitled. That's not going to wear down to the original people of the land, you see.
You know, because you used to live in England, you know what I mean by fly tipping, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's a massive thing at the moment with the migrant population. They just go around to any beauty spot and start dumping their kitchen furniture in their tire. So this has been a massive thing recently, dude, where people are going around chasing migrants for fly tipping. It's quite funny watching it.
Stupid, isn't it?
Yeah.
Stupid. Got no idea. They're primitive, backward thinking. Yeah. You know, see, back in the day, you could recycle that furniture. People would buy that because there are people who are poor and, they're always looking, to buy from the brick and brack and things like that. Yeah. Yeah. But that's all gone now. I think that's died. Even the antiques businesses has suffered as well, hasn't it? Because the people who are coming in are not interested in that, and those who are interested are dying off. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it is a shame, really. And again, the governments are they don't even know what to do because it's surprising them. They didn't factor all that in, did they?
No.
They're just stirring it. But and then you've got all these gang rapes going on. Terrible.
Oh, don't, man. just don't. I started looking into that a couple of years ago. Started bringing it up. It's horrific.
Yeah.
It's disgustingly horrific, man. And see, the horrible thing about it, right, is it's not just our country. This is happening all across Northern Europe, dude. This is happening across Sweden, Norway, Finland, like the northern countries, dude. It's happening everywhere.
What's going on?
It's like I told you 5 minutes ago, mate. It's a silent invasion.
Oh, yeah, of course it is.
If turned up on the horizon in the morning, you'd think we were at war with someone. Well, we are, but we just don't realise it. They're at war with us. I think that's a more common thing. We don't realise we're at war with people, but they are definitely at war with us.
Yeah. I was amazed to see that Britain had an Indian Prime Minister. I thought, well, there you go. I mean, there's Britain for you, totally. Indian Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak.
I mean,
who was booed on his way to the office. He ran. Yeah. He was scared. He was in the confines of 10 Downing Street and all the fence, and he still got a little skip because he thought they were coming for him. What a wally! Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I was shocked. And then whenever there's a representative for the blacks, he's either gay or overweight fat woman.
Well, like Kelly Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party at the moment.
You see, so I can laugh about it because we understand it fully. Do you know what I mean? Look, can you imagine me and you, right? And we're at Eton. They'd be getting their heads kicked in. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. We went to school with that bunch. Poofs running Britain. That's what it's all about, yeah. Honestly. Yeah. That's why when you hear them coming on these online, these Topinos, trying to give it that they're you know, they are the authority, just makes you laugh. Because I've met them. You know, there was one, what's his name? Not Rufus. Rumpus. Do you remember Rumpus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was one of those. You know, giving it, he's from like Cambridge or Oxford. You know, that was his demeanour, and he thought he was an authority. But we totally dismantled him. We wore him down like sandpaper on an electric sander. He was done, dusted, literally, and he didn't like it. But yeah, you know, flat Earth just came in to my life, and it's been a great 10 years. Can't complain with that. Just cannot complain. The other thing, right, Jedi? It's like I've become this nerd with all this stuff. You know what I mean? Because you look at the kids at school, think, he's a nerd. Yeah, but he's a clever nerd, yeah? So shut your mouth, leave him alone. Do you know what I mean? I've become the nerd.
Yeah, definitely. I feel exactly the same, mate. I thought I was a nerd before, but definitely now.
Yeah. I didn't think I was a nerd. I mean, I knew what I knew, but I wouldn't classify myself as a nerd. But now, when I look at what's going on now, I've become a bloody nerd. What's going on here? You know, I wouldn't think twice of arguing with a professor. But now, pick him up and throw him in the bin. Give me your license. Give me that certificate. You've got a lighter, and we've got a light. Cheers.
Like, Hammer, you're not going to get unmuted if you keep doing that. I gave you a warning, told you to answer a question, told you to stop acting like a little child, and now you think that you can come back and, you know, make demands of me. It's not going to happen. You can stay on mute and say sorry. That's it.
Yeah, you see, you ruined your chances of trying to prove your globe. I know you can't prove it because it doesn't exist. So the psychological question is, why do you want to believe in something you cannot prove? You haven't even proved it to yourself. The highest of embarrassment, that is. You know? The highest. You know? And every time you open your mouth and say it's round, you're just lying to yourself. Why would you do that? It's like you're whacking yourself with a stick on the head.
I tell you what, because I'm bored, I'll unmute Hammer and you can talk to him, Jin. How about that?
Okay, yeah, I'll give him a hammering. Yeah, come on in, Hammer. I'm the
Jin,
man.
what up, man? Jin, you know who I am. What's up, Chief?
How you doing, sir? Yeah, why are you being a naughty boy then?
I'm not being a naughty boy. That's just a subjective opinion of one person. You know who I am, bro. These guys all think I'm a Glober for some reason, bro.
Well, but it's the way. Maybe it's the way you're coming across, because these guys are very sharp on what a troll is, and if you're throwing troll tendencies,
I don't know.
that's not good.
I don't know, Jin. I think I have my doubts, to be honest with you.
What doubts do you have? Go ahead. Let's iron them out. Let's hammer them out.
Well, I mean, you know me from a long time ago, so you find me here on mute, right? So, I mean, I'll just give you that right there.
I wonder,
but then again, like I've said, you know, if you're throwing out these negative vibes and you're acting like a troll, and then that's what's going to happen. My question to you is, what's your position now? Let's roll on. Come on. Let's get the engine rolling.
You should know, Jin. You should know.
No, hang on.
Long time.
Let's refresh.
Long time.
Give us a refresher course. We haven't seen each other for a while.
It's not necessarily that. It's just that, you know, there's many usernames, many people that join the VC, and sometimes people just say hi. They see a new name that they haven't recognized, like Hammer, and they ask questions. And if you, I don't know, if you give some type of reply, they might believe that not everyone knows you like Jin does, you know.
Yeah.
You've been around the circles for a while, but not everybody knows that. And that's totally fine.
But a lot of people know Jin, right? And Jin knows me.
Why have we got to coach him into answering questions again?
Yeah.
It's like,
Basically, you should just be telling
Why do
us,
you think that
your
hold
position.
on. I'm not a dog.
attitude. I think you're a prick. Can you just be an honest
I mean,
person?
that's your opinion, right? That doesn't sound like any kind of actual argument.
Dude, it's based on your attitude and not answering questions straight. People who don't answer questions straight, in my mind, are idiots. So at the moment, that's you. I do apologise if that upsets you. I think you're a prick. You might be able to change my mind.
Sounds like you're upset, Jedi. And if you go back and listen to the recording, I was the one that asked the question and didn't get an answer. So if you think somebody that runs around and doesn't answer questions, you need to go talk to the person that didn't answer my question, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, rather unfortunate.
It's just fucking moaning and moaning.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. Like I said, let's get the engine rolling. You hadn't seen me for a while. Let's have a refresher. Talk about how we met, for example, and then you move on. But there you are. See?
So he asked a question and he didn't get a reply. So
Please carry on.
What was the question? And let's see whoever didn't answer it. Go ahead. What was the question?
Are you referring to me?
No, Hammer.
He just said Hammer just said that he asked a question and he didn't get an answer.
Yeah. Can we have the question again then? Yeah. Come on, Hammer. What's going on, man? Okay, well, never mind. He's not participating.
Probably doesn't even remember the question because he just made the whole scenario up in his head.
Yeah. So was he coming across?
If that's the allegation, I can pull it because it's live, right? If that's the allegation, if you want me to pull it, Jedi, I can.
What the question is?
I mean, I think you said that I was just bitching, moaning, and now you're all of a sudden all interested in what the actual question was, right? So can you get some consistency in this room, please?
Do I have to meet you again? People have just asked you what the question was so they can answer the question for you, being as you were upset that you asked a question and didn't get an answer. If you were listening, that is what you should have understood instead of turning around and having a go at me.
Well, if you were listening, sir, I told you that I'm not a dog.
For fuck's sake, stop acting like a woman.
Thinking that I'm going to behave like a dog is not going to happen.
I'm just going to fucking put you on mute and ban you. You're not welcome here.
Yeah, well, you're welcome there to converse, but you're not welcome there not to converse. There you are. Discourse, discourse. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening to the YouTube live stream, this is what happens. You see, what's going on is that out there, there's a group of people who are totally being destroyed by the flat earthers, and now they're using all manners of psychology to derail the flat earth movement as it's gaining speed and increasing in numbers. Because the more people that find out about this, you're going to find people are going to be becoming very livid and angry. The government won't be able to hide anywhere. Okay, that's what's going to happen. It's the people are. I'm simmering at the moment. Okay, because you know me, I just want the revolution to happen. Okay, so I'm simmering. Okay, I'm one of the best ones to tell you how you can be robbed of 48 years. That's robbery of your mind and that, to deceive that. Okay, and they taught you at school. So, you're going to find characters come in and try to derail a very organized server like this one. The best one on any Discord, the best. Because it's bringing you the truth that you're not getting from your TV and your games and anything else. So you get people that are going to come in and try and derail that, but it's not going to happen because we are here. We just stop that nonsense immediately and keep it on track. And that is, when did you check for yourself that you know that you're on a globe? You don't have to rely on the experts, so-called experts, because they've been lying. That's the problem now. And you have the right to know. And it is not beyond your capability of understanding, because flat earth is literally child's play. Really is. You don't need a bachelor's degree. You don't need what's the other one? The master's or the PhD. person having delusions. Anyway, when you get one of those, what else are there? There doctorates. These are not. These are overqualification. You know, the ordinary man and woman in the house can work this out with their children. It's that easy. So you know, just think about it. It's not that difficult. Think about it. Look back at your own lives. Look back at your parents' lives. And then look back at your grandparents' lives through the photographs. Look at those albums when they were out in nature. You will notice one familiar thing: no curvature in them at all, especially if you've gone to the seaside. Yeah. When I became a flat earther, you know what I did? I went back to memory lane and watching Hawaii 5-0, Starsky and Hutch. You know what I was looking for? Flat earth clues that I missed when I should have spotted them. You see? So reviewing those programs, nostalgia, but I'm looking for the flat earth clues, and there they were. Wow, I missed that. Wow, and I missed that. Wow, that's therapy. That's repair. I'm repairing myself. See? Yeah. And it was entertaining, and you know, it's like self-counseling. Yeah. And then you can go back to the black and white movies when I wasn't born. That's what I'm enjoying now, because today's movies are crap. It's all crap today. They're doing things that are impossible because they're using your blue screen, pink screen, and yellow screen technologies, you know, and everything's on cables and stuff. So when you go back into time with the acting, the actors really had to act. They actually got into the role. Yeah, and the psychologies of the role. That's why when you go back in time, when you go back to the 30s, 1920s, 30s, 40s and 50s, that block there, some good actors were there and some good material was produced in black and white. So yeah, and again, we're looking for the flat earth clues. And they were there all along. Yeah, man. Yeah. I remember looking at the history of Guam when I went to Guam with my family, flat earther by this time. And they had some pictures as you're coming in through the airport, you see. And it's like a little museum. So I had a look, and there was pictures where there was nothing, no buildings from the Second World War. And you could just see how flat it was. The level there. Wow, that's what I took away. You know, because that's what I was looking for. So yeah, you know, this is what it's about. We're trying to reconnect from what you've missed. 48 years to believe in something is a long time. And now I'm trying to connect, and I've connected beautifully. Yeah. I could show you some beautiful images of nature. You know, you'd pack your bags and come over. Yeah. So there we are. That's what it's all about. That's what flat earth means to me. You know, it means God has created it beautifully. We're connecting closer to God, and it's highlighting the evilness, the horribleness of the governments of the world. Pretend assassinations, ducking and fist up. What a stupid hole of an ass, head of a dick. And the would-be assassin, he's carrying his rifle where everybody can see it, and he's climbing up the ladder. Come on. And then the women who are part of the Secret Service don't even know how to get the gun out of the holster. Do you know what I mean? Come on. This is just, America is a movie out of control. It's not a country. It's just a movie. Glad I'm not in it.
It's a movie. The movie.
It is. It's an out of control movie. It really is. With the bullet on the, when you see the size of the projectile, the bullet itself, his head would have been completely gone. About he's dodging and just grazing his ear roll. Come on. Fist pumping from under the table.
Striker, if you have a question about the topic of the VC, you can ask Gene CBR Sensei. Go right ahead.
Yeah, please. Yeah, let's keep it on topic. Yeah, again. Yeah, I've strayed a little bit there.
Strider, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Can you speak into your mic a little bit better because you're coming off just a little bit muffled? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So, what's the question?
Do you have any questions? That's the question. Do you have any questions?
It's a pretty good question. I don't think I have any questions.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Unless you tell me what the question is about, in which case I'll probably have a question about the question.
Okay, well, the question's about flat
Is it
Earth
flat
or
Earth?
the heliocentric model. The flat Earth and the heliocentric model that was supposed to be introduced by Copernicus, but he wasn't ready to introduce it to the world because it was a work in progress. He dies, and the Jesuits take it over and force it upon the world as a compulsory education. What do you think about all that?
I think Copernicus the dog from Back to the Future. So, like, Doc Brown's dog from Back to the Future, if you watch the movies, the dog's name is Copernicus. So how could a dog from a movie create a theory? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Thank you.
Also, if the Earth is flat, then what's on the other side of the Earth? Like,
yeah, you're going to need to speak into your mic all the while clearly because you're not coming across clear at all. I do apologize for that.
what's on the other side of the Earth?
Yeah, you're not coming out audible. Your microphone's not very
What's on
good.
the other side of the Earth?
Yeah, I'm not getting you, sir. Sorry.
Get a better microphone, dude.
Yeah, your microphone's not good. We're not getting you, and people listening on YouTube won't be able to make a single word.
Can you hear me now?
Better?
All right, so if the Earth is flat, then what's on the other side of the Earth?
Yeah, we wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what's on the other side because I can't go to the other side to find out. First and
Then
foremost,
how would you know that the Earth is flat in the first place?
Well, we're talking about the surface, you see, because when you see something on top, you can tell what that is, can't you? Because it's the hand, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell. We don't think the Earth is a coin, so you can go to the other side of the coin. Just because we make the Earth flat doesn't mean it's a coin.
Yeah, or a disc. We know this much. It's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared as it's meant to, and they have drilled 7.6 miles. That's 12 kilometers. So we know at least the Earth is 12 kilometers thick. That thick we do know. Okay. If everything was correct about Russia drilling that polar super borehole that took them 20 years to drill. Okay.
So then why would you think the Earth is flat, though? Like, I don't get what's the appeal.
Yeah, but okay. Did you not hear me tell you that
because it's measured?
Yeah, we measured it.
Let's try and keep the answers really, really. Us flat earthers do have a tendency to.
So hold on, please hold on a second. If you haven't gone out to measure it yourself, you can't say I'm wrong. Because I've been told the Earth is a globe. Okay, let me go and check now. So I've gone to check. Jedi's gone to check. Gemsy, all the flat earthers here have gone out and checked, and we've all come back with the same results. So you haven't gone out to check.
Any of you gone to space?
Why do you talk when I'm? Hang on a minute. Why do you talk when I'm talking to you, and then you don't address your problem that you haven't checked? You should be saying you're right. I haven't checked yet. So I'm not going to say I can't say you're wrong. That's what you should be doing. Do you understand me? No. Do you understand? Look. Listen again. Just listen, please. Just listen. You haven't checked, so you can't say I'm wrong. Do you understand that?
Neither of us have checked, but other people have checked and said it's wrong.
See, now you're being even more.
If you've gone to space, if you haven't gone to space,
you don't need to go to space. You don't need to go to space to measure the Earth. You don't need to do that.
But wouldn't it help the argument if you went to space?
No, it doesn't help. In fact, I'm endangering my life. It's costing way too much money, and we can't go there anyway.
So the only reason you believe the Earth is flat is because
I don't believe the Earth is flat, and that's another misrepresentation. I know the Earth is flat.
Why is your Discord?
Why are you not listening to what I'm telling you? Why are you not listening and then acting accordingly, coherently? If you are being told that you haven't checked and you can't go around telling other people they're wrong when they've checked. You are to go and check. You are to go and check first, find out that, it is the globe, and then you come back and say it's a globe, or it's flat. Sorry, I apologize for saying you were wrong. That's
Be
what you're meant
honest
to
with
do.
us, bro. So neither of us can go to space. But I'll say this: even though I don't agree with this whole flat Earth thing, you're still smarter than like
No
a
one's
lot of the other
asking you to
people on
agree.
here.
No
So
one's asking. You came to
really
us.
interesting
We're
that flat
answering the
earthers are
questions.
still more intelligent than a lot of other people on this earth. So I'll give you credit for that.
Thank you very much. Well, but don't get me wrong. You know, Jedi. I can put Jedi in front of me, so he's really good at it. Okay, he's really good. I love the guy when he starts to deliver. So, but anyway, all I'm trying to say to you is that, you know, when you know for yourself that you haven't checked, you can't point to other people and say you're wrong. You can't do that. That's in any religion is completely wrong. In any decent people who are out there, they will tell you the same thing. Okay, and no one is asking you to agree. You've come to us, you ask us the questions, we give you the answers. If you want to know the truth, you're going to go and check. You're going to say, yeah, Jin CBR1 is right. Let me go and check this because he's very confident.
gone. He's
Oh,
gone,
okay.
Jim.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I didn't know he was gone. Well, I hope I handled that correctly. Did I do all right there or did I do badly?
For TikTok brains, you gotta keep it short. You gotta keep it concise and short, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, I did anyway. At the same time, I had to put to him the integrity of his situation, and that is he hasn't checked. Everybody else here has. So don't be saying we're wrong when you haven't even gone out to check anything yet.
That is on point, 100%. That's the way. You gotta check, and so yeah, check both claims and
Exactly. So when I'm on other servers and you get characters like these do come up, I'm on a UK one as well, right? And I say to them, hang on, you don't know anything about the model. This is a woman who's got 3 degrees and she knew nothing about the heliocentric model, the Earth thing, nothing. But yet she's got 3 degrees, she claims. I said, okay, so I know everything about the model. I've actually gone out and checked because I've been told something. Let me go and confirm. I've done that and it's not a globe, right? You haven't checked anything. You don't know the model and you're correct. You with 3 degrees, does that sound logically correct? You don't know anything, you haven't checked, and you're correct. I've checked, I know the model, I'm wrong. You know, there were people laughing in that server when I put it across. And they said, well, Jin, you're not answering. She didn't answer the question. Everyone said, you got to answer the question. Because Jin has put it to you correctly there. He's given you all the facts, hasn't given you any theories. Right, everything you've asked him questions, he's giving you all the facts. He's asked you one question, and you don't even want to answer it. They put her on mute. I said she hasn't got 3 degrees. Anyone with 3 degrees would understand the error of their position, and if they've got integrity, they're going to admit that and go out and check. But espousing, I'm wrong. I'm a science denier, ladies and gentlemen. I said, searching for curvature is not a scientific endeavor, by the way. So you're clearly not degree. You haven't got any degrees. Degrees in science and physics and everything she had. She said. But that's what happens, you see. You get these characters, they come up like that. Yeah, they just on a mission to prove you wrong, and, you know, they're proving themselves wrong and they don't want to accept it. Yeah, that gaming world is mad, isn't it? You know, they're living in a different world. Fantasy, virtual reality. That's what I blame. And they're coming with the buzzwords, you know, special relativity, science. What other words did they use? Experiments. Like they're dropping something that's putting them above us. Gravity and the theories. And then the word we. Yeah, we've proven that the Earth is a globe thousands of years ago. We. The person hasn't checked anything. So yeah, it is funny. It is funny, the psychology of this flat Earth. It can make you or break you at the same time. Can make you and break you, yeah. Mark Sargent said he had a 6-month depression. Yeah, that was a confession there. 6 months he was depressed. And me, I was the complete opposite. I was happy, and I wanted to be like Superman and fly all over the places that I'd been when I didn't notice the curvature there, and it's not there anyway. Let me go and double check that now. And I was amazed at what God has created. Wow, what created this? All that, everything is level. Wow. And then as you fly across, you're getting different cultures, different smells, different foods. It's all on a flat earth. What a design. What a design. You know, and when you look at things in nature, some are very symmetrical and fit beautifully, and then some are not, but the balance is there and the integrity is there. That's the beauty and the perfection of the imperfection, if you will, at times in nature. It's just amazing, isn't it? That's why I enjoy when I go hiking now, just enjoy it even more. And if we can get the bikes out, even more again. Yeah, because I know I'm getting older, but I'm glad I've become a flat earther at this point. So I'm not dying and thinking it's the end of my life. Flat earth has given me a revival, if you will, a boost. I wasn't dying anyway, don't get me wrong, but that's not happening anytime soon now. No way. Just no way.
Has Flat Earth revitalized you?
Oh, it hasn't revitalized me. It has boosted me, is what it has, because I was already a volatile, energetic man already. So that's like a nitrous. The flat earth is like nitrous to me now. Do you understand?
I don't mean to be offensive, but I don't understand. And
well, never mind. If you don't understand, it's because you're so toxified up.
No. I'm just asking you to explain how it's.
Well, I am. I think I'm explaining it clear enough. In that I'm living my life, and I've always kept it real. I've always been a lover of nature, and although I missed nature's clues and nature's messages, in that you're living on a flat earth, look at the horizon; it's there to tell you. Okay, finding that out has elevated me like a helium balloon, injected more energy now. Yeah.
Just out of the nature of the Earth being flat, or
yeah.
Or is there something?
Yeah, because with the Earth being flat, the Earth isn't spinning. There's no need to worry about asteroids coming in to end life, because that's never happened anyway. So that's gone. The dinosaurs never existed. They've gone. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not worried about asteroids. So when the corrupted media is telling us, oh, we're looking at an asteroid earthbound, that's all crap.
Right.
Yeah.
And I get that, but my question is, so that alone was enough? Like, was that just a really big thing on your mind?
It was always at the back of my mind, that the asteroid thing. Of course it was. And I was always praising the people in the observatories, those who are making the observations and keeping a track. I thought they're doing a great job, but now I know they're just wasting taxpayers' money. That's what they're doing. See what I mean? I don't praise them anymore.
I understand.
Right. And that there has elevated me right up to the highest high almost. The highest high would be God, of course. Right. But high up, man. And I'm loving it.
Well, I'm glad, man. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, yeah. Because that's what Flat Earth can do for somebody. That's what it's doing for me. Doing. Word there. Hasn't done yet. Still doing.
Do you think that, like, in the globe Earth model also, you feel kind of like you're insignificant, as in like a speck of dirt floating in outer space in the Earth?
Yeah, I personally never ever had that thought in my mind at all, purely because we're the only thing with life on it. So that automatically, instantly makes us special. Instantly. So the idea that we're insignificant never, ever entered my mind at all. I only heard this situation coming a flat earther. So I never heard it before that we are an insignificant speck in space. Carl Sagan said it. I never watched that episode, you see. So I never got that message, if you will.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, so you say special.
Yeah.
In regards to what?
In regards to, for example, we don't know how the earth was made, but yet there are the humble pistachio nuts, Brazilian nuts, strawberries, berries, blackberries, fruits, vegetables, and then the weather systems, all the animals, the device cultures on this earth. It's all level. We're not rotating.
So
there's a lot. We are. It was made for us, for sure. We didn't make it. We didn't make it.
So do you believe it was made specifically for us?
I know it was made specifically for us, and we are being tested whilst we're on it. This is a test, I'm telling you. It cannot be that something is made for you, okay, and you're enjoying it. You may not be giving thanks to God. You may not be recognizing that God did this, okay, but you are there busy enjoying, and you're not really acknowledging. That there is, what's the word? That's not really being honest to yourself. So you know you never made the earth, but these things are on it. Who put it there? Because I'm enjoying it. I'm nourishing it. So you give thanks to the Creator, and you know when you pass, the Creator's going to ask you.
It's a religious. You're coming at this from a religious angle.
Not necessarily. No, I'm coming from it as a common sense thing. Somebody's given me something. I have to give thanks, show appreciation. That's all. You don't have to carry a Bible up your arm. You don't have to be running to the mosque.
That comes from the assumption that somebody did create it for you.
It's clearly obvious that something created it, and that something is known as the Creator.
It couldn't be that just this all happened naturally through circumstance.
No, because the way the Earth runs and regenerates itself shows inherent clever design and sustenance and sustainability and that. And no, it's not a Big Bang theory for sure.
Well, I'm not saying Big Bang, but I'm just saying, there's a possibility that this was all circumstance, that it wasn't created for anybody, that we just happen to be the ones to benefit most from it.
No. Anybody with a good, clean heart and a coherent mind couldn't agree with that.
Do you think I don't have a clean heart and a good mind?
Well, I think when you go down that road, it makes me wonder why people would go down that road and then live there. Because that's not being honest again. There's no integrity there.
Let's not talk about living there, but just going down there for the sake of argument, right?
Well, yeah, you can go down that avenue, but it's at the end of the day, it's a dead end because it's not the truth, is it?
Right. It's difficult for me to see how everything was designed specifically for me.
When you eat, if you don't eat, you die. You don't drink, you die. And then the food is there. You didn't make it. It was put there by the Creator. That's definitely there for you, isn't it? Because you are eating it.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay. But in the same vein of thought, right? The chimpanzee living in Africa, they have plenty of food to eat. They have plenty of water to drink. Was that all placed there for them?
Of course, because if it wasn't placed there for them, they would also die.
And what about the microbacteria in the water, or the nasty things like the bugs and all that?
They're not nasty. They're not nasty, but they're there doing their job to keep the ecosystem and the balance going. And when we understand that, we are not to harm them, but to aid them in their job. So don't run away. So when I take my children camping, for example, our tents get infested with spiders and insects all over the tent. I said, look, they're not hurting the tent. They're not hurting you. So just let them live. They're coming to say hello. That's all. They're not going to get in the tent because the zips are there. And if one gets in, we don't have to kill it. We can take it out because it's gone on the wrong course. That's what I say to my children and my wife. And they all kind of like, my children soon got it. It was my wife mainly that actually became accustomed to having insects around and then got over the phobia, arachnophobia. Yeah, she got over that. So there you go.
Okay. I guess it's difficult for me to believe that everything was created specifically for us.
Well, okay, that's up to you, but that's how I see it as a person who came into this earth with a system of devaluation in place, looking at everything, and no man can make this earth. It's clearly obvious like glass, clear as glass, mate.
Right. I mean, obviously, no man could create the earth.
Right.
But, I mean, there's natural processes that create many of the things that we need to live. And it's not man who's creating those things. Like,
no, that's correct. But those natural processes came from the Creator originally. Because the natural processes that are making the tomato and that, yes, but that's coming from the Creator. And in what the Creator has done is endowed us with a brain and senses so that we can actually help to maintain, because that's your test now. He's giving you the skills, the food. What are you going to do? And if you're honest to yourself, you're going to say, this is fantastic. I must not destroy it because it's not mine to destroy. It is the property of yet the children to come. So I am here to maintain it, learn about it, download what I've learned to the younger generation coming up so they can continue to maintain, and maybe they will learn as well and enhance. That's what it's all about.
I really appreciate that, because I think that's something our society doesn't appreciate enough. But it's difficult for me to come to the same conclusions that you have come to. I don't know why. I feel like I'm missing some of the context. So would you be willing to say, like, especially in terms of the whole flat Earth thing?
Yeah,
I'm not against it. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it. But it's difficult for me to grasp, to see, if there is an intelligent creator, and this creator wanted us to know as much as we could so we could maintain this garden that's been created for us. Why would people lie about it? What's the motive? Not even the motivation, but what's the story?
That's a great question. That's a great question. And that is the inherent test of being on this earth, because there's a small percentage of the human race that have amassed wealth and the ability to control the rest of the 99%. Okay, and they've learned the psychology of how it works, and they're now using that as a tool to control the whole human race. That's why, remember, God created it perfectly, and it's up to us to enjoy that. Of course, do not destroy, and try and live well. So if you've got people who are lying, then it's up to us to stop that, because that's what they're doing. They're lying to gain control. So they've gained money and continuing to gain money through control. And they leave family, they've got legacies, family legacies, dynasties going on with this stuff. Do you understand? That's what's going on here.
Oh, I do understand. Yeah. I don't even disagree with you. Yeah. I think the only thing I disagree with is like the motivation behind it.
Yeah, and that is like, control.
Well, how does flat Earth fit into this? Is what I'm asking.
Basically, once you have the human race thinking they're living on a globe, okay, then that's it. You've got them under control, because then you can tell them anything, and that's what's been going on, basically. And remember, an industry has sprouted from that. Space travel, it's not possible. They're making more money. Okay, they're amassing a wealth at the ignorance of the. Who has been indoctrinated to believe. They keep believing, don't know anything, keep believing, don't look back, look ahead. Don't look back in history, because if you look back in history, there are a lot of answers there. There are a lot of patterns. There are a lot of data. That's why I like to go back, because then you can compare. You can see the patterns, and you can discover a deception. And then you run back to the present. Listen. And that's what we're doing. See what I mean? So the system wants you, that's control,
I understand. I won't even say concern. My point of contention, I guess, would be, if your main goal is you've acquired all of this money, you've acquired all of this power, it seems like such a trivial thing to try and deceive people over. I mean, what the shape of the earth, most people are not concerned with that, right? They're concerned over whether they can pay their rent, whether they can buy groceries, whether they can, pay for school for their kids. I don't see how trying to deceive people over the shape of the earth is a substantive benefit to these people who are in control. I don't know why that would be your focus. It seems like
it is the focus because, like I've said, they've lied about the shape of the earth. They've lied about going to space, for example, and then they've lied about the wars that have happened. The wars that have happened have been created by the leaders, and they're amassing wealth at the expense of
and I don't disagree with you, man. I agree with you on this.
Okay, if you agree,
why would they? How does the shape
hang on a
of the
minute,
earth?
please. I'm still talking. You see.
Okay, I apologize.
If they agree with me, if you agree with me, then you understand that they're amassing wealth and they're controlling the human race. That we're under tyranny. They're making medicines that kill us, for example, and that's all I'll say on that topic matter. You understand? So they're in control. They're in control.
But Jin, how, if they're making these medicines that kill us, how does that factor into the reality that the Earth is flat when they've been telling us it's round?
The indoctrination starts, doesn't it? They start the indoctrination at elementary level. That's what they've done, and it's worked. You can clearly see that it's working. That's a fact. So it is working. People are under indoctrination. That's why they're so concerned about their groceries and their electric bill and telephone bill, because they're so busy trying to sustain that, and they don't realize they've been indoctrinated. But like I said, if all of a sudden the TV and the government starts to tell them that no, we haven't been to space, the Earth isn't a globe, we're actually a flat Earth, there's going to be a lot of angry people, and they're going to be wanting redress. So at the end of the day, that's why they want to keep it under control now. They've gone too far with it as well now, that they've got to keep the indoctrination going. People like me and Jedi and Gemsy and the rest of the fellas in this server, all of them, we are the people who are going to wake up other people to this fact. And that's why we do this. That's why it's very important. Okay,
well, I can appreciate that.
Okay,
so
then good.
So say that you were talking to someone who completely swallowed the pill, right? Completely bought into all of the indoctrination, and now you're trying to wake them up from that.
Yeah.
So that's me, right?
Well, yeah. I think in your case it's willful. Because what's to discuss here, ladies and gentlemen, in the YouTube live stream, Rumble, Ruskin, Twitter X, and whatever, yeah? It's either it's a spherical ball or it's level, and all you have to do is measure it. They've given us the numbers as well. The numbers they've given us, the so-called experts, so we can actually go and validate it. When we go and validate those numbers, we can't validate it. We're finding extended horizontally everywhere.
I completely appreciate that, and I'm not trying to argue with it. I'm coming at this from the point of view that I'm wrong and that you're correct.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm waking up now.
Yeah.
How does my life change? What is
okay? Well, again, it depends on you and your will to live and what you want to achieve. It's up to you. That's it. So I can't really speak for you, but what I will say is this: I would hope that humanity, having found out that the governments have deceived them, and they found out about all the other deceptions, they would want to remove that entity that has ruined their lives thus far, and then go back to living on earth and coexist as God would have as God has intended us to be doing. He didn't intend us to be making bombs and destroying ourselves and devaluing ourselves with money, because when He created the earth, money didn't exist. We could live on this earth for free. We just had to use our labor, that would be our energy, to toil the soil, to plant the seeds, to sustain ourselves. That's your labor there, and then the reward is the vegetables you eat. That's your payment. That's it. You are the currency, as it were. Okay? So that's what I would hope that humanity would want to do. Realizing the indoctrination and the negative parts of it, get rid of that, keep the positives to aid humanity and aid nature where we can, and then move on, move forward.
I definitely appreciate the sentiment of that. I agree with the idea of, returning to a sustainable lifestyle, getting rid of all of the garbage and such that we've been, surrounding ourselves with.
Yeah.
But
for example, we can get rid of all chemicals can go. So now we're using hemp as our source for materials and resource to build with, to clothe ourselves with, and it's a food as well, for example.
Yeah.
And the experts have said there are 500,000 ways to utilize hemp on this earth. So there you are.
I'm sure there is. Yeah.
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 But
How do you guys feel about being like useful?
I think the issue is.
Hang on. There's a question being asked. Go ahead.
How do you feel about your family not talking to you? Yeah. How do you feel about your family's not speaking to you? Like, being pretty useless at life. Like, how do you guys feel about that?
My family does speak to me.
That's a wild assumption, right?
Yeah,
that's the wild assumption. You don't know me from Adam. You don't know me from Adam. You've heard me talk about my family in the way that they're flat earthers. We've enjoyed holidays, hiking, biking, mountain bike, trekking, and that. Does that sound like I'm divorced from my family? You're
I think he left.
Yeah. What a fool he was. But ladies and gentlemen, that's what they do. That was a jealous individual, number one. Number two, he hated the fact that what I was saying was so true that it's waking you up, because that's what I'm doing here. Everything I've said has been factual, promotional, uplifting, inspirational. That's what we're doing here. Okay? The opposite of that is your lifestyle, living with the government system. Okay? So, and I know I'm 63 years of age. I want the best for every single human being on earth. I will put myself last so you get it first. That's me. Okay? So if I was your leader, let's say, your presidente, right now, I wouldn't take a single penny of your money until I've achieved what you need me to achieve for you. Once I've done that, you pay me at the end of the year. So I get no money as a presidente of your country. I don't get a peseta until I've achieved what you need to be going on in your lives. And once that's done, after that year, it will be a member of the public you are my boss, that you will pay me. You are my boss. I'm not your boss.
Jin, I think that's very admirable.
That's it. That's how it has to work.
But
that's integrity.
My question is, do you think that that's unique? Do you think people can have that same sort of mindset without believing in the same things that you do?
Oh, yeah, of course they can, yeah. Because right is right and wrong is wrong. So if I say to the public now, look, you've elected me to be your president, and I know you've got your needs. You've seen our manifesto, and we've seen what your needs are. Together, you make the final decisions, and we're going to prioritize what's going to be done, and then we're going to be ticking each one off as we go along together, ladies and gentlemen. So, and the reason it's going to be together, because you're going to have access to my progress and my performance. You see, That's what it's all about. Remember, I've got no money coming in at the moment. I'm achieving your needs. Simple.
So in that same vein, you've said, you don't necessarily need to be on the same page as you to have those same sort of ideologies.
Yes, because it can come. Yeah, it can come within. Right. It's definitely within, isn't it?
So why is believing in flat Earth necessary to advance these things?
Charzy, stop. If we have to tell you it's not a belief one more time, I'm likely to hit the red button on you.
Hey, I'm not trying to be aggressive, man. I'm just having a conversation with
It's not a belief. It is measured zero curvature. So if it's not curved, what is it?
Okay, I'm not arguing with you, man.
Very simple. If it's not curved, what is it?
Yeah.
It must be flat.
Right.
Good boy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not arguing with you, man. I don't know where you came out with this.
But the problem is, it's always your ideology, your belief.
Well,
I'm going to spell it out for you.
To the same extent, don't you believe? Don't you say the same thing about what other people believe? It's a belief.
Yes, that's correct, because it genuinely is a belief.
Right.
It is.
Okay, so I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just coming at you from the place.
You can hear me talk. Look, you can hear me talking, and you just don't want me to finish. Look, with flat Earth, it doesn't require believing. You go out, you confirm, you know. So when you refer to
Yeah,
the flat
I'm not
earthers,
arguing
you
with
should,
you.
again, I'm just nearly there. You should say this: the flat earthers know the earth is flat. They know it's flat. That's what you got to say.
No, I believe that flat earthers believe. Sorry, that they know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's right. You should know that. You should know that we know that.
I do.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not arguing. I haven't argued
Okay, good.
about that.
Yeah. So drop the belief word. Don't use
Okay,
the word
I
belief.
apologize. It's just my it's
Just
my
want to get past
language,
it.
my dialect. Yeah,
Fine, it's fine. We can just move on.
It's fine,
Carry on with
yeah.
what you're saying.
I'm not trying to insult anybody.
No,
So.
okay. And remember this. Remember what Carl Sagan said. Remember what
That's what I
Carl
was
Sagan
talking
said,
to,
okay? And the reason why he said it was because he felt, and remember, Carl Sagan and his field of astronomy doesn't use the scientific method at all, but he said science is becoming a religion and it's beginning to bamboozle people, basically what he said. And people are ending up believing. And a belief without confirmation or validation is a mistake. And that's Carl Sagan, the man who was an astronomer.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think that a lot of people do just blindly believe in what's expected of them. You know?
Yeah. So back to trying to live on earth as God would intended us. If people focus properly on themselves and how they came to be, and then look at what God has created, pull yourself out of the system you're in and go and have a look at nature, you wake up. It's cleansing you. So I love going out to nature, love camping. I'm like a monkey screaming and everything. Love it.
Yeah, no, I love nature. And I think that people should be more in tune with nature. I think it's difficult because of, most people live in very dense urban settings where it's difficult to be part of nature. But I think that people who have the ability to should definitely be more engaged with nature. I think people should grow their own gardens. I think people should go out hiking and walking and running,
Yeah, mountain bike, trekking, snowboarding.
Yeah.
Enjoy the seasons. Buy the equipment that will keep you warm in the frigid temperatures, and then you enjoy it. If you don't dress properly, then you're going to be not enjoying it. So you dress appropriately, you'll enjoy it. I'm glad I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink all that alcohol. So the money that I'm not wasting there, I can put into a pair of good boots, good fleece jacket, good pair of trousers, and that. Nice snowboard, second hand. I don't have to buy brand new. Bought it second hand. I'm the loudest fucking flat earth snowboarder you'll ever meet whilst I'm snowboarding.
Yeah. Yeah, good boots, good jacket.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we've all made our fashion choices. What are we talking about?
We're just talking about. We're just having a conversation. We're not debating anything. We're just talking. We're just having a conversation.
Mm-hmm. Your question was, why does flat earth matter?
No, no. My
grand
question
scheme
is
of things?
not.
That's what it was. That's what it was. It was.
Because I think I understand why flat Earth matters.
Okay, good. I'm glad you understand it. Then. It's important.
My question is more specifically like it's difficult to put into words, so I apologize.
That's
but
right.
I understand where you're coming from.
Good.
And I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to debate anybody.
No, the earth is flat. It's demonstratable and it's provable and it's out there. Yeah.
Right. And I'm not arguing that.
Right.
But my question, I guess, stems from like why how does this come to be that so many people are convinced otherwise?
Because
but like I said, we told you that.
Hold tight.
Yeah.
Because we all got taught this as soon as we came into the world. It's everywhere. It's the modern consensus, right, that's been put into our education system over time. For example, the education system pretty much around the world after the 1950s, and that's not that long ago, started teaching this. So the simple answer is because we all got taught this. That's why everybody believes it.
And I can appreciate that. But I guess my wider question is for what purpose? Like,
oh, why would they lie?
Why? Yeah, exactly. Like,
you've been here long enough to know that really isn't going to give you a satisfactory answer because we're going to have to start speculating.
I
Right? We
know,
don't
and
know.
I have to
Just
confess,
put it this way,
I do
right?
like speculation.
Well, okay.
Because I think
Just put it this way, right? The majority have a a strong religiously held belief system, right, about the universe. And then there's people that want to exploit that belief.
Yeah. See? Exploitation. Follow the money.
I don't see how you can exploit somebody's belief in this regard.
Really?
You can.
Really?
You can. But someone wants to
Sorry,
get a question.
hold on. Hold on.
Someone's
Look
got a
at the majority. Sorry, Jin. Look at the majorities of the religions around the world. Let's take, for example, the Muslims. Right now, these people will die for their God. Right? They will be at war with anybody, even themselves. Now, that as a sociological and psychological weapon is huge. When you can control people's ideology and based on that ideology, get them to act in a certain way. This has been done for thousands of years.
No, and I really do agree with that. I just don't see how convincing somebody that the shape of the earth is one way or another is going to get them to blow themselves up.
No, but
No,
this
that's not what we mean. That's not what we mean. No.
I was just using that as an example. We can speak about why they would potentially lie about what the Earth is, because let's not forget they tell us how the Earth got here. In actual fact, we get a whole creation. We're going to start going into religion in a minute. A creation narrative of how everything got here. Reality springs into existence for no apparent reason. Nothing becomes everything. Devoid of a creator, that intelligence comes later. That will come when everything sprang into existence, and for some reason, after lots and lots of time, information starts to form for some bloody reason, and then we have biological life forms and consciousness. So they get to give us a creation narrative, and in this way, it's completely against the idea that you need a creator. There's one potential reason why they would lie, using an ideology that you don't need intelligence to create.
Right, and it's not that it's necessarily that anyone's trying to convince anyone of anything, right? Unless that they truly believe that, and they want people to also to believe, be on board with them about that, because they honestly believe something, right? I think what you're conflating when I said exploitation with people trying to convince somebody of something. Remember, I said there was already a commonly held belief system in place, which then others came along and saw the opportunity to exploit. Okay, so they don't need convincing; they're already convinced. And then some people come along and say, well, let's see how we can take advantage of this commonly held belief system. And they'll do that by pretending to go to space and take pictures and provide you services that they, through means that they aren't really doing, etc., right? It's not that anyone's trying to convince anybody. They were already convinced. And all it took was a guy in a toga 2,000 years ago to measure some shadows.
No, and I understand where you're coming from. It's just like, from my perspective, I don't see how seeing a guy on TV go up to space, like allegedly, I don't see how that convinces me to do something. I don't see how that changes my...
What are you trying to tell us for? That's the reason, Chauncey.
I'm not trying to tell you anything.
Stop and think. Just stop. The reason you're in here defending it is what they're trying to explain to you the cause is. The effect, you in here defending something you don't even know or understand or can verify. That is the effect. The cause is what you're talking about.
If I can speak.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm not trying to defend anything. Okay, I don't really care.
So why are you here?
I'm here to understand what you believe and why you believe it.
So why do you keep pushing your globe narrative?
Yeah, well, we don't do believing.
I'm not pushing anything. And I apologize if my language is offensive.
Yeah, what you're trying to say is you want to know why we hold the positions we hold.
Exactly.
Because we're holding a position, not through belief. It's not a belief system.
And like I said, I apologize. I'm not trying to offend you. I want to understand why...
You hold the positions you hold.
Exactly.
Right.
And that's really all I'm here for. I'm not trying to convince anybody.
The answer is quite simple, because it's the right thing to do.
And I appreciate that, because I think doing the right thing is the best thing that you can do.
Exactly. That's what God put us on
we
this
hold
earth
the position.
to be doing. Yeah.
The
Sometimes
position we do because of the earth.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
and look, I'm not trying to argue again, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. So
But
I
it is
apologize.
as simple as that, Charzy. You're making it sound more complicated than it really is, right? You're making it sound more complicated than it really is. It's just simply because of this, because the Earth's flat.
Okay, but you have to come at it from my perspective. I don't understand. You're saying it is because of the way it is. I don't understand the way it is. Okay, so that's why I'm here.
But you agree, no, hang on a second, ladies and gentlemen. The guy has agreed with us with everything that I've been saying about the government and how they're misleading us and how the scientists have misled us. He understands that because he says, "I appreciate that. I understand." So if you appreciate, it means you understand. You're going around in circles. Can you stop that, please?
No, I agree with
Here
what
we go
you're
again.
saying.
Oh, I understand now. Okay.
No, I agree with what you're saying. I just I
Yes,
don't
please
understand
interject.
how you came
Someone
to the
wants to interject
conclusions.
anyway.
I
Yeah,
agree with your
interject.
conclusions.
Yeah.
I just don't
Please
understand how you
interject.
came to them.
If we could all talk over each other, that'd be fucking great.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And I've got three people talking for each other.
Yeah, sorry about that. My
Can I
bad.
jump in for a second? Is that okay?
Hold on. No. Let the person finish, and when they've finished, you can jump in. You don't jump in halfway through that fucking sentence. Shut up. Carry on, Chuck.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, so all I'm trying to say is, like, look, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to understand. That's the only reason I'm here.
Awesome.
And if I come off as ignorant or offensive, I apologize, but that's not the reason I'm here.
Okay. Right. The other guy. The other guy. What did you want? The guy who said, "Can I just jump in?"
No, he's gone now.
Oh, looks like I fucking upset someone. Oh dear. Next time when you're going to come into a conversation, don't jump in halfway through the middle of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I was trying to get my man here to yield just to let him in, because he's made his points and we got him. He's going around in circles repetitively there. I thought, yeah, let me have this guy interject, because interjection is fine. Can interject, even though someone's saying something. He had an important point, something to deliver, a fresh voice. It's okay. Especially as, the guy's saying he doesn't understand, but yet he agrees and appreciates where we're coming from.
And you know something, Jen? He never will until he goes outside and starts checking this stuff for himself. Instead of just copy-paste from the computer, go outside, and if you find out someone's doing a laser test, go and do it. If someone's doing a flash test, mirror test, go and do it. Go and buy yourself a light meter. Do your own readings, mate. Once you start doing this stuff for yourself and you see that the stuff that you've been force-fed doesn't line up with reality, then you'll wake up. Then you'll understand.
Yeah, and you don't really have to buy the equipment as well, although it's a good thing because you own it for yourself. But you can rent it off people, and there are people who have bought the equipment and they're not using it, so you can tap into their equipment and leave them a little drink money and go and use it and give it back. There's so many easy ways. It's unbelievable. Yeah, thanks, Matrix. That was good. Good point.
Yeah. Can I speak to that?
Yeah, you go ahead.
So you make it sound, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive, but you make it sound as though it's very easy. Anybody can do it. Mm-hmm. So why are so many people just completely convinced of the opposite?
I don't know.
Yes.
Your teammates.
Jedi told you that. But Jedi told you that just now, didn't he? Jedi. He just explained it to you.
Well, and like I said, I'm not trying to argue. I'm genuinely trying to understand here. I'm not trying to...
Sorry to interrupt. Do you understand what I mean by anchor bias?
No.
Okay, so an anchoring idea, kind of like a first thought that we have, especially like when we're children. We get our first impressions of the world, for example. That would be like an anchor to our subconscious, right? So when we're educated that the Earth is a sphere, for example, we have that anchoring as to regards what our reality is. And we get that from a trust of authority as well, right? So as we move forward with our lives, when we come to the challenge that people are saying the Earth is flat, we have this cognitive bias and anchoring towards our first thought, where we think that these people are talking outside of the common understanding. So we kind of subconsciously just dismiss it straight away. It's not what we know. It's outside of the realms of what we think is possible due to our anchoring bias.
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
So,
but
why did
I guess my question is like, it's provable, right? It's not just speculation. It's something you can go out, you can rent this equipment. It doesn't cost a whole lot. So why are so many people convinced? You know, it's, and I don't want to, again, I don't want to be offensive. I'm not trying to upset anybody, but it seems like there must be some sort of conspiracy here. It seems like there must be a higher, some sort of authority.
It gained enough momentum, right, and became popular, so popular that now it's deeply ingrained into our society, even into sub-religions, like other religions, where they forfeited their previously held views and knelt down to the so-called great authority of the men that can go into the sky and stuff like that, right? So it's really just so deeply ingrained that that now the majority share that stance that Jedi just described to you, that anchor bias. So it's going to be tough trying to get people to realize that reality is just as they observe and experience. It's going to be tough.
Take something simple like tradition. Like, there's many different cultures around the world that have different types of tradition. When they come in contact with another culture that has a different tradition, there's a clash. Now, these traditions might be completely subjective, like traditions, right? That don't have any real bearing in reality, but because of the way the tradition goes, then when they meet this other tradition, there's a conflict. It's the same kind of thing with cosmology, right? The Earth being a ball, the Earth being flat. There's two different ideas that when they meet, they clash.
Yeah, I can understand that. I guess my question is, like, I feel like, gosh, it's hard to put it into words. I apologize. I feel like the flat Earth community has been put in a very difficult position by, you know, people on social media and the regular media and whatever. I'm not super interested in trying to debate whether or not the Earth is flat. I'm more interested in learning about the conditions that would convince so many people of a false reality when it's so easily disprovable, you know? Like, okay, so you can prove the nature of the Earth, you can prove the geometry or whatever you want to call it. How do you convince so many people when this technology is easily available that everybody, basically anyone, can access it?
Sorry.
Well, what's holding you back?
Sorry. Yeah, it's not upon us to convince, it's upon the individual person to convince. And they've got to have the intention and the wherewithal to want to go and do this. I think our position in this is to question people's foregone conclusions and their beliefs, show them that there's an alternative way that you can most definitely demonstrate for yourself. But from that point onwards, it becomes their issue, because we're not going to convince anybody. People convince themselves.
I understand that. But my question is, where is the societal, the systematic failure that's leading people to the wrong conclusions?
Fucking apathy, probably.
You know, because it's like, I want to understand this. I'm not going to lie. I don't agree with you guys.
Look, okay.
Like I
Sorry
said,
to
I'm not here to argue.
I know. We know you're not. You've said it like 20 times. We get that now.
Okay.
You don't have to go there anymore, dude, right? But just take a cursory look around the world at the moment, right? Let's just say that everybody, compared to, say, 20, 30 years ago, has pretty much got their face buried in some kind of screen. The world today has become softer than it was. We're more interested in instantaneous gratification. Right? The world around us has become quite apathetic to most people don't even give a shit about the night sky, my friend, or science, quote unquote. These are just things that they can scroll past on YouTube or they can see on a screen, right? If they want to watch a documentary, but they only need to watch the documentary, they don't need to go to the university. People have become lazy. Right, we have these conversations all the time with people who come in here. Now people are not thinking for themselves. It's hold on a second, I'll ask ChatGPT. Do you understand how lazy people have got? They
Oh,
don't even
absolutely.
think. So if people are not thinking for themselves, and you're, let's say, a controller, you've got people in the palm of your hand. Now I don't know what the intention would be, but you just have to look at what's going on. People are apathetic. People just don't question. And if they do question, the first thing they go is to the authority. Now that's a robot AI.
Yeah.
Scary times, dude.
I totally get that. But I think the root of this goes back further than the technology. You know? Like ChatGPT is only, 5 years, 10 years old maybe at most.
Yeah. This is just the latest tool, of course.
So it's got to go back further than this.
Yeah,
and so the motivations have to go back further than this.
Okay, so what two groups of people have always controlled the world?
The rich people.
So we have those in authority, like governments now, kings and queens, and then we have the religious authority. There's two sides, the civil and the religious, right?
Okay.
Cool. We're always going to end up going back to religious ideas. How people view the world, theologies and stuff like that. Because ultimately, like we explained earlier, this is talking about how the earth got here. It's always going to end up in this kind of, like I said, theological argument. There's science that says you don't need intelligence to create, and there's the idea that you do need intelligence to create. So it goes back to these ideas, dude. Like we said earlier, it's the control of your mind and perception of what reality is. If people have that control, they get to control who you are and where you're going. They've had that control for so long now that people just either act like the sheepdogs and will herd everybody else back into position like good sheep should do, or they're just, like I said, Google AI and get the answers from a fucking robot. People don't question anymore. That's the point.
I get where you're coming from because that's definitely an issue. I have something that might be not something you want to talk about. But isn't religion itself something that has been created by man?
Yes. So there's thousands, let's just pull a number out of our backside, of religions, man's ideas and doctrines about the nature of deities. There's loads of different ideas.
And aren't some of those, maybe a lot of those, created to control people?
Yes, 100%. See,
So where's the separation between what you've been talking about and...
Because man's ideas about the wills of a deity have got absolutely nothing to do with the question of intelligence creates. Now, intelligence, people are going to call that creator a god. Now, the religion idea comes after that. The wills, thoughts, and motivations of that deity. Those are man's ideas, for example. You can look at multiple religions around the world. But the idea comes from the theological question of how the hell did we all get here? Did intelligence create us, or did we just spring into existence for no apparent reason?
Right. Right, and that's like the oldest question.
Yeah, of course it is. So it's always been a spiritual battle. It's been a battle for your mind.
I know that speculation is not really something that you guys do here, but I'm very interested in the speculation. If that's something you guys do.
I mean, you know that we generally don't like to speculate.
I know. That's why I'm asking. You know, I know you guys don't like to speculate, and I can appreciate the reasoning behind that. But it seems to me
are warranted. Sorry,
right? Exactly. Like speculation, there is some root in speculation. Like I know there's always going to be people that disagree. It's not always going to be, you know, this clean, happy, whatever. But I feel like it's important to air some of the speculation. That's really what I'm here for.
Yeah, I know. It depends what your question is going to be about, because there are some things that we could speculate about, but there would be no point. Like for example, if you were to ask me what the sun is, I mean, what's the point of me even speculating about that? I'm never going to know. You're never going to know, right?
No, that's fair. Yeah. My speculations would be more earthly.
Would they be more social?
Yeah. Human focused, I guess.
Yeah, it's a sociological aspect, yeah. Pretty much the same type of question you've had for the last half an hour. Right.
Exactly, yes.
I get you. I do.
No, I mean, it's difficult for me to put all of this together, you know?
Mate, let's say, for example, myself, I've been doing this since 2015. I don't know everything. I've been trying to put it together, and people come into the server and like yourself and like, well, how do I put it together? I'm still trying to put it together, mate. I don't know all the bloody answers. The conclusion from the measurement is the Earth is flat. Everything about the sociological aspect, mate, I'm still trying to get my head around, like I said.
Right, so let's speculate a little bit. Let's try and come up with some answers. They don't have to be right, but you know, like I just need to have some wall to bounce the ideas off, you know?
Well, maybe the best day for you is Sunday, then when you actually do speculate for 24 hours.
Oh, I've speculated more than 24 hours.
Yeah, I know. I get you.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate you guys when it's calm like this. I do appreciate it. Because I know it can get a little crazy in here.
Yeah, man.
But I have so many questions, and I feel like a lot of the questions, they spark these discussions that get out of hand and people get upset on both sides. And I just, I'd like to have an environment where people can speculate, just ask questions, and it just without everybody getting angry, because I feel like that's the biggest thing is like you go back to this idea that the whole reason that that they divide us like this is so we won't ask questions, we won't talk with each other, we want to argue with each other instead of talking with each other.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah, and it's difficult for me to come in here because I feel like every time I come in here, it's not talking, it's about arguing, and half of that's on me. So, but I want to learn, but
well, like I was saying earlier, if you want to learn, you have to start at the basics, dude.
Right.
Why we say the Earth is flat, for example, we have to start there.
Why? I think I know why you think. Sorry, why you say the Earth is flat. I think I do understand, because there are measurements, there are empirical studies, observations, experiments you can make.
Okay, so being as you've
seen them and you've had the conversations with us. I think the question needs to be asked is, why are you focused on the sociological aspect when you yourself are now part of that, let's say, dynamic, where you yourself have come in and been presented with evidence that at the moment you're doing your very best to turn away from and ask other questions.
Yeah.
You're asking me and us the questions that pretty much you're demonstrating the answer. You yourself have got the answer with this. Why are you not looking at the measurements that show that the Earth is flat? Why are you turning around to us and saying, well, I think I've got a grasp on why you say that the Earth is flat, but I'm interested in the sociological aspect. Why would they lie? Dude, you're part of this demonstration right now.
That's entirely fair. I believe what I do because I think the data that I have access to, the experiments, the measurements, I think it all substantiates the things that I believe.
Yeah, and up until 10 years ago, I would have said probably something similar. I guess it then comes to these things that you've got. Have you critically analysed them? Have you gone through them? Are you sure that you haven't been hoodwinked?
I'm fairly sure, yeah.
Fairly sure. So what have you done to confirm these things that you've got?
Oh, it's my job.
It's your job. What do you do? I feel like I know, but please remind me what you do for a living, mate. If you want to. If you don't want to dox yourself, then I'll live with that. That's fine.
No, that's fair. No, I work for the government, the United States government. My job is to analyze remote sensing data from platforms that have been put up into space. And nothing I've seen has discouraged me from believing what I believe in.
Okay. Now I'm going to want to question you on this, but would you allow that?
Go ahead.
How do you know that these things are where they are, or where they say that they are?
Oh, there's a certain amount of faith, right? But what they send back, these platforms, what they send back matches up to what they should send back, right?
What do you mean by that? Do they send back curvature?
Well, you would expect you have certain expectations, right? Say, the Earth has this certain geometry, this certain whatever. And if it doesn't match up with your expectations, then you can't do your work.
Cool.
So
you get information from high altitude platforms, and the information that you get back shows you that the Earth is a sphere. Do those high altitude platforms show a rotation around the sphere?
They do, yeah.
They do, so there's a change in pitch, orientation of the platform.
Yeah, I mean...
Is there any possible chance you could show me that?
Not off the top of my head. I mean...
Yeah, of course. Maybe I don't expect you to say off the top of your head. I'm actually asking for, the data, and I don't expect you to have that right now. But say if I gave you a week or 2 weeks, is there any chance that you could come back here and give me the pitch data from a satellite? The orientation to do with the gyros. They'd have gyros in them, right? So they know their orientation. That's the information I'd be interested in. Because I have the information from aircraft, I'll be interested in the information from a satellite.
Sure.
Awesome
so I work quite a lot with... it's a joint United States and European endeavor.
Awesome.
The satellite, every image that it sends, it has an azimuth on it, and it has the sort of the orientation of the satellite
Awesome. And that,
Yeah.
I mean, you can have an orientation of a satellite depending on, say, which way you're facing. It could be angled up a little bit, but I'm looking for the rotation. Let's say it's an orbital satellite and takes, for example, 24 hours to complete one rotation. I'm pulling a number out my arse, dude. It's obviously not 24 hours, it's probably shorter. But I'd
Yeah.
want to see the rotation of 360 degrees around the center of radius.
So, to my understanding, to my experience at least, it's something that's reported because it's a known number. It doesn't change. So typically, when a satellite publishes data, they just publish whatever the rotation, the angle, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just publish it. So it's not something that's reported alongside the data.
Yeah, I understand. I'd just be interested to see it.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you really want, I'll look for it, but
like I said, dude, I don't expect it now, today, or anything like that. Please, in your own time, right? If you come across it or you have the gumption to find it for us, I'd be grateful and I'd love to see it.
I appreciate that.
Cool, awesome stuff. Right, I'm going to have to go and make some lunch because my stomach is rumbling. But I won't be far away. Give me about 10, 15 minutes. I'll be back. Really good talking with you, mate. Thank you.
Word up.
Word.
Word.
Word. Word of
Yeah,
God.
so I don't know. I don't really care about arguing the shape of the Earth. I know that's what primarily goes on in this channel. I'm more interested in just hearing the why, the how story. Because I feel like arguing the science of it, most people already have that figured out for themselves. So what's the point in arguing numbers and figures and shit? Like they're lying to us, right? So why are they lying to us? What are the mechanisms that they're lying to us? What is the purpose of lying to us?
The purpose of lying is to not tell the truth.
Sorry, bro.
I think the purpose comes down to control.
Well, that's that seems to be a general. What seems to be the general answer is control. But like, what's the mechanisms of this control? Like,
well, it's an irrational fear of being controlled, of not having control of your life.
But how does the shape of the Earth factor into that? Right? Like,
This was
the
answered
shape
earlier.
of the Earth
Are your ears
matter.
painted on?
Sorry.
Are your ears painted on?
Oh, not last time I checked.
Excellent, because I'm quite certain that about, I don't know, half an hour ago, this was already answered.
Well, I apologize. I'm sorry, man.
I wasn't there for that, but I've debated flat earthers.
Excellent. So you can come back on Sunday, Speculation Sunday, speculate all you like. Why people lie? Look inside chat. There's a whole list of why people lie. Pick your favourite one. Don't care.
So there's no answer for it?
Charzy, can you read one off for me? My hands are tied. I would do it myself, but my hands are tied.
What am I reading off?
You're reading off one of the reasons that this guy is mentioning. I'm sure he doesn't want to mention himself, but
how do I read it?
All right, take what is not rightfully theirs, escape accountability, create a fantasy, stroke false self-esteem to escape reality, avoid punishment, inflict pain,
Feel better in the moment, still admiration, gain an advantage to exploit others. They go to 7.
Can I address one of those?
Yeah, that was a lot. I have ADHD.
Okay, so
one was
take what is not rightfully theirs. Number 1.
One was to inflict pain.
No, I'm literally reading off the list. Right, number 1, take what is not rightfully theirs.
Okay, can we just do that one then?
Wait, where's this list from?
In the side chat.
No, but what is this? Where is it from?
I think it just comes from the community.
Can't read what's in the bottom.
Inflict pain.
Asked why.
I don't want to inflict pain.
Oh God.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just asking. Where does this? What is this?
No.
Okay, let's do it the easy way. Chardsy, I want you to bring up a list now of all the possible reasons why people lie. Why do you think people lie? Number 1.
To take what is not rightfully theirs.
Okay, that's 1. Why else do people lie?
To escape accountability.
No. I didn't ask you to read the list. I want you to give us reasons why people lie.
Charzy, do you mind if I engage?
In your lifetime, why have people lied to you? For what reason? Why have they lied to you?
Oh, lots of reasons. I don't think you could put it on a list like this.
So we have all the reasons why someone would lie. Let's just assume so.
Right.
But does that,
No.
how do we know?
Just be quiet for a second. Chardsy, what are some of the reasons that people have lied to you in your lifetime? Why did they lie to you?
I think this one that was posted in chat, I think it's pretty good.
Don't worry about that one. We're talking about Chardsy now. You wanted to know why people lie. So I'm asking you, in your lifetime, surely someone's lied to you. What was the reasons why they lied to you?
But I'm asking
because they're liars.
They are liars.
They are liars. Who are they again?
I'm asking about this specific topic, right? I'm not talking about in general.
Yeah, so am I.
Me too.
People lie for whatever reason, Chardsy.
Are we talking about the 24/7 flat Earth in here?
Oh my goodness, she is a social.
This is actually the Hello Kitty Island Adventure chat.
Oh my god, I used to play Hello Kitty a lot. The Adventure
This is going to get boring really fast.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to derail.
Oh, you don't like that? Okay, we could talk about 24/7 flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. What brings you here?
24/7 flat Earth.
What do you want to know about 20? Right, everyone else.
Well, I think it's definitely 24/7 round Earth, but
you think it's a 24/7 round Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why?
Well, it's just my opinion, honestly, and I think
It's
that's
your
what
opinion.
counts.
So you think it's subjective?
Yeah, everything
okay,
is.
so you think that an apple is only an apple because you want it to be an apple that day?
Yes, exactly. Just like how
I
you could
think
change
you're
your
an idiot.
pronouns.
You should probably not be in this conversation. Sorry to
No,
upset you.
I'm an intellect, I swear.
No, you're not.
I like this girl.
Really? You're like
Yeah,
fucking
she's
crazy,
funny.
baby.
She's funny. Come on.
I'm not funny.
Okay, so why would specifically
girl.
why would somebody lie about the
they're
Earth shit
liars.
specifically?
Well, right, but that's the
highly
question,
circular.
right? It's like, so we said that we're not in speculation Sunday or Saturday or whatever, but we don't want to get into the reasons speculating about why people would lie. So are we speculating? Are we not speculating?
No,
What's
we're
the
not
deal here?
speculating. We're not speculating. We're talking to new people that have got questions. You've had enough platform time, dude. Be a
That's
little
fair.
bit more socially aware. There's been at least 2 other people who've tried to jump into the conversation. You've just kind of walked straight past them.
It's okay, Charzy. I know you meant well.
Oh,
Thanks,
yeah.
bro.
I love Charlie D'Amelio.
Yeah, Charlie's pretty cool.
I don't know who that is, but I
So basically, they were TikTok famous for a while, and then
Matrix.
Yeah, great. Hey, guys, this is how it's going to work. If you want to have a conversation about some other random shit, please go to another channel. If you choose not to listen to that, I might be forced to get the naughty button out and start expunging people.
okay. But I have a question.
Excellent. Please.
Okay, so like, why are you laughing at me?
I'm pre-laughing at whatever you're going to say next. I'm getting it out the
Yeah.
way so that I can.
Yeah,
focus.
because you've said everybody else to already know that whatever you say next is going to be stupid. So let it cook.
No, it's not going to be stupid. It's going to be hilarious.
Listen, she's just a goofy goober.
Jezebel, can I have some of whatever it is you took? 20
Matrix,
minutes
where's
ago?
that button, dude?
I muted the two dickheads. Go ahead.
Am I muted? Because I had a legit
You were going to
question.
ask a question, Skell.
I was going to ask a question. Who are they?
Correct.
Who's that again?
It's Skelly.
Right, that's who I meant to mute. Whoops. Okay, we'll put you on mute and take her off. Good. All right, go ahead, Jezebel.
Like, so why do you think the Earth is like flat?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we think the Earth is flat because it measures that way. Now, you understand that we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is like water, right? The oceans.
Here, let me Google this fast.
Okay, how much of the surface of the Earth is water? Google that.
70%.
Awesome stuff. So we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, when we look at water, when we measure water, and when we practically use water, we observe it, measure it, and use it as horizontal. So water, the surface of the Earth, is measured to be horizontal. Now, the main constituent part of a sphere is the surface is curved. That's a curved line. A horizontal line is a straight line. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, it measures to be horizontal. That means it can't be a sphere.
Okay, so ChatGPT argues the horizon appears flat because the Earth is so big that the curvature is subtle over short distances.
Excuse me, young lady, why have you already thrown your brain to a computer? Have you never watched a dystopian movie before?
Yes, I have. I watched Hunger Games.
So why are you doing it then?
Because I'm telling you, like, the real facts and the real evidence and the real logic.
No, you've gone to a robot to tell you.
Logical inconsistencies, that's what I'm trying to say now.
Logical inconsistencies. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll humour you. Tell me what ChatGPT says about the horizon.
Oh, okay, sure. So planes fly over the curve. Flight paths and GPS navigation literally account for Earth's curvature. Otherwise, pilots would fly into space or crash.
Awesome stuff. Now that's a claim.
Yes.
Do you think GPT would be able to give you the evidence of that claim? I.e., would they be able to give you the pitch data from an aircraft that's within the black box?
I could also get a picture of the Earth from AI if you want.
No, I don't want the picture from AI. I want the evidence that backs up what AI said.
Okay. 1
Do
second.
you think you can get that?
Yes. Give me evidence.
Give me evidence.
There are many images, supposedly, of the Earth from orbit.
Not at the moment. I'm not interested in images. I'm interested in the pitch data from the aircraft.
Okay.
Because ChatGPT says that it negotiates curvature.
So basically, there's a line.
There's a line.
Okay, let me. Yeah.
Okay, what are you talking about?
1 sec.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
No, I'm just reading something. Wait. I'm sending the evidence in chat.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
No, you've got what ChatGPT says.
Yes, exactly.
So that's not you, is it? That's a computer, isn't it?
Okay, but I am the computer. I'm controlling it.
Me and you are going to get off onto a really bad foot if you actually act like an 8-year-old little girl. It's not going to work here. So you can either, I don't know,
Okay, I'm
adult
sorry.
up a little bit.
I'll argue with my own intellect.
Yeah, go and argue in the mirror.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Well, think about it yourself. You literally just gave all of your cognitive thought to a bloody AI.
Why isn't there a 24/7 like round Earth chat?
Because it's stupid and nobody cares.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we cleared that up.
Okay. So I sent my sources in chat.
What sources? I don't see sources.
Oh, you're really quiet. Let me turn you up.
No, it's
Oh,
all right.
hello.
I'm just not.
Oh, I'm
near my
unmuted.
mic.
Can I ask my question now?
Hold on, just 2 seconds. Jezebel, what you've posted, can you just highlight the bit that you're talking about, please?
Oh, sure.
Cool, thanks.
Highlight the bit we're talking.
Oh my god, you're kidding me.
Because what I want to know is if you understand what you posted. I'll ask you, do you understand what you posted? Okay, can you explain it to me then?
Can you explain?
Explain it to me.
Right, Jezebel, I think it's probably time that you left and we moved on to someone else. Right.
Okay, I'll stay muted.
Let's be fair. I think I'm going to stop you from embarrassing yourself. And we don't want you to embarrass yourself now, do we?
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, good. So stick yourself on
No,
mute.
I'll stay here. I want to listen, please.
Yeah, but stick yourself on mute.
Okay, I'll mute.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
So
Or do I have
I
to do it?
highlighted it, by the
I'll
way.
do it. No problem. I'll do it.
Okay.
Right, who was the other guy with the question?
That was me.
Hello, mate. What do you want?
What do I call you?
You can call me Jedi if you want.
Hey, Jedi. I'm a big
What's
Star
up?
Wars fan myself. Who are they, and the they that are lying to us
Yeah,
about?
good question, mate. I don't know. That's one of the questions that we ask when people ask us why would they lie. We ask them, well, who are they then? Because again, this is going to be speculation. I don't know who they are. For, let's say, NASA, are they lying to us? Well, I can probably guarantee that I know a high percentage of them just believe that the Earth is a sphere and they're just going along with it because, like everybody else, it's what we got taught. But they're not necessarily lying to anybody, like the teachers aren't lying to me because they believe this to be true. It's just passing on the, let's say, tradition. But who are they? I don't know who they are, mate. We can go back in history to find out when the heliocentric moon calculator was invented, which is pretty much what we have today, and that comes from the Roman Catholic Church. So we'll end up going back into religious ideas. So they might be religious.
So it's a lie coming from I don't know who, right?
Well, I've just pointed out it's the Roman Catholic Church that gave us the moon calculator, which is the heliocentric model, basically. So I didn't say I didn't know. I just pointed at a particular institution. Did I not make that clear?
You were kind of muffled, so it was kind of hard to understand.
I do apologise, my friend. Am I any better now?
A little bit. Say that last bit again.
The moon calculator, the globe Earth model, the heliocentric idea, comes from the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay.
So it's a religious idea.
That was who was that? That I think I'm trying to remember the name of the person.
Copernicus?
It was the guy. Say again.
Copernicus. Galileo.
That was, mm-hmm.
Wait, I don't think that's necessarily correct. Didn't they jail the person who was trying to say the Earth wasn't?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. That guy's name. 'Cause he was a Catholic. No. This guy was a Catholic, and he was eventually seen as a heretic because of his
The Roman Catholic Church asked him to come up with a moon calculator. Now, the way that he devised it to the average everyday Catholic person would have thrown him in the brig, right? Because the average everyday person wouldn't have gone along with this idea being that the Earth was a sphere. But it was the Roman Catholic Church that asked him to do it.
Right. So it seems to me that this guy was asked to do a job, and that job led him to discover something.
No.
If you're tracking the moon, you're going to see where the moon is going, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna start see round Earth like movement in the moon, right? So like the moon going behind the Earth, and then coming back, coming back around.
Do you think that we tracked the stars before the 1600s? Do you think we could predict where the moon was going to be and when eclipses were going to happen?
We did. That was how we got around. Was looking at the stars and tracking them. That's why we have constellations that comes, and it's the same constellations too. We found that different cultures on different parts of the Earth, they saw the same star constellations, obviously in different places.
Yeah,
and they gave them their own stories because they were the brightest stars.
Awesome stuff, and all of these were measured from a horizontal plane. The predictions aren't predictions; they're postdictions because, like you said, the constellations do the same thing. The moon does the same thing. Eventually, they're going to repeat this pattern. So the repeating patterns in the sky, they're measured from a horizontal. There was just another idea based on a celestial sphere, which is basically the dome of the sky above you, literally you standing on the inside of a protractor. This idea where you were also in motion around the sun could give you the same type of prediction. The same sort of thing where you could have the Earth at the center of the of the universe and the sun and everything going around the Earth. You can conceptualize this in many different ways. Now, being as you can come up with, say, 5 different models that all express the Earth and relationships to each other to be different, and which one's real? If they all do the same quote-unquote predicting power.
So the Roman Catholic Church is lying to us about the Earth's shape to control us.
I don't know, dude. I mean, we can go back and say the early 1920s when they came up with the Big Bang idea. That also comes from the Roman Catholic Church. I think his name's Monsignor Georges Lemaitre, 1921 or 29. I can't remember which one of those 2 numbers. But yeah, he came up with the Big Bang cosmology, where let's just disregard everything that was said in the Bible about the creation mythology, because we can look at it from a different aspect, where if we rewind time, everything exploded into existence. So that's from the Roman Catholic Church. You'd have to ask them why they want to come up with a narrative that's devoid of God or antithetical to the Bible, for example.
If I may ask quickly, just to clarify, sorry.
Go ahead.
If I may. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Jedi, wasn't that guy a Jesuit also?
Yeah.
Benny Jesuit?
Who's Georges Lemaitre from 1927?
So he was a Roman Catholic priest. He's the guy who, I mean, there's a few people who have conjured up, creation ideas, but he's the guy who kind of really first thought and got the ball into motion with regards to the Big Bang.
Yeah, he was the one who postulated the Big Bang theory, okay? Who was a priest, Catholic priest, yeah.
And what was his evidence? Where did he get it from?
He got it from his ass, obviously, because there is no evidence for it.
Well, the scientific community wouldn't follow him if he didn't present evidence.
Okay, let me tell you something. When you ask the scientific community what went bang, everybody's silent. That's what I'm saying. It came out of nothing.
It's a very simple concept.
I don't think they go silent.
It's a very simple concept. If you rewind time, eventually you're going to get to the creation. Right?
Yeah.
That's basically their idea. Yeah. So all they do is just rewind time, because if there's a creation, that's a point in time. So just rewind time till then, and what do you get? Well, there was nothing before there was everything.
Yeah.
That's what it suggests.
Right. Well, we look at the stars and we look at the constellations. We look at the galaxies and the cosmos, and we see that there's everything is spreading out, right? So
no, we don't. We do. No, we don't. We don't see everything spreading out. We don't. We don't see everything expanding and continuing to expand. We do not see that.
Yeah, you already
pointed out. Never seen that. I never measured that.
You already pointed out the constellations, the things that do the same repetitive thing. Like, you don't see the stars of Orion's belt getting further apart, now do you?
Well, if they're supermassive structures, if there's supermassive structures that are far away. So if you're on a train, think about this. So you're on a train and you're looking at a mountain, right? And you're on a bullet train, right? The mountain is going to look like it's sitting still because it's far away. I think it's called percolation or some shit like that.
Actually, it doesn't look like it's sitting still. No, it looks like it's moving parallax.
It's moving very parallax. It's moving very slowly, right?
Yeah, right,
So
right.
that's
But
just
the stars
that's
don't do
just
that. Hang
a
on, the
mountain,
stars don't
right?
do that, though. But the stars don't do that because
Sorry
we're
to
meant to be
interrupt.
moving. Hang on, we're meant to be moving at 2.2 million miles an hour in the galaxy, there, right, in the universe, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year. 19.2, but everything is in the same place. North Star's there, the constellations are there. Can't be if the Earth is moving through the universe at that speed and the distance traveled in the time. 1 year.
Can I ask why not?
2 seconds. Right.
Go ahead.
You said that the universe is expanding. Right. We see the Earth. You're now giving us excuses as to why we don't observe the thing you said we observe. So do we observe it or do we not observe it?
We do observe it. It's due to perception that we think that we're not seeing movement because of time.
We are seeing movement, are we? Have we got that measured? Have we?
Yeah, you can measure the movement, but you can also measure the light. And when light travels, it stretches.
Slow down.
And it changes
So
color.
we can. Slow down. So we've measured the separation between the stars of Orion's belt, for example. We've measured the separation of the stars in any constellation, for example, because over time the universe is expanding. So the distances between things are getting bigger. We've measured that, have we?
Okay, let's start over.
No,
let's
have
try.
we measured that? Yes or fucking no?
Yeah, I'm not a scientist. I'm not an astrologist, so I
Okay, so why are you making? So why are you making these claims then?
I'm not making the claim. I'm just bringing to you claims that have been made, and I just want to know what your arguments
but then
are.
you're not listening to our responses, though. That's the thing. You're not listening to our responses. You're not the scientists. We're giving you the answers, and you're not acknowledging.
You're not giving me answers. You give me questions. You give me.
No,
I
we're
don't
giving
know
you
who.
answers as well. We're giving you answers.
I
as well
asked
as questions.
who they were. You said I don't know.
Well,
you said
okay,
it
you
might be
ask
the
me who
Catholic
they
Church.
are. Ask me.
We
I'll give you an
gave you
answer.
3
Ask
numbers.
me.
Sorry, we gave you 3 fucking names.
Yeah.
Right, you gave me 3 names of the Catholic Church. So do you still not know? Or you?
Excuse me. So when you turn around,
you
first said you didn't know.
Me, you literally just turned around and said that we gave you no answer. Then I've got to jump in and remind you that we gave you at least 3 different names. So you at least have to take that fucking back.
So you do know. You have to say you do know who they are.
Oh my God!
In order for me to take it back.
Again, we speculated. Right? That means we didn't give you enough.
Sunday.
Right, you can probably fuck off now.
I can
Seriously,
fuck off now. It's not speculation Sunday.
I'm trying to give you my time of day. I feel like I'm fucking wasting it with what I can probably describe quite accurately as a fucking wanker. Now just piss off, dude.
Have you got rid of him? Jedi. I tell you, him and his you make
He had
me
to
laugh
go.
at that. Yeah.
It's ET up next now.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for unmuting me.
Yeah, I was just gonna get into that. Sorry. I was just about to do that for you. Okay, so you're back. Good. But yeah, as you could hear from the other guy, we were giving him all the answers, and yet we weren't giving him answers.
Yeah. I think that's to be expected, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and then this is what's the result is. You end up being muted. You end up being fucked off, basically. So, and then that's a negative for the heliocentric model and those who believe in it, because you're now displaying the inability of proving your case in a rational and coherent way. You can't do it. That's what's happening. And then you end up saying, but I don't understand this and I don't understand that. And ladies and gentlemen, there's not a lot to understand. Is it round, spherical ball, or is it level? That's all there is. That's all you have to work out. And then if you want to work out who the liars are, then obviously you can work it back. Follow the money and who's put the education system in place, and you work it back. That's who they are. Just not difficult to understand who they are. Those that shouldn't be in power are the ones that are doing it. Clearly obvious. Yeah. We're a formidable force here. We are indestructible, unwavering, unceasing with the truth that we bring you. We don't like to speculate because you can't really use it. We give you the facts that nourishes your curiosity. You then investigate and then you become a flat earther. And then you meet me and I give you a slap in the head for insulting us in the first place. Then I give you a hug and a kiss after that.
I'd like a hug and a kiss.
But you get the slap first for being rude in the beginning.
No, you can't. I mean,
I can, and I
appreciate where you're coming from, but you can't treat people that way. You know?
I can, and I do, mate.
I know you do. I know you do.
But
But
what I can do and do not do. You know,
but that's not productive to your goals.
Oh, it is. It
right?
is. It is.
So if you mute somebody's in here, they're debating you, and you mute them, how does that advance your goal?
Actually, Chardsy,
now you're doing what? Hang on. Now you're doing what's called concern trolling, which is not necessary. The guy had his opportunity to get it across. We were giving him the information, being a bit obnoxious, being a stick in the mud, wasn't even addressing and digesting and contemplating what we actually gave him as answers. He's on a mission. He's on his own track. Now he's in his mute mode. That's what it's got to be like. You've got to understand that there are people listening into the YouTube live stream. We don't want this to look like a circus and it's not controlled. We're sticking to the facts and giving it in a coherent way. It's got to happen.
Just so you know, Jin, he headphoned himself while you were talking then.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, there you go. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Now, the fact that he did that would mean that he would get a 1 week timeout. That's what he would deserve for that action. Because clearly he's not here to learn the truth, not here to accept the truth, but here to derail us and try to annoy us in a very slow increment measure of annoyance. So that's why he gets a week timeout. That's what I'll do. Timeout for a week. So that simply can't come in for a week now. You see? So when he comes back, he's going to be scratching the back of his head because he's embarrassed. So it is. But then, I'm not the owner of the server. Yeah, thanks, Matrix, for that, because I didn't even know he'd done that. But there you go. See? Deafened himself.
He's quite lucky because a while there we were actually just insta-banning people that do that. So anyways, Skeletrek.
Am I unmuted?
Sensible questions.
Oh, you're unmuted now. I can hear you.
Why'd you mute me?
Well, you weren't really complying with the idea of having a good discourse. That's all. That's why
maybe I misunderstand the rules then.
Well, no, it's just common sense, isn't it? You don't need rules to know that somebody's telling you something.
Common sense isn't.
You're talking again when I'm talking. Fuck.
I have ADHD,
shut up.
bro. Sorry.
That's
okay,
why you got muted. Right.
I'm sorry.
So just
Please
pay
don't
attention.
be talking through others when they're trying to explain things to you. And then after they explain things to you, don't just sit there acting stupid and then like as if they haven't said anything for the last 10 minutes.
Don't talk about talking. Talk about why you think the Earth's a globe.
I can only address one point at a time. So
well, if the point has to do with mutes or talking or any bullshit like that, just don't address it. Let's talk about why you think the Earth's
he doesn't seem to address any point that we raise. You know what I mean? Doesn't digest it.
Okay.
Follow it to its conclusion.
Why do you believe you live on a globe?
Because everything around me proves it.
Okay, start proving it, please.
Okay, we're going to list them, as you said, one at a time. So, what's the first one?
So there's gravity.
How does that prove? Oh my god, dude.
Well, do you believe in gravity?
Oh my god, now you're asking me what I believe in. So I'd ask you to define it, but it's just a fool's errand anyway, because it's
Well,
not going to
it's
prove
no.
it's not going to prove a geometric figure of the Earth. So just do something else.
Okay, so if you go up high enough, you can see the curvature of the Earth. That's a very simple. That's the most
All right,
simplest.
prove that you can see the curvature of the Earth from high enough.
Somebody has to go high enough, which people have done before, but you don't believe those people.
So you haven't.
Astronauts.
Who? Which
Now,
one?
begging a question,
People that are currently on the space station right now.
the space station is not up there. How have you validated that it's up there? It's not up there.
Have you validated that's even high enough geometrically
how have you
above
validated that it's up
above
there?
the globe
That
Earth
is
that you would actually see it as a globe?
Yeah. How have you validated that the ISS is up there with astronauts looking at the Earth, orbiting the Earth at Mark 23, 17,500 miles per hour on a circumference of 26,250 miles circumference? How have you validated all that?
Do you
Well,
guys
we've
believe
watched
Voyager was
astronauts
launched in the
go into outer space.
That's
You
not
can go to
validating,
Florida.
I'm afraid. It would mean that you would have to go there to check that they are there. That's how you validate.
You can do
Yeah.
that. You can go to Florida.
No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. And if you can do that, why haven't you done that yet?
I'm actually going to Florida in a couple weeks.
Let's take this. It sounds like your claim basically boils down to an appeal to a supposed astronaut who said they did something. So which one?
Neil Armstrong.
Okay, Neil Armstrong. So that's not even the ISS. It's a whole other claim.
Yeah, he's
the
dead
Apollo
anyway.
mission.
And he's dead anyway. Buried at sea.
Yeah, so you obviously
Okay,
don't know
but-
what you're talking about because you said ISS, now you've gone to Neil Armstrong, that's Apollo. That's not even the
Oh
same.
yeah, that was Apollo. He went to the moon.
Yeah, so you couldn't name a single ISS astronaut that said they saw the curvature in any of that. So,
Would it be okay if I looked it up?
Well, I mean, I don't know why you would have to. You claim to already know this information.
I know the ISS is up there. I don't
You claim
know.
to already know it's a
you
globe.
don't know that.
So you
No,
should
you
already
don't
know
know
how you
that.
know it's
You
a globe.
don't
If
know
you got to
that.
start Googling how you know it's a globe, then we know
feel
already
like-
just from that you don't know it's a globe. So we can just rest our case there.
Yeah.
So you're telling me I don't know something. So,
yes, I'm telling you, you don't know that the ISS is where it's said to be. You don't know that. You don't know the speed, the circumference value, the altitude from the Earth's surface where it's meant to be, the condition of that zone. You don't know anything at this point.
Yeah, so it's really clear at this point in the exposition that you just believe it and you have no clue why.
Well, that information is readily available.
Okay, yeah, that's what you think, but you've never come across it, or else you just tell us what it is offhand.
Is your non-belief of it because you haven't come across it?
Yeah, and I've been asking for it from people like you who do believe it, and this is what I get. Horse shit.
Yeah, my position is knowledge of said zone according to the way it's been described by the experts. It would be impossible for the ISS to be there. Not to mention the speeds that they give us and the way the ISS has been configured, the centrifugal forces and G forces that would be generated from such orbit would tear the thing apart. So that's what it's. Yeah, go on.
It was built to withstand that. Was it
No,
not?
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. And I'll give you a reason why. Look at the way the solar panels have been configured, okay? And then they want it to go Mark 23 in the thermosphere on a accelerating curved trajectory, right? The 920,000 Gs would tear the thing apart completely at Mark 23.
Why would it do that?
Because it cannot withstand the G forces. 920,000 Gs would destroy the ISS. 10 Gs, the astronaut goes into what's known as G lock and they're knocked out. Okay, so imagine if I subjected you to your seat where you're sitting and you're going to go 5 miles in 1 second. I press the button, bang. You're now 5 miles from me. How do you think what condition is your brain and your body going to be in? From that sudden acceleration from where you're sitting, bang, 5 miles.
I feel like you've invented a condition or two. Why would it be sudden?
Well, because if you're sitting where you are now, the speed of Mach 23 is the equivalent of going 5 miles a second. That's what that is. Mach 23, the speed of sound at Mach 23, 23 times the speed of sound, you're covering a distance of 5 miles a second. So if you're sitting where you're sitting now, and I pressed the button, bang, and I accelerated you to 5 miles, you'd be dead. In that 1 second, you'd be dead.
Is that how the ISS is supposedly?
That is how the ISS would be traveling at.
It's just
at
it's a sudden, like, it goes from Earth to space in 5 seconds.
What you've got to understand is that it's moving at that rate, and then the G-force that's generated. You're not listening to me. The generator is supposedly moving at that rate. By the way, it's not actually there. This is why you got muted.
All right, what's going on?
This is why you're getting muted, because you keep interrupting.
He's just educating the guy on stuff.
I'm literally just listening to you.
Yeah, the dude's claim, and now he's telling him all about his claim for some reason.
Yeah,
obviously
put yourself
doesn't know
on
jack
mute
shit.
at the moment, please.
I'm literally just listening to you.
Yeah, put yourself on mute so I don't hear your little oops. I don't want to hear
just
that.
saying, I'm saying,
nobody ever wants to hear during a conversation on Discord.
That's not true at all. That's a totally different discussion. But yes,
really?
No,
Are you sure?
I was literally trained.
Really?
Do you like when I do it? Do you like when I do it?
Well, obviously not in rapid succession. After you say a statement, I say, I'm letting you know
just
I'm
keep
listening
yourself
to you.
Can we have the guy just muted?
Keep
All right,
yourself
fine.
muted.
Yeah,
That's
just mute
all.
the guy. Yeah, that's it. Right now, what I'm trying to tell you is that Mach 23 generally wants to go in a straight line. When you subject that kind of speed to a curved trajectory, forces are generated. Forces that would kill a human being even if they're in that thing. Right, and then the thing itself would be torn apart at 920,000 Gs of force subjected to the ISS. For the way it's been configured, these modules and that solar panels are very flimsy indeed. Not to mention it's operating in the thermosphere where it cannot cool down. It gets hotter and hotter and hotter for 21 years. There's no way of cooling it off. No way. Okay, and the astronauts would have been dead in there anyway. And the zone is highly irradiated. All right. There are so many problems for the ISS not to be there. It's how we know it's not there. Okay.
Or you could just say it's a violation of gas laws and there's nobody there.
Right. And that's the capping stone on the top of that to ensure that you don't escape. There you are. Thank you, Radwin.
No, I muted myself, bruv.
Okay, good.
You're supposed
to.
I didn't know that.
That's what you're supposed to do when someone else is having a yarn, mate. So your first one was gravity. All of a sudden now you claim the ISS was your second one. What's your third thing? So you've walked outside one Sunday morning and you go, I believe I live on a ball because...
Can I talk now?
Yeah, you're supposed to finish the sentence.
Well, my third thing is...
You gotta let them talk more or else they're never gonna show how stupid they are. That's a pro tip.
Yeah. Yeah, they connect. You're talking about... Because I was trying to understand why the ISS can't be where...
No, we're not worried about the ISS. We want to know
no, you gotta let him talk enough to make a fool of himself, bro.
You live on a ball.
I can't tell whose side you're on, bro. I can't tell who you're talking to. Heretic.
I'm on this side.
You should be concerned with yourself, really, and answering the questions that are put to you. And the question was, what's your third evidence? Because the ISS is not up there. Gravity has never been proven to exist. So those are two begging the question fallacies already. Carry on, please. What's your third
Well, am I
fallacy?
not allowed to contest your reply?
I was just cheerleading you, putting your foot in your mouth is what I was trying to do. And now another flat earther thinks it's his job to take up the mantle. I guess these guys just won't get it.
Yeah, go ahead and contest, please.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out because gas laws. I don't know what gas laws are. I'm sorry. I'm a little like I know this information is readily available, so is not hard. Like they wouldn't lie about something.
Yeah,
that
you
can
can't
be
have gas
perfectly
pressure
correct.
like the Earth. You can't have gas pressure like the Earth is under pressure. Do you understand that, right?
Okay.
Do you
Yeah, no, I
understand
understand.
that? Next
Yeah,
to
so-
the vacuum of space,
Mhm.
you can't have that without a container around Earth.
So we need a container, right?
You do to have gas
Mm-hmm.
pressure.
And it has to be like a solid object. It can't be.
Well, it can't be a tree or it can't be a net, a fishing net. No, it can't be any of those.
So what is it? What's it made out of?
Well, guess what? You guys are the ones that need the container. I say the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained already.
Was my question answered? Was that an answer to my question? My question was, what's it made out of?
Oh, I don't know. Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but it's there. It's definitely there.
It's not a tree and it's not a fishing net. I can tell you that.
What's it look like?
Why would I know that?
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe the dome around the?
No.
The well, I thought that was
fake,
part of
dude. No, you need a dome if you have outer space. Space is fake.
Well,
so if you don't think the Earth is flat, what shape do you guys think it is?
No, Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
What is containing it?
And how?
Yeah,
a container.
Yeah, a container, a structured container, so that the pressure can build up, and you have your 14.7 psi pressure. 14.7
Does the
psi.
Earth have a
and
thickness?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so there's something that we can observe.
What can you observe?
You can observe dew on the ground in the morning. There's a buildup of water
what does
molecules.
It have to do with anything?
Okay.
Yeah.
What's containing the gas that sticks to the ground?
Gases stick to the ground now? Do you know gases go in all directions? They don't stick to things.
Well, you know, gas has weight.
Really?
Yeah, that's fine.
So
that's
go
fine.
ahead and tell me what is dew have to do with gases?
Yeah.
Well, dew is almost a gas. Right?
Molecule?
So it's almost a gas now because it's just water condensation in the air.
Yeah, it's water
that's
condensation
almost a gas.
in the air. Yeah, it's almost a gas. It's smoke, right? We call smoke a gas.
Vapor.
Smoke is particles.
Smoke vapor.
Smoke is carbon particles.
Yeah.
That's not a gas.
They're floating. It's in a gaseous way.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, they act like a gas.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
they
now
act
you
like
want now you want to talk about smoke.
Yeah, because you're talking
So
about.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it back to the fact that you don't
I
have
feel
any
interrupted.
curvature measured. I know you don't feel too bad. Anyway, you don't have any curvature measured. The Earth is flat. After
I don't need to
that,
measure anything.
yeah. So you don't need to. You probably don't need to even listen, do you?
Well, he's curious
I'm listening
about
to
the
you.
firmament. He does. He
I'm
wants to
not.
know-
I'm not curious about something you guys made up.
How is that made up? We were just saying that we need a container to have gas pressure. So that
If you have an outer space to float around in, yeah, you'll need that.
So space isn't real, so we don't have a container.
We are all. The Earth is the whole thing. Everything around you is one big thing. It's not separate. You don't go up and then outside and start floating around. That does not happen. That's all on TV.
Yeah, I didn't say that happened. I was saying that the Earth is flat.
And that's that.
So I got a question. If the Earth, so does the Earth have a thickness to it?
Wow.
Yeah,
Dude.
I think that's a good question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's at least 8 miles thick. How's that?
Yeah.
8
Yeah,
miles?
there you are.
Yeah.
12 kilometers.
At least
How-
it's
so
at least
how'd you
8
come up-
miles thick.
And you measured
Okay,
this.
I'm just curious.
No, the Russians did.
If you're saying
Yeah.
that how could you possibly know anything if you don't have any knowledge about it? So
The
like, you're
Russians
guessing it's 8
did.
miles? But you
Well, that's
Yeah.
somebody else.
Yeah, that's
You
yes,
can go
that's
there
what
and
they
do it
did.
yourself. Go there yourself. It's still there. Go.
Yeah,
Why don't
Yeah,
you measure the thickness
it's
of
called
the
the
Earth?
Kola Super Borehole. It took them 20 years to drill 7.6 miles. That's 12 kilometers. 20 years. Now, during those 20 years, they made some predictions as to what they were going to encounter through the drilling process, and they were wrong every step of the way. Every step of the way.
Well,
There
okay.
you
So
are.
what caused?
I can
that?
imagine it'd be
So
difficult
what was the
to
reason they gave?
predict.
What was the
Yeah.
reason they gave for stopping the dig? They couldn't get far. Like they had to. Stop.
Yeah, the drill kept failing. Just kept failing.
The
That's
drill
it.
kept failing.
So,
Why?
yeah. Well, because of the heat down there, obviously.
Oh, is there heat?
Well, there was
It
heat. That's
kept
what I was saying.
failing because the material they were trying to drill through would not come up into the drill bit. It would just sit
Yeah.
there. So they couldn't extract it, so they couldn't get any farther. How's that?
Yeah, there you are.
So why was there heat?
Well, you're going to
You're the one
generate heat,
claiming
aren't
the
you? You're
heat.
going to generate heat,
Yeah,
aren't
this
you?
equipment.
When you go down there.
Yeah,
You're gonna
it's not just a
generate heat.
guy. It's not a guy down there with a drill bit, you dummy.
Yeah, friction creates heat, pal.
I
Yeah.
assumed that the heat was actually
Well, don't
the temperature
assume.
down there.
Don't
Yeah, please don't assume, man.
Can I
Don't
call
assume.
someone a dummy?
And this isn't assuming because we
You
said
just
that-
said I assume.
So if it was friction, then why did it stop at where it stopped?
Because the drill could not pull the
Penetrate.
material up through the bit any longer. It was a viscous material.
A viscous material.
why
so
was
Yeah, it was like a goo, kind of like a goo. They're trying to drill.
Yeah,
How does
why
that
was it
go
a
up?
goo?
So you're the geologist. You tell me.
Yeah,
You
that's
suck
right.
it up
I'm just asking
you
questions.
suck it up
Just
with
like how
air
you guys are asking
suction.
questions.
No, you don't.
You can't.
So what's
just
after
can't.
the
You guys
12
see, you guys
kilometers?
seem to have all the answers. You should call Russia and tell them you want to continue the project.
Yeah, you might create explosions when you start interjecting air and that. in
Well,
there.
we don't
Makes
have
it
to.
worse.
We don't have to say anything like that, Jen.
What's after the
Yeah.
12 kilometers?
They can't
we don't
go
know.
any
How do we know
farther.
that?
Wait a
Right,
minute.
let's mute
dude,
these
hold
guys because
on.
they're asking silly questions, man.
Yeah.
They're asking silly questions. man.
Hold
your opinion.
on. I'm gonna get fucking control of this room in a second,
Yeah, Radwin.
and I'm gonna
You
start
already
muting
have
people.
control of this.
I'm gonna mute you first.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
Yeah,
You say one more word. Say one
yeah,
more.
that was a silly question anyway. What's under the 12 miles when we've only gone 12 miles? Silly question. Silly question.
You said the thickness of the Earth is 12 kilometers.
Yeah, sorry, 12 kilometers, which is 7.6 miles. That's it. That's all we know so far. It could be further,
That's not-
could be more than
that's
that, but we don't know. We didn't
So
get
you
any
don't
further,
know.
did we?
Why'd you say
Well,
8 kilometers?
I didn't
if
say
you
we
don't
did know. We didn't make a claim that we knew anything.
He
All we
asked
said
you
was
how
that-
thick
He
was
said
the Earth,
12
Yes,
kilometers.
7.6
and you said
miles
12
thick.
kilometers, about 8 miles
7.6 miles thick. That's what we know. Yeah, that's it.
at least.
It could be more. Who knows?
Could be more. So you don't
Could
know.
be more. Well,
So we don't know what's containing the gas on the Earth. We don't know who's lying to us. We don't know what's
So
after
the
12
problem you've got,
kilometers.
Skeletrack,
Uh-huh.
yes, skeleton.
containment
Uh-huh.
is required for gas pressure.
Pressure.
So
No, it's
what
not.
the container's made out of, what colour it is, no, don't know. We know we need the container in order to have gas pressure. That one is very simple. Okay?
You
Yeah.
don't need a container.
Yes, you do. You do need to,
Well,
to get pressure. of
we
any
have
Jen, hold
we
on,
have
mate.
different atmospheric pressures, right? So we have the stratosphere. We have
That's great.
We have
The problem you've got, if you've got stratification or different pressures at different altitudes, you still need containment.
Have you heard of gravity?
Again, you give
Have
that
you
one.
heard of
That's
Hey,
been
Jen,
debunked.
don't.
Been debunked.
Jen, hold up. The problem with your claim of gravity, gas disperses in all directions. Gravity's supposed to only pull things down.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, that's
phenomenon.
great, isn't it? Yeah, so
Go ahead.
now that you understand that gas disperses in all directions, up, down, left, right, diagonally, backwards, it doesn't matter, all directions. Gas disperses all directions. So, not affected by your claim of gravity.
Gas
so that's
floats
out the
straight
window.
up.
Right. Gas goes in
floats-
all All directions.
I smoke hookah all day, every day. I know which way gas goes.
All
goes up.
directions. It disperses in all directions. You're missing that bit, mate. You just don't want to understand that. So that's out of the way. Good.
So okay.
So your
So
next
I
one.
will
Your
actually
next
still,
one.
I will actually agree with you. It would go in all directions if there is a container above me, right? So if I allow the gas,
What does gravity make things do?
gravity makes things go down.
Okay, and what does your hookah do?
When I smoke hookah, since the gas is so light, it goes up like a
There
balloon.
you go. You just cooked yourself. Nice job.
I just
So-
cooked myself.
Yeah.
Yes. Anyways,
You
your
know, if
next
something's
one,
light
the
enough,
thickness of the ground. Well, yeah, we're not worried. You've already wrecked yourself there. You don't have to go any further.
Oh, you don't wanna go any
thickness of the
further.
ground.
'Cause I
Oh, you
can't.
can go. Okay, go for it. Please enlighten us all on how
I said if
this
something is light
gravity
enough,
works.
if something is light enough, gravity has a less of effect on you. So there's no such thing as zero gravity, right? There's always some force pulling on you in every direction. That's why gas moves in every direction. It's a very light matter, right? It's a very light form of matter.
So gravity's all directions now.
Well, gravity pulls from all directions because there's forces of gravity coming from every direction. Right? You have different bodies pulling you, and you're never going to have zero gravity. It's going to be 0.01 or 0.00, whatever, right? It can keep going forever. It can keep getting smaller and smaller, but it will never reach zero, absolute zero gravity, right? So Newton's law plays into that. I'm sure you guys have heard of Newton's law. You
Yeah,
probably hear it all. Yeah. So if a force is being applied to something, it's going to move in that direction of the force, right? So if force is pulling at all directions, yeah, gas is light enough to be affected by the small amounts of forces that are pulling it in every direction.
So if it's getting pulled in to the left and to the right, wouldn't that mean it'd just stay in the middle?
No, it depends on
He's
where it
actually
is.
right about that one. He got you there.
No, it depends on where it is.
Well,
so
yeah,
if you're
you
closer,
have equal forces pulling in opposite directions, it's going to be neutral, right?
yeah, you're going to have some particles that are going to sit in the middle. You're going to have some particles that are going to pull one way, and you're going to have some particles that are going to pull the other way. It depends on how close you are to that force. The closer you are to that force, the stronger it gets.
Yeah, but
that's how
Can
gravity
you
works.
look in the chat? Can you look in the chat, my man, and look at the vacuum, little mini vacuum chamber and the gas, and tell me why it's gone? Why isn't gravity pulling the gas back down, but it shot up into the vacuum? See, again, gas going upwards. In the chat, you'll see it. Totally debunking everything you've just said in a
I believe
nanosecond.
I believe thermodynamics explains it.
Oh. So you understand how thermodynamics works?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to get down to the numbers with you, right? It's been a long time since I've been in high school chemistry.
Yeah. But
high
the
school
point is,
physics.
gases are omnidirectional, and gravity doesn't act upon gases.
Gravity
so your
does
real problem with
affect-
your gravity that you've got there, skill track, is the gravity model that you're appealing to was superseded about 110 years ago.
What was it
You do know
superseded
that.
by?
Einsteinian gravity.
Okay.
You do know that.
So does
You know,
Einsteinian
pseudo-Riemannian
gravity?
bending of space is fine. Yeah.
So Einsteinian, he found out some shit that definitely changed how physics is seen and how it works, and explained that we don't.
Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian. So it's not
Yeah, but it still applies. You
mass
can still
attracting
apply.
mass anymore. They're out the window. Finished. Done.
You can still
Bendy's
apply
done now.
Newtonian gravity.
Wait, what are you guys arguing?
Einsteinian gravity, that's determined by the speed, right? So speed of light will bend time, and time and gravity are related.
Hold on. How do you bend time? Like seriously? Do you just get your clock and snap it in half, or what?
You can say time
You-
is mass.
Yes. Unfortunately, I have to go. It's pretty late. I was being
classic.
sarcastic. Unfortunately, I have to go. It's 5 a.m.
Oh, he's blown a gasket. He's blown a gasket. That's it. He's
I'll be
gone.
back. Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
Probably.
Yeah, we're
Of course
24
you are.
you guys
Yeah,
arguing?
Mike.
Wait, what are you guys
I'll be here
arguing?
tomorrow.
Well,
Don't
if you
worry,
sit
I'll be
back and
back.
listen for a bit, you'll figure it out, bro.
The rest of you guys have a good night.
All right,
Yeah.
The guy that muted
not a
me, he
problem.
can go to sleep.
Yeah.
You're not muted.
Yeah, some numpty said the Earth is a globe, so that started all of this.
So,
Who?
Soji? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is?
Whoops, to Daisy.
I said the Earth
Soji.
is a flat circle. I learned that from
Yeah.
Detective.
Okay, ET, either get your mic level up or just stop trying.
I have to get
What?
close to my mic, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, we can't hear him. It's just like this vague muttering in the background.
I have to
someone was
get like
calling my
right
name,
up
though.
to my mic for it to sound good. It sucks.
That's nice. Mute yourself so it doesn't
This is
suck.
right up to your mic.
Oh, here we go, Brandon.
Here we go. You behave yourself too up the top there. Anyways, this new
Sorry,
fella here,
I
Soji.
just wanted
Welcome
to show
to our...
him right up to his mic means.
All right, bro.
Great. Soji, we'll have another go. Soji, welcome to the channel. I think it's Soji.
Yeah, you're right.
Welcome to the channel, mate. What's your stance on this situation? Do you believe we live on a ball spinning, tilting, wobbling, and flying through space? Or is it planar with topography?
To be honest, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Yeah, it does
not
matter.
gonna affect me.
It does actually.
Yeah, it does matter. You're literally here right now, gang.
I would assume it's ovular shape.
What?
Ovular shape. Oh,
Yeah,
is that a word?
ovular. Yeah.
It's like ovular.
Oh yeah, I would assume it's ovular.
What?
Yeah, so you're assuming that means you don't know then.
Stop. Like an ovary?
Yeah, ovarian.
No, like
yeah.
an egg, maybe.
All right, anyway, so you sound retarded. Who's the next guy?
Yeah, who's next?
Do you,
Just me, the
do
guy.
you not know the word ovular?
Hold on, who are you talking? I got to find out this out. I'll make sure. Talk again. Okay, got you.
Yeah, his name is Soji. Soji Japanese cleaning.
He's gone.
See how quick he left? As soon as I wanted to know who it was, he knew what was coming.
Yeah, that dark
I'm
shadow.
muting all
around
flat
him.
earthers and globers who derail, because now I'm pissed off.
All right, Radwin. Yeah, facts.
Yeah, and by the way, Soji means cleaning in Japanese.
We're gonna clean house.
Yeah, it's going to clean house. Soji.
Dan, have you gone to sleep yet, bro?
No, oh yeah, I've had some sleep. Yeah, only a little bit. Then I
That's
gave a
cat,
couple
bro.
of lessons this morning, and then I'm back again. I worked until 2:00 today.
Right. All right. Well, who's the next lobe tard?
Yes, I sleep on the run. I sleep standing up.
Where did Blandon go?
Bland? Oh, dude, you're Matrix. You're savage.
Yeah. So in the final analysis, ladies and gentlemen, you do need a container to have pressure. Blood pressure, that's your veins are there. That's your blood pressure going high because you've got your veins in your oil pressure. You need a container. Water pressure, you need your pipes. Gas pressure, again, you need a container for that. Gas pipe.
Hold up, Jen. Hold up. We've got a bold unit who's on the channel. Welcome, bold unit. Don't be scared now. I know I sound funny to everyone else, but you'll get used to it. Come on, bold unit. Don't let the soundboard guys play the cricket sound. You know they'll do it.
Back.
Yeah, if you've got any questions or you want to put your point across, please mean, you've made it all the way here. You may as well. You're here now. You've made
If
it.
you've got any questions, queries, concerns, curvature, if you've got proof of curvature, get it out so we can all go and do something else.
Yeah, you'll be the man. You'll be the man if you have the curvature.
Imagine having that as a on your resume. I'm the one that shut down 24/7 Flat Earth because I'm the man that dropped the proof of curvature. Check it out.
Check it out.
Me little fingernails.
Yeah, that's never gonna happen. Matrix, don't even get them hyped up, bro.
Yeah. What if he's the man?
It's not gonna happen.
You
know,
it's gonna be a Globtar to be us, dude.
Yeah.
He could be the one.
All right. Who else we got? E2. Get up nice and close to your microphone. Get in a nice comfortable
But I don't
position.
want to.
I don't want to. You don't want to what? Get close to your microphone.
Yeah, no, it's because it's like I have to like literally get right up to it and put my mouth like on it
sounds
pretty
alright.
much. Yeah, it's because I have to put it right up to my. I have to put it right up to my mouth.
Hey, yo, pause.
There you are.
CB, stop it.
Oh, great! I just lost my game.
Yeah.
Anyways, E2.
Just hit
So,
restart.
Okay, so I just wanted to know. So you guys thought that when you dig down, it got hot down there, right? And you said it got hot because of the friction, right? But why didn't?
No, I don't know why he said all that.
Okay,
I
so
told
what
you
do
why they stopped drilling.
Well, what was okay? So I remember it being the friction. What was the reason?
The material wouldn't come up through the drill bit anymore.
Oh, sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean.
So you don't know how drilling works.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you got to extract the material that you're drilling down through, or the drill isn't going to go anywhere. You have to
You mean you gotta
extract the
just
material out. You have to extract it out of the way and put it somewhere else, or it's just going to sit there.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay, so you do know how it works.
Oh, I get that much. Like, obviously.
Okay, that's why they stopped.
That's
why they stopped.
Yeah.
That's
so the
why
the drill was binding up then. Yeah, the drill was binding up then. That's what was going on there then. Yeah.
Why did it? So it bound it. It got stuck at, you said 12 and 7
No, it
miles?
wouldn't remove material anymore. It wasn't binding up. It would just wouldn't remove the material anymore. It would just spin and spin, and nothing would come up. So they
There you
couldn't
are.
dig anymore. So how do you like that?
Yeah, I did say couldn't penetrate then. So they couldn't penetrate it. And that was at 7.6 miles.
7.6 miles. Okay.
Yeah, 12 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay, so now you know that. What's your next
20
question? Now that you know why.
Don't we drill for oil that's like deeper than 7 miles?
No.
No.
Okay. I mean, I think you're probably right. Okay. It's
No, we are right. We are right.
7 miles is deep. Fucking is a long way.
That's the deepest.
I don't know why.
That's why it's been mentioned. It's the deepest. 20 years it took
The one
as
that
well.
you said it was the Russians that did it, right?
That's correct. The super borehole. Kola super
Yeah.
borehole. 20 years in the making. 20 years.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it took them.
It's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, honestly, it's kind of unfair that you guys literally, because you guys were saying one thing and now you're like, no, that's not what we said. But I mean,
I'm the one here. I'm here now, and I'm the one who told you that in the first place. And we're going to continue with what I said. Do you understand now?
I mean, I don't understand. Like I said, you're changing.
Now you don't understand.
It's not changing shit.
I was told that you guys thought it was because of friction.
I didn't say that.
Well, then somebody else did, and you need to.
Well, we're going to go on with me because I'm the one who brought it up. You asked how deep is it, and I said at least 8 miles or whatever, 7.6. There you go. The end. They couldn't go any farther, so there's nothing more we can talk about.
Let me ask you a question, Radwin. If you're asking how deep is the flat Earth, how deep is your globe?
Yeah.
How deep is the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could look it up.
Yeah, look it up.
Wow.
I mean,
Look it up. I could just tell you. I don't need to look it up.
Okay, what is it?
What do you think? It's more or less than 7 miles?
It's more. It would have to be
Okay.
more.
So how would they know it's that much if no one's ever dug that deep?
Oh, good question. I
Yeah,
think they actually
facts.
use echo. I think they use echolocation.
No, they would have known what was down there. They would have known what was underneath them if that all
You know
worked.
what they do? They actually
said
utilize earthquakes that we have, right?
No, they don't utilize earthquakes.
sounds like some bullshit.
Earthquakes are not a tool, you dummy.
Yeah,
No,
and they're
they
not predictable
utilize-
either.
They utilize what the shock waves that an earthquake emits, because obviously an earthquake emits a large shock wave, right?
Hey, yo, what if I told you flat earthers? What if flat earthers said,
All right, let's
due to
just
echolocation,
let's just go away from
we
that.
know
point.
the
I
flat
agree.
earth is blah, 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 blah. You'd be like, that's cap, bro. Echolocation. What do you think, you're a bat?
It's like the same concept. It's using waves instead of sound waves. You're using
Just
a wave.
stop already.
sounds
You don't
trash.
know anything what you're talking about. Just stop. Get back to reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you're using a different type of wave, it's still a wave, though.
Dude.
It would need to propagate 4,000 miles deep. How
We're not
would
even
you
going
be
to
able
have to
do
talk
that?
about propagation of pretend penis waves.
Yeah. How would you be able to do that for 4,000 miles? Honestly, these guys don't get it, do they?
I'm not sure how they do that. Let me actually look that up.
They don't do that. They don't do that. That's the thing. They can't do
I'm
that.
pretty sure that because like
We don't possess the technology to do that or the capabilities. We don't.
it does give a good. It does pose a good question. How do we know how thick the Earth is? Because I don't know how we know that, but I thought it was something to do with earthquakes.
No,
Yeah,
it's just a guess, and it's the same way they say dinosaurs and the Big Bang. It's all just a story for you.
For your
Echolocation.
Yeah, you're not going to know what's 4,000 miles deep. You're not. And then start describing and giving us the makeup. No visuals. You've got no camera down there. Echoes gives images. Silly. Just a joke. And remember, they were making predictions just for the 7.6 miles, and they were wrong every step of the way. They got nothing correct in 7.6 miles. And now they're going to tell us what's 4,000 miles deep.
Oh, they're called seismic waves. I'm sorry, not sound waves. Seismic
waves. Yeah. The deeper you look into that, the more ridiculous it sounds.
Yeah, it can travel through solids, liquids, gas. Yeah, seismic. That's
not for 4,000 miles. It can't.
That's when an earthquake happens. It sends out seismic waves like sound waves. So, like,
how come I don't feel an earthquake right now? There's got to be one somewhere. In fact, I've created my own
earthquake going on right now.
How come I don't feel it?
Because it's not something you generally feel unless you're thinking about it. Like you have to.
So what you're saying is not real. So what you're saying is not real. They just don't go bouncing around inside of a ball. Bouncy, bouncy, bounce, bounce, bounce.
The earthquake that hit Kobe, for instance, that just didn't happen.
Nobody gives a shit about Kobe Bryant.
It's not Kobe. It's Kobe. Pronunciation. Kobe, not Kobe.
Kobe. All right. I'm a Kobe fan, so I say Kobe Bryant. All right.
Yeah, but you got it wrong. That's not the name of it. That's not the name of the area, the region.
Kobe.
The region is called Kobe, and it's Kobe beef, not Kobe.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
All right. Kobe. All right.
You fucking made us speakers.
All right, so yeah, like that just didn't happen then, because like you're saying, what you're saying is
again, it happened, but it didn't come from 4,000 miles deep.
No, 4,000 miles, no.
It didn't come from 4,000 miles deep. That's the point we're making here. We don't possess the technology to know what is 4,000 miles beneath the Earth's surface, because the Earth isn't a spherical ball, and we only know that the Earth is 7.6 miles in thickness deep. That's as far as we know.
Well, I mean, that's not.
So I got a question. So you know how volcanoes work, right?
Yes, I know exactly how they work.
Okay, so what is lava?
Red, fiery, hot rock.
So how does it get that hot?
I don't know.
Yeah, well then maybe you should stop talking about a topic you know nothing about.
Not like you know.
You don't know anything about it. You're asking us.
It doesn't come from the core.
I might not know.
Guys. It doesn't come from the core.
So you might not
Doesn't come from the
know,
core.
but you know more than me. Is that correct? You might not know anything, but you know more than me.
You guys are the ones. You guys are the ones.
No,
me on to try
no. You want to ask stupid questions about volcanoes and earthquakes.
Well, hang on a second, ET. Where do you think the lava comes from?
What is lava?
Wait, who asked about the lava?
I did.
ET, it's ET. He asked, "What is lava?"
Yeah, where does it come from? Where does lava come from?
From the heart.
What?
Do you think it comes from the core?
It comes from family. No, it comes.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know. You don't know, right? You just had. You imagine.
Iron. It's nickel and iron that it comes from the inner mantle.
Yeah. Right. So not the core, right? So why did you bring that up?
So all those lava rocks on the beach that float are nickel and iron?
Hey, wait. I mean, after you answer that,
So
go ahead.
Juan, are you talking about those porous rocks where they're just buoyant because like they got what do you call it? They're just
lava rocks. Yeah.
Oh, you mean rocks that don't sink in water?
Do they float though?
Well, pumice stone does.
Pumice stone does. Okay. Maybe. I'm not sure if lava rocks. I think that's the reason why those float is because there's air pockets in them. I'm pretty sure.
So I can melt those down and get iron and nickel from them. I'm going to go in my yard and grab some right now and throw them. I'm going to go ahead and melt some down and see if I can create nickels out of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got some from Mount Fuji. I've got some lava rocks from the summit of Mount Fuji.
I don't think nickels are actually made of nickel. Are they?
Nickel.
But yeah.
Yeah, they actually were made of nickel.
I know, not anymore though. But anyway, beside the point. But yeah, so what were we saying? So
you said mantle. What's the depth of the mantle?
Yeah, the mantle is more than 7 miles.
2 inches.
Oh, how do you know? Who measured that? If you can only go 7.6 miles down, who measured how far down things are?
So okay, if
Professor McKinley.
So you guys said that when we got down to 7
miles.
miles.
Oh, I see it. I see you keeps talking over me.
Okay, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So what I was trying to ask was, okay, so you guys were saying that the Earth is only 7 miles deep.
No, Russia says that.
Okay, Russia says that.
We're not saying that.
7.6 miles. 7.6 miles.
Okay,
7.6 miles. 12 kilometers. 12 kilometers.
So just to clarify, you guys are saying that it's not 7.6 miles, but
it is 7.6 miles.
No.
7.6 miles, 12 kilometers. Okay?
We're not saying it's only that depth. Yeah, Jen, dude, you're confusing them. We're not saying that it's only that depth. That's as far as anyone's dug down.
That's as far as we know, yeah.
That doesn't mean that is the...
It's at least.
Yeah, it's at least that thick, yes. That's it.
Okay.
We don't know any more than that.
Okay. Because I was just going to say, if you guys only think it's 7.6 miles.
No, that's what Russia said.
And that's taking their word for it as well.
Yeah. And that's as far as we've got. That's what we got. Okay. We don't know any more than that. We can't say it's 8 miles thick. We can't say it's 10 miles thick. We don't know that.
And we don't even need to give him any more meta material to go wandering into the weeds with.
Yeah.
How thick do you guys think it is then?
I don't know.
7.7 miles. That's how thick I think it is.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and for me, it doesn't really matter because 7.6 miles is thick enough for all of us to live on it. That's what's important.
It's a thick boy.
Thick boy.
But
Yeah.
what is the thickness of the universe?
The universe doesn't exist. Have you proven
Wait,
to it to be
no, let me
existing?
asking him this. I'm
How
asking him
many
this.
atoms do you guys think are in
Oh,
the
here we go, bro.
What is the exponent that you would use? It's like 10 to the how many?
You don't know what an exponent is.
10 to the how many?
You don't know what exponents are.
What do you think the number is for the exponent, you dumb fuck?
That wasn't a good thing to say. That's not going to go down.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry for my language, but he's the one that was trying to say you don't know what an exponent is when he doesn't even know.
Tell me what it is.
I think it's like 198 or something. I don't know.
So you don't know, and then you call him a dumb fuck.
198. What the fuck does that mean?
Put him on mute. He's insulting, and he doesn't even know what it is.
He sounds like a student in college.
Oh, sorry. It's 10 to the 82. I apologize. It's not that big of a number. It's just that we think that the number of atoms is when you're looking at exponents, it becomes a huge number. We're talking about a number with 82 digits.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a shit.
Okay, well then I guess I'm done here.
That's right. So in the final analysis, ladies and gentlemen, we only know that the Earth is 7.6 miles. That's what we know. If it's deeper, that's unknown to us at this point.
Okay. Fair enough. So do you think what do you think earthquakes are only going about 7 miles deep?
As far as I'm concerned, that's where they're coming from. If they're coming from that region at all, it could be less than that, a mile. It could only be a mile because 7 miles is 7.8 miles. That's quite deep in itself. Okay. We know earthquakes happens. Hawaii came from a volcanic eruptions. They've got active volcanoes there now. So born from under the sea, yeah?
Okay.
Nature is wonderful.
Yeah, it seems that the deepest that an earthquake can go is around 300 kilometers. But one that's
can you speak up?
Who measured that?
The ones that are shallow are around 70.
Who measured that?
Yeah. And what was the number you gave out?
He's just asking AI. He's just asking AI.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
I don't know. I didn't know the answer, so
You're not asking it for citations. You're not asking it for citations. You guys are stupid.
Yeah.
You want me to ask for citations? I can ask for.
You're supposed to.
All right, I'll ask for citations.
Yeah, get a citation. What was the number he gave? Did you hear it?
Oh, the USGS. I actually worked for USGS for a little bit. The USGS is one of the people that said that it's around 300 kilometers.
How did they measure it?
Yeah, 300 kilometers. That's 180 miles.
Facts on earthquake's depth. USGS is, I think, government run too.
Oh my god! Oh my god! You're gonna make me fucking throw my phone across the room. Who measured that?
The USGS.
How did they measure it?
I'll look it up for you because I don't know the answer. Is it okay if I look up the answer just to questions?
Well, you've been looking up the answers from AI. Why don't you just carry on? Don't ask.
I'm looking in USGS's website right now.
Interesting how a lot of you Globers need to make claims of shit that you should already know. Why do you have to look stuff up if you've already made the claim?
And I haven't looked stuff up.
Did you guys know?
I have not looked up anything for.
Did you guys know?
I don't know, maybe 8-9 years, unless it's like instruments that I use.
I mean, I thought somebody had to somebody else, maybe not you, had to look up how thick the Earth is or how deep.
Russia did. Yeah, Russia did that, and then they announced that to people, and then that became in an archive.
And
Yeah,
we
and you
could
guys
go
did, like,
there.
all the
We can go there. And you can go to Russia. You can go to Russia. You can go to North Korea. You can go to all those weird places where people tell you can't go. You can just go there.
Okay.
You can even go to Cuba.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's what I said. You can.
How high do
I
you
know.
think? So how high do you guys think we have gotten?
Well, no idea. Just got
Well,
no
we
idea.
fly in planes.
Never high enough.
46%. 46% THC.
All right.
But I mean, I'm just asking, how high do you guys? Because like obviously we fly in planes every day. That's not something that's like a question.
That's how high I've been.
So you just don't fly in planes? Is that what you're saying?
That's how high I've been.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been up as high as 50,000 feet. That's as high as
Do you
I've been.
believe that we have gone higher than that?
Planes and helicopters can't fly much higher.
Yeah,
No, but we
the
do have
SR-71 can go a little higher than that. SR-71.
What about weather balloon?
24 miles off the Earth's surface.
That's not using propulsion, air pressure to do that.
That's the helium balloon. 24 miles.
Okay.
Different methods.
So why do you think that? So when the balloon gets really high up, what happens to it?
Expands.
Why?
Because gases go in all directions.
Yeah.
But
less pressure as well. Less pressure up
I was
there
going to
as
say,
well.
isn't it
There's less
partially because
pressure, so the balloon has more room to expand.
So why is there less pressure if the Earth is flat? Isn't it just like the same amount of material all the way up?
No, because there's a pressure gradient. Blimey.
It just sounds like you guys are saying, I'm
gonna go ahead and check out. I can't fight this anymore. Goodbye.
All right,
well, Radwin just goes like that, instant disappearance. Wicked. But anyway, yeah, we've got a pressure gradient. Okay.
Okay. I guess I see. I guess I see what you guys are saying, but like, I don't know. I'm not a great debater, to be honest. So I mean,
no, well, you don't have to do it in a debate style. You just ask the questions. We give you the answers. If you're going to query it, then the debate begins right there. You're refuting what we're saying, and then that's your debate mode you're going into. But
okay,
no problem.
That's all I want. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just like you guys get hostile with me when I start questioning things.
No, it's just when you're not registering what we're telling you, or you're trying to make out we're saying this and saying that when that's not what we're doing. Don't misrepresent us. That's all.
That's fine. I mean, I feel like you guys sort of, I don't know. I feel like you guys misrepresent me. At least you guys put words in my mouth.
No, we don't. We've not done that once. Not done. We've asked the pointy questions. How did they measure that? See?
Okay, fair enough. Fair. And it's just like, hey, if I look it up, like, is that okay? And then you're like, no, you're just.
Well, yeah. Remember, when you look up things, okay, that information was given to Chat GPT or whatever AI you're using. Humans gave it that information, so it's not any more intelligent than us in a way. It's just that it can relay this information much faster than we can. Do you understand?
Yeah, of course. Yes.
Right.
I mean, honestly, AI is just the internet, but on steroids.
Right. So there you are. And like Radwin said, you've got to get the citations. And then how did AI go to check it? It didn't check it, did it? Because the proof, right? So the proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is you go out there and you check it, don't you? That's how you know. You don't just take the numbers as given to you. You go and verify that. And we've gone out there and we can't find it. And we're finding anomalies everywhere, like, beautiful flat Earth, no curvature. So when they start talking about, the Earth being a ball and 4,000 miles, there's molten core, right? And yet there's meant to be magnetic forces. Because when you look at a magnet, when you melt a magnet, it loses its magnetic properties. So there's anomalies in whatever they say.
So, okay, I got another question for you guys. So do you guys believe the Earth or the sun emits radiation?
Oh, that's been well documented. The sun does radiate radiation, and it can kill you.
Okay, so what protects us humans on Earth from the radio wave?
Right. Well, we've got what's known as magnetic fields up there, known as the Van Allen radiation belts. They're the things that block the radiation from hitting us. We know that radiation does get through, though, because there's a guy in Australia who's using camera equipment for printing pictures of NASA images, and sometimes the film stock was exposed. You could see the radiation damage. So they had to build a Faraday cage around the stock room so that stopped all the radiation getting in.
Okay. So if there is a magnetic field that goes around the Earth that protects us, how does that magnetic field get formed? Why is there a magnetic field in the first place?
Well, you're going to be now. You're asking things that I cannot answer, as I didn't create this Earth, did I?
But there surely must be a reason why there's a magnetic field around the Earth.
Well, clearly it's protecting us from the solar flares, of course. That's why, isn't it? Because without it, we would be dead again, wouldn't we?
Yeah. And my point is, how have we always had this magnetic field?
Because the Creator has put it in place. You're asking things that I cannot answer. I didn't create the Earth. Are you not listening?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to pose a question. Like, so if
you posed it, and I gave you my answer. I don't know that. I didn't create it. How could I know that?
Okay. Well, I guess if you don't know that, that's fine. But
yeah, of course it's fine. How could I know? How could I know that? That's the other thing.
How are magnetic fields generally formed?
Well, again, that would due to magnetic currents and electric currents and things like that.
Yeah, currents. There's a current, and then the current forms, a magnetic field around.
Right. Yeah, but where it came from the Creator in the first place. That's where it's come from. Whatever created this place endowed it with that. That's the thing you ought to understand. I didn't put it there.
I feel like that's just magical thinking, though, because it's like, okay, it's just kind of one of those things that just exists, and it's going to always protect us.
Okay,
really
preach to us and tell us what your cool story is.
Yes, because it serves a purpose. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you just think that it just exists and it's always been there, I'm just trying to pose a question. Well, if it's there and we know it's there, how does it maintain? How is it there? How is it maintaining itself?
Well, because again, that's the power of the Creator itself that put that in place to protect us. Because there are more children coming to this Earth that's going to be born. So obviously, the Creator has endowed that magnetic field to ensure that the sun's rays will never penetrate enough to kill us all. Otherwise, his creation would be flawed, wouldn't it? That's why we say it's intelligent design. Much the same as the ice wall. The sun will never melt that ice because the mass of the ice outstrips and trumps the sun in that sense. So the sun will never, ever melt that ice. It will never do it. The sun is fixed on a course. It will never deviate from that course. It will never be late. It will always be on time. It will always be.
Aren't the ice caps correct? Well, the ice caps weren't always here, were they?
Again, they were always here because that's what God created. Man didn't make the ice, and it wasn't due to man's interference. So again, no.
Continental drift?
Well, again, that's a question mark. Continental drifting. That's a question mark. As we weren't around to validate it. It's a possibility, yes. Did it actually happen? I don't know.
I think from what I recall from my geology class, we realized continental drift was a thing back around World War II, I think, and that was when we were using submarines. And the submarines were looking at the Marianas Trench, maybe not the Marianas Trench, that's really deep. But we were looking at the ocean floor, and we were noticing patterns, and you could see the lines in the sediments that show the how old.
Yeah, that's the story they told us. Now, again, I haven't validated that for myself, so that's why there's a question mark there. That's my integrity in place.
Okay. I mean, I'm going based off of what I was told, or what I was...
Exactly. They told us it was a globe, but it's not a globe, so they've lied there already. Once they start lying, that's it. Once bitten, 2 million times shy, mate. Gotta be.
See, it's just so it's like, okay, I would need to, if I wanted to figure out myself, I would have to build myself a submarine or buy myself, which I don't want to do. But
well, then you're ending up having to believe. But I don't want to do. Well, I'd love to do that, but I can't do that. So question mark. That's the integrity question mark.
Man, after those people got fucking killed in that submarine, I don't want to go into submarine.
Well, whatever. If that really did happen, that's another question. Did that really happen? But anyway, yeah. We got to question everything.
We did see. There's a video of it. I think of the wreckage, at least. Like we found the wreckage.
Yeah, I saw that wreckage as well. But was it just put there in place? Was it where they said it was? You know,
fine. Maybe
these are questions that I cannot answer.
Just placed it there. I mean, don't we know that those people died like? No, they just disappeared. So like, what? Like, if
that's right. I find that very hard to. I find that very hard to accept that the pressures are so deep, so high down there that they would make a human being disappear. I cannot accept that. Sorry.
I don't. Because I'm going off of material. Okay, I'm going off of things I've heard.
Yeah, remember, and then you've got fish and animals that are swimming down there, but yet the human body disappears. Nah, I can't accept that. And I've swam with whale sharks, and I've swam with dolphins, and I've touched them, and I know how thick they are, and that. And I'm just saying, I don't know if that can be a thing like that where you can just a whole human body.
Have you ever seen one of those megamouth fishes?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Those things are crazy.
Yeah, they're brilliant. They are.
It's super hard to find. Them and fucking the giant squids and shit like that. People didn't think giant squids were a thing, but I think we found giant squids. I think one.
Yeah, they found giant squids. They have found them deep in the ocean. Yeah. Seen the images of those. I was in the Philippines when I did the swimming with the whale sharks, and then with the dolphins. I was in Okinawa and a few other places around Japan.
That's cool. Yeah, I know they love their seafood over there. So
yeah, I love the seafood too. But yeah, so I can't accept that human bodies can be put under so much pressure that they just disappear. No, come on, man.
I think okay, so I'm going off of what I've heard, but I think that they said that when that submarine imploded, the heat that the implosion was so fast that it was hotter than the surface of the Earth due to the pressure and stuff. Something like that, or it's hotter than the surface of the sun. I mean,
yeah, I knew what you meant, but again, I can't accept that. Sorry, that's not true.
All right, fine. I'm just gonna end it there because I don't really know exactly what else I can go. If I can't go based off what I've heard and what I can gather from researching it, then I don't know how to prove it.
If you go by what you've heard, let's say you're constructing something, goes, make that whole 3 millimeters. Well, you can go by what you heard there, and you make the whole 3 millimeters. You know what I mean? But when they're telling you stories like people have gone down into a bathysphere and they've gone down and it's imploded and they've disappeared, well, that you got to question. Come on, man.
Oh, I didn't mean they literally disappeared, like their atoms disappeared. Obviously, the atoms that.
Well, the way it was put across on the YouTube and that and on the news, they disappeared. No remains. I thought, no, where's the bones and the skin and the skeleton and the meat? Come on.
Yeah. It just usually gets ripped up into such small pieces you can't it's unrecognizable.
I don't know. You sound like this is a regular thing that you. No, again, question.
I'm guessing. I'm not.
Yeah, exactly. You're guessing exactly. I can tell. We've got to question everything. That's the thing. And where we're not sure, just put a question mark on it.
I would say that because we know that because obviously I've swam down in the ocean, it gets you can feel the thickness and the pressure get.
Yeah, I've done that myself as well. I've actually dived. Yeah, so I know.
So you believe that there is the deeper you go, the more pressure that you would have.
Oh, that's a fact, and I'm not going to. I'm not disputing that for 1 second, mate. Not at all.
Okay. Okay. So if you get,
it's clearly obvious. You know why? Because of the mass of the ocean. Of course, it's going to be when you're at the top. It's not so bad, is it? The pressure on top, but when you start to go deep, you're now going deep into the mass of the ocean. Of course, there's going to be pressure.
All that ocean above you is literally on top of you.
Yeah, that's a weight. Yeah, you're trying to push yourself down. Yeah, which is why if you just went on your own, you couldn't swim deep enough. You come back up. You need assistance, like a weight and that to help you go down even further. Yeah, you can't pull yourself down deep enough.
Yeah, no,
you get me?
I don't think you can.
Yeah,
they have those. I think they have those machines where it's like the people who I think the people that broke the world record for the deepest dive or something like that. They had to use some kind of machine that pulls them down, and they have to be strapped to it.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. And then they come back up, don't they, with the big fins coming back up?
Yeah.
Or they
and they get. I'm confused. How do they not get the bends? Do you have?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well.
Yeah.
How do they not get the bends? Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I think that I think they said that it's a breathing thing. Like they literally have like this breathing technique that they use. Because
it's definitely a breathing technique, and they don't come straight up quickly. They do take their time coming up, but they do come up still faster than you'd think because I still feel they should get the bends, but they don't.
Oh.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. Quite an amazing feat.
Maybe you could just train your body to be like able to fight the bends.
Yeah, you can. The human body is so magnificent that it can do things like that. So malleable and adaptable. Yes, it's definitely a true thing, because I'm 63 and I can still race the youngsters on their bikes and give them a run for their money, sometimes winning it at the lights. Boom, gone. I'm 63 because it's called muscle memory.
Of course.
In this case, I've done it for so many years now. It's like I'm forever young where that's concerned.
Are you a good swimmer?
Oh, I'm not a bad swimmer. Yeah, I'm average. Yeah, I love swimming, love canoeing.
Do you like surfing?
I do surfing as well. Yeah, yeah.
I love surfing. Yeah, I'm only 30.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of the water. No way, man. I love it.
I fucking love that as well. The water.
I love the water,
the
but
ocean.
I don't like fucking stingrays, man, because stingrays can hurt.
Well, yeah. Of course, you stay away from stingrays. Of course you do. They can kill you.
Oh, I mean, they killed fucking Steve Irwin, but he's like one of 3 people that died from fucking like stingrays. I don't think stingrays can regularly.
Yeah, you don't go near a stingray. Just leave them alone, Yeah. But I do love going underwater and diving and looking at all the fish and that, and it's beautiful, man.
Yeah. Snorkeling and shit. Is it true that the Great Barrier Reef is like disappearing?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Matrix might be able to answer that, but yeah, from recent years, it's that's why they've had to. I think they've cornered it off, and not often people can go there because they're trying to regenerate it. I think revive it.
Yeah, they're trying to I think they're trying to limit tourism. I think tourism's one of the reasons why it's dying. That and I think I want to say climate change, but I don't know if that's true.
No, yeah, you can't say that because that's another deception going on there. That's actually what that is geoengineering. Weather manipulation is what that is. That's what's going on. Okay.
Geoengineering, weather manipulation. All right. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Isn't it? I think they also said that one of the reasons the Great Barrier Reef is disappearing is because of the temperature is going up, right?
Yeah, I did hear that. I'm not going to disagree with that. I did hear that the temperature had risen in that region, and then it's killing off the barrier reef, which is a sad story, but that's true.
Yeah, very sad, very sad. And the Earth needs the Great Barrier Reef actually for a lot of things. I think.
Right. The ecosystem, basically.
Yeah. So it's if that thing goes away, we're kind of fucked. But yeah, I was going to bring up a point about like, well, if the Earth is getting hotter, then isn't climate change a thing? But I can't really draw that conclusion.
No, not really. No, I mean the Australian Minister of Environment during the lockdown says it's funny how the CO2 levels are still increasing, even though no one's flying around. He said so. Clearly, it's not man's intervention here. See, and that's when we thought, well, Thank you for that golden nugget, because it just shot down climate change just like that. Boom. Or global warming, for that matter. And remember, if you guys are using alcohol a lot and you're drinking and you're going out in your parties and having your drinks, well, you're introducing alcohol to your system, and alcohol has a low tolerance to heat. Heats up very quickly. So you've got a high alcohol content in your blood. The sun is up. You're very uncomfortable. And then whilst that's going on, they tell you the earth is warming up, and you believe it because you're getting hot, and it's down to your lifestyle. Okay, whereas I'm not. It's sweltering hot in Japan here. I haven't switched that aircon once yet.
Where are you?
My wife and the children upstairs, they've got the aircon on. It's like a freezer. Down here, it's not on.
Are you guys in Australia, or I'm just kind of
No, I'm in Japan. Matrix would be in Australia. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. It's like temperature here in LA, by the way.
I will say, I just sailed all the way around. I circumnavigated Ireland. I've circumnavigated Iceland on a full rigger.
Nice.
Wow.
Have you ever been around the Cape Horn?
No, we didn't sail down there, but we crossed the Arctic Circle, and up there was minus. It was we got all the way down to 1 degree Celsius.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of whales, bunch of whales, even killer whales.
Oh, yeah.
Do they ride with you guys sometimes?
And I can tell you one thing: being on the Royal, whilst you see a whale or a dolphin, for that matter, in the night, like going around below you,
right,
it's quite an amazing sight. But then again, they live very differently in Iceland, and especially when you come, because people want to talk to you when you come as a training ship. And
as a training ship or as a tourist,
training ship. We are a training ship.
They don't see many people, so whenever they see somebody, they actually want to talk with them.
No, Reykjavik is like just one big tourist bomb. I'm not joking. It's full of Americans and all that. But people are still very interested in talking to you because you look out of the ordinary. You have a uniform on. You have a nice hat on. You have everything.
Yeah.
So it's very unique. But coming from all the way down from Malaga, where we started, then to Portimao.
Okay. Yeah, I know where Malaga is. Yeah.
Water spout. We actually literally got within 5 minutes of being hit by a water spout, which is a tornado on the water.
Oh wow! I've already heard of those things. I've never actually seen a water spout. What is it like? So are they as powerful as a tornado?
Yeah, they can be.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but it was and it also made landfall and everything. It was moving away from us, but as when you're in the education to become an ordinary seaman, which I am now, I'm done with my education. We have to learn about weather patterns. We have to learn about navigation, and we have to learn about everything regarding navigational safety as well.
Right.
And also how to navigate by dead reckoning. Have you ever heard that?
Of course. Yeah.
Also,
you follow these weather patterns. So I'm sorry, I'm just going back to the flat Earth theory that you guys have. So if you're a flat earther, why do you listen to all these weather patterns?
I'm not a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther, and there's nothing wrong. And there's nothing wrong with listening to the weather patterns anyway, because most of the time they're accurate anyway, and you need to know what the weather's doing. Especially if you're navigating on the sea. So that's not. Just because I'm a flat earther doesn't mean I'm not listening to the weather. Come on, man.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. Well, I mean, how do you think weather? What is weather to you then?
Well, weather is the change in the thermal exchange between the hot and the cold. That's what that is. And if it's going to rain, I want to know if it's going to rain or not, so I can prepare.
It's also about where you are. There are streams, cold weather streams and hot weather streams, and they changed in what areas. We had the northwestern winds trades, but when we were sailing up towards the Azores to pass up to Ireland,
the Azores,
far into the Atlantic because the wind patterns are completely changed. So they were blowing northernly, southerly instead. all of a sudden, which they don't usually do.
Yeah, so you had to go further out so you don't get blown back into land. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a lot to it.
So
we also
you guys are asking.
We wouldn't sail headwind. We would rather have the wind to our starboard side.
Tailwind, pushing you along. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What is your opinion
So, what is the issue with weather patterns occurring within an open versus a closed system? You're talking about flat Earth, right? We know that there are pressures that undulate. These are the results that we look at when we get tornadoes and things like that. So, what is it? We believe in that it's a closed, or we know that it's a closed system because we have these pressure differentials which result in weather patterns. What's the issue? Poisoning the well of weather, flat Earth, with this discussion of weather.
The way that the Earth works is that the weather patterns are formed a lot of the time because of the curvature of the Earth, which is
no. I'm sorry, it's not. I'd like to know from you. Hold on a minute. Hang on a second here.
To be clear, isn't it true that the tornadoes spin one way on the northern?
No, it's not true.
Hold on a second. Hold on a minute here. Let me just clarify something.
Yeah, go ahead.
What causes a disruption in weather? You're going to just say something and then jump on to another point. What causes weather disruptions?
Yeah, great question.
What do you define a weather disruption?
No, you're the one who just said the cause of it is. That means you know. That means what causes weather disruptions? Exactly what I just asked you.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what a weather disruption is.
What causes a tornado? And I know the answer. I'm asking you to see if you know it because you were so confident to jump to the open system, right? I'd like to know from you, whoever that is, mute up. I'd love to know from you what causes a tornado, a disruption in the weather. What causes even wind?
There's a pressure buildup, and then
exactly
there's
a pressure buildup, right? So the positive and negative winds interacting, right? That's the difference in pressure that's causing. Right. So from a standpoint of us knowing that there's pressure, we know that there's undulations and differentials in pressure that causes storms, causes disruptions. This is a result of a closed system, not open. Thanks. That's all.
You want to know something? Hello?
But how do you so do you believe that tornadoes spin one way in the northern hemisphere and then a different way in the southern hemisphere? Do you not believe? Do you guys not? I haven't seen it myself, but I'm sure that if you look at, I think that they do generally spin the opposite way. And
that's what you say. That's what you say, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that for a fact. Neither do you, right? And there's no you guys. I'm having a conversation with you, and I'm telling you that the swirling, literally, things spinning one way versus the other is literally observing how negative and positive work. We know this because of what? Magnetism. Go ahead.
I'm just questioning. So if they did spin in opposite directions, why do you think that is? If I can prove that, I would prove that by doing it myself, which that's something I can.
Anyways, I gotta go.
Go do. All right.
Okay, Ticker. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know what it is, right? I'm being completely honest with you and saying I don't know. But what I am saying to you is that all this pressure that we observe, that we measure at sea level, 14.7 pounds per square inch. You were talking earlier about going down in the ocean and how the pressure increases. Yeah, for every 32.8 feet you go down in the ocean, the pressure increases by 1 bar, 14.7 psi. With those things that we know, we're dealing with a closed system. Because if we weren't dealing with a closed system, that pressure would be not available. That's all it is. We can theorize all we want about it, but we know the constants. We have a container.
Okay. All right. But if I did go out and see for myself, like if I went tornado chasing and I recorded the spin, well, actually, can we? If you guys believe in hurricanes and how hurricanes spin a certain way, don't hurricanes technically spin like the opposite direction in north versus south?
Is it you and I talking, or is there a bunch of us talking right now?
I think it's just me and you.
Right, so there's no you guys, right? It's just you and I. So from a standpoint, again, of us knowing what these things are a result of, we don't know. But the thing about it is, are you not traversing over water the entire time?
In the case of a hurricane?
You were talking about a water spout earlier. We're talking about traversing over water,
We're talking about water
right?
spouts. Okay.
Right. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying to you is that you're still traversing over water. And we know that a natural state of water is it's always seeking its level. So the question then becomes is, how do you observe a curve on the surface of the water when we know a natural state of water is level? Somebody else wants to jump in, please go ahead. I'm going back on mute, listening.
All right. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just whatever.
Well, that's just it, right? You don't know the answer to it, but you want to presuppose that it's a globe. But I'm saying to you that a natural state of water, which is natural law, is water seeking its level. So you can't come in with, I'm going to go over an edge, presuppose as an edge, if in fact natural law of nature speaks
old
differently.
wives' tales, like tornadoes, travel anti-clockwise on the northern hemisphere and southern clockwise on the southern hemisphere, but it's all crap. That's all BS at the end of the day.
It's the whole when you flush, like if I were to flush my toilet, it would go like clockwise, and if you flush your toilet in like the southern hemisphere, would it go counterclockwise, or is
so you don't need the Earth's curvature at all? Okay, it can't be found anyway. You haven't seen it and you haven't measured it, but you talk about it a lot.
The toilet thing,
find that strange?
Just the toilet thing's been completely debunked, right? There's like countless amounts of videos. It's just based on the design. You can have two toilets in your house and one will spin one way, one will spin the other way. The whole, water draining the opposite way, like that was just, it turns out to be just a scam that people do on the border. And it's to do with the way they put the water into the basins that they're using to trick the tourists. You know, it's, you can look that up. I mean,
Can I just jump in on that? What I want to say specifically to that is it depends on the design of the toilet bowl itself and which way the jets have been drilled into the porcelain in order for the water to flow so that the water cleans the bowl effectively. You have to check with the manufacturer of the toilet to see which way the nozzles have been installed before you start talking about the spin of the water. Sorry, DJ, just want to throw that in. Please go ahead.
That's fine. I assumed I wasn't actually going to die on that hill. It's like, well, no, they spin opposite directions. I actually didn't believe that they spin in opposite directions based on which hemisphere you're in. But I was going to say that would be like an easy way we could try to test it, but it doesn't really work. But yeah, that's all I have.
yeah, that's cool. You know, those are legitimate questions, man. And, if you look into the weather thing, it's primarily just caused by, like, pressure that is a result of heat, different parts of the earth being hotter, being cooler, right? And just, like, the high pressure and low pressure systems causing the winds and, then the winds are causing the waves and that kind of thing. So, I mean, the main thing is trying to actually find the curvature in the first place, right? The Earth rotation in the first place. If you want to make additional claims about things that require those fundamentals to be true, that's what we're kind of looking for, is that primary evidence, of the radius and all that kind of thing.
I get what you're saying. Actually, I got a question. So, like, do you guys believe eclipses and solar eclipses happen?
Yeah, they don't require belief because they do happen. But they're not happening because you're on a globe. That's the thing. You understand?
But can't we see the shadow on the moon?
Yeah, looking at the it's not the Earth that's casting that shadow anyway. That's crap. Okay, and there was a woman called Karen B, and she showed that different shapes can cast a shadow that looks like a curvature on a spherical object. Okay, so and again, you don't look up to know you have to measure the ground. That's the gold standard, isn't it? Because looking at a shadow is not really accurate. It's not the standard. It's just not the standard to determine what the shape of the Earth is that you're on. You see,
Yeah,
You're on the Earth, so you
if
measure
I
the
can
Earth.
prove to you guys that we could see the shadow of the Earth being curved, you would have to believe in Earth being curved. But I guess you're right.
Nah, no, not at all. Because, like I said, that doesn't trump the tools on Earth being measured on Earth. You could be a gazillion miles away, see the supposed shadow of the Earth. You would still need to confirm it on Earth, so you can say, okay, that is the Earth's shadow. You'd still have to confirm it, wouldn't you? You'd have to measure the curvature, wouldn't you?
Also, a hardline shadow being cast over a spherical surface creates an S-wave shape, like an S pattern. It doesn't create just the hard line. So,
thank you. Excellent. So there we are. You see, you're being informed again.
Yeah, you guys informed me that again. That is that is a possibility of why why the Earth maybe isn't curved. I should say.
Yeah, it's clearly not an oblate spheroid because we haven't experienced it. You would know you were living on a globe. It wouldn't require all these questions. It just wouldn't. You'd know. It's just missing. Curvature is missing. Rotation is missing. And clearly we've got air. So the image of the Earth, hang on, I'm nearly there. Clearly the images they've given us from the solar system of the globe ball Earth hurtling through that universe without a container to protect the air that we need, that we have precious, that ball would be totally evaporated into entropy. It would be dead. It would be a dead rock. It just wouldn't have any life on it.
Okay.
Do you accept that? That's the question I'm going to ask you. Thank you. Right.
Do you guys not believe in? What is your guys' theory on space? Do you guys believe that space is a thing?
Okay. Now, my position on space is this: when I wake up in the morning and I see that blue sky, and then I go to work and I do my job and get back home and that, and I look up and it's gone dark. That distance from the Earth's surface to that blue sky that went night, that's the space I know. Deep space, where they're telling us it's 93 billion light years in expanse and it's expanding, that's crap. Don't believe in that at all. Do you get me?
Okay.
We can't go there. If it's a vacuum,
we can never go there. Okay.
No, we can never go there. Now, we don't have any technology that can live there. Humans can't live there at all. We're dead. But even the equipment that we wrap around us, like a spacecraft, that spacecraft will be killed by the vacuum of space. We don't have the technology to put anything up there. We can't put anything up there. We can't do it. Okay? Yeah, it's a lie.
We can get pretty high, though, right?
Again, we've decided that was 24 miles. Maybe a little higher if you've got the SR-21, but that's it. We're not going anywhere near the moon, anywhere near it.
Okay, and you believe that it's so you guys believe you say it's because of the vacuum of space that we can never get out to.
Absolutely, the vacuum of space, the fact that there's no air there that we need to propel ourselves off. There's many problems. You've got the gas welding. The gas. It's called. I used to do gas welding. It's called off-gassing. Degassing, if you're learning about the phenomenon in university, it's called degassing, and in America it's called off-gassing. It's actually outgas. What that means is that the molecules that make up the product, the object, the product, the machine, that and if you put it in a vacuum, begins to turn into gas. The molecules break away, separation, gas, off-gassing. Yeah. And by the way,
like
off-gassing, let me just say something quickly. Off-gassing is happening even at sea level. Off-gassing happens, but it's dramatically reduced because we've got the air. But once you remove that air, take it out, off-gassing is accelerated.
Oh, it's accelerated.
Yeah. When you remove the air, then the molecules die faster. And then depending on the value of the torr, that determines that how fast it goes. So if they were on the way to the moon, for example, they would never have made it. They would never have made it because of radiation and cosmic ray particles, right, and the solar flare. But if you remove all those obstacles out of the way and you're just contending with the vacuum, the outgassing phenomena would erode that aluminium because it wasn't very thick. It would erode it. remember, it's supposedly a 3-day journey there and a 3-day journey back. I say that spacecraft would have been eroded to the point where its structural integrity would have been compromised, and the pressure inside the spacecraft would have pushed out and exploded the whole thing up. Because there's no air, no pressure. The pressure is within the capsule.
Okay, I get that. And it's pronounced aluminum, by the way.
No, British English, it's aluminium. That's
Depends
British
on where
English.
you live. It's actually spelt different. It's aluminum in the States and aluminium in the UK
in the
and
British.
Australia.
And it's British English that rules the world here at this point. English, the language is from Britain, so it trumps all other Englishes. It's aluminium. Thank you.
Jin said Trump. Hey, you said it. I couldn't resist touching that one.
Yeah, I like it. But yeah, we've got to be assured about certain things, so there's no way we can go up there. We just can't. That's all a story. Because people have been indoctrinated to thinking space travel is possible, this is why they're getting away with it at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, again, right, us knowing that there's a pressure that we observe, and we know that the pressure observed is actually necessary for all the things to fly around. Birds fly upon the pressure, airplanes fly upon the pressure. So you take away that pressure, the airplane falls flat, straight down, right? People hit ceilings of planes and they end up getting like all kinds of crazy injuries. Birds fly around, they hit a disruption of wind, and all of a sudden they have trouble flying. But you can't hand wave away the pressure that's used by different things that fly upon this place and ride upon the pressure that's there. So to say it's an open system, that space is readily available for us to go to, literally defeats all that pressure that we're observing every day in real life. You're taking pictures and building ideas upon it. Stories of space, building ideas upon it.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to the bathroom. Yeah, I think that you're right in thinking that without pressure, most materials would probably break apart, kind of like what you were saying. I think that there are like certain materials that can survive up there, though. Would you concede to that?
No, there's nothing that's man-made that won't outgas. I've got the charts of outgassing and degassing and that, and it's very sad news. Nothing that we make can survive the vacuum of space. Nothing. Because the outgassing phenomena and the fact that there's no air, things want to expand and separate, you see, because the air keeps us and everything together. That's why the outgassing phenomena is dramatically reduced. For example, my motorcycle, when I used to have another Honda Fireblade, it was an aluminium chassis, okay, aluminium frame. Right, this one I've got is a blackened aluminium frame, so the corrosion is not there. You don't see it; it's been protected. But the one I had before was raw aluminium, yeah, and you could see that it was beginning to corrode, flaking off over the years, of course. Okay, but if I put that aluminium in the vacuum now, that what took years would be taking like maybe hours, if not days. Okay, to flake off.
So how
and if you're talking about outgassing, maybe, yeah, if you're talking about outgassing an aluminium, a spacecraft which needs to be structurally sound would be compromised.
So how do satellites work then?
Satellites are not up there. If we can't go to space, and I'm telling you that we can't put anything there due to the vacuum, clearly there are no satellites up there.
But
there are no satellites up there.
How do we use GPS then?
Well, GPS is all down to cell towers, isn't it? Cell towers. We're using the military system. So the guy who is in the Navy, right, or a seaman, he will tell you that they were using ocean buoys. They piggyback off of the military radar system. And then we've got fiber optic cables under the ocean. We're not using satellite systems at all.
So it doesn't
not the way you think they are, not the satellite systems that you think that are in space. Remember, we got the helium balloons. We've got helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to those that tell us what the weathers are, the different weathers around the world. That's definitely a true thing, yeah? And then the military might fire up something into the sky to use as a support system, but then that comes back down again anyway. And again, that would be attached to a helium balloon. See what I mean, yeah?
I'm just trying to figure out. So you think that nothing can survive up there? I'm just trying.
Nothing can survive in a vacuum of space. Nothing man-made. Nothing.
Okay. I'm just trying to think. Don't we use things every day that? Because I guess I thought you were going to make the argument that satellites don't necessarily orbit that far from the Earth.
No, they don't exist. They don't exist.
Okay.
It's been a big lie.
All right, maybe you're right. Maybe they are a lie. Maybe birds aren't real.
No, if you're going to go down the road of being silly Avenue, then go ahead, because that's just silly Avenue talk now.
I mean, have you ever caught? I guess if you're a hunter,
I actually have caught a bird with my own hands.
I've never caught a bird.
Yeah, I have.
It's a pretty silly comparison, and I don't think Jin was necessarily saying different forms of satellites don't exist, as in high altitude solar drones and satellite balloons and things like that, right? Yeah. He was saying satellites in space, right? Because outer space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, it's impossible to have a vacuum adjacent to a gas pressure system without a physical barrier, right, stopping the gas pressure from filling the available space.
Okay.
Right, what happens if you pop a car tire? Why does the air rush out of the tire, right? Because the high pressure goes to low pressure, right? It always does that, right? It's gas law.
If we're talking about a truck tire, don't those things cause a mini explosion?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. I mean, if you just open the valve, though, right, the high pressure equalizes with the low pressure, right? High pressure goes to low pressure.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone's got... Yeah, so, I mean, if we set up a vacuum chamber adjacent to a gas pressure system, right, and just say it has a valve separating the two systems, as soon as you release that valve, the high pressure will instantly fill the available space and equalize with the low pressure system. So that's the argument there, right? So the definition of gas pressure is requires a container. It's the force exerted on the walls of the container, right? That's the definition of gas pressure. So we would say that, well, not just us, right? Everything that we can demonstrate here on Earth says that gas pressure requires a container in the first place. Okay. It's in the definition, it matches up with the gas laws, it matches up with any practical demonstration. So you can't have this is what they're claiming, right, with the globe, right? So you have a deep space vacuum. So the majority of space is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, and we're basically a little ball with gas on the outside of it, right, that's inside the vacuum chamber of space.
Yeah, if you look in the chat, what you were talking about, I posted in, the little vacuum chamber with the gas. As you release the valve, it flows upwards, and it's a really good one because it's going against the so-called gravity that's meant to be existing. But check it out; it's a really good one.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I was hoping someone would post that. Yeah. So this matches up with natural law, and I can post a whole bunch of citations with the gas laws that at the outer space vacuum adjacent to the Earth high pressure system violates. And we can't, nobody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. It's kind of one of those things where you just kind of have to have faith, right? You would have to have, we can't test it because you would have to have something the size of Earth to be able to test it, and that kind of thing. So it's not something you can validate. And once you start looking into NASA, the moon landings and things like that, I mean, even if I still believed the Earth was a globe, I would absolutely be calling bullshit on the moon landings, right? And quite a lot of the space footage, right? NASA admits a lot of the stuff that they're sending you like the imagery from space is composited, right? It's like artist renditions, or it's been highly like edited like crazy, or it's been stitched together and then wrapped around a ball, right, to make it look spherical, like the blue marble images.
There you are.
Okay. I'm actually getting kind of tired. I think I'm going to go to bed, guys.
Okay, well, it was nice. You asked some good questions. You followed it through. So, and I think you're realizing that it's not about believing, isn't it? It's about confirmation, validation. And when you know something, you'll never be swayed from that knowledge.
Sure. And I appreciate the conversation. It was fun. So, yeah, I'll come by again some other time.
Oh, yeah, please do. You're always welcome. The door is always open for you. You know, it does get a bit intense sometimes with some other characters when they're not answering the questions right away and they end up getting muted. But they get unmuted in the end because the whole point of us being here is to exchange that information with you.
Yeah, no, I understand that sometimes it's almost like a rage bait because like honestly, like I don't know, I've had people try to rage bait me so much, so like I don't know. I personally don't get bothered when someone insults me, but if you insult me, I always I feel like it's free game that I insult you back usually. You know.
Yeah, but you always find that the flat earthers are not the ones that are insulting anyone at the end of the day, because we just want to have a fair exchange, smooth as possible, and a full understanding that you are not living on a ball earth. And part of that realization is that you've got to realize yourself that you haven't checked it. That's the key word there. Did you check and validate? We've done that. When you speak to any flat earther, they're going to tell you what they did to go and find out. Okay. And then if they're in tune with themselves, they're going to say, when I look back at my life, I've been looking at flat earth without realizing it. See? So my brain is uploaded.
I need to verify this stuff. It's not. It's just one thing to say that you've heard it and that you're believing what other people like. It's like you have to verify it yourself. I get what you're saying.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And that makes you an expert yourself then, you see. You can then say, yeah, you're right, Professor, because I checked it, Professor.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean? There you go.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. It was fun talking to you.
Yeah, no, respect to you, sir, and have a good, peaceful evening. Thanks. Yeah, that was nice. That was a nice exchange, wasn't it?
Yes, sounded like it. And good morning, Jen.
Oh, good morning to you, sir. What are you up to this morning? Are you going to work or what?
No, I'm. Today is the 4th of July holiday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day.
Yeah.
But yeah, have you got anything planned anyway?
No, just hanging around. We're on a trip to visit my wife's family. We've been all week, so this is more or less our last day here. We're leaving in the morning and heading back home. It's about 1,080 miles back to home. So,
wow.
Yeah. So we've got a good journey ahead of us Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, you're driving then, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, you know, we've done the math over and over, and before we had kids, if we were to fly commercially, by the time you get to the airport from here, and you know, because you can't really leave the day you stop working, so when you're flying, it's hard to anyway. So we would get here about 2 hours earlier if we flew, and so we've decided that we would rather take off when I get done with working and then head out. And now with the kids, it takes about an extra 2 hours, maybe 3.
Yeah.
So we get, so you're talking 5 hours difference of a drive at most. This time it was more like 2 hours plus 2 hours, so it was about 4 hours. So you're talking here that then we can still have our van and literally all of our stuff. And the hotel we stay at is a really nice hotel. It's a suite with a bedroom and a full kitchen and has a grill out front.
Right.
And so, yeah, so my credit card actually pays for the stay. It did last year and will this year, and we'll see again if it will next year. So it'll so that makes it nice, so we don't even actually have to pay for the stay.
Yeah. But there's a little bit of a logistic planning as well with that, isn't it? When you're doing that kind of a trip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it is because it is a slight choreography of things because you want to have a real pre-trip inspection done. You don't want to just.
That's right.
So
yeah, you don't want to have any embarrassing moments. You see, which is why. Yeah. When we go camping and that, I say to my children, okay, let's take the tents out, let's get it and check everything is tickety-boo. Okay, and then so we set them up in the park and everything's fine. We pack it back, and then when you're ready, you know that nothing's going to go wrong.
Yeah, 100%. It's really nice to do that and make sure, and that's pretty much what we do. And so a lot of ways, like we're still figuring this direction out because 3 years ago we moved from here up to where we live now. So now we go the other direction. So we've taken some notes and things, and I'm going to actually put together a checklist when we get back. So when we start planning about a month out, then we'll make sure we have all the things that we need in order. Because there's, a couple things. Like, for instance, they give you nice dishes here. But, I'd rather have my own. So I went to Walmart and got a set for $29 that has a skillet and some pots in it. And then that way we can use them at home for other things. And then we'll just know to pack those back up next year. Yeah. So then, so that way we're not spending $60 at a restaurant to eat second-rate food.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm usually in charge of all that on camp. It's the chance for the wife to take a break from the kitchen and that, and then I do everything on camp. Plus, it's a safety thing. I don't want anything being burnt. We don't want to waste the gas. I'm an excellent cook anyway, whether in the kitchen or out in the field. So, and I'm in my element when I'm there. So, I've got that well under control because I don't want to keep replacing pans, pots, or gas cookers. So my wife doesn't touch that. That's all mine. I take control of that, and then that's it. So, and then when it comes to cleaning as well, again, I do that because I want it cleaned properly. I don't want it done half-heartedly and that. So, and with women, they prefer to be in a high-class hotel. So if you're camping, you're basically they feel that's roughing it. So the spirit's a little bit low, They're bringing in dirt into the tent and things like that. So so I take control of that, and that's why I enjoy it as much.
So we took this 1,080-mile trip.
Yeah,
and
no way.
It was a lot of fun, and we saw some things I've never seen in my life before on this trip. We saw some really cool stuff. But can you guess the most noticeable thing that we didn't see?
Yeah, the curvature.
Curvature of the Earth, that is correct.
You didn't see the curvature, exactly. Yeah.
As far as I can tell, and as far as any of us are aware of, we just drove across a flat plain to get all the way here. I never felt the car bending down, and when we go home, I dare say we're not going to feel it kind of bending up either.
You sound a bit particular, Jin, when you go camping. You sound almost OCD when it comes to getting the things correct. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
When you're out camping.
Yeah. The military teaches you that you look after your kit. Yeah, you look after your kit. The kit looks after you, basically. So it's a small military logistic operation. when I do it. Yeah, and what I tend
Yeah,
to do is
get
I
it.
go to the campsite first anyway. I leave the wife and the kids behind. They come up after me. I
You do
go
a
up there
recce.
early in the morning and get it set up. Yeah, yeah,
What?
yeah.
Pick stones. You choose your camping base and pick the stones off and that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then you lay down the ground sheet first, and then
Yeah.
we pitch the tent on the ground sheet.
Yeah.
So that's how we do that. And I'm pitching up 3 tents,
Yes.
2 sleeping quarters and a dining quarter.
Wow. There's no
yeah.
better test for a marriage than putting up a tent together with your missus in the dark, is there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I tend to do that on my own anyway because she's not really into the tent pitching. She's not not that type.
Right.
So that's fine. You know, rather she's out of the way and let us boys get on with it. But I tend to do it on my own anyway because I'm getting up really early. You know, I'm leaving the house at like 3 a.m. to get to the site at, let's say, 5 a.m.
Wow.
And then I'm in the front of the queue. Then I can pick my favourite spot and then get going, set it up. And then they arrive around like...
Does your wife roll her eyes much?
Sorry?
Does she roll her eyes a bit?
Yeah, she does. Well, she does, not doing it so often now, but her and her mother, my mother-in-law, yeah, because I'm always talking about flat Earth in particular. Yeah.
No, I meant, you know, and you were being particular and, oh, bloody hell, Gin's set off 6 hours before we need to go to check the ground and...
No, she's glad that I do that.
He's put up 3 times for the kids to check it still goes up.
Yeah, she's glad of that because it's taking away one little worry, isn't it? She doesn't have to get involved in that, you know.
Yeah.
And then the children can sleep on until
when you went.
Yeah, no.
That was kind of camping, but you went to the flat Earth bit, and I imagine because you said it's important that you verify things for yourselves.
Yeah. So that's why. Whenever we go camping, I go
when
first.
you went looking for curve, when you went looking for the curve or the lack of it personally, what method did you do then? What did
basically,
you use to verify that for yourself?
Well, basically, you know, it's drop over distance, isn't it? So, for example, the distance between London Heathrow and Japan Tokyo is 6,000 miles.
Yeah, but you didn't measure that, Gin. No, Gin, you didn't measure that personally, did you?
I'm not going to get embroiled in whether I used the aeroplane to measure that distance. The aeroplane was my tool of choice in this particular story that I'm telling you. Yeah. So the aeroplane, we know when you look up the distance between Japan, Tokyo, and London, it's 6,000 miles. I'm not going to get embroiled. Yeah.
Sorry.
So if you're going to keep interrupting, I'll have to have a modern
get embroiled.
But you're interrupting me every word I say. Every word I say, you're talking when I'm talking. So you're not to be talking when I'm talking. Thank you. Now, the distance between London Heathrow and Narita Airport is 6,000 miles. You can see that on Google Earth. You can measure that. That's all done for you. Thank you. Right. Then the predicted curvature of that distance is 3,740.47 miles of curvature over a duration of 9 miles. Then the distance itself, when you look at it on the globe, that's almost a quarter of the globe, which is almost 90 degrees. So there's 90 degrees of curvature that you've got to experience. And then my Spirit Level app set up on my on the flight proved that the plane was flying horizontal. And then we now know that the in-flight telemetry data that comes from inside the aeroplane shows us that the aeroplanes are flying horizontal wherever they are. Obviously, they take off, that's registered, and then they get to their allotted altitude, and then they fly to their destination horizontally. No curved trajectory is flown or experienced or seen. 6,000 miles. Thanks. That's just one method.
All right. So not... Okay, are you finished now? Can I? Is it okay? Yeah. I don't want to offend you by speaking.
Well, what's your counter evidence?
So not only do you
have any counter evidence?
I'm just speaking. So not only do you measure the ground by looking at the sky, you personally go in the sky to measure the Earth. You're actually in the sky when you're measuring the Earth. You're not even looking at the sky. You're it. Somehow measuring the ground when you're in an aeroplane. I didn't get how that works. That's why I was interested in the method you used, because it's You're not even on the ground. I don't know how that works.
Well, it does work because if there's a circumference, supposedly, and a circumference is circular, so circumference is not a straight horizontal line for 9.5 hours, is it? It's a circular circumference. That means you must follow. Hang on, you must follow a curved trajectory because circular is not straight. The plane didn't fly in a circular motion. It didn't. So therefore, that's a fantastic and a brilliant method to use an aeroplane as a measuring tool. Thinking out of the box, of course. That's what we flat earthers do, you see.
Yeah, but, seat 33, whether it be the aisle or the window seat, is of no use. Is not, it has no bearing.
Now we're squabbling over seat
to
numbers
measure the ground when you're in the sky, does it?
Now we're squabbling over seat numbers and what you can see from the seat. Maybe you're obstructed by the wings.
No,
well, I wasn't there.
I'm not squabbling. I'm just pointing
you're squabbling,
out
sir.
Wherever
You're
you
squabbling.
sit in that, sir, I'm talking. I'm pointing out that whatever seat you're in, that bears no relation to the ground as a reference point. To take that as a use of the plane or your seat in the plane as a tool. That's not a tool while you're sitting in the seat.
It's a tool. The whole aircraft.
Is it?
The whole aircraft is the tool. So if you're lucky enough to be sitting at the window, that's fair enough because you've got even more views. If you're sitting on the aisle seat, you're still going to notice the aisle being horizontal. Your bubble app shows that because if an aeroplane is flying through a curved trajectory, you'd have to have your seatbelt on for the whole duration of the flight. You wouldn't get your meals, your soft drinks, your alcohol, your magazines, comics, newspaper, or your pillows and blankets. You wouldn't get any service because the plane is not flying horizontal. It's flying through a curved trajectory, which is a dangerous maneuver, and that danger would be apparent for the whole 9.5 hour flight through the curved trajectory. And then, by the way, an aircraft subjected to 9.5 hours of curvature would then result in, once the passengers have disembarked, that airplane would have to go into the hangar for a close inspection of the wings where it articulates with the fuselage and the engines where the engines articulate with the wings, and then the undercarriage doors and the tail section, because stresses are subjected when you go through a curved trajectory. But when you're flying horizontal, there are less stresses. So, from an engineer's point of view, I'm sorry, sir. We are flying over a flat Earth, and the aircraft is a perfect measuring instrument. It being a vehicle as well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for you, maybe you're happy with that as a
of course, that's my standard. Of course,
really failed to see. No, I know that's your standard. That's fine. Now I know what your standard is for that. But for me, I would say, it's not really a useful tool if you're in the air. I mean,
it certainly is surveying.
What's this drop you think you're meant to be doing up there?
Well, you're meant to be.
How do we measure the curve then, Elder Bear? How do we measure the curve then?
Which curve? But
enlighten us.
That's what I was asking.
The curve of your Earth, moron.
What method? Hang on.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, well, hurry up and get with it.
What method? Well, why should I hurry up?
What method do you use?
Half an hour.
What method do you use to measure the globe?
What method he used?
Well, I'm asking you. Well, what's your evidence? He's given evidence.
I'm not. He hasn't given any evidence.
Given evidence. Yes, he has.
Sitting on a plane in the sky.
Yeah, how planes fly horizontal.
And that was why I asked him what method he was using, and how he found there wasn't any curve or there was curve.
Because the whole flight was horizontal. The plane remained at level horizontal. There was no dip.
What do you mean?
The plane didn't dip. It remained horizontal.
That.
That's how pilots fly. Didn't you know that?
No, they don't.
They don't take any curvature or rotation into account. Do you have any evidence of that? Can you post something?
Jin said he got the pitch data.
Yeah, we've got the pitch data, which shows that the plane is flying horizontal level for the entire time.
No,
minus,
it doesn't
of course,
show that.
Takeoff and landing.
It doesn't show that.
It does.
That's all, does it? No, it doesn't show that.
You would have seen it many times.
It doesn't.
Elder Bear.
Yes,
it does.
Pitch data say? What does it tell you? The pitch data
shows the pitch of the plane. The nose is pitched above horizontal.
Okay, it
pitch of the
tells
plane
you that
is
the nose of the plane is pitched up.
is
That's what it
pitched
tells
up.
you.
Yeah, pitched
Yeah,
up
that's what
3
it tells you.
degrees
And when it isn't pitching up,
above
it's not
horizontal.
pitching up.
The
No,
horizontal
that's not what the
line is
data is.
parallel with the ground.
Well, that's not what that data's for. Sorry.
Yes, it is.
The data doesn't tell you that. It just verifies
You're not
the
the
pitch of
authority.
the nose
You're not the
of the
authority of whether
aeroplane.
or not the data is for whatever it is. Unfortunately, luckily as well,
Are you?
because
Are
this
you, Jin?
data, this
Are you,
data
Jin?
is so important and precious, especially when it's in a court of law and you've got people who have lost their loved ones
There's
or have
no
been
court of
injured.
law about this.
If you're not listening again because you're just rabbiting on, the point is this.
Well, how come everybody talks
pitch
over me,
data,
and that's kind of a bit, you know.
the in-flight telemetry data is an important piece of kit because when people have died in plane crashes or there's been an incident or an accident where someone may have been injured, now they're going to be looking for compensation from either the airline company or from whatever caused that accident. Whoever's responsible has to start paying out monies. Okay? Now you're going to take that in-flight telemetry data to the court of law and put it down so the judges can have a look and see what actually happens. That's how important that data is. So you're not the arbiter of whether it's good enough or not. That's not up to you. That'll be the airline companies who design and use the systems, and then the legal system when it comes to filing for who has to pay compensation. So you, Bev, are just the shit on the ground. Nothing else, mate.
I'm not Bev. No, I'm not Bev. Whoa, whoa. I'm not Bev. I'm not Bev.
Well, sorry, yeah, you're not Bev. My mistake.
Fortunately,
Same shit, same smell.
Jin,
Yeah, close enough.
Fortunately, Jin, neither you or I are barristers to argue this point in the court of law. So,
I
but
can argue
if
it because I've
you
seen it in a
presented-
court case. I've
Hang
heard
on,
it many a time.
If you presented the pitch data that verified that the plane was doing exactly what it meant to do when flying in order to stay in the air, then that would be evidence about, if there was an accident.
I can do that
say,
for you,
something
actually.
went wrong there. It lost
your
its
wish
pitch.
is my command, sir. Your wish is my command.
Hang on. Without its pitch angle, it will not stay in the air.
Now
that
you're
pitch
talking my
data
language.
is showing.
Now you're talking my
Yeah,
language. Is
now
what you're doing.
that's what the pitch data shows.
Yes,
that
it
the plane
shows.
was at
It
the
shows
correct
during
angle
the flight.
in order for it
the
to have
pitch
the right angle of
the
attack
flight
to
for the
stay
whole
in the air.
duration. You're talking my language now, sir. It's what you're doing.
Well, yeah, it has to. I mean, it lands with its nose pitched up.
You are speaking my language, sir. It's what you're doing.
Are you a pilot?
I have piloted simulators, if you will. Simulators, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, PlayStation isn't. Being on a PlayStation isn't the same.
It's right on the money of the real thing. Right on it.
I don't think so.
I understand, and I learnt about aviation.
So when you're on your
I
flight
learnt about
simulator,
aviation
when you're
from
on your flight
1968.
simulator, when you're on your flight
1968.
Jin,
the principle of flight.
When you're on
and
your flight
how
simulator,
hang on, Jin. Let him ask you a question.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. But he keeps jumping in when I'm talking. But
when
go
you're
ahead.
on your no, you do that all the time over me, and then try and pull rank by saying you can do it, but I can't. So when you're on your flight simulator, it is important, in order to fly in a simulated fashion, that you pitch the nose up 2 to 3 degrees in order to stay in flight.
Yeah, you're
That's what we say, Elder Bear. That's what what the data says. That the nose of the plane.
Yes, that's what I'm
is
saying.
above 3 degrees.
Yeah, that's right. It's staying.
It's above horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, but he's
It
squabbling.
means that the plane was flying at the correct. Hang on. The plane was flying at the correct angle that it should have been in order to stay in the air. Because
That's
without
correct,
it, it would fall out of the air. There is a relationship between the pitch angle, the nose pitch, the ailerons, the angle of the wings, the angle of attack, in order to stay in the air.
And lift.
It has
That's right. It needs lift to stay in the air.
That data shows that somebody was. Hang on. That pitch data shows that somebody was flying the plane correctly. That does not relate to its position in anything in any other fashion.
Oh, now you're being ridiculous. You see, this is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen.
It just
The double talk.
confirms that somebody was flying the plane correctly.
Yeah. Well, there's some
right. Yeah,
data
they
for you
fly.
to
Double
look at
talk.
anyway. Okay, I posted the relevant information you would need to learn about how planes fly and how they fly horizontal. There it is. Source in the chat, side chat. There you go. Good luck with that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when the plane is flying in the air, when the lady, it's my turn. It's my turn now. My turn now. You've spoken. I want to speak. So, ladies and gentlemen, when the plane is flying in the air, the standard 3 degrees above horizontal, that's an industry aviation standard. The pilot doesn't have to put that in. That's achieved by the way the wings
you fall out of the sky, Jin.
You're interrupting my talk now. You're interrupting me.
Yeah, but
Shut
you're
the
telling
fuck up.
lies, Jin. You're
Can
telling
you actually
lies. No.
mute this guy whilst
You are
I get my
lying.
spill out? Can you mute him? Because he's not muting himself,
Yeah,
is
can
he?
you try and just keep it together, Elder Bear? Yeah,
Come on,
no.
Elder Bear. We don't have to
Hey, Yoka, whoever you are, bro, just wait till he finishes, write it down if you need to, and then you can reply when he's finished. Okay, I'll unmute you right now, but don't interrupt him again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be long. I'm gonna be very quick indeed. Still talking. So, ladies and gentlemen, the way the wings articulate to the fuselage of the aeroplane, okay, that facilitates that 3 degree. The pilot doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to sweat it. He has, if he needs to drop from the 3 degrees nose up, then he has to input or increase. But it's a standard configuration on all passenger jetliners that we fly on to go on our holidays or business trips. Okay, that's why. So when the plane has taken off and gets to its allotted altitude, flying horizontal, it will be slightly 3 degrees nose up. That facilitates smooth airflow across the whole aircraft. For if the aircraft was to fly dead level, it would be a fight between the pilot and the atmos. And I think the pilot will have fatigue. His arms will be like my thighs as he's trying to control it. And it will be a very bumpy ride for the passengers, ladies and gentlemen. That's why that's facilitated. And the planes keep the nose up for the whole duration of the flight. And the pilots refer to that as a leveled flight. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Okay, so that pitch angle of the nose is not the only parameter in order to keep the plane in the sky. If the pitch angle is changed, then the angle of attack of the hang on, I'm talking. The angle of attack of the ailerons must change. The thrust must change. If you don't, planes are designed to fly at 12 to 15 degrees before they'll, you'll stall or you'll get into a problem.
Unnecessary information at this point, ladies and gentlemen.
Hang on.
Unnecessary information.
You're jumping in.
Unnecessary information. We're not disputing or what you've said. What you've said, we're not
you're
disputing.
Talking over me, Jin.
Hang on, Jin. Let him finish.
Yeah, his turn now.
Yeah.
Let me shut the door then.
The pitch data that you are referring to and delivering as a proof of flat Earth only shows that the plane is indeed pitched up correctly at 3 degrees. If it's not, then it's in landing or changing position in the sky because it has to. Bears no relation to any position in the sky, just the way the plane is flying.
Unfortunately, you're misinforming.
Flying it correctly. Well, where are you getting your information? You cite that the pitch of the nose of the plane is the only deciding factor.
I didn't state that at all. I stated that the pitch angle tells us that the plane flew horizontal, leveled flight for the whole duration, except for when it took off and landed, of course. That's when it's moving away from the horizontal again, you see. That's what we're talking about. And it's recorded in the black box, which is actually an orange box, which resides at the back of the aircraft. And the reason why it resides at the back of the aircraft, ladies and gentlemen, is if there's ever an accident and a plane crashes, the tail section tends to survive. And that's why they house it in there. Okay? It's that simple. Okay? This what his name? Bear? It's just wasting.
So, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Jin, in the sky, you're flying in the sky in your simulator. Your nose is pitched up 3 degrees.
Yeah,
You reduce thrust. What happens? You reduce
Ladies
thrust.
and
What
gentlemen,
happens?
if I reduce thrust, I lose lift.
Exactly, but the pitch angle of your nose hasn't changed.
I'm going to lose lift.
You drop.
Though. I'm going to lose
You
lift.
drop without
I'm going
changing
to
the.
lose
You
lift,
drop,
ladies and
yes,
gentlemen. Right.
You lose height.
Yes,
You lose height
because I'm losing
you
lift.
drop.
When you lose
Without,
lift, you're obviously dropping.
Hang on. Without, Jin, without changing the pitch angle of the nose.
No, because I'm flying horizontal, ladies and gentlemen. That's why.
No, you just dropped.
Yes.
In elevation.
Yes.
Without changing the pitch. So you can't say that changing the angle of the nose is the deciding factor in whether the plane is flying horizontal or
yes,
descending.
going horizontal, ladies and gentlemen. And if we shut off the engines, we lose thrust. Thus, we lose altitude, and we're dropping horizontally, but we're dropping. But if you're flying over a globe, ladies and gentlemen, you must. If you're traveling at 600 miles per hour, you will need to be nosing down 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the Earth. You see, that's the thing. So the pilot will have to input.
What do you mean? 1 mile
Yes,
or what?
because you're following the curvature.
1 mile.
You've got to take a curved trajectory.
It will show in the pitch data.
What are you saying? You have to drop. How much do you have to drop?
Traveling at 600 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen, an aircraft will have to follow the curvature 1 mile every 2 minutes. Nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to follow the curvature of the Earth, traveling at 600 miles per hour.
Which curvature, Jin? Which curvature?
Ladies and gentlemen, that will be the curvature that has been allotted by the altitude that the altitude that the aircraft is flying in, and that would be in keeping with the curvature of the ball Earth that you're meant to be living on. That curvature.
So, how did you work out that curvature?
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been given a circumference of 24,901 miles circumference. You see. And then when you're flying at like 50
so in the plane, you should be dropping 8 inches per mile squared. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, you're going to lose your altitude, ladies and gentlemen, and you will see it on your altimeter that you're beginning to lose altitude if you shut the engine off. But if you're following the curvature of the Earth, if you're following the curvature of the Earth, again, you're moving from horizontal. That means you're dropping in altitude because you are moving from the horizontal linear path. Simple as that. No plane does that, ladies and gentlemen, except for when they're coming into land. Then, of course, they're dropping their altitude.
So when you're in the plane, Jin, when you're flying in the plane, are you saying that it must drop 8 inches per mile squared? Is that what you're saying?
It will have to follow the curvature of the Earth. So if you're flying at 600 miles per hour, you need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes for that speed. That's listen to the English language.
Hang on. In relation to what?
If you don't know that, then you shouldn't be in the conversation.
To the curvature of the Earth, you're saying?
If he doesn't know what that is, he clearly mustn't be in the conversation. If you don't know what curvature we're talking about,
I'm asking for clarification from you, Jin. That's all.
You're lost.
I'm asking for clarification for you what you
mean. You're lost.
So we have a figure for the curvature of the Earth, 8 inches squared.
Wasting your time, Jin. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it.
Thank you, Sasha? Is that Sasha?
Yeah, of course it is.
You might be allowed to speak as long as you don't go pick Sasha. So, Jin, the curvature calculator for the globe is 8 per mile squared. Is that the rate you're talking about in the plane?
I'm just talking about the. If you're asking me, let me answer. I'm talking about the 24,901 mile circumference ball Earth that we don't live on. That's the radius of that we cannot find of 3,959 miles. And if you're traveling at 600 miles an hour at 50,000 feet, you're going to need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to follow that curvature of the ball that you've just taken off from. And don't ask me again.
So that is in relation.
Don't ask me again that
All
question.
right,
You
I
know
won't ask you
what
again.
curvature,
So what
and
Jin
you
is
know
saying,
what.
ladies and
Hang on a
gentlemen,
minute. You know what
Jin is saying,
curvature,
hang on,
and
ladies and gentlemen.
you know what curvature, and you know what globe we're talking about. The globe that doesn't exist. Yeah,
All right.
that globe.
Let me summarize then. So, ladies and gentlemen, what Jin is saying is that the plane, when it's in the air, in order to follow the curve of the globe, must follow 8 inches per mile squared drop over
I'm not
its
saying that at
on
all,
its
ladies and gentlemen. I said
journey.
that it's traveling at 600
Well, I'm
miles per
asking you in
hour.
what in relation to, and
It's
that's what
one.
you
It's
referred.
1 mile. It's 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the Earth. 8 inches per mile squared is too small an increment, and that's not
Reference
what's
to what
going on because it's
calculation?
traveling. The velocity of the aircraft is 600 miles per hour, not 8 inches now. At this point.
Yeah, so it's very simple, Elder Bear. Stop trying to twist it. Right? Stop. Hold on. Shut up. Shut up
No,
for
I'm
a
not
second,
trying to
dude.
twist it. I'm
Yeah,
very
you are.
clear.
Shut up for a second, dude. Right. Okay. So what he's saying is that depending on the distance that the plane flies, there's going to be a certain amount of drop over that distance based off the 24,901 circumference, right? So if it flies 100 miles, there's going to be a certain amount of drop over that distance. If it flies 1,000 miles, there's going to be a certain amount of drop that needs to be accounted for over that distance. Stop trying to twist what he says.
I understand that, and I understand that on the Earth, that is calculated at 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it? I mean, up to a certain amount because it's parabolic after that. But up to a certain amount on short distances, it's this is the figures 8 inches per mile squared. And all I'm simply asking, Jin, is the plane curving at that rate when it's in the sky? That's what I'm asking. Is that what you're referring to when you say it drops a mile every 66 miles? Is it that same equation that you are using when you say that?
What do you think?
That's not twisting. It's clarification.
What do you think? We'll leave that for you. It's your globe, your ball.
Well, you're in it. I'm asking you.
I'm giving you the numbers.
Jin.
I'm
You
clearly giving
stated
you
it,
the
and I'm trying to
numbers.
clarify
I'm
what you're
clearly
saying
giving you the
in order
numbers.
to understand what you're
At
saying.
the speed of 600 miles an hour, you were going to be needing to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes in order to follow the curvature of the Earth. I've given you the numbers. It is for you now to digest and then understand. Thank you. And if you don't understand,
I
you're
have
going to
the
need
number.
to get on an aeroplane and check your 8 inches per mile squared formula and see if it all squares up for you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you are using. Hang on. So you are using the 8 inches per mile squared formula to derive your 1
I'm
mile
sure you
to
will work that
66
out for
miles
yourself.
in the
I'm
plane.
sure you will work that out for yourself.
Yeah,
Right, there you are.
but surely, Jin. What's the altitude of the plane?
I told you that 50,000 feet. I said that earlier on. Told him straight.
50,000 feet. So okay. So on the Earth, it's claimed that the
600
curvature
miles
value
per hour,
should
1
be
mile
8
every 2
inches.
minutes.
Hang on.
50,000 feet altitude.
Should be 8 inches per mile. 8 inches per mile squared, given the stated claimed circumference, which is the same on the flat Earth. The equator circumference is the same as the globe circumference at the equator. So we have a circumference there. Now, when you're 50,000 feet in the air, Jin.
Hold on a second. What did you just say? What's the same on the globe and the flat Earth?
What do you mean?
The circumference of what? What are you talking about?
Of the equator. The circumference of the equator on the flat Earth is the same distance.
Is it?
As that on the globe Earth.
How did you
I've
determine
been told
these?
many times by flat Earthers. Well, that's what I've been told it is.
Is anyone in here claiming that? I can't validate that. Did you validate that?
Well, you haven't yet. You haven't yet. Well, it's been validated by the flat earthers and the globers.
Oh, which flat earther validated that?
I spoke to Flatzoid, Sov, Nathan Oakley.
How did Flatzoid validate that?
Don't say Nathan Oakley.
That's right. Yes, he did. Nathan Oakley told me in 24/7 in this room that the circumference.
How did Nathan Oakley validate that?
He's lying, man.
measurements to Polaris.
So your argument's going to rely on a straw man, unfortunately.
No. What I was trying to talk to Jin about was trying to get to understand what he's actually saying. And if the plane is dropping at 8 inches per mile squared in the sky, that's what I was asking. And he confirmed that's what he's talking about. And what I'm saying is the circumference of the ball is 24,900, which, as I said, has been claimed to be exactly the same on the flat Earth. Then that's
is it
given circumference. Now, if you're at 50,000, that's what it's stated to be. The globe states it, and the flat earthers have stated that too. I mean, you might not have done, but that's what I've heard, and that's I haven't heard anything different. I mean, I can see that the calculations doesn't give you that, and there's a discrepancy. And that would have been the argument with Flatsoid and Sov and Oakley, that if you have a radius from the North Pole to the equator, a measured radius on the flat Earth, it's a different value than the radius on the globe. But the circumference is the same. The circumference value is the same, but the radius values are incredibly different. Now,
bearing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we're not living on
and
a
the
globe.
radius
That's the
must
problem.
be the same.
The problem is the globe doesn't exist.
I'm talking about
we're not living on a globe, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we're here.
Jin,
and
what's the
technology
radius?
is giving us
What's
this
the radius of the
information.
globe, Jin?
Technology,
Jin, what's the radius of the
technology,
globe?
my senses, and my life of 63 years has proven to me that we're not on a globe at all. We've been living on a flat Earth all this time. Yeah, carry on anyway.
Jin, what's the stated radius? What's the stated radius of the globe, Jin?
You know it.
We all know that, bro. We all know that. Why don't you just get to your point?
Don't
Just
say-
make your point
don't
because you
say it
just.
doesn't exist.
Why do you have to go through all of this?
No, it
like,
doesn't exist. The globe doesn't
why do you have to go
exist.
through all of this long-winded explanation to get to your point? Just make your point.
Yeah, and the globe doesn't exist.
Well, I was.
The
but you
numbers are in black
sidetracked
and
me.
white.
Somebody sidetracked
Stop
me and said,
asking us questions and make your point. Don't ask us questions. Just make your point. Go ahead.
I was, but you're sidetracking me, and the other guy sidetracked me about who had proof of that. He said, "Well, hang on."
Well, you're making straw man arguments. No one here was making that claim, right? Just because some flat earther said something, you think all flat earthers all claim that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say all, did I? I'm just saying what I've heard. I didn't say
Okay,
all.
cool. I've
You may
heard
not.
globe earthers say that there's alien bases inside the moon, right? So would I use that in my argument
Well, that's
against
not-
globe
that's not
earthers?
what we're talking about. But we're talking about something that can actually be measured.
Yeah, and we're not measuring that curvature
Aliens
anywhere.
can't be measured. But the
Aeroplane.
distance, if you measure 1 degree, if you measure 1 degree to Polaris, for every 1 degree, you get a measurement on the ground of 69 miles. Now, that's for both
No, I don't
models,
agree with that.
the globe
I don't
and the
agree with that
flat.
at all.
That's in reality.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well,
I do not agree with that
measured
at all.
Who measured that, Elder Bear? Show us the confirmation in the side chat of who measured that.
Yeah, because I don't agree with that.
Well, whoever measured the 69 miles.
Well, I've never
the
done
people
that,
who
and I
I've
don't agree
spoken
with that.
to,
Yeah, I don't
I've
accept that at
spoken
all.
to Nathan Oakley in this room, and he stated the same thing. And I had never heard any of you who were here say that was wrong.
Nathan Oakley's
So anyway,
banned from this room, dude.
Hang on.
Nathan Oakley's banned from
Well,
here.
I know that.
Yeah, so he's not
why is he
here,
banned?
right? If you want to talk, why is he banned?
Banned.
None of your business.
No need to talk about that. It's not necessary.
No. Well, I think he's banned specifically because of this and this claim.
No, that's absolutely not the reason, dude.
No, that's not the reason. Sorry.
So what would you do? What would you do if Nathan came in here and said the same thing that he's always saying, that 1 degree measured 1 degree?
We would ask him how he
provides
did that.
latitudes that are at
We can put the
69.
measurements in the side chat, and we can go over the actual evidence of who actually measured it.
Jin, I've heard you in Oakley's and QE's never said that's not how it's done or challenged them as how they got their measurements.
I've never heard Nathan Oakley talk about the North Star and the 16. I've never heard him say that.
Never. It's funny how
Never heard him say.
selective amnesia
I've never
going on
heard him
these
say
days.
that. I've never heard him say that.
Selective amnesia, Jin.
No, it's not selective amnesia
I
at
think
all.
for all of you,
I've never
I've
heard
heard
him
it
say
since
that.
I came along here.
I've never heard him say
well,
that.
that's what I've heard. That's how I
Well, that's
derived
what
the
you heard.
numbers because
That's
it was
what you
given me
heard.
by flat earthers.
Right. So stop
Well, I'm sure
misinforming.
some people heard.
Stop misinforming people, because that's not what I never heard him say that.
People.
You are.
So Elder Bear, why
You're now implying that I was there when he said it when I wasn't.
Hey, Jim, let me interrupt you real quick. Hey, Elder Bear, post into the side chat a link of Nathan Oakley saying that, if you would, please.
Yeah.
No, that's, I have got it, but I haven't got it to hand. But, that's the game you play.
No, you don't have to do it in a second. I mean, just if you will, when you, when you come across it again next time. Okay, sir. When you come across it next time. Okay, sir. All righty. Now, next time you come across it, if you would, please share it with us. We're not like your school teacher and say if you turn it in the next 10 minutes, you're going to get an F if you don't. So, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well,
put a bookmark in your brain.
If you go back, hang on. Let me speak to Mr. Barrington. Mr. Barrington.
Yeah,
if you go back to the last time that Nathan Oakley was in here on a Friday and go through that stream, you'll find it there. Okay, it's there.
Now, you're the one making the claim. Sorry. You're the one making the claim, so the burden of proof is on you. So
yeah, I'm not bound by that. I'm not bound by that rule. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. How many months ago? How many months ago was it? Friday.
It doesn't matter. Gin.
Well, it does, doesn't it? Because Discord's been going on. If it was this Discord, how many months ago?
I'm
How is he
talking to
going to
your
find
Muslim
it?
heart.
How is he going to find it if he hasn't got a precise or at least a month?
Inshallah, you might listen. Inshallah, you might be honest.
Never mind. How is he going to find it? It's not going to be easy to find that. That's going to be time extensive. You're going to need a lot of time.
You might be honest one day. Okay.
No, I'm always honest, mate.
Look, bro, getting sick and tired of your shtick here. So, maybe get to your point, or I'm just going to stick you on mute, right? And you can piss off. Simple as that, right? So, if you want to continue with your point without any strawmans, without any strawmans, just go ahead and you can do that. But no strawmans, please.
Well, don't sidetrack me, then I'll keep on the point. What I'm saying
no one's sidetracking you. You're sidetracking yourself.
Hang on.
You're the one talking about Nathan Oakley.
Shut up.
No, you shut up.
You
shut up. You're the one that's fucking sidetracking. And remember, I've posted the source. I've posted my source for you in the chat. Yeah, don't forget that. Don't forget to take that with you when you leave.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you wind back, you'll see somebody asked me who told me. I said who told me, and then I get told off for telling you who told me, and I'm creating some issue. But you asked me. So
you brought it up.
The circumference of the globe. There you go. If the circumference of the globe is 24,900 miles and it has a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, then that can't be what the plane is doing.
When you're traveling at 600 miles per hour, ladies and gentlemen, that's a high velocity. And of course, when you're up in the air, 50,000 feet now, you're covering a lot of these 8 inches per mile squares at such a phenomenal rate that you're going to have to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes. That's what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. And the plane doesn't do that. It flies horizontally across the flat earth to its destination. That's what happens. That's what's recorded in the in-flight telemetry data. That's what's recorded by your own senses. And if you're smart like me, you have a bubble app. I've got 2 of them, 2 different manufacturers on my smartphone, and that's what they tell me. Thanks. Leveled flight.
As I said before, the pitch data shows you that the plane is flying correctly in the sky. It has to.
It's flying horizontally, ladies and gentlemen.
Sky. Okay.
It's flying horizontally.
Now, at a height of 50,000 feet, at a height of 50,000 feet, a plane supposedly following the circumference, the circumference of the globe, the circle, going round the curvature of the Earth, following at 50,000 feet.
Yeah.
Now, that's a much bigger circle, isn't it?
Well, of course it is.
Okay, so how would the drop rate be the same at 50,000 feet as it is at the surface on a much smaller circle?
No. It's not the same, is it? That's why the numbers I gave you were correct. 600 miles. It wasn't related to the surface because it was 50,000 feet up off the surface, and I gave you that number. I gave you
Well,
that
I
value.
asked
So
you
ladies
that,
and
and you
hang on a
said it
second,
was,
please.
and somebody else
Let me just
confirmed
finish
it
off.
was. Why did
Let
you
me
do
finish
that?
what I'm saying. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've stated, traveling at 600 miles per hour, you'd have to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes. Now, 6,000 miles is almost a quarter of your globe, for example. That's 90 degrees.
No, it's
so
not.
in increments, every minute that goes by, the pitch angle is going to have to change as it's following the curvature of the Earth. The pitch angle will change because it's going through a 90-degree curvature, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So you're going to have the pitch angle changing, but it doesn't. The pitch angle is level for the 9.5 hours. There is no pitch changing because it's not going 90 degrees of curvature. It's following a horizontal stationary plane all the way to its destination. Finished.
No, that's not the data to represent that. That data is just
there
to
we go
show
now.
that the pitch of the nose is at 3 degrees, and that constant line shows you that it is at that. Has nothing to do with anything else but the pitch. In order to
Unfortunately,
stay in the
that's
air
wrong.
correctly.
Sorry.
Has
You're
nothing
wrong,
to
sir.
do with its position in the sky, because
Yeah.
in order to fly the plane, it must have a pitch up of between 2 and 3 degrees. And if it is at a pitch of 2 and 3 degrees, then it will show linearly on the graph.
Ladies and
But it
gentlemen,
did
it
indeed
shows
stay at
it
that.
clearly.
At
When he
whatever
looks at the
altitude,
data,
at
he will look
whatever
at it. It's all in
altitude,
red lines, black lines. He will see it. It's all clearly labelled for him so he understands, right? And if he comes back and
So
says it's not
when
true,
a plane,
then he's just willfully lying him to himself. That's all he's doing. Because the in-flight telemetry data shows us when a plane is taking off. Because when the plane takes off here, it noses upwards. It's horizontal. All instruments are calibrated on the runway, right? Then the plane
takeoff
now
is very
taxis.
different.
The aircraft now taxis out onto the runway, takes off. Now, as soon as that plane noses up, it's registered on the pitch angle. It's there. It comes up. It shows you at what point the plane was taking off. At what point did it reach its altitude? At what point did it level off? And then the duration of the flight. And then at what point it started to lose altitude to come down to land. It's all there for you to look at, ladies and gentlemen. So this guy, Elder Bear, has got it completely wrong.
The reason it's different. The reason it's different at takeoff is because the angle of attack has to be more extreme in order to get
But it's been registered, ladies and gentlemen.
elevation.
That's the thing.
Lift.
It's been registered.
Once it's at cruising height, then the plane remains constant at a 3 degree.
Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention to the fact that I told you that it's been recorded. When that plane takes off,
thrust,
it's been recorded. It's been recorded. That data of it nosing up at an extreme angle from the horizontal, 3 degrees on the runway, and it's more than that, it's been recorded. So clearly, if the plane was going to do a loop-the-loop, that would also be recorded on that pitch data. So this guy is just tying himself in knots, and he's just being silly, and he's a waste of space. And as the guy says, you may as well just sit down because you're losing this one, and you're losing it terribly.
I don't think so. You know,
I know so, sir. I know
ladies
so.
Ladies and gentlemen, just decide for yourselves. You know, go look into it yourselves. And see that if a plane does not pitch up 3 degrees at the nose, it'll fall out of the sky or stall. Now, if you change the thrust without changing the pitch angle, the plane will fall. It will descend.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the plane doesn't pitch up 3 degrees, it doesn't fall out of the sky. It doesn't fall out of the sky because it doesn't fall out of the sky. No, you're wrong there. What it means is that the plane can fly, but it's going to be a very, very bumpy ride and hard work for the pilots because they're fighting to keep the plane at at horizontal. That'd be 0 degrees. But the reason why they put it at 3 degrees is to facilitate a smooth airflow across the aircraft. Passengers are happy.
Absolutely
and the pilot's biceps.
Absolutely not.
The pilot's biceps are not looking like my thighs,
ladies
ladies and gentlemen. Okay. That's what it's all about
ladies
here.
and gentlemen. The plane has to pitch up 3 degrees to stay in the sky.
Yes, in order to facilitate a smooth airflow. That's why. course it is. So then
Change
you
the
get lift. That's why.
Then the
Okay.
elevation will change without changing the pitch angle of the plane. Now, when you
Ladies and
take off,
gentlemen,
it has
if
to
you
have an
switched off
extreme
the
pitch angle in
engine,
order to fly within to hang on, to take off within the parameters of 12 to 15 degrees angle of attack when it takes off. And that's how planes are designed. Concorde was designed differently to have a deeper angle attack.
yeah, it
with
would
a
have
curved
to because
nose
it's
on.
travelling at Mach 2, you see,
Gave
ladies
it
and
the
gentlemen.
ability to do that. Yes,
It
gave it the
would
ability
need
to do
to
that
because
it
it's
was
travelling at
designed
Mach 2,
differently.
2 times the
If
speed
you
of
go
sound. Yeah.
over that, you'll stress the plane and it will stall.
Well, yeah, we know that.
If you
We know
change
all
the
this.
angle, the
We're
pitch
not
angle,
disputing these facts.
yeah, but it's not just
We're
on
not
its own.
disputing this. This is irrelevant to what we're talking about. Planes do not follow
No,
the
you're
curvature of the Earth.
claiming,
And the in-flight telemetry data tells us that. That's what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. We have the kit that tells us exactly how the plane flies, and we plug that kit into the computer, and you see the aircraft small scale down, and you see how it flies. You see it when it takes off. You see it leveling, and it doesn't when it banks left and right. That comes up. Everything comes up. Turbulence, increased altitude, back down to the allotted altitude. It all comes up on your screen. So I'm sorry that the Elder Bear is just
ladies and
messing you up
gentlemen.
there. Jin CBR1 with the rest of the flat
Ladies
earthers
and
are giving you the
when
truth
you look at
as it is coming from the black box, which is actually an orange box.
you don't know anything about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the linear line on the graph will show you that a constant 3-degree angle of pitch was maintained.
It shows you that the aircraft does not
It has
take
nothing
a
to do with
close
flight path
trajectory
angle, which
for
is a
9.5
whole different
hours
parameter.
from London to Japan. And as for gravity, it hasn't been proven to exist.
The pitch change.
It hasn't
not
been
its
proven
position in
to
the sky.
exist. Gravity hasn't been proven to exist. Sir Isaac
Why did
Newton
you go to
himself,
gravity? We're talking about the
Sir
pitch
Isaac
of the
Newton
aeroplane.
himself totally and utterly
I
disagreed
think
with
you're
the
getting lost
theory,
now,
which
Jim.
he
You have
couldn't
to
prove,
change
of
subject.
mass
Very good.
attracting mass. He said it was an absurd idea,
Ladies and gentlemen,
and he
please
didn't want
observe,
to be
ladies and gentlemen, Jim
associated
has to
with
change
that
the subject.
absurdity of gravity. He couldn't prove it. But upon his death, they ascribed it to his name after he died.
Hang on, Jin. Now,
Yeah,
Elder, do you have any other evidence for your globe? Because you've obviously been smashed on this.
Yeah.
So do you have something else we can move
I
on
didn't
to?
come in. No, I'm not
It's
smashed
getting very
on this
tedious.
at all. It doesn't
Yes,
prove
can
the
we move
globe.
on to
I'm not
something
here to
else?
prove the globe.
Because you basically agreed that the pitch of the plane is
I was talking
3 degrees above horizontal. So thanks
about the
for that
discrepancy in
concession.
what Jin is saying.
Do you have something else to move on with?
Conceding anything.
No, you don't. You don't.
I'm just pointing out that
I'm
what
just
you're
pointing out that
saying
you're being
and what
thrashed
Jin
and
is
you conceded
saying
that
about the
the
pitch
plane.
data has nothing to do with flight path angle. Absolutely nothing.
Now he's
Does not
lying to
prove
himself
flat
again
Earth.
now.
Tell which lie.
Absolutely doesn't.
Well, thanks for
You might
agreeing
want to
that
try and
the
present
plane.
it as that to the audience, but it's not that audience. It's not that. Okay, look into it.
Now we know it.
Again, thanks for the
Where's the
concession.
globe,
Do you
mate?
have any other globe
And Jin,
evidence?
and
Do you
don't
do you have
forget.
any globe evidence?
Don't forget that. Yeah. Have
Don't
you got any
forget.
other evidence? Are you not paying
Just
attention?
move on to something else there, Elder Bear. Do you have something else
Yes, he's
for us?
Don't
monotonous,
forget.
isn't he?
Hang on. All right. I'll move to something else then. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that Jin measured the surface of the Earth from the seat of an aeroplane.
Correct.
That should tell you everything.
That's thinking out of the box, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you.
Question. A quick question for Elder Bear. It's just something I was curious about. Were you pretending to be a different person called Heyoka with a different accent? Was that you?
Is that your claim?
No, I'm asking you a question. Was that you? You would just probably just say no if it wasn't, but you're gonna weasel around it. So I'm just gonna assume it was. That's kind of funny. I just wanted to ask that, and the fact you didn't say no. Did you? Did you? Was that you or not? Was it?
Is that DJ?
Was it you? Yeah. You can't see people's names lighting up. Hold on a second. Was that you or not? No. Answer my question. Was that you or was that not you? Pretending to be a character called Heyoka with a different accent. Was that you?
When was that?
But you don't know who. You don't know what we're talking about. Do you know who Heyoka is?
Do you have a timestamp? Do you have a date?
Answer the question, bro.
Timestamp.
You know what I'm talking
I was
about.
there speaking as somebody else. Can you? If you
No,
have to
I'm
put it in
asking
the
you
time
if that was you. I'm not accusing you. I'm asking you if that was you right now. So you could just say no if it wasn't. Did you pretend to be a character named Heyoka or not? Yes or no?
I'm asking you to give me a time.
Yeah, you can't answer it, can you? That's like so cringe, dude. Oh my god, I'm gonna mute back up. That's so funny. I was expecting this kind of answer. Yeah, you can't say no, can you? Because you don't want to blatantly lie. You don't want to blatantly lie, so you can't answer the question. Pathetic, bro.
Anything but the pitch data, eh? Anything but the pitch data.
Dude, I've never once used the pitch data in a debate. Not once ever have I ever brought up the pitch data. So don't associate me with that one, right? But I asked you a direct question and you couldn't answer it, bro, because you didn't want to lie and say that it wasn't you pretending to be a different character in here with a completely different accent, which is just weird, freaking weird and pathetic, dude. Right? Because I remember on Nathan's show, right, you started talking through Heyoka's mic when you were hot micing, right? Proving that somehow unless you were visiting little Heyoka, right, you were talking through his microphone, but you didn't realize you were unmuted. And then Nathan muted you up. So, and now you're acting weird. You can't answer that it wasn't you, right? So that's just cringe and weird, dude. Right? I'm going to mute up. Like, I'm not going to keep harping on that. I just wanted to point out that you're just a shady dude.
How long have you spent on this conspiracy theory and you haven't actually put anything together of any evidence or proof of anything?
Baseless claim. That's a baseless claim right there. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Wild assertions, baseless claims, and just downright dishonesty. That's all that's coming out of Elder Bear
What are
today.
you talking about with pitch data? I just got here. Is he arguing for?
Oh, he's
or
arguing
against
about
it?
the pitch data of the aircraft flying through the air, showing that it's flying horizontal, is incorrect.
Okay, let me see. I'll unmute him.
That the pitch data that you present does not show that. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
what do you? What? How do you know this?
You cannot use
Elder Bear.
that as a proof.
Elder Bear. Elder Bear.
Sorry?
Get a hold of yourself, man. I'm asking you a question. How do you know that?
Oh, it's A, B. Did you know what?
Yeah, no shit.
What pronoun do you use? Hey, Alpha? Alpha, what pronoun do you use in these days?
All right, the one that's going to ask you a question about how you know pitch data is not giving you information that a plane is flying horizontal. How do you know that?
You know Veritas is a female, don't you?
Oh, dude. Will you just give it the answer?
Well, what I'm saying, Miggy, is
What?
that the pitch data that you're showing does confirm that the pitch of the nose is indeed at 3 degrees, or not, depending on what it needs to be. And it needs to be that in order to stay in the sky. Has nothing to do with the position of the aeroplane in the sky. Now, if you
Is the
have
plane
evidence of
flying horizontal, Elder Bear?
you wouldn't know from that metric. You couldn't tell from
Okay.
that metric.
All right.
I'm
All right.
sorry.
How? Oh, yes. Yes. You're saying that it's not the case. How do you know that?
Because I know that data relates just to the pitch angle. It doesn't relate to the
Okay,
position
but
of
how
the
do you?
airplane in the sky.
Yeah.
It
How do
relates
you?
to
How
anything
do you
else.
know that? How do you know that?
Because that's what the data's for, to tell you that it is
What?
so.
That's what the data's for.
why it's called
Yeah. So your baseless claim.
Mickey,
Yeah.
that's
Your
why it's
baseless
called
claim of the plane flying horizontal right now is not flying horizontal based on the pitch angle of the plane. But we're talking about the plane flying over the surface of the earth. So if it's at a specific pitch, right? Whatever it's doing over the surface of the earth, it's holding to that horizontal plane.
No.
No.
holding
Okay,
to that
so
pitch
no.
angle.
Yeah, I know that. But it's horizontal on the surface, yeah? Going across the surface horizontally?
No. You couldn't
No,
tell.
how do you know
couldn't
that?
tell
How do you know that, Elder Bear?
Because the plane, it only shows that the plane is pitched up 3 degrees. It doesn't have show any
Yes,
relation.
but it's
to
flying
anything else.
horizontal across the surface, dude.
Where do you get that from? From that
The
data?
pitch data.
Pitch data, show me where it says it's horizontal. From pitch data,
Yes.
show me where it's horizontal. Where?
Dude, when it shows as it goes up when it ascends up into the air, it shows the plane actually going, like you can see the graph, right? And then it goes when they reach level flight, it's going to go straight across the surface. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why does it show it going up in the air? Why?
Because it's ascending.
Yeah, that's what it has to do to ascend. Has nothing to do with the graph.
You're asking the most basic questions. I'm giving you the simple answer to it.
Oh, well, it is. That's all you say.
Yeah,
but
and so when you reach cruising altitude, you're going to go straight across horizontally. Now, if that's the case, however, it's pitched.
You claim that. You claim that.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Well, because it is.
No, because he is. It just is. Hey, dumbass, you're going to have to bring a little bit more than that. It just is shit.
Dumbass.
You sound like a Glober right now. It just is.
No.
Yeah, if you're critiquing the pitch data, then where's your information to substantiate? Where's your stop talking through me? Where's your information to substantiate that it's not flying horizontally across the surface? Where is that?
That's not the data we're talking about.
Yeah, so the data is showing a horizontal flight. So, however it's pitched, it's flying horizontally, isn't it?
Which data?
Yeah, if you don't have any way to provide evidence that it's not doing what we see it doing in that graph, then you're just going to be server muted. Because you're just like a Glober who's chanting about something. Nuh-uh. Yeah, who gives a shit about nuh-uhs, dude? We get that from Globers all the time. Show how it's not flying horizontal across the surface, yeah?
It's your claim.
It's what the data's showing. It's not a claim, numbnuts. The data's showing that. So if you say the data's not showing that, fucking show. Let's see it. How do you know that?
Relates to the pitch angle of else.
Yeah, you're choppy, dude. You need to fix your shit. Not that I really want to hear you clearly, but fucking your shit's all choppy.
Yeah, you're saying that. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, listen back on the live stream, Elder Bear. You'll hear your shit all over the place.
I'm not that narcissistic that I do.
Just fuck off, dude. I'm telling you because nobody can hear your dumbass because it's all choppy and shit. Now, if you're coming with a claim or a critique, you better back it up with substance. Otherwise, shut your Dorito hole, dude. Anybody else want to make baseless fucking claims without providing evidence? Yeah, go back and listen to your shit on the live stream. I'm not going to put up with your mic choppy and in and out, and you're trying to make points and fucking try to disparage.
Yeah, and when he was going on earlier about a straw man of what Nathan Oakley likely had said, and I asked him to post that into the side chat. He's like, "Oh, well, all you got to do is just go here, and then you'll find it." And I'm like, "Well, no, you made the claim. It's your burden to prove it." And he's like, "No, I'm not bound to that." So he's definitely not suited for being in the 24/7 spaces.
No, I mean, and if he's coming with a critique, he better back it up with substance. He needs to show something in the text chat how he's critiquing it, because that's what we do. It's not just like, it's not doing what you guys think it's doing, and that's all I gotta say. Bullshit. You better come with some substance why it's not doing that. Yeah, prove it.
His argument last night.
Who, Elder Bear?
Yeah.
I wasn't here to hear his argument.
Oh, on Jared.
Did I hear Jaren's argument or Elder Bear against Jaren?
No, yeah, Elder Bear's argument last night that he gave to Jaren.
I'll let him do it, but his mic is choppy, dude. I can't hear him when it's all cutting in and out. All right, mic check, Elder Bear. I do want to hear him say.
Mic check.
You're better now.
You hear me?
Yeah, you're better. Yeah.
Okay. What did you want from me?
Well, you had an interaction with Jaren. What was your?
Yeah,
What did you tell him?
The bit previously, is the pitch angle you presented. So that. So my argument is this. I've just been running. I need to stop. The circumference of a circle is derived from the geometric function pi d. Given that the circumference of the equator on both the globe and flat Earth models are equidistant, then it follows that each model must also be equidistant. The flat Earth radius, derived from the North Pole to the equator, is arrived at by 90 by 1 degree increments, each equaling 69 stadia in distance along the ground, totaling 6,210 statute miles, often called flat Earth miles. Therefore, the numerical value for pi on flat Earth must equal 2. I think it's modus ponens, I think.
Did you put in a logic form?
That's a good argument, that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's cutting out though. Like, did you put it in the modus ponens?
Not hear it.
Yeah, but it sounds like he's making a statement about the radius value being something calculable with the circles of equal altitude. Is that what he's saying?
Flat Earth pi for your measured.
He's trying to attribute the AE map to us, and that way using an AE map model.
Yeah, do me a favor. Put it in text form, if you will, in the text channel, because he was cutting in and out. So dude, your mic, I don't know if you're still running or what, but it's not all that great. Put it in the text channel, like the form of your argument. I want to.
My dog.
Is it a modus ponens?
Okay.
No, it's not.
Modus ponens.
Ponens. Okay, let's see it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
What was Jaren's response? Did he say something to you, or did he just oh, that's great?
You should have listened. I don't want to talk for Jaren. You go and find out yourself, because then you'll know for yourself, and you won't say, "Oh, I said this, and I said that." And you won't have to.
No, I don't give a shit. I'll tell you like this. That guy will probably be nothing that I need to hear. So if you're not going to tell me, then I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I bet you wouldn't want to hear it as well.
Why was he conceding with all? Oh man, I don't know how to get away from this. This is amazing.
No, you just don't want. You don't want to get the argument in your head.
I'm telling him to fucking put it in the text chat, Bev.
Yeah, I'm saying you probably don't want it.
Why? Why the fuck wouldn't I want to hear? I don't give a shit what you guys say. I want you to put it.
Response as well.
Let's see. All right, can everybody see that? What we do here is exposition. That's what we do. Yeah. Make sure that the guys on the level server understand that. We're gonna critique what gets put up. We don't just shut them down, boys. No, fucking put what you want in there. We're gonna take a look at it, and if it's not logical or if it's got inconsistencies,
didn't you?
Yeah, because you didn't come with any information. Yeah, did you?
I did.
Where? You just nuh-uh.
No, he gave me the pitch data, and I explained what it means.
Yeah, you explain. Why are you? Do you work for the industry? Do you work for the industry? Why would you have an opinion on it like that? Fucking hell!
Well,
all right, let's see what you got.
You work for anybody? You have opinions all the time.
You're the one. Yeah, we're accepting whatever's being put out with the information, and that shows a horizontal surface.
I'll tell you what I heard is that you can change altitude in a plane without changing pitch. That's what I heard from that. So therefore, you cannot say the plane is flying altitude on pitch data. Can you? You can't say it's flying horizontal if it can change altitude without. I mean, it brings the altitude down to the fact that the Earth can't be flat because of changes in elevation.
No.
Let's go. Are you having fun, nigga? Is that why you're accepting this?
No, I want them to put their shit out on Front Street so that everybody can hear this shit. Because I think most of the times people don't ever hear these guys actually like what they say and shit. So 24/7 like has always been able to critique anything that's been put in front of it. I think we pride ourselves in that. Like we always know that we could break anything down logically and consistently. So if you have an argument, put that shit forward so we can take a look.
It's
fucking why not?
In the chat.
Oh, hey, listen, this isn't okay. Here's step one. In what Elder Bear posted, it's not even a complete sentence. Given that the circumference of the equator, I am right now. Given that the circumference of the equator on both the globe and flat Earth models are equidistant, what does that mean?
Well, there is only one equator, I would say.
Equidistant. What is he saying in that first statement?
Do you not know what equidistant means?
I know what equidistance means. What does he mean when he says, given that the circumference of the equator on both the globe and flat Earth models are equidistant? Equidistant from what? What does he mean?
From the North Pole.
Okay.
I would guess. I mean, I don't know. That's what it states in the argument. I mean, I know you're critiquing words, right, for definitions of stuff.
No, the form. We're critiquing the form and the structure.
Second of all, there aren't two different models because
there's only one reality.
The equator is a circle. In both instances.
Really? Same circumference?
Well, a circle is a circle.
Yeah, has it got the same circumference?
A circle is a circle.
Are the circumferences equidistant?
We only have one.
Are they the same distance?
We only have one supposed equator. There's no difference in. There's only one.
It is then. It's the same. It is equidistant. We're agreeing on that. Brilliant. Carry on.
Equidistant means what? There aren't two of them. They're just one.
Yep. Carry on.
Carry on what?
With the argument. Carry on critiquing the argument. We've agreed. They are equidistant. There's only one equator and it's the same on both models.
What do you mean? It's measured? Because it says given that the circumference. Go ahead. No, I was just going to point out. It says given that the circumference of the equator. So something's given at that beginning, right? What's given? Bev. Elder Bear's mic is trash.
Degree. Yeah, 69 miles for 1 degree. That's the given.
Yeah, what's the circumference of the equator? What's the total circumference? Because something's given. It's already an equator that exists.
Diameter, and you do pi.
Yeah, and what? Yeah, and what's the value? What's the numeric value for the equator?
I don't know. I don't.
Isn't that what this is saying? That's given. Isn't this is what is saying is given? The equator on the globe. Yeah, on the globe it would be 24,901 miles. Are you saying that given? That's the globe claim.
Equidistant. Well, that's the same then, right? You've just made the same claim.
So you're making it sound like it's the same circumference at the equator, given that the circumference of the equator on both the globe and flat Earth models, both. So it's putting the both numeric values the same. The equator is the same as.
I think that's what he means.
But
maybe might need a better.
There's no circle on a globe. Like, so a circle is a circle.
The same.
That's the problem, because to act like you're talking about two different things, saying globe model and flat Earth model. The bottom line is in both instances you have an elevation angle from Polaris, and the minimum angles would give you your answer. Like, there's no two situations, there's no two models, there's no two anything.
I think what you should do there, I think that's what they're saying, Elder Bear, is that you should, in the first statement, you should get rid of globe and flat Earth and just say there's one. There's no need for you to do equidistant then. Like, because there is only one equator, right?
Where is the equator derived from, dude? You're putting.
Second of all, his second statement, the flat Earth radius. There's no such thing, because flat's not a shape. There's no radius of flat.
He means the radius of the equator on the flat Earth. Obviously.
What do you mean?
The radius
of the circle of the elevation angle that you're going to get from that measurement, which already has a horizontal
you cannot
adjacent.
measure an angle.
Why is he talking when I'm talking, Miggy? Do we have to do that?
Bev, you got to relax, dude. If you're gonna want us to go through this, you can't jump over somebody else.
So the radius of a derived from an elevation angle. This is a stupid ass conversation. I can't. I'm sorry.
Isn't it the zero angle though? Isn't that where you get the equator on the flat Earth?
No, wait a minute. Wait. You're asking us. You're asking us a question. Yeah, you're asking. Yeah, so you're asking us a question, and you don't know where this is derived from. Is that true?
No, I'm saying, that's my understanding.
Your understanding.
Equator comes from a zero measured.
Is this a straw man? Are you building a? Are you building a? Is this just a big old straw man?
This is the measured flat angle.
Because it sounds that way, Bev. You don't know where this is derived from. Somebody like you or Elder Bear should already understood what people on Flat Earth are saying. Now, if you're saying this is what we're saying, then it's not a straw man.
Zero.
Is this what we're?
Are you saying the zero measured elevation angle to Polaris is the equator? Is that right?
Well, as far as angles go to Polaris, I would say people are going to be talking about it being just a measurement at an angle to Polaris. As far as it being a giant, as far as it being a giant circle that's measured, that's not true. Well, so there's a numeric there's a numeric value. There's a numeric dude. Here's what I'm going to do. You don't in your server you can do what you want. In this server you're a guest. So shut your pie hole, dude. So essentially, there's a numeric value that's attributed to the equator. But the equator is not something on the ground. It doesn't exist on the ground, dude. It's not terrestrial, it's celestial. The equator has everything to do with the sky. So it's a celestial sphere, yeah, of an infinite radius. So there's no way that you can put a numeric value to the size of the equator. And you're trying to here ascribe some sort of numeric value to make some sort of map. You can't do that. That's not what it's for.
The measured angle.
Yeah, but then it becomes a reification fallacy. You're trying to reify.
The Earth?
Yeah, it's no, dude. This is where you guys go off the rails. There's no map attributed to this numeric value, okay? It's just an angle to Polaris. It's not like an actual circle on the Earth, on this ground that you think you're standing on. It's not that. There's no way to measure that, dude.
Is that not what you call them, a circle of equal altitude?
Yeah, okay. But are they saying that they're measuring that circle?
They're saying it's not a circle.
Are they measuring the circle, Bev? Yes or no?
They measure the radius by...
Okay, are they measuring the circle, Bev? I'm going to keep holding you to it until you answer my question. Are they measuring that circle?
The circle...
With a value. Does the circle have a value?
Function. That's what this argument's talking about.
Here's the thing. If you're not going to answer the question and you're going to be as weaselly as some of these globe sophists, then you're not going to stand in the server anymore. Just answer the question. Does the equator have a numeric value?
Does the equator have a numeric value? I don't know.
A certain size. A certain size, dumbass.
Called the circumference, yes.
Okay, what is the value of the equator?
I don't know.
Fuck you then. That's what we're asking for. And why is this already a given? You don't know. It's a fucking straw man. You and your fucking disciples that come in here don't know their ass from a pipe wrench. So then how the fuck is it a given that it's the same as the globe, dumbass?
Check this out, Miggy. Like I just Google because I like to Google like what like we say and people say just to see what comes up, right? So guess what? When you Google what is the value of the equator, you think it's concerned with telling you the circumference of the circle first? Nope. Because first of all, the equator is a concept. So the first thing they're going to tell you is this: the equator's value is 0 degrees latitude. Why? Because that's the minimum viewing angle of Polaris. So how you get it is the elevation angle measurement to the star. That's it. That's all they're concerned about, and that requires you to treat the Earth as a horizontal plane.
Yep, but there's not a numeric value stated to how big the circle is. That's what he's saying, just like the globe
There
is
might
saying.
be, but that's the first thing they tell you, though.
Well, if you try to bring it, because look at what I posted. If you try to bring that line to the ground, it will be a wavy line, depending on where you take your measurement. Because it said sometimes Polaris is seen at 1.23 south latitude, so that would be negative. That'd be past 0. You start at 90 and go all the way negative. And if you were to travel all the way across, say like your imaginary equator, and plot it, it wouldn't be a circle. It'd be some kind of wavy line. It'd be a non-uniform
like a sine
shape.
wave.
Yeah. Or like a noise pattern. So they're thinking that you can then take that and then just draw a circle anyway. And then slap a flat Earth sticker on it and then tell you how big your flat Earth is.
So it's essentially a straw man argument.
It's avoiding the topic. It's completely avoiding the topic. And it's more like what globalists say. They always want to look up at the sky. What about the sky? This is just another very clown show version of looking at the sky, but telling you you're actually looking at the ground. Really,
you nailed it, my man. Yeah, kudos, Chris.
I want to keep these guys gesture privilege, just but make sure we throttle it. Like one can talk at a time, so that way they don't come in here like with their 3 or 4 members and just one guy's making animal sounds, one's cackling, one's just just repeating the same thing over and over again, just chanting.
Yeah. All right. So we've cleared that up. I think Eli, Crit, appreciate you. All right, Bev, there you go.
Hey, if you don't mind, Elijah, are you still with me here, Elijah? Or with us here, Elijah? Hey, so Elder Bear made a claim a bit ago of talking about something that Nathan Oakley said, and
hold on, Barrington. Yeah, we're just going through this critique. Well, hold on, Barrington. We'll get to this critique. We'll get to this critique, and then we'll attend to that.
Also, Barrington, we're not going to do celebrity gossip here. Okay, those guys are very into celebrity gossip. This is not
celebrity gossip here.
It's not a celebrity gossip channel. So when they start bringing in people from other servers or other personalities, especially if they're not even here, like they're not even a member of this channel, that will be hard
gossip. No, Elder Bear made a specific claim that Nathan Oakley supposedly had made, and I don't think any of us accepted that Nathan Oakley had made that claim. And so I'd love to hear what somebody who's there has to say, but continue on with the critique.
Is that the measured flat claim? You don't agree with that?
Yeah, we're not worried about that. We're worried about this train wreck of an argument that you think you have is golden. It's bullshit, dude. Well, his argument and the one you're advocating for is bullshit. It's a straw man.
We're critiquing it, right?
Yeah. It's bullshit. Yeah. So we need to just get rid of that because it doesn't have anything to do with what anyone is saying in here, except for you building it up like flat earthers are saying that, and we're not.
Do you not agree with the 69 miles to 1 degree?
Yeah. Does it have anything to do with drawing a giant circle on the ground?
Yeah, that's your measured angle to a
so then what is that? Then again, you didn't know this answer when I asked you last. What is the measured circumference then on the ground?
According to that is something about 39,000 miles. The flat Earth measured
39,000 miles.
circumference. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So at all points on that circle, they're equal to that star.
That's the measured flat Earth angle. Yeah.
Did you verify this?
That's what we've been told.
Did you verify this, Bev?
The 69 miles to 1 degree.
Yeah, on every point on that circle. Did you measure that?
That you can travel 69 miles with a change of 1 degree.
Dude, it's not
in the sky.
It's not measured, dude.
The 69 miles is measured.
No, what?
Yeah.
You fucking
don't know
hell,
how
bro.
to do that.
Yeah, you've not gone to every point on the ground to make sure that it's. See, what the globe has done is given it a specific value, right? For the circumference.
Miles. So 69.14 miles.
No, we're talking about the angle to Polaris. We're talking about on the ground, it's measured to be a specific value, right? According to them, they measured it.
69.14 miles, I think.
No, dude, you keep talking about the angles to Polaris. We're talking about the circle.
Angle.
Yeah, the circle on the ground. The circle on the ground that they say they're going around the equator. Yeah, is a giant circle.
The change occurs over 69.14 miles, as far as I know.
Yeah, he hasn't sporadic. I guarantee you, Bev has never done anything to validate any of the claims that him or Elder Bear has ever done. So Sporadic's asking Elder Bear, how did you validate the 69 miles? How'd you do that? As a consequence of the 1 degree angular displacement. And then it happens at every point on that circle. How'd you do that?
Why does it even matter? Why does it even matter? Because a mile is a linear distance.
Yeah. Flat Earth measured.
Yeah, he said, yeah. He doesn't, dude, these guys, I swear to you, man. That's why you guys in the server that you're in circle jerk each other into oblivion and think that you're correct. You come in here and get destroyed because you don't do any validation. None whatsoever. You have to have that.
Miles, not a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a calculation, yeah?
No, it's a...
Has it been validated? Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Have you measured every point on that circle that you think you're creating?
You can do the same thing.
Hey, dude, I'm telling you, and you haven't done the thing. You're avoiding it. Every Glober does this too. I'm showing you. You're acting like them.
Are you so that close to the coast that you can't travel 69 miles?
Bro, this is not a measurement on the ground. People are not going on a circle, a giant. Yeah, because then you're gonna have to.
The measurement.
Yeah. So are you trying to? It's a calculation, bro. So if you're trying to say, really?
Yeah.
So go ahead and validate that, please, on every point on that circle.
Okay. Can you move 69 miles to land?
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question.
Okay, listen.
All right, bring the validation, Bev.
I live on a little tiny island.
I can is good. I like
I can move north or south.
Yeah, that's great. Now, can you validate that to be true as a measurement on the ground? Yes or no?
Keep interrupting me, all right?
Yeah, because it is our server, dumbass.
You can
you're just a guest here.
Where you are to Polaris.
No shit. Can you measure? Yeah, so you're calculating this. Yeah?
You can move somewhere.
Okay, yeah. Have you validated a measurement of a circumference of that circle all on every point on that circle, all the way around to get a circle? Answer.
You can measure 60.
Dude, I need an answer.
Go there.
Stop doing that.
Measure.
Yeah, your fucking level server is the way it is, full of dumbasses. They follow you, but you don't answer, so they're hearing exactly what a Glober would be doing. Yeah?
They can't hear me answer because you keep...
Yeah, because are you giving an answer or asking me a question? I want you to say that you have not validated on every point on that circumference that same measurement, so you call it. It's a calculation.
Everyone can measure this. 1 degree change. Yes,
so where on every point on the circle?
Yeah, that's the ability.
on every point on that circle.
Well, they
Answer.
can check wherever they are.
So I'm asking you.
You can.
I'm asking you, has it been validated, Bev, or are you just going to keep going to, they can do something, they can do this? No, I'm asking for validation. We do that here.
It's been validated, of course.
Really? By who? By you? Who's validated this?
Ever tried doing it?
Oh, that's cute. By everybody everywhere. Yeah, that doesn't help you. But you don't know.
1 degree change occurs over.
Yeah, but you don't know. You're just assuming that this is the case, aren't you?
I'm saying you can do it too.
Yeah, so you're assuming that I can do it, but it's never been validated, Bev.
You've never done it, obviously.
Yeah, so that means that somebody needs to validate the claim. And how has it been validated? I'm asking you for validation. All you got to do is tell me how you can validate it and show me the method.
You measure an angle where you are, then you move 69 miles, either north or south, and measure the angle again.
Okay, so do this. Now, what is the circumference on the ground? That giant circle that you make? What's that number?
If it's a flat Earth, it's 6,210 miles.
The circumference?
Times 90.
Yeah, the circumference, right?
You're missing land. You're missing land then.
The radius.
Yeah, you're missing a bunch of land if you do it that way.
Isn't that the flat Earth measured?
That isn't. Hold on a minute. Why are you asking us if that's correct or not? I thought you measured it. Oopsie. Is that a mistake you just made? I think so. You're asking us, isn't that correct? Well, why are you asking us if it's correct if it's been measured, Bev? That's weird. Thought you measured it. Uh-oh. I think someone's not being logical today. And I think that someone is you.
This argument?
Yeah, and your method and how you're proposing that it's true. So it's not just the argument, it's the people that are advocating for it, yeah?
69
so both of them are a train wreck because you can't produce any validation to this being true. And the number that you gave right now, how did you know that's true? Where's the validation for that 6,000 mile circumference? Or is that the radius that you're saying exists?
69 miles is the one that you can measure.
Yeah, dude, you're never going to give the answer.
Yeah, plus or minus. That's like, it's not just a one set thing. It varies. Like the article I linked to you. And old boy says changing over time.
Yeah.
This is why you are looking at the sky and then saying that you think you're actually measuring the ground. This is like worse than globalists at least admit that when they're doing the meth fields opposing in the sky, they do admit that is a meth fields opposing in the sky. Yeah. You're doing the meth fields opposing in the sky while standing on your head and then tell me you're actually measuring the ground. I'm like, holy shit, dude.
69 what the fuck miles is wrong with you? On the ground.
Dude. Really?
Okay, there we go.
So then citation. I need citation and validation. Fucking validate that. I want to know how you. No, sir. On the map, what the reification fallacy? What are you talking? Dude, you're a hot mess, bro. I gotta say, you are a hot mess. How'd you validate the map, Bev?
How do you validate the map?
Yeah, and what map are you using, by the way?
Scale maps. I'm using the
which one? Yeah, which
one of the UK I would be using, obviously.
Okay, yeah, all right. What map projection? Dude, what map projection is that?
What do you mean, projection?
Oh my God, dude. So it's a map of the land of where you are?
Yes.
Okay, and if you wanted to find out that giant circle that you're creating, how would you just look at that map?
Measuring a circle, we're just measuring a distance, a straight line distance, 69 miles.
Yeah, straight line distance. Okay, so how do you know that the terrain equals to what you're measuring? I want to know how you're getting a terrain
elevation apparently doesn't matter.
No, we're not worried about that. We're only worried about you drawing because what you're doing is you're constructing some sort of map, right? So the map would have to. It's going to be validated. And what map is that? What map?
The UK, the map of UK.
No, it's not the. Is that the map of the world, dude? Because what you're doing with the argument and what you're saying,
69 miles.
we're talking about the equator.
Which map are you
talking about the argument?
Fucking hell! Yeah, the equator. It's not just the UK.
Yeah, it's not nowhere near the UK.
So you're a hot mess, bro. Like I'm trying to get you to the point where you're talking about the equator. Yeah, the equator. The equator, not the UK.
The argument.
So have you? Fucking,
let me jump in. This is a reified appeal to ignorance. Like he doubled up. He did like powers combined. Take two logical fallacies and smash them together, and be like, "This is my argument," which isn't even an argument. It's just a hot mess of word soup.
Really?
He's throwing a map in here of the UK. Didn't ask for that. I asked how we validated the equator. The equator is not even validated by any map. So what map do you have?
The measurements and the argument, right? The numbers within the argument are stated.
Yeah, and you said it's
times
it's
69.
It's like the map, isn't it? What map is showing this? Not the UK. It's not on the UK map.
No, you said, how would I verify it? I told you how I would verify the 69 miles as stated.
Okay, yeah, let's do this. You didn't verify it. This is how I would do it, is what Globers do. Well, Glober, how do you measure, drop over distance? Well, this is how I would do it. No, sir. How has it been done? And can you replicate this method? Not, well, this is how I would do it. Don't make shit up, dude. If it's not been done, if you can't validate it, if it hasn't been validated, then why are you bringing it up like it is something true?
That's how it was done.
So we got a map projection that's going to follow suit. What map projection is that?
No, they've got a map, right? And then they
Which one? Which one? What map projection?
I missed one there. So he's got a reification, appeal to ignorance, red herring. So I want to reify the whole Earth as this map that is based on something he doesn't understand, a measurement of Polaris in the equator, to drive it back down to the ground, and then red herring to some map of England that he won't produce, take questions on, or even show. So you've got a reified appeal to ignorance, red herring. Like Bev, the logical fallacies aren't a checklist on how to present an argument. They're things to avoid. Avoid these things. Like he's going down the list of logical fallacies. Like how many can I cram into my argument here?
Yeah. What map projection we're using for the overall worldview so that we can look at this giant circle that you think
can
exists?
Use a local map for the 69 miles.
Red herring.
Yeah. Is that the equator that was in the argument?
The equator is 69 times 90.
Thank you for restating what you already said. I'm asking for the map that... I want you to display the map that shows this giant circle that you say can be measured. What map projection are we going to be using?
Oh, it's also Strawman. That's right. He did do a Strawman in there too.
Now he's saying he's saying he can measure this. So I'm very curious now what map projection we're going to be using. Go on, then.
I would use the map that I've got. I don't know where it is. It's on the shelf up there.
Fucking hell, dude. There's not one we can look up? I mean, we're not going to go wait until you produce this.
To verify this 69
Fucking, what you talking about, bro? You're saying it can be measured, yeah? Well, there should be plenty of information. Yeah, well, so what is the name? Give us the name of the map projection. Can you do that?
Map you want to use.
Oh, my
local
God.
map, preferably. And that goes for anybody else.
We're talking about the giant circle that you think exists that can be measured on every point on that circle. So what map is that?
90 times 69 measured flat miles.
Dude. You see, like, this is why you guys are in the shape that you are with your arguments.
Straw man.
He does not produce the thing that's in question that he said can be measured. Show. Let's see it. Where's this wonderful map that we can all go by based on your way to measure? Yeah? Do you got anything? I mean, Elder Bear is coming up with nothing.
9 miles
Look,
apart.
you guys have all the time in the world. Since I've been asking you, you could have produced the map and put it in the text channel for everybody to see. You and Elder Bear, you can't do it, can you?
As long as you can get a map that's got 69 miles, you can verify either the angle or the distance.
What map projection are we using?
Any map. You can verify the map with this, apparently.
Oh my god, dude. The Mercator projection?
I wouldn't use the Mercator projection. No.
Fucking hell, bro. Like, then what map, Bev?
Measure a scale map.
You know what?
A scale map, then you can...
I think that's about enough of you. It's shown that you can't produce the information to verify the claim that you're making, and Elder Bear's argument is just garbage, dude. For reasons stated, yeah. We went through your trash argument. You and Jaren, you must have been shellacked 9 ways to Sunday because he doesn't know what logic is. So Elder Bear's little, 23 skidoos probably got him in a tizzy. We don't need to hear your guys' argument if it's we've already critiqued it. We looked at it. It doesn't have a form. There's no structure. You're a hot mess, dude. There's no validation. Every argument you bring forward is wrecked, dude. All right, we're gonna move on.
See, there's other callers too, but I've talked to Elder Bear many times about this is what you do. Use the other method, the Paris method, which is 1 meter linear distance that it goes from the north to the south. Do that and see if you come up with a different result. There's more than one method that they came up with, like this imaginary line, the equator. So which one gets the better result and do it? And he can't do it. He doesn't even understand how to do it or why. Yeah. Like the meter, angles, all these things are complete abstractions to him. They're just words that he doesn't really know or can explain.
They think they have logic on their side, and it's shameful for anybody to come forward. And he was on record on Jaren's show, so all right, we do have some people here that are joining us. Welcome to the channel, guys. We got Lucas that just jumped in here.
Yeah. Did talk about you guys to Jaren.
Yeah, what did he say? Yeah, we're hot shit. We're nothing.
No, we're not going to do celebrity gossip. Look how dumb. Like they know already. We don't do celebrity gossip here. That is you can take that hot shit to all the other channels. No one cares about who's on the playground and talk to who about who. Take your celebrity gossip, and you can do that anywhere else.
Top 10 buzzworthy sayings.
Yeah, the TMZ. TMZ, top 10, number 1 will surprise you. No one gives a shit. Okay? Check that out. I don't care what some random person I don't talk to has to say about me. If it's bad, no problem. I've been called much worse by far much better. If it's good, they probably don't understand where I'm coming from anyway.
All right, Lucas, what's up, man? Sounds like you're in a pool.
Not much. What'd you say?
Sounds like you're in a pool.
I'm actually by the beach.
All right,
I'm by the water.
What do you think about the topic of the room, man? Flat Earth, globe Earth,
Flat Earth.
discussions.
Well, considering that I've been taught in navigation and the logic behind navigation on the ocean, I don't see how the flat Earth model can fit into any navigational charts whatsoever.
Okay,
it's quite hard.
How was navigation? How was navigation used on the open ocean? I would assume that's what you're talking about, yeah?
Navigation? Yeah, no, we navigate on the open ocean. We navigate with charts as well.
Excellent. What type of system are we using in that?
Well, we use Inmarsat, but we also use just navigational charts, as I just said.
Well, I like where you're headed. So, navigation. Yeah, I made a pun. So, where are you? Where do you live at? I want to know what region of the world No, you don't have to say specifically.
Europe.
Just what region. So you're navigating the oceans around Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, all the way up to Iceland, and all the way from Spain all the way up to Iceland, and then around Ireland, and then around Iceland, and then all the way back down to Denmark. And then we've navigated around the fjord, like just navigated around the islands down there.
What's the longest distance you say you traveled
in one go?
I mean, yeah. Well, that'd be
3
good
weeks.
for us to get like a standard distance traveled. I mean, like
in one go.
Yeah.
Well, I've been traveling for the last 3 months constantly almost. We've only been at shore like 4 days at a time when we were at shore. So 3 months, 3.5 months.
Well, one way distance, how many kilometers?
I can't say in kilometers. I can only say in nautical miles, but it's around.
Nautical miles. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, around 3,500 nautical miles, and we.
One way, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the